Erasure Kai is an ordinary high school student during the day. But when night falls, he becomes a hotel assassin, living in the underworld. Any prey that falls within his target scope cannot escape his merciless blade. The only issue is that his work often requires him to stay up all night. Having to get to school early in the morning, he's constantly exhausted. Upon entering class, he goes straight to his seat and lies down to sleep, not bothering to acknowledge anyone. Even when class president Mitsugi enthusiastically greets him, Kai pays no attention. This attitude has made quite a few classmates uncomfortable with Kai. Among them is a pink-haired girl named Rina, who's a trendy standout among the girls in class. She always finds Kai's rude behavior toward people completely unacceptable. But there's always a bigger fish. In their class is someone even ruder than Kai, named Shunsuke, the leader of a notorious criminal gang in the area. Everyone who sees him is terrified and tries to avoid him. Shunsuke also has several loyal followers. At this moment, Shunsuke turns and sees Kai sleeping on his desk. He immediately becomes annoyed. Shunsuke walks over and calls out loudly. He gets a snoring sound in response. Being ignored like this makes Shunsuke start to rage. He reaches out to grab Kai and give him a beating, but is quickly blocked by him. Kai sits up and yawns lazily, then glares at Shunsuke with sleepy eyes. "I'm really sleepy. What do you want?" Seeing Kai's annoying attitude, Shunsuke becomes furious and yells in his face. Kai remains calm and applies a bit more pressure, gripping Shunsuke's hand so tightly he can't move. After a moment, Kai releases Shunsuke's hand. Angry, Shunsuke rubs his hand and curses Kai as a damn freak. At this moment, student number 8, Kanzaki Jean, speaks up. "Could you please keep it down?" Kanzaki is a beautiful flower in the class, skilled in both martial arts and literature. She's also one of the school's top beauties with a cold and distant demeanor. Seeing Kanzaki say this, Shunsuke immediately looks annoyed. He wants to go cause trouble with her, but is stopped by the strict disciplinary Vice President Mirai. Another student named Ioja, who appears shallow and frivolous, reminds Mirai to just leave him alone, or she might get blown away. Overall, this is just another normal school day in Kai's class with its usual drama. But everything will soon change. Just as Kai is still drowsy with sleep, he suddenly feels a strange sensation. From beneath Midu's seat, a mysterious blue light suddenly appears. It's a magic circle. It gradually grows larger and envelopes the entire classroom. This strange phenomenon leaves Midu somewhat confused, but he maintains his composure and reminds everyone to quickly evacuate the classroom. But with his keen eyes, Kai realizes it's already too late. The magic circle releases a blinding bright light that spreads all around. In just a moment, Kai's entire class has been transported to another strange dimension. Even Kai doesn't know where this place is. He observes the surrounding features, a stone building with large pillars for cover and only one exit. Though illogical, Kai guesses the entire class was sucked in here by that white light. The other students in the class are gradually regaining consciousness. Everyone is panicked and confused, not knowing where they are. As class president, Midu immediately tries to calm everyone down, making sure everyone is okay. Seeing this, Kai's face shows some satisfaction. Midu is truly a good class president. But Shunsuke isn't like that. He won't sit still and gets restless with his followers, going around to examine their surroundings. Kai speaks up to stop him. He clearly hears footsteps of someone approaching from behind the door. 2 people total, 1 male, 1 female. Just as Kai predicted. After the door opens, an elderly knight and a beautiful goddess appear. "Greetings, hero candidates." All the students in the class are extremely surprised and amazed by their beauty, looking just like a medieval knight and princess. Kai hides behind a nearby pillar, observing the situation. That man is definitely a swordsman and is in a ready attack stance. As for that woman, she has little muscle and looks quite ordinary. The goddess then introduces herself as Leonora, High Priestess of the Holy Kingdom of Digaris. Standing beside her is Gaius, her knight and bodyguard. Hearing the introduction, Suzuki immediately reacts. I've never heard of that country. Are you making this up? Leonora calmly replies that she's not. Mida speaks up on behalf of the class, saying they suddenly appeared here and are quite uncomfortable. He asks Leonora if she knows what's happening. Leonora smiles kindly. She not only knows, but knows everything in detail, and she's here to explain everything. Kai's entire class has now been summoned to a parallel world, as humanity's hope to defeat the Demon Lord as hero candidates of this world. Mida finds it hard to believe, while Shunsuke has lost his patience, thinking Leonora is just spouting nonsense. Seeing him act so rudely, Gaius becomes angry and threatens him. But this only makes Shunsuke more irritated. Seeing Shunsuke being so unreasonable, Gaius angrily moves to teach him a lesson, but is quickly stopped by Leonora. Gaius is restrained, but Shunsuke isn't. He gets hot-blooded and recklessly throws a punch at Gaius. Watching from the side, Kai acknowledges this guy has guts, not hesitating to face someone with a sword. Actually, with his fighting experience, Shunsuke has fought people with weapons before. He thinks as long as he dodges and gets close, barehanded fighting still has advantages. But his experience doesn't apply in this world. Facing a sword god with years of experience, a kid like him is just an ant. Gaius only needs one light sword stroke to cut a strand of hair and wound his forehead. This skillful technique leaves Shunsuke stunned for several seconds. He didn't even see the sword move. The other students in class are also shocked by this scene. Seeing the situation, Leonora gets a bit of a headache. She politely apologizes for her knight's aggression and insists she has no intention of harming anyone. Right now, she will explain to everyone about this world and why they were brought here. Therefore, everyone must first remain silent. As Leonora said before, currently due to the Demon Lord's invasion, humanity in this world faces possible extinction. Their country, the Holy Kingdom of Digaris, has been continuously resisting, but to no avail. They don't have the ability to completely stop the invasion. The only thing left for humanity and their final hope are the students here, the hero candidates. Simply put, Leonora wants these high school kids to defeat the Demon Lord. The students know this is completely impossible. They've never fought before, so even in their next life, they probably couldn't do it. Not to mention fighting. Some of the weak ones in class are already crying and wanting to go home. Seeing this, Gaius grimly says that though it's difficult, they must try. Besides, they can't return to their world now, unless they defeat the Demon Lord. Everyone in class turns pale upon hearing this. Kai is still hiding behind the pillar, observing everything. Setting aside the authenticity of the information, Gaius's way of speaking seems like he's trying to motivate the students here. But even so, people who have always lived peacefully like this class can't suddenly start killing. To do anything requires knowledge, experience, training, and above all, talent. Being randomly called here and then forced to be silent and obedient makes Shunsuke extremely uncomfortable, his anger boiling up to his brain. Looking at this young man, Gaius senses his spirit remains intact even after the recent encounter. He realizes Shunsuke could be a useful warrior, but could also cause trouble. Gaius considers drawing his sword to finish off Shunsuke right here, but Leonora steps forward first, gently placing her hand on him and chanting a healing spell. Immediately, the wound on Shunsuke's forehead begins to heal. Leonora continues speaking gently to Shunsuke and everyone else. I know we've been rude. From the bottom of my heart, I truly apologize. Seeing this scene, Rina is extremely surprised. This is the first time she's seen magical light in her life. Leonora cheerfully explains this power is called divine protection. In this world, they use divine protection, power granted by the god Digaris that creates new phenomena in the world. Or as it's more familiarly known on Earth, magic. Kai immediately realizes Leonora seems very knowledgeable about human culture. This probably isn't the first time she's summoned people from another world. Leonora suddenly approaches class president Midu. She says he's the reason she summoned the entire class here. Leonora gently places her hand on Midu's forehead. Immediately, a strange, painful sensation hits him. Then Midu's hand suddenly glows. The light then transforms into a sword. Leonora says Midu can harness this divine protection power and awaken his innate guardian abilities. Since Leonora unexpectedly summoned this class here, none of them can return. Though she knows it's a selfish request, Leonora still begs them to stay here and try to protect the Holy Kingdom. But Midu believes that no matter how much power they're given, the class can't fight immediately. Leonora naturally understands this and will arrange training time for them. And, of course, during that time, Digaris will take responsibility for caring for everyone. Hearing such conditions, Midu agrees. He turns back to persuade everyone in class. I know you're scared, but to survive here, we first need information and protection. I'm sure divine protection will be useful when we face difficulties, so maybe right now we should listen to them, okay? The whole class gradually agrees with the class president's opinion. Then Leonora gives everyone in class their own individual divine protection. Mirai's divine protection is a remote control pen. Shunsuke's is light surrounding his hands called explosion. Everyone has divine protection, with helpful characteristics of their own. Only Kai doesn't have one yet, because he's been hiding too long. Leonora sees him and places her hand on him. Suddenly, a powerful red electric current emanates, causing Kai's vision to gradually change. When he opens his eyes, Kai sees a strange system panel appear before him. The content displayed shows information about Saint Leonora. Kai's eyes have also turned red. Leonora says this is appraisal, divine protection, a quite rare type. Seeing Kai looks confused, she explains it's a power that lets him see target information. Hearing this, Kai immediately raises his hand to test it. A system panel with complete personal information and his power appears. Now Kai understands how this divine protection works, like a game status screen, but easier to understand. Suddenly, but then Shunsuke charges forward and punches the ground, making everything shake. Kai can barely keep his balance. Shunsuke's punch creates a large hole in the ground. He looks at Kai with an arrogant and contemptuous expression. What do you think of my explosion? What's wrong? Did you only get red eyes? The whole class bursts into laughter at Shunsuke's mocking comment about Kai. Even Rina thinks he deserves it for acting like he's so important. Kai doesn't understand why this class suddenly became so excited and confident, and there's no information to know what's useful and what isn't. But anyway, divine protection is just power borrowed from this world, so who knows when it might be taken away. But for someone with experience in killing like Kai, that's not a problem. At this moment, before the crowd, Kai speaks up. You all receive divine protection, right? Leonora responds. I know it's difficult to control at first, but there'll be weapons for you to fight the demon lord. Then she smiles. Well, you must all be tired. Please rest today. Later that evening, the hero candidates are taken to private rooms. Kai looks around and thinks to himself, I should gather some information before sleeping. Outside, several guards are patrolling. Damn, why do we still have to patrol when it's so late we can't see anything? We don't have a choice since the hero candidates were just summoned, right? They grumble. Hero candidates? They can protect themselves. In my opinion, they still smell like milk. They don't look like they can even fight. And they're going to defeat the demon lord? Sounds ridiculous, right? The saint must know something we don't. At this moment, hiding behind a large tree, Kai has heard their entire conversation. He glances at them thinking, this is the third time I've encountered guards. From what I've heard, they seem to be strengthening defenses. Kai focuses his gaze to scan information from them. Denzel, age 31, male, attack E, defense D, agility F, stamina, mana F, status normal, sword skill level 1. He thinks his only skill is swordplay. I thought they might be able to use divine protection or something and detect me, but apparently not everyone here can use it. Taking advantage of their inattention, he quickly runs in the opposite direction. While running, his eyes coldly stare straight ahead. He thinks, And also, I've grasped most of the geography around this castle. This is a fortified frontier city surrounded by walls. Outside, 2 guards are standing watch, and they seem somewhat sleepy too. Hiding in distant bushes, Kai looks at them thinking. Inside the castle, I'm quite curious, but it's heavily guarded and built very solidly, so it's hard to sneak in. He slowly creeps through the wide grass. Well, no need to rush. Today is enough. Suddenly, he discovers 3 girls standing in an open area. This place is quite spacious. Kaori worries, "Hey, maybe we should stop. They'll be angry at us." Yumi replies, "What? Are you scared? We're just practicing divine protection a bit. It's fine. They'll only be mad at Hashimoto." Then Rina speaks up, "I can't sleep either. Besides, this is for our benefit." The 3 immediately activate their abilities. Kai stands far away, carefully observing the 3. He focuses on the flame in Rina's hand. Their divine protection. I'm still curious about many things. Let me watch for a while. Suddenly, he detects some strange sound. Kai quickly turns around searching for what made that feeling. Here, Corey also notices the abnormality. "Hey, did you guys hear that strange sound?" Right after, they all look toward where the sound came from. Yes. What do you think it was? Suddenly, a monster slowly appears. Its huge size terrifies everyone. They scream in fear. What is that? Kai is also a bit startled. I've never seen a creature like that. Looks like a lizard. But he immediately activates his ability, appraisal. That's not its name, but its species name. No, that doesn't matter now. Lizavo species, age 4, male, attack B, defense C, agility B, stamina C, mana F, status aggressive, skills none. The problem is its stats are worlds apart from the guards and those people. The monster roars, its mouth releasing some strange gas. Then it howls while charging quickly toward the 3 girls. This terrifies them into running frantically. However, it doesn't stop chasing. The more they run, the more excited it gets chasing them. Kai sits on a rock observing. It has an aggressive nature and doesn't hesitate to attack humans. It moves fast on 4 legs, but only runs in straight lines. Seems like it has no intelligence. He then draws a small knife. Its skin looks tough, so I'm not sure if the knife will work, but he throws the small knife toward the monster very skillfully. The knife immediately pierces straight into its rough skin, blood flowing continuously. Hit by the wound, it stops running. Kai observes, seems throwing the knife worked, though it's just a shallow cut. The 3 girls keep running, even though their bodies are starting to show signs of fatigue. However, because she was so focused on running, one of them tripped on a stone. Rina falls down in pain. Rina-chan. She sits up, holding her head, voice weak. It hurts so much. Suddenly, when she turns around, it startles her completely. Huh? The monster is caught up and stares at her menacingly. Rina screams in terror. No. However, she can't run away anymore. It raises its paw to strike her. Rina. She fearfully raises her hands in defense while screaming continuously. After not hearing any movement for a while, she opens her eyes and sees the beast has been stabbed to death. Rina is surprised, tears still in her eyes. Seeing such a scene, she's terrified and doesn't dare to move. At this moment, Yumi runs over to help her up. Rina, she asks in shock. What happened? Did someone save me? Let's just go. I don't want to encounter any more monsters. Kai sighs in relief. Finally, they're gone. I had no reason to save them, but ignoring them would go against my conscience too much. He approaches and pulls the knife from the monster's body. So there are monsters like this wandering everywhere in this world. Seems like things here won't be easy at all. Suddenly, he becomes alert, sensing something. Immediately, Kai hides behind the beast's corpse. He focuses his gaze, looking into the distance, but sees nothing. His eyes narrow with cold intensity. He thinks to himself, someone was there? Well, I should head back too. Immediately, Kai activates speed mode and vanishes. On the other side, a mysterious person stands there watching him run away. Then he steps forward and crushes the monster's head underfoot. Blood splatters all over his cloak. Hero candidates. I was so disappointed seeing how useless and weak they are. But he licks the blood that splattered on his face. That one smells like me. The next morning, the monster's corpse is dragged into the academy courtyard. The students, seeing it, immediately get scared and step back. Gaius speaks up. Last night, this monster was found near the royal capital. Right after hearing this, Mida's face becomes contemplative. Erasure is equally surprised, his eyebrows furrowing. The girl standing there witnessing this is also frightened, her eyes trembling. Monster, Gaius continues. The demon lord has driven them mad, making them crave human flesh. These are the things you'll be fighting against. Steady, what have you discovered? Steady examines the blood traces and tells him, these are marks from magic usage, probably by mid-level demons. They might be scouting to assess our strength after hearing rumors about the hero candidates. At this moment, Kai is hiding behind a pillar, listening to the situation. He thinks to himself, magic, huh? That's a new term. Is it different from divine protection? Mida steps forward and says, are you saying this monster was controlled by a demon or something? Steady immediately responds, oh, you're quite sharp. That's right. Powerful demons can use spells to manipulate and control weaker monsters. He explains, first, monster refers to creatures transformed by mana until they become ferocious and abnormally strong. And mana is the power of Parano created by demon gods. In other words, it's the power that the demon lord and demons use. So naturally, demons can easily defeat humans. Suddenly, Gaius interrupts him. Enough. Stop. This annoys him, and he yells, what? Then he's dragged away mercilessly. I still have so much more to explain. Seeing this, Kai thinks he's a researcher. I might be able to use him to gather information. His eyes narrow. The bigger problem is he looks at the beast with its eyes gouged out. Was this thing controlled by something else? He immediately opens the system to check the controlled status. He thinks so. The identity of what my eyes sense back then was a demon. He continues staring at the beast. It must be very strong since I barely noticed it for a moment. If it's around us right now. At this moment, that mysterious person is still monitoring his every move. He grins savagely. Fear only brings death. You know that. But hearing that voice, Kai steels himself mentally. I'm not afraid. At this moment, Erasure says to Gaius, they can't return to their world without killing the demon lord, and I don't plan on staying in this damn world long either. Jean also agrees. Yeah, for once he's right. Midu also supports this. Alright. If we want to go back, I think fighting is our only choice. However, several girls show clear fear. Fight those monsters? I'm so scared. Kai thinks, I guess they finally realize this isn't some game. Fighting is a struggle to the death. It's the same in any world. They'd better quickly learn the weight of that truth. Leonora walks while muttering, come now, don't be too afraid. She tells herself, you all just don't know how to use your power yet. All you need to do is train. Since you were chosen from another world as hero candidates, your development speed is different from the residents of this world. And so a week passes since the students began training. Kai looks at the book, thinking, I can understand every letter now. Well, it's strange that we could communicate from the very beginning. Suddenly, some sound from outside attract his attention. Outside, they're practicing swordsmanship. I was told my appraisal skill isn't divine protection suitable for combat, so I'm not being trained but allowed in the library instead. Suddenly, he remembers Leonora's words. Why don't you just read books? Right after saying that, they all laughed at him mockingly. He puts his hand down on the table and stands up. Is this all there is to their history and culture? He thinks, seems like there's no information about demons here either. Looking outside at them, they're still continuously training. Kai leans against the corner wall observing. Just as Leonora said, the students are developing at an astonishing rate. The 5 strongest among them are Narumi, Arcee, Kanzaki, Hashimoto, and Shunsuke. However, there's one other person with extraordinary development speed. At this moment, he sees a sword spinning in midair. Then it's thrust straight into the ground. The instructor is amazed. I surrender. I can't believe you become stronger than me. Midou, in his armor, looks incredibly cool and handsome. He smiles brightly. It's all thanks to your guidance. Thank you so much. This absolutely shocks Kai. He immediately scans that person's information. Name, Midou Suji, age 17, gender male, attack, defense B, agility A, stamina B, mana, status normal, skills, demon slaying sword, divine protection level 8, swordsmanship level 4. Just a week ago, his stats were mostly ranging from D to F. He can't help but feel a bit worried. Ditziing the fust. Even if he's a genius, divine protection also affects things not directly related to strength. At this moment, a group approaches him, continuously mocking. Hey, what's a non-combatant doing at the training ground? Just go quietly read your books. Kai looks at them thinking, these people are still the same as before. Seeing their mocking smiles, the others are also looking down on him. He's slightly annoyed. They're getting more arrogant each day after receiving power. The guy continues provoking him. Why are you ignoring me? Be friendly. Just as he speaks, he's made a slip by Kai. He spins around and falls flat on the ground. Did he just provoke me? What happened, Muta? Why did you suddenly fall? Are you okay? His friends rush over worried. Hey, he cries out in pain. You bastard. Erishur speaks up. That's enough. He's coming this way. On the other side, Gaius and Leonora are walking over. Seeing Leonora pass by, Kai can't help but watch intently. They quickly return to their training positions. Leonora smiles brightly. Thank you for your attention. She continues. You're all developing very quickly, faster than I imagined. So, I've decided to move the plan up sooner. Narumi says, the plan? You're not going to tell us to go kill the demon lord immediately, are you? Of course not. I'm not that cruel. She closes her eyes slightly. I want you to practice fighting monsters. They're surprised? Monsters? Everyone's faces clearly show worry. Fighting. Kai's eyes stare intently, as if he's already calculating. At this moment, Gaius tells everyone, now about the combat training exercise. As you can see, we're in the middle of a forest. His face is extremely serious. This place is dangerous, so you can't go as one group. Therefore, we'll divide you into groups of 2 to 3 people. Leonora smiles, her face radiant. At this moment, Rina says, 2 to 3 people? Want to team up with me, Suji? Sure, can I join too? On this side, they're also discussing. Erishur will go with you. We'll eliminate all monsters trying to bother you. Do whatever you want. Why should I team up with someone like you? Come on, I'll be fine. A moment later, Gaius asks everyone, all right, have you all formed teams? What about these two? He looks toward Kai and Jean. Jean says timidly, I guess they don't want to team up with me. She thinks, maybe it's because they're scared. Then she turns to look at Kai. I guess I can only team up with you. Is that okay? Kai coldly replies, yeah, fine. Kanzaki Jean. She's a confident and indifferent person. Also, she's proud, and it seems like she won't let anyone get in her way. Then Jean notices someone staring at her. She speaks up, what? Why are you staring at me like that? Nothing. Let's just do this. Then she also turns away with an unconcerned expression. Leonora speaks up. Listen, everyone. Since this is a special occasion, whichever team eliminates the most monsters will receive a surprise gift. Good luck. Well then, let the training exercise begin. In the forest, Jean walks ahead, while Kai follows behind. While walking, she says, listen to me. My divine protection is stronger than the others, so I don't need you to do anything. Just don't get in my way. He replies with a tired expression. Fine, I'll leave it all to you. Jin's eyes glance down. Don't you have any self-respect? Kai thinks, let me observe her combat ability first. Then he looks around. I can sense 4 presences around here. Then he senses something. They're surrounding us. Suddenly, a small demon emerges from the bushes. Jean is surprised. Is this a monster? The small demon makes growling sounds and charges straight at them. Jean immediately releases a surge of power forward. Lie down, monster! The monster is quickly surrounded by spiritual energy and pressed flat to the ground. This gives him a different view of this girl. Watching her dominate the beast, he thinks, that's her divine protection, domination. This is an ability that can force targets to obey commands. Kai looks around and says, seems like there are still several monsters around here. Yes, I understand. Drop your weapon. Immediately following her command, the creature drops the club in its hand and puts its hands behind its back, as if controlled by some force. At this moment, he asks her, what's wrong? You look tired. She replies, using divine protection too long makes me tired. He thinks, so it consumes a lot of mana. Then he walks toward the bushes. Just kill that one. Others are coming. Huh? Kill it. But doesn't this monster look somewhat human? She looks at the monster, crying pitifully. Kai immediately responds, so what? You know, it tried to attack us. These things are our enemies. There's no reason to spare them. Jean looks at him. Yeah, I know. At this moment, Kai picks up a stone. Even with power, she's still just an inexperienced student from peaceful Japan. He tosses the stone in his hand. Well, the only important thing is whether she'll make the right choice when facing danger. At this moment, 3 similar monsters also appear, making growling sounds. The monsters slowly approach where Kai is standing. He immediately tells Jean, here they come. She responds loudly, I know. Then she uses her domination power on them. Lie down. Then he asks her, so what do you plan to do now? Stay silent. Don't just stand there. Help me out. You're the one who said you didn't need me to do anything. At this moment, her face showed some fatigue. I will kill them. That's what I need to do, right? Then Jean commanded them, monsters, go kill yourselves. The monsters had no choice but to end their own lives. The others were the same, blood flowing endlessly. Song looked at them in horror. Kai asked her, so you can also give that kind of command? She replied, that's right, but the harder the command, the lower the success rate. She covered her mouth with her hand, fighting for real and witnessing death with my own eyes like this. I was wrong to think this would be easy. Looking at the corpses of the beasts on the ground, he said, these things attacked us, so they are our enemies. It doesn't matter if they're monsters or humans. You must kill your enemies. His gaze was cold. If you want to survive, this is how it has to be. This left her extremely puzzled. Why? How can you be so calm? You don't even have any power. He picked up the corpses of those beasts. Don't worry about that. Keeping my nerves calm is my strong point. Seems like there's nothing good to loot here. Then he turned to ask her, so what now? Shall we continue forward? Or we can go back if you're scared. Jean stood there looking at their corpses, momentarily not knowing what to do. She turned around and walked away. Of course we won't go back. Let's keep going. Watching her retreating figure, he thought to himself, she's just trying to act brave. But I have to admit her personality isn't too bad. We can work together. Going deeper, he wondered how the others were doing. Meanwhile, they were running nonstop. Narumi shouted while running, Hey, what should we do? Why are you asking me? I thought the monsters here were supposed to be weak. Suddenly they stopped, damn it. Then he immediately launched an attack at them. A strike that sent everything flying, wind blowing. Let's attack together. Flying stones. A whirlwind appeared pushing back. Those damn boulders. Striking down at that enemy. However, it wasn't fazed at all, its gaze still coldly watching them. It tensed its body, then stomped its foot. This shocked both of them. This is bad. What's wrong with that monster? That beast slowly approached them step by step. I have to return to my world. I still haven't repaid the debt to the old man who raised me until now. I really want to show him how much I've grown and make him happy. He must be very sad right now. Thinking this, she gripped her clothes tightly. Kai spoke up. Shall we continue? What if we get lost? She replied, how can we get lost if we go straight? He muttered while walking. If that's what you think, then you're underestimating this forest. This made her extremely angry. Can't you just shut up? Then she glanced at him with an unloving look. While walking, Kai thought to himself, she's strangely conceited. What's wrong with this person? At this moment, he glanced toward Jean. Kai seemed confused. What? You shouldn't stare at people like that. She quickened her pace. It's nothing. Suddenly, a roar echoed from deep in the forest. This surprised both of them. Jean said, "Wasn't that Hashimoto-san's voice just now?" Kai also looked toward where the scream came from. "It seems she's in trouble. What should we do?" Jean had already turned and started walking. "Of course we're going to help her. I hope she's still okay." This greatly surprised Kai. "You're so kind." She turned around with a sharp tone. "Who do you think I am? Let's go." The two of them headed deeper into the forest together. Meanwhile, Hashimoto was in danger. She had fallen to the ground in pain. Narumi shouted worriedly, "Hashimoto, are you okay?" Her face was covered in wounds. She said softly, "I'm fine, just run." Narumi approached her. "I can't leave you here." At this moment, he looked up. Danger was threatening both of them. A beast was approaching them, raising its sharp claws. He cursed. "Damn it." Suddenly a voice rang out. "Listen here, monster, stand still." Immediately its arm froze. Its entire body also immediately stopped moving. It turned out Jean had arrived just in time. She was controlling it. Narumi was surprised. "Kanzaki, thank you for helping us." Then she said, "I can't keep it like this for long." Meanwhile, Kai was staring intently at the beast. He thought to himself, "Just as I thought, Kanzaki's power has different effects depending on the target. Are Narumi and Hashimoto still alive?" At this moment, Narumi told him, "Araji, she's in pain, but still breathing." Kai immediately replied, "Then carry her and get out of here now." Narumi looked worried. "No, I can help." Kai immediately replied, "Are you going to abandon Hashimoto like that?" Meanwhile, Hashimoto was injured, sitting there looking painful. At this moment, Narumi immediately carried her on his shoulder. "Sorry, I'm leaving her to you too." Seeing them leave, Kai immediately said, "Ask for help when you see Midu or Leonora." "Got it." He thought to himself, "Let's see." He stared intently at the beast being controlled. The problem is this one. At this moment, he focused his gaze on it, activating appraisal. The system immediately appeared. Species: Iron Armor Bear. Mutant species: age 10, male. Attack A. Defense A. Agility C. Endurance C. Mana F. Status: agitated, dominated, controlled. Abilities: none. He looked at it thinking, high stats indeed, especially defense. Its fur also looks tough. He looked at its leg armor again. I don't think my attacks can destroy it. Suddenly, he was shocked to discover special species. What's more, what does special species mean? Meanwhile, Jean cried out, "I can't hold it anymore." The monster had awakened. The domination time was over. It began to move. Kai immediately said, "You've bought enough time. Let's just run." Jean glanced at him. "What?" "Okay." Suddenly, she collapsed to her knees, her eyes becoming hazy. "What?" Her voice was weak, her body trembling. "Sorry, I can't move my legs anymore." She glanced and saw the monster slowly approaching. Kai at this moment pulled something from his jacket pocket, thinking this is bad. He threw out something. It flew and hovered in midair. Reaching the beast's location, it immediately released thick smoke, limiting the beast's vision. Meanwhile, Kai's eyes were heavy with worry. Then he quickly lifted Jean up. This greatly surprised her. "Huh?" He immediately signaled her to be quiet. "It will hear us." The two quickly hid behind a large tree trunk. She worriedly asked him, "What was that smoke just now?" Kai immediately replied, "Just a smoke bomb. I made it while you guys were training." In his heart, he thought, "Of course that's a lie. I had several devices on me before being summoned. Since I don't have many, I don't want to use them carelessly. Kanai, smoke grenade, chaining kanai. These are what you'd call basic assassin equipment." Suddenly Jean said, "I'm sorry, this puzzled Kai. Why apologize? I'm the one who said we should go help them, but ended up needing help myself. You don't need to apologize. I'm ready to hear your thanks now." Her eyes sparkled. "Fine then. Ah, thank you." He immediately teased her a few lines. "If you were always this gentle, everyone would probably love you." This made her angrily shout, "Huh, that's not me." Then he commanded again, "Don't make me repeat myself. Stay quiet. What do you want to do now?" "I think we should run." "No, it seems we don't need to." The beast was still constantly searching for the two of them. Suddenly, it seemed to discover something. It turned out Midu stepped forward. "You're the monster that attacked Narumi and the others. Now you'll face me." He immediately activated his technique. activating Demon Slayer's sword. Midu also said, eye to eye with each other. At this moment, Midu held his sword and advanced, his gaze coldly watching the beast. Immediately, he charged forward with his sword, constantly shouting. Meanwhile, the beast also roared no less. It also became frantic, saliva flying everywhere. Right as the attack was swinging toward him, Midu quickly dodged. Then he gripped the sword tightly in his hand. A sword strike swung up. A bright flash accompanied by blood. The beast was struck directly on one arm. Taking the painful hit, it kept crying out. Midu stared at it intently. Too easy. At this moment, Reina also rushed in to assist. Susie, get out of the way, it's hot. A fire attack rushed forward, making the beast writhe in the burning flames. She laughed and said, how can it endure this? Meanwhile, Midu praised her. Well done, Reina. The beast took 2 consecutive attacks and was nearly. It let out a resounding roar. Its eyes widened, pupils dilated, skin turning red, teeth showing extremely sharp. This shocked Reina. Impossible. Midu said at this moment, stay calm, Rainer. He observed the beast. Your attack definitely had an effect. It's moving slower than before. Then he asked everyone's opinion. Let's calm down and kill it together, shall we? The 2 girls answered in unison. Yes, understood. Then everyone did their part. Midu charged with his sword. Rena launched fire attacks. Yumi was also channeling her power. Delphix revealed a terrifying smile. Now it's just a matter of time. He is the former demon assassin Delphix, standing on the side observing. He thinks to himself that perhaps the Iron Bear can't defeat them now. Their rapid progress, and above all their composure, is extremely impressive. Then he looks toward Midu, especially at him. Even though this is just a reconnaissance mission, it's time to change the plan. I'll finish them off here. Meanwhile, Midu still doesn't know what's happening and launches an attack at the monster. Under his slashes, it quickly suffers serious injuries, blood constantly flowing out. At this moment, Midu shouts, time to finish it. He thinks to himself, remember this lesson for the next world, boy. Then he pierces straight through its body, causing it to roar in pain. Over here, he laughs gleefully. The moment when people make the most serious mistake in life. Then he rushes toward the 3 celebrating people. Is when you believe you've killed the enemy. Suddenly at this moment, he turns as if discovering something. At this moment, a small knife is pressed against his neck, shocking him greatly. He mutters, since when? Kai, behind him, speaks up. My foster parents taught me well, that you make your biggest mistake right when you kill the enemy. Suddenly the knife falls down, stabbing straight into the ground. He raises his hands in surrender before Kai's threat. He smirks. I'll remember this. Then he thinks to himself, how could he sneak up behind me? Then he looks at the knife on the ground. No, more importantly, I need to find a way to escape quickly. Suddenly a slash cuts through, blood spurting out continuously. He falls to his knees in pain. He presses the blade to his neck. Hey, don't scream too loud. I don't want Midu and the others to notice you. Then he says, I'll ask you a few things. If you answer honestly, I'll let you go. First question, who the hell are you? Kai adds, I'm someone who lives in the shadows, someone from another world. This terrifies him greatly. His teeth clench tightly, but those teeth look really ugly. At this moment, Kai thinks to himself, the presence I felt earlier was very ominous. But was it because of this guy? He adds, I knew we were being watched, even though you hid yourself quite well. So I used Midu and the others and waited until you showed yourself. So you noticed me from the beginning. We haven't been in this world long, so I need information. So you must tell me everything you know about demons. He laughs smugly. You think I'll talk? Suddenly he stabs him once. He screams in pain loudly. Kai stands up and walks calmly. Honest answers will be easier, unless you want to know what hell is like. He thinks painfully to himself, don't underestimate me, you brat. Saliva drips continuously from his mouth. Suddenly, he realizes something in shock. You! From his mouth pours out terrifying purple substances. His face begins to react, eyes continuously streaming reverse tears. Kai observes the situation. Damn, so he was carrying poison. They had a plan for this case. The Demon Lord's army. I think they're more complex than I thought. Suddenly, the system appears with something. He looks up and mutters, Shijugan. Over here, Jean worries. That's a dead person. His eyes also change color. Kanzaki. At this time, Kai looks at Kanzaki behind him. Kanzaki's face shows some fear looking at the person killed lying on the ground. Kai stares at Kanzaki intently. Kanzaki, how long have you been watching? Her face is extremely panicked. Since that person was on the ground. Then she says, this guy is an assassin from the Demon Lord's army. Delphi's now lies flat on the ground, looking extremely pitiful. The Demon Lord's army. She remembers, that bear monster was this guy's pawn from early on. And when Nagas and the others were attacked by monsters, it was also because of this guy. Kanzaki asks him, you mean they're trying to kill us? He immediately responds, obviously the Demon Lord's army will try to kill hero candidates. You're right. I was too naive. Her face shows worry. But how could you detect the assassin? None of the others noticed. He looks at Kanzaki and thinks to himself, there's probably no reason to hide it anymore. Then he steps forward. My family works as assassins. So I smell that this one also does the same work as me. This shocks her to scream. Assassin. What are you saying? Looking at his blood-covered appearance. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But the corpse on the ground is real. Hearing him speak, Kanzaki's face shows fear and damage. Kai angrily tells her, Kanzaki, don't tell anyone about what you just saw. The class has started to waver because of Hashimoto's condition. He remembers Hashimoto's injured appearance. Kanzaki clenches her fist and softly replies, all right, you're unusually kind. I didn't think you cared about classmates. Hearing this, Kai is a bit surprised. He turns and pulls his hood up. They're not like me. They've never fought. Then he turns back to look at Kanzaki, his eyes slightly narrowing. Looking at her appearance, he thinks to himself, Kanzaki's domination might be useful in the future. At this time, they're gathered around the injured Hashimoto. A girl kneels down. That's student number 34. Hano Shirori uses divine protection recovery to heal Hashimoto. Her hands glide over his body. Lights flash as she mutters, please get better. At this moment, Shiori's soft fingers glide over Hashimoto's throat. Outside, everyone is amazed, all eyes watching intently. Narumi approaches. What do you think, Hano-chan? Will Hashimoto be okay? Shirori softly replies, I think he'll recover in about an hour. Hearing this, Narumi breathes in relief. That's great. You're really amazing, Shirori. That divine protection is really strong. Over here, Midu immediately responds, that's right, but you also have Reina and others standing together. Over here, Kai just leans against a tree trunk calmly, as if nothing happened. He slightly closes his eyes, seemingly unconcerned about his surroundings. Suddenly, he notices Kanzaki looking at him. Why are you looking at me? She quickly turns away, no particular reason. At this moment, a familiar voice rings out. You kids? Leonora smiles casually. Looks like you've succeeded, huh? Mida turns back in surprise. Leonora-san, Gaia-san. Narumi turns back with a somewhat harsh tone. Where have you all been until now? Gayos immediately replies, we didn't go anywhere. Our job is to observe you kids. This shocks him. Gaia's. Then why didn't you help us? The old man's face remains calm. If we always save you kids, training won't have any effect. Mida's eyes clearly show displeasure. Gaia-san, he almost died. Why did you? He replies, pushing fate to the brink of death is a fundamental part of real combat training. From now on, that's how you kids will fight. Don't hastily say such weak complaints. Right after hearing this, they are all extremely surprised. Mida steps closer. That's not what I said. Didn't you say this place only had weak monsters? At this time, Leonora also adds, well then, it must be because of the demon assassin. Outside, they're surprised. Demon assassin? Leonora smiles faintly. The Iron Bear wasn't supposed to live in this area. Perhaps he was carrying out a reconnaissance mission to test the hero candidate's combat strength. He also adds, if so, then it's possible it's hiding somewhere right now. That's right, we must strengthen our defenses. Then she smiles and says, "Well then, we'll increase the training difficulty. With the current level, you kids will all die." Outside, several people are surprised. Increase the difficulty beyond this? Some also express displeasure. It's already scary enough as it is. Shiori's eyes are indifferent. Will we all be killed? Midu immediately shouts loudly, "Leonora-san, that's unreasonable. Everyone already feels shaken after the first battle." Leonora maintains the same attitude. "It sounds unreasonable, but your current selves will definitely die if you don't follow what I say." This makes Midu extremely angry. He grits his teeth. Erasure over here speaks up. "First, you dragged us here, and now you're giving us orders." Geo says nothing, just quietly passes by. "I'll say it this way so you understand." Then he looks into the distance. "You kids are all Leonora-sama's pawns. Never think you can go against her words." This shocks them with mouths agape. Erasure angrily rushes forward. "I'd rather die than live like this." However, he's stopped by Midu. "Calm down." He angrily struggles. "How can you stay calm?" Midu shouts, "Think carefully. If we don't obey them, their country will become our enemy. We have no chance of victory." Hearing this, Gaius nods approvingly. "Impressive. You grasp the situation very quickly. Don't worry, you kids are all very important pawns. We won't do anything bad if you behave properly." Hearing this, he smirks. "Their country will become our enemy?" Then he raises his fist and charges. "Bring your country here." He also quickly realizes the problem and glances around. He still unleashes an attack. Activate explosion. A large explosion occurs. Blinding light accompanied by thick dust and smoke. In the dust cloud, several shadowy figures emerge. He clenches his wrist. How pitiful. However, he's completely unharmed and immediately launches a counterattack. This greatly surprises him. Right when he tries to punch with his strength, his power rushes forward. Erasure can't defend in time and gets knocked away. The powerful punch makes him fall and roll, his whole body dragging on the ground. His face is beaten beyond recognition, mouth crying out in pain. The surrounding crowd is extremely frightened but doesn't dare speak up. Gaius says, "This is your current level of strength." Then he turns and leaves. "Starting tomorrow, it'll get harder each day. Prepare mentally." He struggles to stand up, muttering, "Arashi-san, that dog." He grits his teeth, eyes following the other two. "I'll definitely kill it." Time quickly passes, a day after the military drill. At this time, Steady speaks up by Leonora-sama's orders. "I'll be responsible for today's training session. Come to think of it, I heard one of you was injured yesterday. Are you okay now?" Hashimoto replies, "If you're talking about me, I'm fine now after using her recovery magic, as you can see." Then she points forward, and that idiot too. The person she points to is none other than Erasure. Steady laughs loud. "So among you, there's someone with divine protection to heal wounds. That's wonderful to hear." Everyone is extremely excited hearing this. Now I'll explain today's training session to you. This is my research facility. I'll have everyone fight monsters here today. Midu wonders, "You mean monsters inside the building?" Steady doesn't answer, just pushes up his glasses with a smile. "Right now the door will open. It'll be faster if I show you." Inside, goblins are trapped in iron cages. Over here is a lizard man, a lizard monster gnawing on the iron bars in front. Over here is an orc, a giant monster with saliva constantly dripping from its mouth. This frightens some girls in the group. They go deeper inside. Steady walks proudly. All of them are monsters raised from my research work. Leonora also speaks up. "Yes, Steady's Research Institute is a perfect place to use for training sessions." Steady adds, "I'm also happy to collect combat data from the monsters." They walk behind with highly cautious expressions. Like this. The combat drill begins. Kai still stands at a distance, observing their training. In his head he thinks, everyone is surprisingly calm, even though they're suddenly forced to fight. I guess yesterday's experience had a big impact on them. His eyes narrow. Anyway, I guess they're still a bit scared. Over here, Ren has fallen down painfully. However, she tries to hold back and stand up to continue fighting. The monster over here holds a sword, roaring and staring at her. Midu shouts at this moment, "Steady, San. This monster is too strong for her." Steady's face remains calm. "I don't think so. Moreover, Leonora-sama told me I need to be really strict with you." Suddenly, when this mage looks back, he's a bit confused and seems to have some misunderstanding. Reina over here wipes away the blood flowing from the wound on her face. Hero candidates with your divine protection shouldn't lose to a monster of that level. She mutters, "How annoying." Then with a gesture, a large flame appears. The most important thing in battle is willpower. Anyway, these should be easy for you. The only reason you feel this way isn't because you're worried or hesitant. Midu over here is surprised. Does it really make a difference? Will it work or not? Yes. If you increase the level of divine protection, you can create many other variants of that divine protection. A foot slowly steps down. About that, Midu. Midu turns back. Shinjuku-kun, what's wrong? He opens his new eyes. According to my deduction, you have a new divine protection. Immediately scans information on Midu. Monster Slaying Sword Skill Divine Protection Level 2. Monster Attack Divine Protection Kamikaze Level 1. Sword Fighting Skill Level 4. Oral Day of Even Cruising Air Protection Level 2. Monster Kamikaze Attack Divine Protection LV1. A new divine protection. At this time, Midu speaks up. "Steady, San, can I try it?" Of course, that's the purpose of the drill. Then he slowly steps into the arena. He mutters slowly. Right at this moment, the system appears. Activate Monster Slaying Sword, combined with Monster Attack Kamikaze. Looking at the beast over there, he asks, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Then he grabs his sword and charges. "Sorry, but I won't hold back. Let's go." In no time, he's rushed toward it rapidly. The beast immediately raises its hands to block, screaming. With just one sword strike from him, its arm is quickly cut in half. Red blood continuously flows out. The beast roars in pain. Over here, Midu is extremely pleased. With another sword strike, its head falls to the ground in an instant. This surprises Kai outside as well. He thinks to himself, with this condition, he won't have trouble with the Iron Bear's defense anymore. I wonder if my deduction is correct and created a new divine protection for myself. Looking back, I can recognize someone having a new divine protection. He scans Arashi's information again. Arisher Shunsuke, age 17, male, attack B, defense B, agility B, endurance C, system strength T, toughness normal, skills. Level 2 destruction divine protection. Level 1 bullet divine protection. Level 3 martial arts. He closes his eyes. Anyway, I shouldn't go and tell him. Like this, we can expand divine protection power. I guess I can't just rely on my old techniques in this world. I also have to become better. At this time, night has fallen. Everyone is sitting in the room. Narumi speaks up. Are you serious? Arisher. That's right. Arisher raises an eyebrow. First I'll kill Gaius, then I'll capture Leonora and make her tell me how to return to our world. Everyone unanimously responds, so that means we'll leave this demon world. We also won't have to worry about being called here again if we kill Leonora. Arashi's face shows concern. Cooperate with me, Narumi. You're also fed up with their attitude, aren't you? Narumi asks fearfully. Do you think you can win? We'll have a chance if you cooperate with us. Narumi grits his teeth thinking, I know that's the way to return to the old world, but killing people still sounds wrong. Then he remembers those who were injured. But damn it, Narumi softly replies, all right, I'll cooperate with you. The next day, everyone continues training. Over here, Midu is training diligently. In the distance, Kai is observing him. You work too hard. Suddenly he speaks up. Hello. Midu stops. Because I'm still weak, so I have to become stronger. His eyes narrow. I think you could already defeat half the knights in this country. Still not enough. I can't defeat Gaius-san. I need to become even stronger. Strong enough to protect everyone, no matter what happens. He continues, Midu, what do you think about Leonora and Gaius? This quickly attracts Midu's attention. I know they want to use us as pawns in their war. Also, I don't think they lied when they said they won't do anything to us if we obey them. He asks, so you mean you'll bet your life and fight until the demon lord is defeated? His eyes are full of determination. Yes, I've decided that. But I'll be the only one who has to fight. I'll become this country's hero and defeat the demon lord. That's why I can try to compromise and make sure everyone lives safely. A good idea, but do you think Leonora will accept it? He raises his sword. I'll swing this sword and make sure she agrees. At this moment, a voice rings out. Everyone worked well today. It turns out to be Gaius and Leonora approaching. At this time, Steady excitedly approaches Leonora's. Steady, you'll be responsible for the hero candidates when we're not here. He immediately replies, yes, I won't disappoint you. Reina over here speaks up. When you're not here, where are you going? Leonora smiles in response. That's right. We'll be away for a few days. That's why we're asking Steady to watch over you during this time. After saying this, she turns to leave. Excuse us. Then the two leave. Two backs gradually fade into the distance. Kai looks after them, his mouth slightly smirking. The atmosphere at this moment is unusually tense. Gaius says, do you think this is a good idea? Leonora wonders why he says that. He replies, please don't pretend anymore. That kid named Erishur is plotting something. At this time, Leonora lightly lifts her tea cup to sip. Then she replies, yes, it might be a rebellion against us. Gaius gets off the vehicle and says, so what do you plan to do then? Inside the vehicle, she smiles brightly. I'm curious to see what they'll do. Let's just leave them like that. He narrows his eyes. I know they're developing their strengths, but they're still hero candidates. It might be very difficult, like if they try to rise up against us then. That won't happen. Moreover, they can't defeat me, never. At this time in the field, there are several buffalo grazing. Suddenly, he narrows his eyes. That's right, but don't you think we can use it as an opportunity? The teacup in her hand sways. Yes, I'm thinking about establishing a ranking system. Then we'll crush this rebellion and break their fangs a few times and forever. I can see some suspicious things happening, but let's leave them like that for now. Soon it's evening that day. At this time, Kai is fighting beasts in the forest. He jumps up. His body hovers in midair, staring intently at the beast. Then he dives straight forward, throwing a small knife at the beast. Realizing there are no more signs of life, he leaves. So I took 13 seconds to kill a monster at this level. Activate assessment ability. Shinjuku Kai, age 17, male, attack B, defense F, agility B, strength C, system strength E, status normal, skills include Level 2 assessment divine protection, Level 1 weakness detection divine protection, Level 5 assassination, Level 5 knife technique, Level 5 throwing technique, Level 5 disguise. He thinks to himself, I think I leveled up when I killed that demon assassin. The problem is how to use this. Suddenly a sound makes him turn around. It turns out to be a monster charging at him. It punches down to the ground, causing rocks to fly everywhere. Kai faces it, muttering, giant monster. At this time it opens its mouth and charges. He immediately spreads his hands and raises 3 small knives, then continuously rushes toward it. The beast takes the hit and gradually retreats. Suddenly he thinks, no penetration, no effect. I guess this is the perfect time to try my new skill. Then he immediately activates weakness identification. The beast's weak point is immediately circled. It's the area behind the neck. Then Kai jumps up and flies straight up. His body hovers in midair. He's aiming at its weak point. A knife is thrown straight down, hitting its neck. Blood spurts out. The beast is quickly defeated. So it showed me the weakest part on the giant monster's body. Understand. So this is weakness identification. Not exactly a bad skill, but still not enough. I need more to survive in this world. He clenches his fist. I need to become even stronger. At this time, goblins start approaching Kai. He immediately activates weakness identification mode. It turns out their weak points are here, on the left side and top of the head. He immediately launches an attack. The knives stab straight into the tops of their heads. In less than 2 minutes, All of them are dead. That's right, they're weak points of the brain and heart. So this skill isn't really effective against normal monsters. I need a bigger test subject. Maybe I should find another monster. I need a bigger test subject. Maybe I should find another monster. Suddenly, some sound attracts him. Human footsteps. In the distance, a figure slowly walks toward him. It's Kanzaki carrying a flashlight approaching. Ah, Fin-yukon. He turns around. Kanzaki, what are you doing here at this time? She slowly approaches. I came looking because I didn't see you in the dorm. I guess you might be here, so I came and found you. He sighs. The forest is dangerous at night. You should leave. However, she persists. You seem to react harshly. I should be the one saying that. You know, right? He replies, I'm used to the darkness. But you're different. Fighting monsters at night isn't like during the day. She shouts at him angrily. Be quiet. You're not listening. What are you doing here anyway? I'm testing new divine protection abilities. She wonders, new divine protection? Steady also said, didn't he? He said we can have new divine protection abilities if our divine protection increases. Hearing this, she thinks a bit. So what's her new divine protection ability? He turns to leave. Why should I tell you? You know, I came here because I was worried about you. He laughs lightly. You're worried? You worried about me? No, that's just how I talk. Anyway, you should go back. I'll test my new ability a bit. She insists. Then I'll go with you. Suddenly she discovers something. She points ahead. Hey, what's that smoke over there? He wonders. Smoke. Looking into the distance, thick orange smoke appears. It's coming from the north. That's a house on fire. Goblins are rampaging there. Help! Monsters are preparing to attack them. They roar terrifyingly. Shirori, run away. Suddenly in front of her is just a shadow. It's that giant monster. Right then, at this moment an attack rushes forward. It turns out to be Midu appeared just in time. He asks Shirori, are you okay? Her face still hasn't recovered from extreme fear. She softly replies, thank you. At this time, goblins slowly approach. He narrows his eyes. Damn it. More and more of them are coming. They pass through the flames without any fear. Reina at this time runs over. Content appears corrupted/unclear here. Getting ready to sleep. What the hell is happening to them? Midu immediately says, there's no time for complaints. Let's deal with them. The fire still blazes continuously. Kai and Kanzaki run back in panic. Our dormitory is on fire? It looks like the others are also fighting monsters. Steady at this time says, glad you two are still safe. Kai immediately replies, I just went out for a bit. What the hell happened here? I don't know either. I woke up because I saw fire and then these monsters were everywhere. He narrows his eyes. This is something done by humans. The mastermind is right here. Find and capture him. A voice rings out, sharp deduction. There, hero candidates. At this time, the person stepping out surprises them. They're shocked. Steady. I was wondering how these monsters could get in here. But now everything makes sense. These are all monsters from your lab, aren't they? He replies, they're my cute lab rats. Moreover, I might have given them some drugs to become stronger because they were too weak before. Kai narrows his eyes and asks, what's your purpose? What benefit will killing the hero candidates bring you? This is an order from above. I was ordered to eliminate the hero candidates, even though doing so will cost me my current position. I don't hate you kids, but I will kill you. At this time, Kanzaki says, order from above? Wait, you mean Leonora-san? No, of course not. I didn't say anything like that. That fake. He remembers the words. This is an order from the Demon Lord. Narumi shouts, you're a spy for the Demon Lord? Steady replies, that's right. And if I can complete this job well, I'll also get a researcher position there. Have you sunk so deep into darkness that all you care about is monster research? He says nothing, just slightly pushes up his glasses. Then Steady laughs maniacally. I'm sorry, but human society has no words. You can't fully understand the true nature of the mysterious things that we call monsters. At this time, the fire is extremely intense and burning bigger. Steady adds, standing above looking excited. Extremely blatant, he provoked. At this time, the monsters have also started to miss and begin attacking them. Kai shouts, Kanzaki, I'm over here. Then she immediately raises her hand. Control magic, be silent. Then she says, your opponent is that guy. The guy over here laughs coldly. Useless. Rise up. My monsters. The monsters at this time return to being normal and start moving. Kanzaki Swotsuki. How is this possible? Steady replies, I'm a scientist. I know how to deal with rebellious monsters. He commands the monsters. Attack. Kanzaki retreats. At this time, thankfully, Kai has drawn his small familiar knife. He moves swiftly. He passes through quickly, each one defeated by him, blood flowing as they fall to the floor. He laughs and says, there are still many more. Where do they come from and when? At this time, all the monsters roar together. Kai jumps up and flies forward. Then he also defeats each one. With just a small knife in his hand, he stabs once. Suddenly, he sees the giant monster. He quickly dodges its attack and also puts it to sleep. He made it suffer with one hit. It cries out in pain, teeth and lips mixed together. Not enough. There, 2 minutes later, it falls down. He still holds up the small knife defensively. Over here, the beasts look at him warily. Steady. What are you doing? That guy doesn't even have strong divine protection. Below, Kai clasps his hands indefinitely, then immediately opens his eyes wide. Activate assessment. Steady Arsham, age 28, male, attack, a defense. A agility, a endurance, mana, status semi-demon, ability, domination magic level 1. Ability, domination magic level 1. So that's it. The reason Kanzaki's domination doesn't work is because the monsters take orders from someone with stronger magic than her. You're quite cunning, aren't you? That's right. Strong demons can use domination magic and control monsters. Steady over here researches. Damn it, I don't want to use it, but there's no other way. Then after that, this makes Kai look worried. What are you doing? He laughs and says, you'll know soon enough. So I'll drop the curtain before that. Before that happens, burn everything. Like a light flashes, shocking him. A large fire falls right in front of him. Kai quickly retreats. He grits his teeth at him, extremely angry. What the hell was that? A fire dragon appears. He laughs maniacally. This is the fire dragon. My trump card, the dragon. A giant looks at the small people in front. Then it quickly swoops down. Rocks fall continuously, shocking them all. Damn, Kazaki is panicked. No, don't hit. We can't spare the head. However that, or quickly embraced her and dodged it. Are you okay? Hello, everyone. He's already prepared for the next attack. Take Kanzaki then for sure. I understand. At this moment, the fire dragon flaps its wings and continues attacking them. The two of them left, only the path remains. There it's coming. Suddenly, he discovered its weakness or lost it. He brightened up. I can see the friendliness. Then after that, he immediately attacked. Suddenly, he was shocked to discover that dragon showed no reaction at all. He apologizes. Gripping the wrist tightly, beloved lock, I can cut with attack power. Looking at the roaring dragon, he thought to himself, what should I do? Look perfect size. To be my prey. Erishur stands on the small rooftop, staring intently down below. Let's see. Then he channeled his power and rushed forward. A direct attack caused the dragon to suffer. In pain, he burst out laughing. How's that? How to defeat that damn divine beast. Suddenly your eyes will be more beautiful. He became panicked. He was hit by the river. Dragon breathing fire straight into his body. His body caught fire, making Erishur writhe in agony. Kai sighed. You were careless, but I still have to admit you're easy. He stood up staring intently. Damn it, that hurts. At this moment he pulled out something of his own choice from his pocket. Listen up. This time, Erishur, we must together defeat it. He turned around angrily and replied, I don't need you. Kai helplessly looked at the fierce fire dragon and said, I can see its weakness, but I don't have enough attack power. Erasure spoke up with a contemptuous attitude. So you want me to help you? I don't cooperate with weaklings. Kai urgently said. It's coming. The fire dragon quickly rushed to where the two of them were standing. It flung them high up, then it roared very loudly and breathed out fire. Erasure was confused. How is this possible? It's breathing fire at the ground. Red into his face. Immediately, he cried out in fierce pain. Erasure was completely terrified and overwhelmed by its superior power. Kai challenged by raising his hand. If you can defeat it yourself, then go ahead. Erasure angrily replied. You bastard. Erasure impatiently asked, so what, where is that weakness? Kai quickly answered, there's a reverse scale on its neck, do you see it? Erasure looked back. At the fire dragon, he saw there really was a small scale. That one there, Kai quickly divided the tasks. I'll attract its attention. And you aim to strike that scale. Can you do it? Erasure was full of confidence. Of course I can. He went to stand in front, on the high castle wall, provoking the fire dragon to stand up. What are you standing there stunned for? He shouted loudly, kill them. Fire dragon. The fire dragon roared again, howling fiercely. It used its beak to push, unleashing long-range attacks, continuously making Kai and Erasure unable to react in time, learn, and tried to resist against its infinite power. It roared once very loudly, as if wanting to tear apart all of space. Noticing the situation seemed more stable, Kai hurriedly rushed to the fire dragon. It looked at him with surprise. Kai spoke up laughing, urging, this way. You've successfully attracted the fire dragon's attention. In short, it quickly opened its mouth to breathe fire at him, but with his natural agility. Kai managed to dodge the attack. Then he landed safely. Thank you for watching the new video. Hurriedly calling out, Erasure. Erasure rushed forward at full speed. Got it. He aimed precisely at the scale on the neck of the fire dragon, then urgently punched with full force right at its weak point. You damn divine beast destructive blast, activate the fire dragon. Cried out in pain. Some yellow-colored liquid also flowed out from its face. It was gradually falling from high above. Steady was full of confusion. Damn. Erasure laughed arrogantly. Easy, Kai coldly replied, and yet you still talk big. Erasure angrily shouted. Shut up. Kai looked up at Steady with pity. You've lost your trump card. Do you intend to continue? The boss was very frightened, but still tried to answer. Of course, I still have many more. But when looking again, he realized all his monsters had all been dealt with completely, and they were lying scattered on the ground with blood-stained swords in their hands. They coldly declared, we've taken care of these monsters. After speaking, they closed their eyes. The teammates also all looked at him simultaneously. With murderous fighting spirit, Steady panicked and screamed, damn it. Just as he was about to flee, run away, another person was already standing right behind, blocking him. Where are you running to? Suddenly, when he hurriedly backed away, he slipped. He reached out to call for help, but received no response at all. And then, he fell into a water tank. He played around in that water tank. When he just regained his composure, a sharp knife blade was pointed straight at his head. Kai spoke in a cold voice. It's midnight and we've destroyed everything. It took too much time to fight, but there are some things I want to ask you. The boss's face turned pale. He fearfully replied, wait, I'll tell everything, absolutely everything. Just please don't kill me. Next, my face is... Or he suddenly darkened. His eyes also changed to a terrifyingly purple color. Kai and Rena looked at him with surprise. He collapsed into the water tank, purple poison flowing from the corners of his eyes. Kai looked at Steady. He's dead. Mida wondered, what was that just now? Kai gently explained, it must be... I've read about such things when looking at documents in the library. Midu pondered for a moment, then said, so they placed a curse on him, and when trying to reveal information, he'd be killed by the curse. Kai was somewhat worried. I think the Demon Lord's army will continue to be a threat to us. One day after, the Steady incident occurred at a tall and majestic castle. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Unbelievable. Honora laughed with delight. Never expected such an incident when I wasn't here. Narumi angrily pointed straight at her face. You were the one who assigned Steady his duties. Don't you plan to apologize? She continued laughing meaningfully. Then she said again, that's right. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Let me correct my words. I didn't think a purely panic-stricken weakling monster could cause so much damage. That's what I meant. Everyone around was stunned and looked at her with confusion. Rena irritatedly replied, wait, she means. She is. You two knew he was a demon spy, but still let him run wild. Leonora still smiled brightly. I told you that from now on your training will become increasingly harsh. What happened was just part of it. Heike an vi Zeeplit. We almost died. He set fire to everything while we were sleeping, and Gaius spoke up, defending Leonora. Don't be so childish. That was your fault for not being vigilant during the night. The students looked at both of them with full anger. Kai thought to himself, he's right. They didn't recognize the monster until too late. But it's still unreasonable to expect anything more from average high school students. Leonora seriously announced, moving on. Let's get to the main topic. Next you'll go visit the royal capital. Mida wondered what will we do there. Leonora solemnly said, the focus is revealing the hero. Candidates, a public parade will be held in the capital. You'll be on stage as the leading performers. That night, the bright moon illuminated the entire sky. Gaius sat on horseback, majestically ordering the soldiers. That's enough for today. Look at the sun, look at the sun, look at the sun, look at the sun, look at the sun. Rest a bit until the sun rises. They obeyed and replied, yes, sir. There, in the night, the students were sitting around a campfire. Suddenly a voice spoke up. I heard there are about 30 people. Erishur was enjoying meat while analyzing the situation. Everyone around was surprised. 30 people of what? He calmly replied. The number of soldiers accompanying us. And for what I can see, they're nothing special. Kitha excitedly said, wow, I bet you could take them down with one punch. What do you have in mind? Ah, Erishur irritatedly replied, can't keep. Understand, the opportunity to act has come, Asushi replied. Exactly. Kinta and Asushi said in turn, around us there are always many soldiers, but now there are only 30. Our numbers are greater. Erishur quickly affirmed, clearly they're underestimating us. I bet they'll never think we could rebel. He was fired up for battle. Tonight we'll take action. Call Narumi and tell him. Kai stood leaning against the tent, deep in thought. He said jokingly, there are very few soldiers traveling with us. They're not professionals either. But that's because Leonora and Gaius are confident they can control us. We need more time. Subscribe to the channel to find out the reason. Why are they so confident? He called out, Midu, he suggested, can we talk? The sky was getting darker. Most people had already returned to their tents to rest. However, there was still a group of students who went into the forest together. They included Erishur, Kinta, Asushi, and other teammates. Erishur asked quietly, do you think those guards are all asleep? Narumi calmly replied, seems like it. Well, Erishur ordered decisively. All right, let's begin. Mida spoke up to stop them. Erishur, wait. He pulled along. Rena and some other teammates rushed forward. Both sides looked at each other tensely. Midu slowly walked step by step to the group. I heard you trying to kill Leonora-san and Gaia-san. Erishur frowned, asking harshly, which bastard told you? Mida calmly replied, I just happened to overhear while passing by. Rena was concerned. Are you people really serious about wanting to do this? I know they're annoying, but this is crazy. Erishur couldn't hide his irritation. You guys are the crazy ones. How long must we let her treat us like obedient dogs? Midu strongly intervened. Stop. But you've gone too far. We can think of other ways. Erishur shouted straight at his opponent. All you do is talk. Do you have any plans? Midu revealed his plan. I will become Leonora-san's pawn and defeat the Demon Lord. In return, I will become Leonora's pawn and make her guarantee everyone's safety. Erishur harshly argued back. Do you really think she'll listen to you? Midu, I confidently replied. I believe when I'm stronger I'll have the power to negotiate. Erishur turned away resolutely saying, still impossible. Moreover, I don't need someone like you to protect me. Get out of the way. I just want to return to my own world. With full determination, Midu's group came here. Du also affirmed that if you really want to do it, then we will stop you. Erasure clenched both hands tightly. He was so angry he couldn't stand it anymore. Damn bastards. Then he gave him a kick, preparing to launch an attack on those people. You guys will regret this. Erasure immediately launched a kick at Midu's body. Fortunately, Midu managed to block the attack, but still fell down. He was a bit confused, too fast in this strength. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised, unable to believe this bastard actually blocked the attack. At this moment, Erasure and Midu were facing off. Just then, two guards came over asking what they were doing here. Midu spoke up in response. Sorry, we're just discussing some matters. The two guards heard this and turned to leave. They pretended to chat. Tomorrow we'll know. We have to get up early. Let's go to sleep. Erasure clicked his tongue. Suddenly, so troublesome, Midu turned to look at him. Erasure gritted his teeth, angrily saying, I've had enough of these weaklings. The scene is taking place at the sacred temple Digaris, royal capital. People bustling around everywhere, creating an extremely lively scene. Narumi couldn't help but be surprised by the liveliness of this place. So this is the royal capital. Mireille agreed in response. It's so crowded here. Rina turned to reply. But it's still not as crowded as Tokyo. Yumi agreed. That's true. Geos led the convoy of carriages and horses at the front, followed by the group of students walking in a line behind. Many people around looked over curiously. Are they? Geos shouted out orders. Make way. Make way for Archbishop Leonora and the hero candidates. The people around wondered. Hero candidates? You mean those chosen by God? Then they turned to look at the group of students walking behind. They excitedly cheered and encouraged them. Midu suddenly raised one hand high up. Erasure, Asashi, and Kina looked at both sides of the road with annoyed expressions. Kai spoke up. I guess these people have placed a lot of faith in the hero candidates. Even a matter of us saving them. Jean showed irritation. Feels kind of uncomfortable, doesn't it? Kai didn't respond, just silently gazed into the distance. Finally, they set foot in the capital, the royal capital. Welcome, hero candidates, to the royal capital. Please rest a bit and recover your strength after the long journey. The person called Holy Knight Venice cheerfully welcomed them. The male students excitedly rushed into the bedroom. The bed is so soft. I'm so happy. I was getting sick of sleeping on the ground all the time. Meanwhile, the female students invited each other to enjoy the feeling of soaking in the hot springs. It's like being alive again. Ah, so refreshing. Erasure and his group were enjoying an extremely lavish meal. So delicious. Tell them to bring more. In a quiet room, Midu was diligently practicing swordsmanship alone. On the towering castle, Kai silently gazed into the distance, observing everything. He stared intently at the royal capital and thought to himself, it's time to find out more information. Around the castle, guards were stationed everywhere. After observing for a while, Kai realized the situation wasn't very promising. Too many guards. Moving around the castle like this would be very dangerous. His eyes swept everywhere and accidentally saw something that made him stop. It was the knight who had just led them on the tour. Then he hid behind a large tree and secretly observed Venice. Venice was standing next to two guards. One of them spoke up to chat with Venice. Where are all the hero candidates, Venice-sama? Venice replied, they're probably resting in their rooms. The guard wondered, are those kids really chosen by the creator? Venice frankly replied, well, if they're much stronger than ordinary teenagers, then yes. The guard continued, actually, I'm worried about the Demon Lord's followers. Having the hero candidates stay in the royal capital will definitely provoke them into action. Another one said, yeah, there have been many disturbances lately. I think we should be more careful. Kai, standing nearby, had heard everything they discussed, the Demon Lord's followers. Venice reassured them, no need to worry. The hero candidates will protect the royal capital, right? They laughed loudly. That's right. After that, the three of them left together. It's training time, let's go. Kai pondered thoughtfully. Now I have even more questions. I should go into town. Another evening arrived. The scene shifts to a certain tavern, where it was bustling with people coming and going nonstop. Every seat in the tavern was almost completely packed. A dark, long hand quickly reached out, presenting a gold coin. To the old bartender, one beer and your finest snack. It was Kai. He pulled his hood up, slightly covering his face. The old bartender cheerfully replied, "All right, wait a moment." He could faintly hear people around discussing. "By the way, have you seen the hero candidates? They look no different from a bunch of brats, don't they?" Another person interrupted. "Whatever. We have to trust God. You don't want the church to hear you talking like that." Kai thought to himself, "It seems the church has great authority in this country. The people fear the church more than they fear the king and nobles." The old man handed Kai his beer and said, "Here you go." Kai spoke up, "Bartender, I want to ask you about a few things. The thing is, I'm new to this country, so I don't know much." The old man was briefly surprised, but then cheerfully agreed. All right." Kai began asking questions. "I've heard a lot about the Demon Lord's followers. Who are they?" The old man scratched his head and explained. "Them? You know this country is currently at war against the demon army, right? Currently, the Demon Lord, the leader, is the most terrifying monster. I heard that humans can also be overwhelmed by the Demon Lord's power and be corrupted." Kai pressed further. "Those are the Demon Lord's followers?" The old man continued explaining. "That's right, they're rampaging throughout the country. And just a few days ago, they blew up a noble's mansion." Kai sighed. How terrible. He thought to himself, "I see, so they're a terrorist organization." After a while, Kai hurriedly left. He carried many thoughts with him. The hero candidates must defeat the Demon Lord. So us being in the royal capital will definitely provoke the Demon Lord's followers. That's why everyone looks so worried. Jean came running in panic. She called out loudly, "Kai-kun." Then she ran up to Kai, urgently asking, "Finally found you. Where have you been?" Kai replied, his face showing unease. "We're in a completely unfamiliar place. I had to go gather information." Jean worriedly replied, "I understand, but going alone is still too dangerous. I can help if you really need it." Kai crossed his arms, coldly saying, "I can handle it myself. Just stay quiet and stay with the others." Jean angrily shouted, "What's with that attitude? You should be grateful when I'm willing to help you." Kai gave in. "Fine, I'll let you help me." Kai made a request. "I need information about the royal capital. Can you talk to people in town?" Jean was delighted. She eagerly agreed. "Really? Since you've asked me, I have to do it." Jean was so happy, she sang cheerfully while walking. Kai quickly blended into the crowd and left. Finally, he showed a mysterious smile on his lips. After a night of effort, Kai had to return home. He gently opened the window. His face showed exhaustion and disappointment. Kai threw his shirt on the bed along with the messy thoughts in his head. In the end, I didn't get any useful information, but at least I learned about the existence of a new enemy. The late night was quiet when suddenly a loud noise came, making Kai startle. He was curious and somewhat alert, standing close to the door wondering, why is it so noisy this late at night? Right after that, Kai also decided to step out. Many people were standing in the hall, everyone looking focused and worried about something. Kai immediately asked when he approached the crowd, "What's happening?" Carrie turned back to answer, "It's Kanzaki-san. She has disappeared." She briefly recounted the incident. Onyezin was the first to discover it because they shared a room. "Everyone is looking for her. We don't know where she went." Kai silently sighed to himself, feeling a bit sad. "They don't know that I also just disappeared. Well, that's because I don't share a room with anyone either." Out loud, Kai also nodded in response. That's worrying." Mida stepped forward with a serious expression and a question. "Do you know anything?" Kai also answered honestly, "No, sorry, I don't know. I was sleeping in my room earlier." Midu was gloomy and raised his hand to stroke his chin thoughtfully. Feeling the situation was tense, Midu announced loudly, "Everyone listen. She's probably not in the castle. The sun will rise soon. Let's go outside to look for her. Contrary to his enthusiasm, Rina had some objections, but with no ill intent. Actually, I think we should leave her alone, but I guess we have to listen to Yuji. Kai also thoughtfully analyzed the situation. Right now it's quite dark. Everyone in town is probably still sleeping. The night sky was illuminated by gentle moonlight. Kai was exploring and searching for his friend. He scanned all the nooks and crannies along the road. Kai's lips showed worry, but he still reassured himself. She's probably around here somewhere. He was continuing to walk when he suddenly spotted a card lying carelessly on the ground. Kai immediately approached and picked it up. At that moment, he was confused. This is Kanzaki's student ID. The situation became tense when a strange figure appeared from a small alley. Not just one, but 4 unfamiliar people were approaching, simultaneously drawing swords and attacking Kai. The sword swept past, drawing a bright line in the air. Fortunately, Kai was agile, so he was completely fine, but his eyes had become sharp. Kai used harsh words against that guy. Go to hell. Kai quickly grabbed one guy's wrist. Then, using this person as a weapon, he took the guy's hand and stabbed the knife straight into his teammate's throat. The remaining one screamed in shock. Damn it. Kai didn't say much, launching a kick that made him spit blood. This guy rolled on the ground, unable to resist anymore. He could feel every nerve in his body, stretching and aching inside. Witnessing Kai's decisive strikes, the remaining member of the group started backing away in fear. He calmly commented, "Your skills are terrible, whether you're a spy or a warrior." Then asked, "Moreover, you look like ordinary people. So what's your purpose in coming here?" The guy was stunned. His mouth just hung open, only able to utter, "Huh?" Kai glared at him, his face now showing cruelty. "You will tell me everything." Inside a dark dungeon with flickering torches, Jean was being held captive here. She was chained tightly by both arms to 2 iron posts. Her entire body had several scratches and wounds. Despite the harsh circumstances, Jean showed no submission, even glaring defiantly. The guards joined in taunting her. "So scary. She's quite fierce." Jean couldn't contain her anger. She showed her determination through her shout. "My answer will remain the same. I have nothing to say to you bastards." The guys mockingly said, "Come on, we're just trying to learn a bit more about the hero candidates. That's all." One guy curled his fingertips toward his palm, specifically pointing toward Jean. Their brutality and cruelty were truly unpredictable. This guy, without any humanity, tore the fabric from Jin's chest. She gritted her teeth and endured amid their mocking laughter. "How long are you planning to keep being stubborn?" "Let's see." Because they were so engrossed in tormenting Jean, none of them noticed Kai's presence. He secretly observed and judged that they were just ordinary people, age 20 below average male, attack F, defense F, agility D, endurance F, energy F, status, aggressive skills, none, race, human. Age 20 below average male, attack D, defense F, agility E, endurance E, energy E, status, aggressive skills, none. But it's hard to believe Kanzaki was captured by them. Suddenly small knives appeared from nowhere. They pierced straight into each of their heads. The laughter stopped, and their lives ended from that moment. Both guys fell down simultaneously, leaving Jean bewildered. Blood pooled on the cold ground. Kai's gentle and caring voice rang out right after. "Are you okay?" "Jean Cohen." Jean was confused, not knowing what to say. "Sorry, Kai gestured for her to be quiet and whispered a reminder. "Don't make noise. We'll talk later. Right now, we need to escape from here." After being freed from the restraint of the thick chains, Jean rubbed her sore wrists and said to Kai, "Thank you." But right at that moment, Kai suddenly sensed danger approaching. His whole body tensed up, a flash of panic lighting up inside him. Kai proactively stood in front of Jean, his face tense as he looked into the void. From the dark shadows ahead came a light sound. Mysterious smoke dispersed in the air, making people highly alert. A figure flew toward both of them. Kai directly stepped out to protect Jean. That large figure swung a massive sword down to the ground, cracking the floor. Kai quickly carried Jean away from the danger zone. That heavy sword was lifted up along with the question, "Managed to dodge, did you?" Venice greeted the two with a spectacular display and a sinister smile. "I guess I really have to kill you now, hero candidates." Kai narrowed his eyes, asking for some information. "Oh, you came on the orders of Knight Venice, Holy Knight." He immediately changed his expression, his face filled with anger and inhumanity. "Actually, you might prefer this name better, General of the Demon Lord's Army." Kai calmly assessed the situation. It seems even the capital is surrounded by enemy forces. This kingdom is heading toward destruction. Venice bared his teeth in an excited smile. "I'll end it faster by eliminating the hero candidates." Both were glaring at each other, so neither made the first move yet. However, Venice's steps were somewhat more impatient. He kept leaning forward, waiting for an opportunity. Kai's pupils also became more heated than usual. They were red and expressing the angry emotions inside. He carefully read his opponent's information. Name, Venice Wanter. Age, 28 below average male. Attack B, Defense B, Agility B, Endurance B, Energy B. Status, Normal. Skills, Level 3 Swordsmanship, Level 3 Fire Magic. Kai thought to himself, being very careful to remind himself. All of his skills are at intermediate level, showing he's well-rounded. I shouldn't underestimate him. Venice had now lost patience. Kai had also focused his spirit and proactively charged forward. He shouted to build momentum. "Let's go." Venice lifted himself up along with the sword in his hand. He rushed forward and swung with all his might in a decisive strike. Kai managed to dodge this dangerous attack. This accidentally triggered Venice's anger even more. He swung his hand and created a small magic circle in his palm. "Hear my words and burn the target. Fireball." Fireballs appeared and turned the space into a bright orange-red. They attacked Kai and burned part of his clothing. But Kai wasn't hurt at all. He pursed his lips and glided past each fireball, thinking, "So it's fire magic." Venice proudly declared to him, "You're in midair. There's no way to avoid this." Kai continued using his old technique, throwing a small knife toward his opponent. Venice laughed contemptuously and mocked, "Useless. Burn everything. Fire sword." The space in front was completely burned. Venice smugly thought he had won, declaring, "It's over, hero candidate." Fortunately, Kai wasn't hurt at all. He drew his gun and fired a shot. The bullet flew in a straight line, shooting directly into Venice's forehead before his shocked gaze. Venice's arrogance could finally only go so far. He collapsed to the floor with his eyes rolled back, showing only the whites. As for Kai, he was already used to this scene, so he showed no emotion. He stared at the gun and clicked his tongue. Then he gently put it back in his coat pocket and muttered, "I didn't plan to use it in this situation, since my bullets are limited." Now Kai looked at Venice, who had departed this world, lying motionless in a pool of red blood. But what he said was right. I shouldn't have jumped into midair. I need to learn how to fight enemies head-on if I want to survive in this world. Jean, whom he had hidden behind a door, saw the situation calm down and slowly peeked out, asking, "Was that a gun?" Kai replied in an extremely casual tone, "This is standard equipment for an assassin." Jean startled, hugging herself, and exclaimed, "It's scary knowing someone in our class has been carrying a gun this whole time." She suddenly blushed, shyly continuing, "But thank you. You came to save me, didn't you?" But Kai replied bluntly, as if to punch her in the ear, "Just a coincidence. Can't you use your domination power?" She was also a bit puzzled about this issue. "No, I don't know why, but I couldn't use magic when chained to those shackles. But now it's fine." Kai bent down to pick up a shirt and thought to himself, so those shackles were quite special. He quickly put it on to cover Jin's torn clothing and told her, "Well then, let's get out of here." Jean brushed aside her embarrassment and said loudly, "Those people from before wanted to attack everyone in our class, and..." Kai walked ahead but still answered her, "I know, I heard too. Someone I captured before coming here told me everything." The assassin had screamed at that time. Please don't kill me. Kai gently ran his fingertips along the sharp blade edge. That depends on you. The guy crawled and cowered on the ground, looking at him with pitiful eyes. We were just following orders. They said the hero candidates are enemies of the Demon Lord, and we had to kill them. He approached with his hand firmly gripping the knife handle, pointing the blade toward this person. So, you also killed Kanzaki? The guy frantically explained, that girl is still alive. We decided to keep her as a hostage to attack the other hero candidates. On the deserted road at dawn, Kai walked while recounting to Jean. Surprisingly, he wasn't killed by the death curse like Steady. That's why I don't think this is Aqui's doing. Jean felt uneasy in her heart. She expressed that fanatics really can't be trusted. I thought the people in this world were our allies. Kai sighed and reminded Jean, don't be fooled by people like that. Because you weren't careful, that's why they chained your hands, right? Jean angrily retorted, shut up. They answered all my questions when I tried to learn more. You know that? Kai continued asking, so you don't think there's a reason for that? Demons are our enemies, but humans can also be our enemies. Jean helplessly admitted, but her tone was still somewhat defiant. I regret it a lot already. Okay, it's because I was too careless. While the two were standing together, someone called out loudly from behind. Senyo-kun. Kanzaki-san. Seeing the familiar figure running over, Jean exclaimed. Midu. He appeared with a relieved and gentle smile. Midu came closer and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, you're still okay. She answered somewhat embarrassed. Sorry for making you worry. Midu still smiled with relief. I'm just glad you're safe. Did Shinjuku find you? Kai suddenly became tense and suggested. About that, Midu, we need to talk. Midu also sensed it and continued, something happened. Am I right? The conversation was opened with a question, the Demon Lord's cult. Kai crossed his arms and began recounting the information he gathered from last night's events. Yes, it's a group of people who worship the Demon Lord and want to oppose humanity. And we are their target. Mido understood without Kai having to explain humans. So the problem is we can't distinguish who our enemies are, unlike with monsters. Kai completely agreed and continued. Right, I think we should ask everyone to raise their guard. Mido agreed without any objection. All right, let's report this to Leonora-san. I just hope she'll strengthen our defenses. But Jean had a different opinion. She closed her eyes, looking annoyed. If we tell her to do that, she'll definitely tell us to handle it ourselves. Mido smiled wryly, but didn't object. Right? Then he spread out and arranged some immediate tasks. First, let's gather everyone and decide on the next action plans. Currently, everyone is scattered everywhere looking for Kanzaki-san. But suddenly, a loud noise appeared somewhere. Jean startled in fear and screamed, while Midu and Kai turned around to look. Black smoke rose from behind the house. Footsteps were hurriedly running toward where all three were standing. Looking at the red-hooded figures appearing faintly, they encountered familiar people again. This time they appeared more prepared, moving in large groups with weapons ready in their hands. The whole group surrounded the three with threatening eyes and sinister smiles. One holding a sword, one holding a spear, another gripping a dagger tightly, each harboring evil intentions. Midu anxiously speculated that this was exactly what they were waiting for. Kai narrowed his eyes and announced to his two friends, "They're here, get ready to fight." With the appearance of these dangerous villains, the sky also covered with dark clouds, the space tinged with a gloomy darkness. Jean, Midu, and Kai focused, raising their spirits and preparing to face them. The other heroes also stepped out, though everyone was confused but not scared enough to run away. Among the girls, Rena was the most composed. She wasn't panicked nor flustered, still standing defiantly with sharp eyes. Among them, a red-haired boy also swept his gaze around while clenching his fists. Information windows appeared one by one. Human race, age 20, gender male, attack D, defense D, agility D, endurance F, energy F, status, enemy, skill 0. Human race, age 20, gender male, attack D, defense D, agility D, endurance F, energy F, status, Enemy, skill 0. Kai focused his gaze. They have 6 people. Although their stats are lower than Zenith's, fighting them would still be problematic. They are warriors. One of the villains shouted, "Attack." The others obeyed the command, rushing forward all at once. Kai called out to his nearby teammate, Kanzaki. She didn't wait for his guidance and immediately created a sound wave. "I know. Stop." Before Jin's special magic, those evil ones couldn't move anymore. Kai took the opportunity to swiftly throw several daggers forward, his movement forming an arc sweeping through space. One by one, they met a painful end without being able to react, only managing to scream once before going silent. Even Midu, his friend, had to be amazed at his way of striking opponents without any mercy. He could only gulp. "Damn." Midu then regained composure and advised Kai, "Shinjuku-kun, they are humans, not demons." He replied coldly with a cold tone and sharp gaze. "So what? They're still our enemies." Midu still objected with a firm attitude, but Kai interrupted him immediately. "Don't talk too much. There's still one more." This was the leader who had given orders to these people earlier. He was attacking Midu from behind. Just then he panicked and discovered it. Fortunately, he could still defend in time, but being too startled, he cursed suddenly. Damn it! He didn't want to strike, instead trying to persuade the opponent with his humanity. "Why are you doing this? We're all humans, aren't we?" The reply was a still arrogant smile. "We do everything for our master." He and Midu, one attacking, one defending, both try to restrain the other. Meanwhile, Jean slowly directed her palm toward the two. But Kai stood up intending to stop her. Jean was a bit surprised and whispered, "What's wrong?" He straightforwardly requested, "Don't do anything, I want Midu to do it." The sword of one of the two swung and whooshed through the air. The remaining sword immediately had to jerk back. Midu was the one who took the initiative. His divine sword strike broke the sword in the other's hand completely. He held up his sword with only the hilt remaining with a stunned expression. Midu didn't use much thought like before. "If you surrender, I'll spare your life. Drop your sword." Not only did he refuse to give up, but he also shouted, "How dare you mock me? Damn hero candidate." Suddenly, he jumped up in Midu's surprise. Red liquid sprayed out. Midu's ear was injured by his broken sword. Having hurt his opponent, he laughed excitedly, while Midu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Damn it. So he didn't bother being merciful anymore, directly slashing from top to bottom and carving a long, deep cut on his body. The smug fake smile was immediately cut short when his life was also taken by Midu. But suddenly, he looked with a suspicious attitude. The guy was truly persistent. He could still laugh mockingly. "It's not over yet. There's still more." Fearing Midu would be held back by his own compassion, Kai stepped forward directly and ordered, "Finish him, Midu." But Midu really couldn't bring himself to do it. "I'll just leave him here to die. Okay?" Kai looked at him and said gently, "No, you must make sure the danger is eliminated." Midu was slightly shocked by his friend's cold attitude. "How can you say that so calmly? He's also human like us." Kai just gently reminded him with a few more words. "Midu, that's your choice. While we're standing here chatting, the whole class is being attacked." Seeing Midu was hesitating, Kai delivered the final blow. "Aren't you going to help everyone? You're the strongest in our class." In a whisper, but with heavy weight, Kai continued whispering in Midu's ear. "Tell me, what's more important, the enemy's life or the lives of your classmates?" Finally, Midu had to give in and follow Kai's advice. "All right then." A stream of blood spurting up was enough to understand how decisive Midu was this time. He turned back and told Kai, "I'll go save everyone." In a deserted alley, oh God. I hadn't even seen the sun when corpses were already scattered lying on the ground. The ground after the harsh inspection by the heroes. The red-haired, ponytailed person from earlier tightened his grip on one guy's neck and muttered, "Looks like you're the last one." This guy's face was gradually turning purple, saliva flowing from his mouth, but his screams couldn't escape from his throat. In contrast, he was extremely pleased, baring his teeth in full excitement, his hand tightening more and more. Finally, the guy was not only strangled to death but also made to explode by him. Even at the moment of death, This guy still had to endure being torn apart in every piece of flesh. His corpse was mangled, but his eyes still rolled white. The friends who saw were also terrified, too cruel. That's our Arashi-san for you. On another side, a hero gently glided through the crowd of red-robed attackers. It was Reina. Her demeanor was gentle, but her attacks weren't direct in any way. She exclaimed, "Fireball!" 2 or 3 guys were engulfed in flames at once, each piece of skin burning continuously. But fighting for a while also made Rina tired. She complained, "Why are there so many of them?" Rina turned back to ask Yumi, "What are the others doing? You can still fight, right? Take them down one by one." Like Midu earlier, both Yumi and Kaori couldn't bear it, but they're also human. Rina was rational, just like Kai. Faced with the meaningless weakness of her friends, she had to loudly warn, "Do you want to die?" Just as she warned, a vicious guy kicked Kaori straight in the back, making her grimace in pain. Even Yumi was made to scream by another guy. Rina stood frozen, asking herself with a completely bewildered face, why? Leonora appeared in the chaos with a peaceful but meaningful smile. "Well, should I let you kids pass or not?" The current scene was very chaotic. Some were injured, others were overwhelming, no one knew when it would end. Then suddenly Leonora appeared unexpectedly with the current chaotic scene. She just calmly said, "Well, should I let you kids pass or not?" Hearing that, the whole group immediately turned around with faces full of surprise. Then one guy lost control and shouted, "Damn it, you're the saint." Leonora casually replied, "Yes, and you know the hero candidates are my subordinates, so naturally I'll come help when they're in danger, right?" Right after that, they started shifting their target toward her, and one of them asked, "You don't even have escort knights, and you'll rescue them? Do you think we're a joke?" She calmly explained, "In the end, you're just a bunch of lackeys seduced by the demon lord's power. I don't even consider you enemies from the start." As if Leonora had hit his black heart, he lost control and shouted, "Kill her, shut that damn mouth up." Right after that, they directly rushed forward. She was almost surrounded from all sides, but strangely Leonora still didn't intend to counterattack. Just then she showed a slight smile. Then she moved her lips, summoning her power. Freeze chat. Without needing any weapon, she could defeat them, as they seemed to be frozen and immediately fell down. Instantly, those who approached her had fallen. One guy who fell nearby felt he couldn't control his body and said, "I can't move." The other panicked. "Impossible." The students standing there almost all knew how things were developing, and Rina had recognized it. "That's Kanzaki." Leonora again slowly approached that guy. He was trying to struggle to prove himself to resist and managed to speak. "Please, don't compare my power with that thing." Leonora unleashed her power, making the whole group fly up, while she just calmly said, "Power, range, my dominion authority surpasses in every aspect." At this point, Rina approached asking, "Why did you save us?" But she just smiled and replied, "I mentioned letting you kids pass, didn't I? Anyway, I'd be more satisfied if you kids handled this yourselves." Hearing this, Rina didn't think much more and said, "I see. Looks like I should thank you." Leonora continued, "No need to thank me. Protecting subordinates is my duty." Just as she was about to leave, the guy lying on the ground begged, "Wait." He used all his strength pleading, hoping she would be merciful. "Don't abandon us. What are you going to do with us?" Leonora didn't want to beat around the bush, so she just said, "I'm sorry, you're still alive?" Then a second later, she coldly ordered the students, well then everyone, kill them all. Carrie was amazed by that strange thing. "Huh. Even Yumi too." She said her body was moving by itself. And immediately the students were all very scared by the sudden shift. Even the knife couldn't be held steady. At this point, the sword in Kaori's hand was like someone was controlling it. Flying straight toward that guy lying on the ground, she panicked. "Wait, stop." Seeing this, he begged, "Please don't." But how could Kaori control it? No matter how much force she used, she couldn't control them. Kaori could only helplessly scream, "No." A desperate scream? "No." And right after that, sword stabbed straight into his body. So much blood sprayed out, splashing everywhere. At this point, everything happening was witnessed by Kai and Jean from atop a nearby house. Before his eyes was the scene where, although Leonora didn't directly strike that guy, She had controlled the students to carry it out. He observed carefully, then exclaimed, "So this is level 3 domination magic." Jean beside him also agreed and continued, "It's much stronger than my domination power, right? She can control multiple people at once. Its power and range are completely on another level." Hearing this, Kai paused, then directly looked toward Leonora, standing there. A thought appeared in his head. We need to have countermeasures against this ability. Everything ended quickly, and evening had arrived. Nightfall covered most of the scenery here. The students gathered back at the common house. It had been 12 hours since the attack by the Demon Lord's followers. Kai still stood silently observing most of everyone's gestures, and his gaze stopped at Rina. Right then Hashimoto walked toward where Rina was standing and asked, "How is it? Is everyone okay?" Her face still couldn't hide the shock. Rina honestly replied, "They're in very bad shape. Everyone is really shocked." Hearing this, Hashimoto also agreed, "Yes." Narumi, standing nearby, angrily said, "I won't forgive her, controlling others and forcing them to kill people. So cruel." Then he turned to ask Reina, "You were also controlled, right? Reina, are you okay?" Then she hesitantly replied, I'm just uncomfortable. I'm sure for the others, this will be very difficult." After that, she took all the blame on herself. "This is my fault." Even Midu showed regret with his head down. "I couldn't do it in time." Seeing this, the other students all comforted him. "Don't say that. You saved us." "Midu," someone else agreed. "Right, don't blame yourself." Even Jean was regretting if we had arrived earlier. Hearing that, Kai immediately intervened. It wouldn't have made any difference. None of us are strong enough to fight against Leonora. He thought actually before that, we split into 2 groups after defeating the attackers with Midu. Doing so could save as many classmates as possible. But as a result, we and Midu saved several groups of students. But we couldn't arrive in time to save Nagas and the others. He seriously thought, the Demon Lord's cult, I'm sure this isn't the last time we'll encounter them, but witnessing their Zenith General being eliminated, maybe they won't act for a while. Moreover, there's something more important to focus on now. Then he turned to call Jean, Kanzaki, and he immediately turned to leave. Kai continued, "Can you come with me for a bit?" Jean didn't think much and quickly followed him. She replied, "Okay." But suddenly he led her into a room and locked the door. Jean was a bit nervous. Then turned to ask, "What are you planning to do?" While Jean was very confused, standing there not knowing what to do, Kai turned around and immediately replied, "To find a way to deal with Leonora's domination magic, I want help from someone with similar power to her, like you." She nervously replied, "I understand." "That's fine then. Then may I ask, so, do you have a plan yet?" He quickly replied, "Yes, I have this idea." Then turned to tell her bluntly, "Kanzaki, first, dominate me." "What's happening?" It seemed her brain couldn't process the information yet. She stammered, "Huh?" One day after we defeated the Demon Lord's cult, the royal capital, China had organized a grand parade to celebrate the return of the hero candidates. On the streets, everywhere people were celebrating, joining the lively atmosphere. This showed that after the hero candidates demonstrated their true nature in the battle against the Demon Lord's cult, they were welcomed with open arms by the royal capital citizens. From all the streets, wherever they went, people gathered there. Only Erishur was very calm, slowly observing the expressions of those around him. Under everyone's excitement and liveliness, Kai observed very suspiciously. In his head flashed the thought that this seemed suspicious. Could this be the scenario Leonora had already drawn for all of them? He looked toward Leonora among the bustling crowd. If that's really the case, then she's more dangerous than I thought. How wonderful the scene was now when they solemnly welcomed the students who had completed their assigned mission excellently. Standing before the city gate were soldiers under Leonora's command and her knight and guard Gaius, and before them were 15 students standing in line. Then Leonora smiled and said, "Looks like everyone is here. Very good. I want all of you to return to Amphitemple City." Hearing that, Jean asked back, "Amphitemple City?" Then Kai slowly explained, "That's the name of the temple city we were summoned to. I think it's territory under Leonora's jurisdiction." Then Midu curiously asked Leonora, "Are you coming with us?" Leonora smiled. Hearing that, she cheerfully replied, I have to handle some issues related to yesterday's incident. I'll leave you all in Gaius's care. Rena spoke up saying, I guess we can go back, but the dormitory we used to live in was burned down. You know, the friend standing next to her smiled and replied, Right, it's quite funny. But her eyes quickly glanced elsewhere. It seemed Naomi and Carrie weren't doing well. Carrie was silent with shifty eyes, and Naomi looked like her body was in pain, constantly trembling. Seeing this, Rena stepped forward asking, Naomi, are you okay? Suddenly, Naomi jerked, her heart pounding as she stammered, Sorry, don't worry, I'm fine. Then Leonora, like a wind, appeared from somewhere, approaching with a smile asking, Is something wrong? Naomi jumped back startled. Her legs lost balance and couldn't stand steady. Seeing this, Rena stepped forward to support her, worriedly calling, Naomi. Then she asked, Are you okay? Since no one seemed to mind Leonora anymore, she said, If everything here is fine, I'll excuse myself. But Rena's face was full of anger as she shouted, loudly calling her. Leonora's steps that were about to leave stopped. At this point, Rena was supporting Naomi, who whispered, Stop it, Rena. She continued, I'm fine. Really, I'm okay. After hearing Naomi finish speaking, she was satisfied and smiled as she turned away. Leonora gradually approached the door and said, It's good to hear that. See you all next time. Then she glided past Midu, who watched with an ugly expression. Even Kai was very troubled, but Arashi's expression was very excited. Right after, Gaius immediately ordered, All right, let's go. Very quickly it had gotten dark, and they set up camp together and lit a fire to sit there for warmth. Almost everyone was very engrossed in conversation. At this point, there were footsteps approaching. A group of people was advancing deep into the forest. While Kai is still sitting by the fire, he had already noticed the suspicious actions of that group of people. It seems like they're planning to do it right now. Jin, sitting next to her, asks, They wouldn't do that, would they? Kai immediately responds that Leonora isn't here, and currently, there are only 30 soldiers on guard. Compared to us hero candidates, they are at a severe disadvantage. Kai's eyes reflect the burning flame as well as his determination at this moment, as Kai coldly says, That's why this is the best opportunity to kill Gaius. In this situation, there's no reason for us to stop them. I'll wait and watch the show. Deep in the forest at this time, the weather seems very cold as Gaius walks along the path. He has put on a cloak and is following Narumi. He asks the boy, Is it really here? Then he asks further, Does the monster look like a dragon or something? The boy honestly answers and quickly walks forward. I'm telling the truth. But it seems like things aren't going smoothly today, as his eyes anxiously look around and say, Strange, I clearly saw it somewhere around here. But, seeing this, he calmly replies, This area runs along the road leading to the royal capital. It would be truly dangerous if there really was a dragon living here. We must report this immediately and gather a hunting party. Right after he finished speaking, Narumi suddenly screams. It turns out he discovered something and quickly points in that direction. Narumi says loudly, Do you think it's over there? At this moment, he speeds up and runs asking, Where? But then Erishur also enters the game, and he attacks Gaius from behind. That was a destructive explosion, so loud that the entire space seemed filled with the red color of flames. At this moment, Narumi had quickly escaped using flight magic. He breathes a sigh of relief. Too close, I'd almost got caught in that attack too. Gaius is hit and sent flying far away. But his body is injured, his clothes are torn, and blood from his head flows down, soaking his shoulder. Angry, he shouts loudly, You bastards. Erishur immediately says, Even my highest level fire magic wasn't enough to kill you. You're quite resilient. The entire space seems to shake, yet that old man's life still couldn't be taken, which makes him somewhat frustrated and continues. But then he immediately retreats backward. He smiles and declares, Eliminating stubborn bastards who won't die is my specialty. His feet stand firmly on the ground, once again using all his strength to activate his power. At this moment, his entire body is filled with strength. While maintaining the advantage, Erishur approaches and asks, You know we're the ones who lured you here, right? Then naturally, We've already set up a trap for you. After hearing this, he becomes angry but can't do anything. Then he clenches his fist and asks, "You need energy to defend, right? But that attack still injured you heavily, didn't it?" Gaius speaks mockingly. "I didn't expect you to use such cheap tactics to ambush me. I underestimated you, Erasure." The old man's words made him very excited. "Thanks, but I just want to kill you, so I don't care about tactics or anything." Right at this moment, his brothers and companions all enter. Following Erasure, they all appear behind him. Then he stands up straight, gripping his weapon tightly. He gives the order with a face full of determination to fight. "Let's go, everyone. Don't go easy on him. Make sure he dies." But suddenly he puts his hand in his clothes and says, "I guess there's no way to stop you all." While speaking, Gaius immediately takes out something round like a marble and throws it straight up into the sky. Everyone is shocked. Then that thing emits light. That thing in the sky is a signal flare. Everyone on this side doesn't understand, looking confused. What is that? Even Jean is stunned by this scene. After that, the beam of light falls down like rain on the ground as Kai stands below looking at the fireworks in the sky at this moment. He says disappointedly, "Damn it, Erasure, you messed up." The signal continues to shine in the sky. At this moment on the ground, soldiers quickly notice it as one points to the sky and says to his comrade, "Is that a distress signal?" This surprises them as they quickly look around to check if anyone is missing. After checking thoroughly around, he speaks up, "Come to think of it, I haven't seen Gaius-sama for a while." The other quickly responds, "Could he be under attack by someone?" Not wasting time, the soldier immediately orders the other soldiers, "Let's quickly check that light source." That was also his last words before dying. That person was Kai, who executed it swiftly. The others immediately become alert of Kai. At this moment, he approaches one and puts a knife to his throat, making him uncomfortable, but he doesn't resist. Once again, Kai raises the sharp knife high and says, "It's not that I hate you, but you must die." Kai strikes him down just like he did with the previous one. Then he quickly turns and walks away. Seeing his comrades continuously fall, one can't help but shout, "You bastard." Then he swings his sword straight at him, but fortunately Kai dodges. Taking advantage of when he's off guard, he uses his blade to send him to heaven. His eyes always cold. After that, he retrieves his blade, and the man falls down while his comrade stands there in shock. But instead of helping him, the other one places his sword horizontally and creates a pushing force as he struggles. That one hastily points his sword at Kai, but Kai quickly slashes him, causing that one pain. At this moment, he doesn't just have one knife, but two hands, two knives. Anyone who dares approach will be sent by Kai. A soldier fearfully asks why a hero candidate would do this. He has approached and placed a knife near that person's neck and says, "Do you think you have time to ask questions?" Next, only blood can be seen splattering. On the other side, the group, they're forming a circle surrounding Gaius. Asashi charges forward. We'll do this together with his fist, along with Kenta holding two swords and charging forward, thinking of close combat. Gaius can't handle it, but he uses one hand to block Asashi's fist while using his other hand with his sword to block Kenta. But they aren't just two people, and right now Narumi has summoned his power. A spear created from power appears. He shouts, "Wind spear," then directs it toward him. Akira thinks to himself, empowering his teammate. Then he shouts, "Power boost." Two lights of blue and red combine forces to attack Gaius together. His vision is also very good, and he jumps very high, so Gaius detected it in time. He successfully dodges them. Before he can recover, Gao has combined to attack right from behind. But once again the old man dodges. Not only that, but also exclaims, "Too slow." At this moment, he has some advantage. Only seeing Gao with his hand equipped with sharp armor, smiling smugly saying it's useless because Gao has used Divine Guard steel body, causing the old man's sword to crack and break. He quickly retreats to increase distance and says, "Damn these Divine Guard things." Next, he opens his eyes wide to observe who will counterattack next. And this time it's Erasure as he curves his hand and advances straight toward him. A fierce wind and firestorm approaches him. He can only use his nearly broken sword to resist. He's gradually losing strength and sliding backward, only able to sigh. Bye. His sword props against the ground. His entire body is covered in blood, and moreover, he has lost an arm, but he still won't surrender. Erishur looks at this scene and sighs. Old man, you're really resilient. At this moment, Narumi speaks up, saying, I just realized that light looks like a distress signal. He's trying to buy time, but he says, no, it's no longer necessary. At this moment, Leonora appears with a smile, saying, You're cornered now, Gaius. Everyone is surprised to see her. The soldiers from earlier have been tied up. Midu asks in confusion, What are you doing? Kanzaki-san. At this moment, she has used her technique to force the soldiers to tie each other up. Hearing the question, she simply replies, I'm just following orders. Midu asks in confusion, Orders? Rina also finds it strange and says, I'm surprised. Normally you would ignore what others say. At this moment, Kai steps forward to explain. I'm sorry, Midu. She's just following my orders. Midu immediately calls out, Shinkuin. Jean speaks up at this moment. I captured 7 of them, though a few managed to escape. Kai reassures in response, Don't worry, I've dealt with the rest. Midu is now even more confused and unconsciously exclaims, Dealt with? Then he steps forward asking, Shinjuku-kun, wait, you? Kai immediately admits, Yes, I killed them. I didn't let any soldier survive, except those here. Hearing this, Jean sighs, You're still as ruthless as ever. Midu also continues, And why did you do that? Kai explains, Because I'm sure Erishur and his group are busy fighting Gaius, so I thought I'd handle all these soldiers. At this moment, Midu realizes this and lowers his head, saying, So that's why I don't see Erishur and his group anywhere. Then Rina turns and asks, Is this the rebellion plan they discussed before? Are you serious? Kai doesn't want to explain much and points forward, saying, What's the point of that question? Those tied-up soldiers over there have already given you the answer. Kai's actions have greatly disappointed Midu. He says, Are you really cooperating with Erishur? Fin Yukon, I thought you were my teammate. Kai has never liked arguments, so he simply denies, No, I just do what I want. Then Kai continues, And more importantly, Midu, don't you think it would be better if you want to find Erishur instead of bothering me? At this moment, Midu realizes and says, Damn it, seems like there's no time for idle chatter. Midu rushes forward telling everyone, Let's go, we have to stop Erishur. And his group. Leonora speaks coldly, Seems like you've lost. Gaius, covered in blood, says disappointedly, What a shameful sight. I couldn't resist the limitations of my age. Narumi from above looks down worriedly asking, What do we do now? Erishur frowns and coldly responds, What? What other choice is there after everything that's happened? Do you want to tuck tail and run? Asashi is confused, but Kenta fearfully speaks up, She's the one controlling us, isn't she? Leonora calmly responds, Of course there are conditions that must be met. If you gather enough energy to resist, you'll be fine. She smiles mockingly. However, you're people who always rely on divine guards and aren't used to controlling your own energy. So in a sense, you are just weaklings. That's why I can control everyone. Erishur grins defiantly. Cowardly method. I bet you can't win if we fight with full strength. She slightly raises the corner of her mouth. Leonora laughs coldly with a contemptuous tone. What a cheap provocation. Fine then, I'll handle you alone. I'll break those fangs of yours. Gaius shouts in panic. Leonora-sama, don't tell me you'll use your power to enslave them. That's going too far. Leonora slightly closes her eyes and smiles. Gaius, I'm a saint, aren't I? She turns to look at everyone. God loves me more than them. Immediately, Erishur roars loudly and charges forward. Here I go. Gaius quickly retreats with a groan. Leonora raises her hand in a spell. Divine lightning immediately strikes, hitting and suppressing. Erishur is sent flying into the air. He painfully lets out a groan. Before he can recover, she has already cast divine wind. Erishur receives the attack. A fierce tornado strikes him, causing him to cough blood in midair. He falls to the ground. Fortunately, Narumi rushes to catch him and calls out, "Erasure!" Asashi panics and shouts, "Arashi-san." Leonora continues to cast Divine Fire. A sea of flames erupts, burning Asashi amid his screams of agony. Right after that, she casts Divine Water, creating a water sphere. The water sphere envelopes Kenta, causing him to panic and exclaim, "What?" He suffocates and frantically cries out, "I can't breathe. Someone help me." The cries for help gradually weaken until Kenta loses consciousness. Only then does Leonora stop. Narumi stands from above, trembling and exclaiming, "Monster!" Leonora looks up and smirks. She smiles coldly. "Are you done?" From afar comes a reply, "No, not yet." Erasure shouts angrily, "Do you think you've won? You damn woman." Just as the words fall, a voice rings out, "Wait." Midu is seen leading his group, running over. He looks up, then loudly intervenes. "Don't fight any more, Erasure. What will you gain from this?" Erasure responds harshly, "Midu, if you want to stop me, use your power. I hate your pacifist methods." Midu asks doubtfully, "Do you all think like him?" Narumi hesitantly responds, "I'm sorry, Suji, but I can't trust these people." Midu hears this with some disappointment on his face. "I understand." Rina from behind speaks up. "I agree with Narumi." She seriously asks further, "If you're going to do that, wouldn't it be better if everyone participates?" Midu hears this and angrily criticizes, "Rina, you too. Using violence to solve problems is wrong." Midu stammers. Leonora squints in annoyance. "In this situation, and you're still arguing?" Her eyes glow with a cold yellow light. "At this point, everyone must take responsibility for starting this rebellion. Do you think I'll forgive you when someone tries to stop the rebellion right now?" Some students become. The students panic, their faces showing clear worry. Reina looks at Leonora with cold eyes. Midu exclaims in shock, "What?" Shirori stands beside him, trembling and stuttering. "No way." Leonora suddenly casts a spell and shouts loudly, "Divine Wind, blow them all away." Narumi doesn't hesitate to counterattack. "I won't let you do that." He creates a tornado to oppose it. The two wind forces collide, making the earth shake. Everyone around quickly retreats to avoid the raging windstorm. Narumi begins to weaken, struggling hard. "It's pushing me down." Right after that, he gets blown away, dragging the entire group into the chaotic wind. Screams echo everywhere. Midu grits his teeth to maintain balance and shouts, "Damn it." Shirori falls hard to the ground. Several others groan while holding their heads. "It hurts." A student hits his back against a tree trunk, holding his arm in pain. Seeing all his classmates injured, Midu's face fills with worry. Everyone, from behind, Erasure, covered in blood, steps forward reassuringly. "Calm down, Midu, no one's dead." He seriously shouts, "If you want to protect everyone, you must change yourself first. Everyone will die if you continue like this." Midu grits his teeth and draws his sword. "Damn it, there's no other way." Right then, a voice rings out from behind. "Exactly." Rina excitedly condenses a fireball in her hand and smiles. "Even I can't stay calm anymore." She slowly continues, "Although I don't like doing this, it seems this is the only choice." "Students." The students step forward one by one, facing off against Leonora and Gaius together. On the other side, she burst into mocking laughter. "Let me show you all the difference between us." "No problem." Outdying looked sideways nearby. "What do we do now?" You stood silently under the tree's shadow. After a long while, you spoke up. "Once she uses magic to make them slaves. That's when I'll make my move. Until then, let's trust them." Both sides faced each other on the road. "Where?" The atmosphere was tense as a bowstring. From behind, he spoke up. "Ma'am." He stepped forward, sword in hand, blocking her path, saying, "I may not have enough strength, but I am still your knight." Leonora extended her hand toward him, pale blue light spreading gently. "I will help heal your wounds." Healing magic covered Gaius. The wounds quickly began to heal. His arms and body also gradually recovered. He gripped his sword tightly, eyes full of determination, looking toward the enemy. Midu's group also immediately took defensive positions. Narumi spoke up in frustration. Damn it, we went through all that just to eliminate him, but he's back again. Rina reassured. We're strong too. We can defeat them. Leonora smiled calmly, saying, You're free to try any time. For me, this battle is also a test for you all. She continued calmly. But of course, if you can't defeat me, you can't become heroes. Mid is suddenly charged forward, shouting loudly, Move forward. Everyone protect me. He swung his sword attacking Gaius. But he immediately raised his sword to block. At that very moment, Midu's sword pierced through the opponent's blade. Seeing the scene before him left Gaius with an expression of disbelief. This sword. This isn't good. He quickly leaped backward. Gaius stared intently, thinking to himself, This kid can easily cut through my sword. Leonora at this moment swung her hand, casting ice magic. Muttering, changing shape to become sharp like a blade and piercing through the target. Just a second later, ice spikes appeared flying like rain toward Midu. Hina quickly reacted, shouting, melting flames. Flames burst forth, quickly melting the ice spikes. Leonora's face darkened with some disappointment. Is that all you can do? Just as she finished speaking, she launched another series of sharp ice spikes. Midu. He raised his sword to defend, but one ice spike still grazed his face, leaving a long cut. Damn it, Narumi shouted from behind. Midu. Mirai was still at full strength, having recovered from illness. The ground then controlled flying up. She shouted loudly, What do you think you're doing to our leader? Narumi silently activated wind control power. He unleashed a powerful wind slash, coordinating with Mirai's power. Both attacked simultaneously. He unleashed a powerful wind slash, coordinating with Mirai's power. Cold eyes, sharp energy heading straight toward Leonora. The attack was about to hit. A transparent barrier slid around her. The impact bounced back. Stone fragments scattered, making their power completely ineffective. Both froze, eyes wide with disbelief. Leonora smiled smugly. I am protected and loved by God, so those divine protection skills don't affect me. In the distance, hiding behind a tree, trunk muttering, Is that her holy skill? Damn! Leonora de Garris, age 18, gender female, attack, defense D, agility D, endurance E, energy S, status normal, skills. Level 5 summoning skill, level 5 holy protection, all level 4 attribute skills, level 3 support skills. He grimaced, silently analyzing. Although her defense stats are relatively low, from the beginning, she doesn't need to use them. A physical attack could pierce her defenses, but Gaius would block my way. On the other side, Erishur was fighting with Gaius. He threw a cluster, a powerful kick at him. Gaius raised his hand to block, then asked, You choose kicks instead of using destructive punches. Are you tired? Erishur laughed coldly, Just that I don't need to use it against you. Then Erishur shouted loudly, ordering Midu. Midu, I'll handle him. That's my freedom. You go kill that woman. Midu replied decisively. Got it. But in his heart, there was still some hesitation. If I don't use divine protection, this sword won't pierce her. He pointed his sword toward Leonora with some reluctance. Just then, someone threw him a new sword and shouted, Midu-san, use this. The person who just threw it was Heike. He caught it, replying, Thank you. Leonora looked at him with great interest. I think there's something very interesting here. Midu, are you finally ready to fight? Midu said with determined eyes, I know there are people who put their faith in me, so I must defeat you, Leonora-san. Finishing his words, he immediately charged forward and calmly threw darts. He ran while dodging them, then swung his sword, cutting through each one. Behind them, Rina said anxiously, If divine protection doesn't work, we can't help him in this battle. Narumi nodded. Because their distance is too close, we also can't help Erishur. Mirai said angrily, So frustrating, but we have no choice but to stand still and watch. We'll become a burden if we join the battle now. Gaius on the other side continued attacking Erishur. You're going to be killed. He swung his sword, Erasure immediately ducked. Dodging, he quickly crouched low, throwing a straight punch at his face. Then he kicked, unleashing a powerful kick toward Gaius. He exclaimed in shock. "What, not using?" "Stop," he shouted loudly. "Take this," then threw another punch at his body, sending Gaius flying far away. Erasure coldly mocked. "What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly so slow?" "The wound has healed, but seems you haven't recovered your strength yet," Gaius retorted. "What about you? You've reached a state where you can't use divine protection anymore." The battle between Midu and Leonora continued tensely. She summoned fireballs, throwing them at him. Midu dodged, but found himself only retreating. He thought to himself, "Useless if this continues. She'll destroy me from that distance." He gritted his teeth, telling himself, "There must be a way for me to defeat Leonora." The two stood facing each other. In a chaotic battlefield, Leonora still kept her fake smile, saying, "As expected, Mido-san, well, I'm quite sure not many people in this country can dodge my attacks like that." Mido didn't respond. His eyes grew cold, thinking to himself, "No matter how hard I try to avoid her attacks at that distance, this is just a one-sided battle. I have to find a way to defeat her at such a long distance, or find a way to get closer." He glanced quickly at his teammates, his eyes flashing with calculation. "Since our divine protection doesn't work, and everyone can't help me. Moreover, long-range attacks are Leonora's strength." Intense energy flared around him. Midu's eyes determined, silently telling himself, "I have no choice but to approach her with force, even faster than before." Leonora was slightly startled. She had sensed the strong aura from Midu. Without hesitation, Midu immediately charged forward. Seeing him approach, she cast wind magic, raising her hand, creating wind spears. Wind spears appeared, flying rapidly like a storm. Midu charged like lightning, cutting through the air in an instant. Leonora quickly placed her hand on the ground. She shouted with all her might, "Sink!" While charging, Midu stumbled under his feet as if something was pulling strongly. He was startled and panic, his face showing extreme confusion. She didn't stop, continuing to cast fire magic. Immediately after, flames burst in her hand. Leonora launched the flames toward Midu. Fire engulfed him, burning and causing him to writhe in pain. Reina screamed in horror. "Midu," Leonora breathed lightly, silently assessing. Until this moment, he was trying to concentrate all his body's power. And now, at the same time, he wanted to use it to attack me. Truly a terrifying talent. Midu lay motionless, covered in blood. Leonora couldn't hide her smugness, saying softly, "However, until now, I'm still better than you." On the other side, Erasure was still facing off with Gaius. He was now somewhat worried, thinking to himself, "I can't use punches anymore. How can I defeat him?" Gaius didn't give him more time, holding his sword, charging forward, shouting, "Are you hesitating? Looking at your face, I can tell immediately, Brad." Finishing his words, he swung his sword down, blood splattered everywhere. Erasure couldn't dodge in time, hit, screaming in pain. He gritted his teeth looking at him, angrily thinking, "How can I end up like this against an old man like him?" Gaius pointed his sword at Arashi's shoulder, mockingly saying, "Well, you're still just an amateur, aren't you? Go." This is what happens when you can't use your divine protection. Arashi's eyes gradually became empty, past memories flooding back. "This isn't who I am." He clenched his fists, telling himself, "I don't need explosive power just to show him how strong I am." Erasure took a deep breath, then struggled to slowly stand up. Gaius was surprised. "How can you still stand firm?" He bit his teeth, enduring the blade pressing into his flesh, his eyes blazing with fury. Gaius exclaimed in terror, "Damn." Erasure clenched his fist, then struck. He landed a punch like heaven strike straight to his face. Gaius couldn't dodge. His hand was hit, flying like a broken string. He fell hard to the ground, blood spurting like a fountain. Erasure stepped forward, eyes cold as ice, saying, "I beat you, damn it," on the other side. Midu still lay motionless on the ground, silently telling himself, "Can't be like this." In his head, images of friends continuously appeared, urging him. Can't be like this. I must protect everyone. A surge of power rose up. He stood up, his eyes brightening, telling himself, my friend are getting hurt. I don't want to see them like this. Leonora smirked, mockingly saying, excellent, you can still endure this. Midu gripped his sword tightly, eyes sharp and cold. Let's go. Leonora laughed, contemptuously replying, no matter how hard you try, you can't get close. Without another word, Midu charged forward like the wind. Leonora frowned, realizing he was closing in. Midu didn't hesitate to swing his sword. Leonora managed to dodge, but still got hit. A cut on her arm, she cried out. That, looking at the blood flowing, she gritted her teeth thinking, did I forget to be cautious? No, that's not it. While still not composed, Midu had appeared behind her. Leonora discovered just in time, immediately turning to cast earth magic. Stone pillars shot up, blocking her front, obstructing his attack path. She quickly retreated, her face showing brief confusion, silently thinking something is very different. Looking at him in front, she froze. It's not that I wasn't being cautious. He closed the distance almost instantly. Though worried, her face still smiled lightly with hidden meaning. So it's the earth's shrinking skill. When you receive the power of desire, it means God also loves you. Midu, filled with killing intent, shouted loudly. I only wish for power that can help me protect everyone. Finishing his words, he charged forward, sword pointed straight at her. Leonora remained calm, coldly replying, even so, still not enough for you to touch me. Right after, she cast domination magic, pressure bearing down heavily, causing Midu to collapse, crawling, I can't move. Leonora raised her lips, voice sinister. I didn't intend to use it, but you didn't give me any other choice. From afar, seeing the bad situation, calmly said, the trump card has appeared. He ordered decisively with a stern face, right now, Kanzaki, let's go. Leonora calmly clasped her hands, looking at Midu surrounded by the magic circle she created. Leonora's face smiled, voice coldly echoing. I never thought I'd have to use enslavement magic as expected. Midu-san. At this moment, Midu gritted his teeth, lying helplessly. Damn it. From behind, Rina, seeing him being restrained, ran forward. Suji. Mireille called his name in worry. Midakun. Suddenly Leonora spoke, commanding everyone to stop. A source of power enveloped everyone's bodies, making them stand motionless. Narumi turned with a worried expression, sweating profusely. I can't move. Leonora stood looking at the group, unable to budge. Everyone did very well. I'll let you pass. After saying this, Leonora turned away. Looking at the man lying sprawled on the ground, Leonora spoke. I never thought Gaius would lose. Well, even if he's a knight, he can still be replaced. Leonora smiled, cheerfully saying, as long as I can still control the hero candidates, there won't be any problems. Everyone looked at Leonora with eyes full of anger. Narumi gritted his teeth. From the beginning, it was already a losing battle, wasn't it? Damn it. Midu opened his eyes wide, thinking to himself, if there's no countermeasure, we can't do anything. Everyone around was controlled by Leonora. She just stood watching with clasped hands. The reason I'm allowed to summon hero candidates is because at some point I can easily control you. Otherwise, you would become a threat to the Empire, wouldn't you? Suddenly, from far away, knives flew straight forward. Seeing this, Leonora quickly summoned a wooden shield to block them. Divine wood. The knives fell to the ground, covered in mud from the dissolved wood pieces. Leonora closed her eyes, speaking to the person far away. I know you've been hiding all this time. You're the one who killed my cute slaves, right? Leonora. The man with murderous intent slowly approached. Leonora called, Shinju-san. Shinju suddenly spoke. I'm surprised. I didn't expect you to notice an ordinary person like me. Leonora calmly replied. From the beginning, I found you very strange. Though you only have useless divine protection abilities, you always remain calm. That's not the quality of an amateur. Shinju coldly listened to Leonora speak, Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed in you. I couldn't imagine you would appear in an unwinnable battle like this. Suddenly Shinju's eyes became sharp and cold, determined. Whether this battle can be won or not is for me to decide. Hearing this, Leonora immediately laughed. Then show me. Like the others, a beam of light immediately enveloped Shinju. His face showed shock, unable to move, looking at the magic cast on himself, as if understanding something. I understand now. It covered from his hands, then to Shinju's feet. So this is enslavement magic. Leonora raised her hand, casting while smiling. Now you understand, right? Just by using this type of magic, I will. Suddenly blood splattered everywhere. Leonora screamed in pain, hand clutching her shot shoulder. What? From far away, gun smoke was rising from the barrel. It was Shinju, he coldly replied. Seems I shot accurately, didn't I? As expected from a saint. Leonora, seeing Shinju wasn't controlled, became extremely angry. How? How can you still move? I clearly used enslavement magic. Shinju slowly pulled the trigger once more. This time the bullet directly hit Leonora's stomach. Leonora screamed in pain. Leonora looked at the gun in Shinju's hand with curiosity. What kind of weapon is that? Leonora thought. I can't defend against it. Shinju coldly explained, this is the tool that killed the most people in my world. I only have a few bullets left, so I really don't want to use them all. Leonora summoned flames, thinking, stay calm. I don't know why magic doesn't work. But this time, Leonora shouted loudly, divine fire. Shinju lost his guard, seeing flames shooting forward, and froze. The blazing fire was rushing fast toward Shinju. He could only cover his face. Burn my enemy. Leonora smiled smugly. You lost your guard. Shinju-sama. Suddenly Leonora became surprised. Leonora realized there was no one in the flames. Only his white shirt was burned. Suddenly behind Leonora came a sound. At this moment Shinju had ambushed Leonora from behind. He pointed the gun straight at Leonora's head. Don't move. He gently pointed out the weakness. Just by observing your battle with Midu, I knew you're not suited for close combat. That's your weakness. Your enslavement magic doesn't work on me. Leonora looked displeased. Why? My magic is unstoppable. Shinju laughed and said, I think so too. I wonder why it doesn't work on me? Then he thought to himself, actually, this was a risky move, betting on whether it would be effective or not. In the end, I won this gamble. Shinju then remembered. He called out someone's name, Kanzaki. Shinju pointed at himself pleadingly, with a begging expression. First, you have to dominate me. The girl named Kanzaki was terrified and backed against the door, looking at Shinju. Kanzaki's face was full of panic to the point of turning red. She screamed. Kanzaki shamefully turned away, sweating profusely. Actually, that's not my preference. Shinju asked in confusion, what are you babbling about? Shinju told Kanzaki about what he had discovered. Lately, I've been spending time researching magic. I still haven't found any information about enslavement magic, but instead I found something important. Shinju explained more about that skill. The skill used first will take priority over skills used afterward. Kanzaki couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that if I used domination magic on you, it would nullify the enslavement magic? Shinju calmly replied, that possibility could happen. Moreover, divine protection abilities are still much stronger than magic. Kanzaki put her hand on her chin, worriedly asking, is that right? But my skill is much weaker compared to her enslavement magic. Shinju calmly said, if we're talking technically, everything is determined by level. Shinju looked at the data he had and pondered. Name, Kanzaki, gene, age, 17, gender, female, attack, C, defense, D, agility, D, strength, E, magic, B, status, normal skill, divine, protection, domination, level 1, using Kanzaki's level 1 domination to fight against Leonora's level 3 enslavement magic. Name, Leonora de Garris, age 18, gender, female, attack, A, defense, D, agility, D, strength, E, magic, S, status, normal, skills, summoning magic, level 5, holy protection, level 5, all magic attributes, level 4, enslavement magic, level 3. Kanzaki listened and then pondered. Even so, if I use my skill first, I could still lose control to my master. Shinju raised his hand to explain. No, that possibility is very low. Shinju remembered when confronting Steady. Steady laughed loudly, saying, "It's useless." Shinju spoke up. Steady's domination magic had surpassed her domination. Steady smiled wickedly and gave the command, "Awaken my demons." Shinju continued, "At that moment, I thought the demons would obey your command, but I was wrong." At that time, Kenzaki's face was terrified and she stammered. "Why?" Shinju's cold eyes explained simply, "His magic had been used before you used your skill." Shinju pointed out the way to nullify Leonora's magic to counter Leonora's enslavement magic. The same principle might be effective. Back to reality, Shinju with a determined expression, "This is indeed a gamble." Shinju thought to himself, "First, in a dominated state, how much can I move? Can I move at all?" Leonora suspiciously questioned, "Don't tell me it's Takasaki Samada." Shinju pointed the gun at Leonora's head. "You finally realized, didn't you?" Shinju looked at her coldly. "You're right. Currently, I'm under Kanzaki's domination." Leonora was extremely angry upon hearing this. Gritting her teeth, "Your trick is truly despicable." Then he looked at her and declared, "It's over, Saint Leonora." Shinju raised his hand and pulled the trigger of the gun in his hand. Leonora was shot once in the stomach and immediately collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. Leonora turned around with an uncomfortable expression. The handcuffs, she thought to herself, "My power is being blocked by these handcuffs." When did Leonora's hands get restrained by iron handcuffs? Shinju spoke up to explain, "I borrowed it from the devil's followers." Then he remembered a girl's words. "No, these handcuffs prevent me from using my abilities. But now I'm back to normal." With a calm expression, Shinju's eyes showed no fear. "It seems they also block your skills." Leonora looked at him with half an eye, radiating extreme danger. "What do you intend to do with me?" Then Shinju gestured, his voice cold. "Let's see. I'll release you if you return us to our world." Leonora shook her head. "I'm sorry, that's impossible. I can only summon you all. Returning to the old world requires a different skill." Shinju's face became thoughtful. He thought, "It seems she's not lying, and her profile doesn't mention any such skill either." Shinju turned around and asked coldly, "Then why did you say we could return after defeating the devil?" Leonora remembered the chaotic scene then. Summoning people from another world requires enormous energy. "I prayed to God to help me successfully summon you all." Everyone was now unsealed. They were amazed to hear Leonora explain. "You were summoned here according to God's will. And after completing the mission, most likely, you will return to where you belong." Shinju suspiciously asked, "We can return. Are you certain that's feasible?" Leonora immediately countered, "Yes, I have summoned many hero candidates before you, but none could get close to the devil." Shinju's face was full of amazement. He frowned. "I never heard you mention them. What happened to the hero candidates before us?" Everyone was sweating. Leonora answered, "Most of them were killed by the devil's army. A few survived and went somewhere, but I don't know where they're hiding." Shinju closed his eyes. He seemed to understand everything. Hearing these words would make anyone lose motivation. "That's why you didn't say anything until now." Leonora frowned. "So do you want to stay here forever? Sooner or later, the devil's army will attack, and you'll have to fight against them." Shinju's eyes were cold, "So we have no other choice." Leonora seemed to seize the opportunity to be released and proposed. "That's right. If you want to win this battle, you need the kingdom's help, right? I'll overlook this matter. Let me go." Shinju held a knife ready to throw at Leonora. "I understand." Suddenly, Midu rushed from somewhere. He put his hand on him to stop him. "Wait. Hello." Shinju turned to look at Midu questioningly. "Why are you stopping me?" "Midu, I thought you had thought it through, but you're still clinging to your naive ideals." Midu's face showed certainty, his eyes determined. "I agreed to go along because I believe she knew how to help us return. Now that's impossible, but I still want to keep the title of hero candidate." Shinju's face showed no emotion, still gripping the knife tightly. "We've started a rebellion. Have you forgotten?" Shinju realized Midu was right. His hand holding the knife, ready to throw at Leonora, suddenly stopped. Leonora's pitiful expression. She immediately begged, "I admit I was a bit excessive. Let's act like nothing happened." Shinju looked at Midu's hand on his shoulder and thought, that sounds reasonable. But, he reminded, she's very dangerous. It won't be easy to capture her a second time. Shinju's eyes glanced toward Kanzaki and thought, she just needs to kill Kanzaki. Most likely after being released, she'll attack Kanzaki. Midu spoke persuasively. If we kill her, we'll be charged with murdering a saint. Just make her promise to treat us better and release her. Mirai also agreed with Midu's opinion. I agree. Not all of us are warriors. Moreover, if we become criminals, how can we defeat the devil? Rainan's eyes looked away. She spoke up. I also agree. Wouldn't it be better if we found a way to make her keep her promise? Narumi's face was a bit frightened. No, I agree with Shinju. We can't trust her. We've already gone this far. It's better to eliminate her. Midu immediately turned to counter, his eyes full of determination. Actually, I think so too, but we won't have a way back if we kill her here. Shinju coldly glanced at Midu and thought. Midu's worry is understandable. The safety of the whole class is important to him. I'm confident I can survive, but I can't decide recklessly. Suddenly, he closed his eyes alone, one person. A gunshot rang out, blood splattered everywhere. Shinju had pulled the trigger. The gun barrel aimed straight at Leonora's head. The bullet was right in Leonora's brain. She only managed to scream once. Midu witnessed the scene before him and screamed loudly. Damn it! Leonora's head, covered in blood, fell to the ground. She had breathed her last breath. Everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. Midu was furious. He shouted, loudly calling her name, Shinju. A smoke bomb was thrown. Shinju stood in the misty smoke. See you later, Midu. Midu covered his face to avoid the power of the smoke when it disappeared. When it dissipated, leaving only white smoke, Midu stood looking confused. Then he knelt down in anger, damn it. Why? Mirai approached Midu, clenching her hands bitterly. He killed her before we could decide. Unforgivable. Reina's eyes lit up with resentment. He always only thinks about himself. Narumi covered her face, shocked. Shinju, really you did? Kanzaki approached Leonora's corpse. Her eyes slightly frightened. Kanzaki seemed unable to believe her own eyes. Couldn't help but be terrified. I can't believe he killed her. Everything happened exactly as he said. She remembered before stepping out to fight. Shinju called out, Kanzaki. Then Kanzaki turned around questioningly. Then Shinju spoke up. I'll tell you what will happen next. Shinju looked toward the group and continued explaining. Our main purpose is to capture Leonora and learn from her how to return to the real world. But what if? His cold voice rang out. If we discover she can't do that, we'll kill her. Kanzaki's eyes flashed with fear. Okay, I understand. Shinju looked at Midu, who was struggling fiercely, his voice full of conviction. However, knowing we have no way to return to our world, Midu would still protect her. Shinju's eyes were cold, his voice icy. At that moment, I'll kill her and run away. Kanzaki couldn't help but doubt after hearing the plan. She opened her eyes wide. Alone, you'll bear all the blame for killing her? Shinju immediately explained, that's why I let a few soldiers escape, so they could spread the news that I was behind everything. The mastermind behind everything. If they see me as a criminal, your return won't be a problem. Kanzaki was a bit worried and asked, will everything go so smoothly? Shinju turned around, his face full of confidence. That's when your power becomes useful. If anything happens, use domination magic to negotiate with the kingdom. Kanzaki wondered, then what about you? Shinju immediately reassured, I can handle myself alone. Don't worry. Back to reality, Kanzaki couldn't help but worry. She looked up at the sky and softly called Shinju. The moon and tonight's sky were blood red. It cast shadows down on the castle, making it look eerie, terrifyingly strange. In the palace, a man smiled wickedly. Hero candidates, wanderers from another world, blessed by God. On the red carpet, a man was kneeling, respectfully answering, yes, we have tried many times to eliminate them, but all failed. The man sitting on the throne spoke reassuringly. Don't worry, what we can do on enemy territory is still limited. I'll leave them alone. Sooner or later they will appear. He smiled wickedly. I'll leave them alone. Sooner or later they will appear, but things are getting more interesting. In the forest, where sunlight shone down, Shinju was walking. He stepped from one path to another. Hello. He took a gulp of water. Then he looked up and thought, 2 days have passed since that incident. According to the map, I'm very close to a city. Shinju looked toward the distant mountain, thinking I should climb to a higher position. After that, Shinju quickly conquered the mountain. He stood on a mountaintop looking down. Shinju saw a small city surrounded by walls. Found it. Walking there will probably take half a day. Evening, when moonlight shone down on the city, creating a peaceful scene. Hello. Walking through the bushes. He thought, it's late already, it should be fine. He looked, looking at the city gate in front, thinking, a criminal who killed a saint can't enter the city through the main gate. In the night, a grappling hook was thrown. Hooked onto the wall, Shinju grabbed the rope to climb over since he didn't know how he'd be treated. Hey! He landed easily, step by step, entering the city. Shinju looked around thinking, all right, first I need to earn money. Walking while tossing the money pouch in his hand, thinking, the money I got from the soldiers I killed isn't enough. Suddenly Shinju's eyes began searching. Shinju noticed a place making noise. Shinju looked at the sign, thinking, a tavern? A good place to earn money. Inside the tavern, people were gathering and chatting cheerfully. A customer entered. The owner called out, hello, what would you like to order? It was Shinju. He stepped into the tavern, his eyes slightly wary, then put his things down on a chair. Sitting at a table, Shinju looked down and ordered a beer and some food. Someone waited. A man sitting nearby saw an unfamiliar face and asked, I've never seen your face. Are you a traveling guest? Shinju immediately made up a reason. Yes, I was forced to leave my hometown. I'm looking for work. This man, hearing Shinju's circumstances, was moved to tears. Are you fleeing from the devil's army invasion? I'm very sorry. He glanced at the man, thinking, this misunderstanding is fine. Shinju took the opportunity to ask the man, do you know any jobs around here that don't require identity disclosure? The owner brought out beer, answering, in that case, I think you should become an adventurer. Here's your beer. Shinju took the beer and exclaimed, an adventurer? What kind of work do adventurers do? The owner cheerfully described the job. You can take any available jobs from the guild. Usually it's conquering magical beasts. The drunk man immediately chimed in. Hey owner, if he lacks skills, he'll be killed immediately, you know? Looking at him, I can tell this young man isn't inexperienced. Then turning to look at Shinju, continued, are you sure? Well, he's also traveling alone. He took a sip of beer and said, if it's magical beasts, I can handle them. Suddenly, Shinju looked at the owner and asked, so how do I become an adventurer? The owner, while stirring soup, said, it's simple. Just go to the guild in the city center and register. They really need new adventurers, so they won't ask for your identity. Shinju teased slightly. Owner, you know a lot. Then the owner cheerfully explained, I used to be an adventurer too, but I injured my knee, so decided to retire. He brought food and placed it on the table. Here's your food. The next morning, when the sun had reached its peak, sunlight shone through the window. Shinju sat on the bed, yawning sleepily. It's morning already. He began changing clothes. After changing, Shinju went downstairs to talk to the receptionist. Thank you for letting me stay at this inn during such urgent times. I might stay here a bit longer. The girl smiled brightly. Thank you for your patronage. Shinju stepped out of the inn thinking, after seeing my face, she didn't react at all. He reassured himself. Anyway, there are no image recording devices in this world. I don't need to be overly cautious either. A while later, Shinju arrived in front of a huge place. With a sword symbol, he looked up, looking questioningly. Is this place the guild? Criminal registration for adventurers. Shinju opened the door and stepped inside. Everyone in the guild was talking and laughing cheerfully. Some were studying mission maps. Shinju looked at a girl wearing blue clothes, thinking, I think that's the receptionist. Shinju calmly walked to the receptionist. I want to register as an adventurer. The receptionist answered, Yes. You need to pay 1 silver coin to register. Is that okay? He immediately placed a silver coin on the table. I understand. The receptionist began asking for Shinju's information. Please tell us your name, age, and origin. He smartly thought, I can't use my real name. Shinju immediately made up another name, Siren, 17 years old. The Devil's Army invaded my hometown, and I drifted here. The receptionist smiled. I understand. I'll register you with that information. Shinju was surprised, thinking, Can't believe the alias I used in the real world is being used here. Shinju replied, Yes, thank you. Then the receptionist stamped it red, explaining, With this, you've completed the registration process. The receptionist pointed upward. The girl cheerfully explained bit by bit. Furthermore, I want to explain to you about the ranking system used by the guild. The receptionist continued explaining. Based on achievements, adventurers are ranked from A to S. FA high-level adventurer, B. Guild branch leaders, C. Excellent adventurer, D. Average adventurer, E. Official adventurer, F. Apprentice, and new adventurers. Of course, the higher the rank, the more valuable the rewards. Also, high-level adventurers can receive difficult missions. Shinju listened to each point. The receptionist continued. Because Siren-sama is still new, you'll be registered as an F-rank adventurer. You can rank up by completing missions. Then she gestured toward the bulletin board in the corner. All missions are posted on the bulletin board there. I recommend choosing an F-rank mission as your first task. Shinju looked in the direction she pointed. I understand. He walked to the bulletin board to find missions. Shinju looked at the missions in front, thinking, F-rank missions are collecting medicinal herbs and eliminating goblins. He took this mission. Surprised, goblins. I've never seen this type of magical beast before. I guess I'll take this one. Suddenly a voice rang out. Hey, you 3 men. Why are you coming from there? Their faces full of contempt. Tomorrow. I've never seen your face, kid. Shinju looked at the people in front, grinding his teeth angrily. Who are these idiots? Looking at those young men. Nothing. Thank you for the warning. Could you please leave me alone? Feeling insulted, the young men showed displeasure and spoke loudly. Thank you for the warning. Huh? You're too arrogant, kid. Everyone around seemed used to this. They kept laughing. Those guys again. Starting trouble with a newcomer. They never learn. One-eyed youth shouted, Kid, you need to be taught a lesson. He raised his hand to strike. Immediately, someone caught his hand and held it tight. One eye widened in shock. The eyes looking at him were full of killing intent. He shouted, Bastard, let me go. Kai still held One Eye's hand tightly. This made him panic and call for help from his companions. What's wrong with this guy? Teach him a lesson. The other two immediately jumped up to attack from both sides. All right. Kai seemed quite indifferent to the opponent's attack. His eyes didn't waver at all. Somehow, the 3 troublemakers had been knocked down lying on the ground. Kai then left, amid everyone's amazement. Invincible. What did you just think? So this is the ability of a mid-level adventurer. Compared to hero candidates, they're surprisingly weak. Stepping out of the tavern, Kai told himself, All right, let's quickly complete this mission. Soon Kai had entered the forest. He had seen it, moving quickly between the trees. Observing around, Kai guessed based on the mission information, those goblins are hiding around here. He noticed signs on the ground. Beast footprints. These footprints are still fresh. The footprints lead straight into the bushes. Trees, they follow along. In this direction, it looks like animal tracks. Kai follows the footprints toward the bushes. His instinct tells him that something is here and it's not alone. He can sense the presence of demons around. They hide very well. Could be goblins? A large dog-like creature appears right behind Kai. Its eyes empty, drooling vacant. In its hand is a large sword covered in blood. It lunges to attack Kai. Fortunately, he sensed it in time and dodged the attack. Looking at the sword in the monster's hand, he wonders if that sword was stolen from humans. Once again, when another monster appears to attack Kai, he nimbly dodges the strikes. After dodging the attacks, he casually picks up a bean pod. He throws it at the monster's face. These objects are meant to distract it. The sword-wielding monster tries to attack from behind. He immediately gives it a kick to the face, making it fall flat to the ground. Taking the sword from the monster, Kai doesn't hesitate to finish it off. The one behind me. Seeing this, it stops, not wanting to waste time finishing it. Kai throws 2 knives at it. The monster screams in pain. Both are dealt with cleanly. Instant assessment ability is activated. Good assessment ability. Information about the 2 monsters immediately appears. Name Goblin, age 22, gender male, attack, none defense, none agility, D strength, C magic, F status, dead skill, hide, level 1. Kai thinks this type of demon doesn't pose any threat to him. He thinks he can hunt more and earn some money. Done. After a while of hunting, Kai stands in front of the transaction counter. On the table is a pile of monster ears that he has hunted. These ears are proof that I defeated them. Is this enough? The female staff member is extremely shocked. Yes, but with this many, did you really act alone? He casually replies, that's right, hunting them is easy, but finding them took me quite a lot of time. It seems Kai only has difficulty finding the monsters, even though he has enough skills to fight them. His exploration skills are still limited. Being an adventurer is quite complex too. The crowd around keeps discussing. He hunts goblins? That easily? Could he be a C-rank adventurer from somewhere else? I heard he's still a newcomer. A newcomer? The staff member hurriedly asks for permission to leave. I understand. I need to prepare the reward. Please wait a moment. Under the night sky, Kai continuously tosses his money pouch up. Excellent. Satisfied with this money. I can earn this much money just by killing weak demons. From now on, the important thing is to ensure living expenses. I'll stay in the city for a while and make money as an adventurer. Kai puts away his money pouch, thinking to himself, if I build good relationships in the guild, gathering information will be easier. Suddenly he stops. A large man blocks Kai's path. He looks at him once, cautiously asking, do you have some problem with me? Kai can see that this man is much stronger than those in the guild. The man introduces himself. I'm Lai, a B-rank adventurer. Let you know, I'm the one responsible for managing the guild branch in this city. Kai responds with an indifferent tone, so? The man cracks his knuckles, showing a fierce expression. You're Siren, right? Right? Today you made my subordinates suffer, didn't you? Kai calmly replies they started first. The man named Lai points his finger at Kai's face and shouts, don't lie. I heard an unknown newcomer appeared and beat up my subordinates. Kai just calmly replies, I understand. The furious man rushes forward shouting, I won't tolerate this anymore. I'll teach you a lesson. He swings his fist toward Kai. He lightly dodges the attack from the guy. This guy swings wildly, but not easily. Whatever guild, whatever. Thank you for watching this video. He lightly sweeps his leg. The guy loses balance. With what? Then falls face first onto the street. Kai remains calm, pointing out each flaw in the guy's attack method. Your speed is quite fast, but not refined enough. Your movements are too large, exposing many openings. Lai doesn't give up, but jumps up to attack. What did you say? Kai grabs the guy's arm. He gently twists the guy's arm backward, Kai, then presses him down to the ground. Your face shows both calmness and surprise. It seems you're not used to fighting humans. Anyway, an adventurer's main job is conquering demons. The guy grits his teeth, grinding them. You bastard. With your strength, why did you still mess with my subordinates? Kai immediately clarifies. I already said, it was just a misunderstanding. I'll explain everything from the beginning. The two of them then go into a restaurant together. After listening to Kai's explanation of everything, Lai gasps in shock. I apologize. That was my fault. His actions draw everyone's attention. Lai glances at his subordinates with warning eyes. These subordinates deceive me. Anyway, it's my fault for not doubting them. Those scoundrels from earlier who got taught a lesson are now kneeling in repentance. Lai shouts orders at them. Apologize to him right now. The whole group trembles in unison. We apologize to you, big brother. He shouts, don't apologize to me, apologize to the boss. Siren. Got it. Making the whole group panic and kneel before Kai. Yes, we truly apologize. Sorry, you don't mind anymore, and immediately get to the main point. The misunderstanding has been resolved, so I don't care. Besides that, I have a few things I want to ask. Lie with an extremely friendly expression says, "Forgive my rudeness. If you have any questions, I'm very willing to answer them." Kai raises his cup, slowly begins, I'm a traveler. He doesn't hesitate to tell his circumstances. The reason I registered as an adventurer is because I want to earn some money to be able to travel easily. But I have another reason. Lai eats while wondering. You have such formidable power. I don't know what difficulties you're currently facing. Can you tell me what you want? Kai takes a sip of water. He says, I'm looking for a way to travel to another world. Lai and the others immediately exclaim in shock. Travel to another world. What? The others look at each other with doubtful expressions, wondering, is that possible? But the hero candidates also came from another world, right? Kai continues, you're right. I'm talking about how hero candidates travel back to the real world. Like, subscribe. Lai contemplates, if so, it must require magic, right? Well, we don't know much about magic. Kai says, I know it's not easy to get this information. I'm hoping everyone has some clues. Like and subscribe to my channel. The leader says only one person has knowledge about it. The sage Albana is probably the right person, isn't he? Kai's eyes light up with hope. A sage. Lai says, you don't know? There's an elf who helped this country with his valuable advice. Now he remembers. Wait, I think I've heard this name somewhere. So that's true? A wise dead elf. That's what I read in the book. Kai thinks, there are rumors that elves live deep in the forest. Only a few elves survive, and their stories are considered legends. They rarely leave their forest and come to the outside world. Among those who left and stepped into the outside world, there's one called the Sage. Lai doesn't hesitate to share the information he knows. I heard he's lived for over 100 years, even more. He's very wise and has extensive knowledge. I heard he's a famous wizard and truly understands various spells. Kai sits with a contemplative expression. Spells? Elves are known to maintain close relationships with spirits to receive magical assistance. Even if there's no way for us to return to the old world, do you have any advice? There's consideration, but if there are spells, it's completely possible. A one-eyed young man suddenly stands up asking, but is the sage still alive? I've never heard any rumors about the sage. Moreover, it seems no one has ever seen him. Lai laughs out loud. I don't know either. Lai expresses regretto Kai. Sorry for not being able to give you any useful information. He quickly replies, no, that information is very useful. He drinks the entire cup of water and says, that's enough for me. Done. He stands up and asks permission to leave. It's late. I have to go home now. Suddenly, Lai calls him back. Hey, before you go, can I ask you a question? Meet these guys. What do you plan to do after knowing how to travel to another world? Kai smiles slightly and replies, I'll leave that for you to imagine. After saying that, he turns around and leaves behind 4 people with puzzled faces. A few days later, one morning, the female staff brings Kai a pile of silver saying, yes, this is the reward for this mission. She doesn't forget to send thanks. Thank you for working hard. Kai thinks to himself, a week has passed. During that time, I've also saved up some money. Lai and the one-eyed young man run over to invite him. Siren, are you done with your mission? Let's go drinking. Kai immediately refuses, I'm sorry, but not today. Lai looks at him and sighs. You really are a boring guy. See you later, Siren. Holding the paper in his hand, Kai walks while thinking, I've gathered some information about the sage. Looking at the map in his hand. You also know some information about the current location of the sage. His name is Albana Carrot. About a decade ago, he was an advisor to this country, but now he's retired and lives around a western border, that where this country is fighting against the Demon Lord's army. He seems to have determined his next step, his eyes full of determination. I have no reason to stay in this city anymore. Let's try meeting this person called the sage. At the Holy Temple City, and in a room, for people are sitting discussing with each other. A person with purple hair says, Ahem, so it's been a month since I took responsibility for caring for the hero candidates. replacing the deceased saint. This person is named Erich, a holy knight of the 8th Night Corps. There's nothing special about Medudab, because Heinrich-san has done very well. Henrik shows a gentle smile. Hearing those words makes me very happy. Anyway, you are invaluable assets of this country. I'm just showing respect to you. Mireille replies, "Thank you for your concern." She thinks to herself, he's very different from Leonora, but also very suspicious. Hendricks returns to the issue of sending people to the front lines. Now let's talk about the main issue. You see, yesterday's meeting decided that the hero candidates will be mobilized. The atmosphere becomes more tense. Mida speaks up, finally decided, so I can understand that you want to send us to the front lines, right? Heydrich's eyes cast down. That's right. He has nothing. Points to the map and says, first, there's still war at the western border. You will be deployed to a fortress on this front line, Kingdom of Verdora, Holy Kingdom of Digaret, Midu. You don't intend to resist the order, but you have conditions. I understand. But Heinrich-san, as you promised. Heinrich immediately nods in agreement. You mean protecting friends who aren't strong enough to fight, right? I'll keep my promise. Mida smiles awkwardly. Thank you very much. Heinrich also has a condition attached. However, during this time we'll also give them some work. Anyway, they have to work to earn their keep. Mida's face shows clear worry when thinking about his friends. He replies, yes, I think that would be good for them. Mirai speaks up, asking when they will depart. Heinrich signals with his eyes. This is quite urgent, so we might depart tomorrow morning. Please convey this information to everyone so they can prepare. After the meeting, Midu and Mirai walk together. Mireille happily says, I'm glad they accepted our request. Midu also sighs in relief. You're right. At first I was afraid my demands were a bit excessive. I'm quite sure they don't have enough confidence to control us without Leonora. That's why they're being humble. Right, because Leonora-san was killed, they'll definitely be cautious. She sighs, I don't know where he is now. Midu recalls the past after Leo said. Nora was killed and Shinju left. Everyone at that time was extremely proud and shocked the saint was killed. The Pope was extremely shocked at that time. Who could kill the saint? Rina insisted the culprit was Shinjikai. He's one of the hero candidates. Everyone couldn't believe it. What? Impossible. The Pope, with a worried expression, asked where he is currently. Rina's face was extremely unpleasant at that time. He escaped. Being a traitor, he ran very fast. The guards were in uproar. If this is true, then we must send people to investigate as soon as possible. No, we need to confirm whether the saint is really dead. The Pope said suspiciously, escaped? This story seems very beneficial for you, doesn't it? Aram, Prazit angrily cursed. What did you just say? You fake. He implied, I don't want to deny your story, but there's also a possibility that all of you are cooperating to kill Leonora. Mida's condition at that time was extremely bad. A soldier hurriedly explained, That's not right. Your Grace, I was there and witnessed everything. He pointed at the hero candidates and said, The hero candidates standing here tried very hard to protect the saint, but they were overpowered by Shinju, and as a result the saint was killed. Another soldier also stood up to confirm. He's right. I saw everything too, me too. Seeing so many witnesses, the Pope was somewhat surprised. How? Then he had to change his thinking. If her knights said so, then I'll believe them. About that Shinju person, is he very strong? Mida didn't hesitate to say he's very strong. He's been hiding his abilities all this time. Everything seemed to be going in the right direction. The Pope suggested going into his room to talk. I understand. Tell me about this matter in more detail in my room. Why don't you come with me? Yes. In a corner, Rin is secretly using her power. It seems her domination spell is working. Mida looks toward her position, eyes as if wanting to say, thank you. Somehow we got through this, Kenzaki-san. It seems all the hero candidates are hiding something. Midu just stands there dazed. Suddenly Mireille asks, Are you still worried about Shinju? What's the point of worrying about him? Midu smiles bitterly. You're right. Then the two walk quietly. Midu thinks to himself, Shinju sacrificed himself for me, even though I decided to protect everyone. He clenches his fist and walks quietly, following Mirai. In the room, Midu stands before everyone announcing, they've decided to mobilize us to the front lines. All those capable of fighting should prepare and leave this place tomorrow morning. The candidates receiving this news are extremely worried. Finally, real battle has come. I'm so worried. Just as I thought. I'm scared to death. Rina acts indifferent. What the hell, being scared now is a bit late. You two have decided to join the combat group, right? The two young men are embarrassed, even if you say that. Sayuri asks worriedly. They won't push us to the front lines alone, will they? Midu steps forward to explain. Along with the 8th Night Corps and Captain Harakzan, we're assigned under their command. Jean suddenly asks, Midu-kun, do you have any news about Shinju-kun? Midu shakes his head dejectedly. They're offering a bounty for anyone who captures him and have mobilized many forces to hunt him down. Currently, I still have no news. Jean's eyes show clear disappointment. I understand. You're a bit worried seeing Jean's sad appearance and call her over, Kanzaki-san. Conversely, Rina says, I don't care whether he betrayed us or not. The flame in her hand blazes. If I find him, I'll burn him to pieces. Jin sadly looks out the window, always thinking to herself, Shinju-kun, you should have let me come with you. At this time in the deep forest, a group of people are riding horses moving. The horsemen are all dressed in white royal attire. On the road, no one says a word to anyone. They ride in straight lines and keep going. Meanwhile, Arisi still shows an unpleasant expression. At this time, Kaori is tired from the long journey. I'm so tired. Can we rest a bit? Hearing that, Hashimoto immediately said, we just had lunch. Looks like we'll have to walk until it gets dark. Takao also started complaining. These past 2 days, besides walking, what else have we done? I'm starting to get a bit bored. I hope something interesting happens. However, at this moment someone raised their hand and spoke up. Stop. Everyone immediately followed the command. Takao got into a fighting stance and turned to ask Arashidzen, what's wrong? You've been stopped for quite a while now. He then started paying attention to the roadside grass and said, I can sense the presence of monsters behind those bushes. Hearing this, everyone became extremely panicked. While everyone was worried, the knight ran up to him and shouted, Hey you, why did you suddenly stop? Hearing that, Midu quickly replied, Sorry, but I can sense monster presence nearby. The knights couldn't sense anything at all. He looked around and said, Huh? Where? I don't see anything. Then he shouted loudly, Even so, you didn't follow our orders. Without our command, you're not allowed to do anything. Seeing him raise his voice, Arisher immediately got angry and asked in a furious tone, What did you just say? Then he quickly grabbed the knight's neck and lifted him up. The higher he lifted him, the harder it became for the knight to breathe, so he could only stammer word by word. You. Are you? Seeing the tense situation, Midu quickly advised to stop Arisher. Stop it, Arisher. But Arisher was very stubborn and wouldn't let go, saying, Why should I follow the orders of this bastard? However, at this moment, there was some very loud commotion. Arisher glanced over and cursed. Damn it! Only then did he let go and drop the knight. The knight hit the ground and then tried to catch his breath. The scene was exactly as Arisher had predicted. They would be ambushed by monsters if they stubbornly continued. They were razor rabbits with long, sharp claws. The soldiers quickly recognized them and shouted, Razor rabbits, they're here, everyone prepare for battle. Immediately the rabbits charged forward to attack the group. One of them extended its claws and leaped high. It got close to a soldier, opened its mouth growling, its claws now touching the soldier's sword. It quickly knocked away the soldier's sword. The soldier watched his sword fly away and said in panic, Oh no. Next, it moved closer with its eyes glowing bright. The soldier on the ground could only watch as it approached him. Right? A loud explosion rang out. The razor rabbit was immediately burned by flames. The one who attacked the rabbit was Arisher. He had used his magic to attack it, saving the soldier from danger. After it was completely burned to ash, Erasure stepped on it decisively. He used one foot to pin down its body in front of everyone's shock. Even the razor rabbits, standing nearby, didn't dare charge forward, afraid they would meet the same fate. The soldier trembled and said, "Thank you. You saved me. Remember me." But he only replied, "You bastards better not get in my way." Then he used all his strength to kick the next one. The next one was the same. He continued like this from one to another. But there were really too many of them. Erasure wasn't fazed and continued fighting. Takao stood there admiring. "Arashi-san is really strong." Even Kinta proudly replied, "I feel like this destructive power is even more intense than last time." After he had dealt with all of them, Erasure still thought to himself, "It's still not enough." His expression became unstable. Erasure thought this power was still nothing compared to that bastard. Then he remembered the time before, when he saw Kai shooting Leonora with a gun. Witnessing that scene, he could only say, "Damn it." Then she fell down with her eyes closed, looking toward the tree. Erasure angrily thought, "Damn it, it's him again." He admitted that from the beginning he had a bad feeling about him. Remembering back in school days, Erasure had bullied Kai, but what always surprised Erasure was that he never showed fear. Erasure thought to himself, more precisely, he never reacted to me at all. Kai back then just replied indifferently, "I'm very sleepy, what you want?" Arashi's emotions reached their peak when he remembered that day. And then, "Get lost, you dog." The moment Kai fought back, Erasure could only think he's really strong. Then he remembered the moves he had unleashed with the explosion ability he received. He then asked Kai arrogantly, "So, what do you think of my explosion?" Erasure thought to himself, "I think I've become stronger." Back to the present, Erasure suddenly said, "Annoying really." His strange behavior made Midu wonder and ask, "What's wrong?" "Erasure, lately it seems like your mood hasn't been good." But he only replied indifferently, "It's nothing." Then Erasure continued, "I just don't like being ordered around by those bastards." Around the western border of the holy Kingdom Digaret, a fortress. This place has the most strictly protected walls. Even the guard soldiers are extremely cautious. Amelia stood proudly and said, "Thank you for coming. Hero candidates, Knight Army Holy Knight Order 4th Division, Captain Amelia." Then she introduced herself to them. "I am Amelia. I am the captain of the Knight Squad at the western border, although I was just promoted not long ago." Heinrich asked what happened to the former captain. Amelia replied, "He passed away a week ago." Amelia enthusiastically welcomed them. "Well, I really want you all to rest after such a long journey." But, while she was still speaking, something happened. A soldier ran in urgently to report that the Demon Lord's army was coming. They were heading this way. Amelia looked at Midu's group and said, "As you heard, we don't have time to rest. I will place my trust in you all." He quickly replied, "I understand." He gathered everyone together and gave the order. "Everyone prepare for battle." And right then Erasure immediately got excited and said, "Let's go." The soldiers guarding the walls took turns ringing the alarm bells. The Demon Lord's army is coming. They're here. According to their view, they had already come very close. What was special was that they were all demons with giant humanoid bodies that normal people couldn't resist. At this moment, they could only see them through the fortress walls, but looking at those monsters they couldn't help but exclaim, "So many!" Right then Heinrich shouted loudly, "Fire! Quickly reduce their numbers before they get closer." Hearing the order, the soldiers immediately lined up and drew their bows. A voice said, "Another squad used magic to attack them with an incantation. Heaven's harmony, please heed our call and defeat our enemy forces." At this moment came the command to fire. Immediately thousands of arrows along with fire shot toward the monsters. They were pierced by thousands of arrows and burned by fire. But despite this, they were still determined to charge forward, kill them all, wipe out these humans. Midu was extremely surprised by this situation. They still won't retreat after being shot at like that. Seeing this, Amelia explained, "These things aren't enough to kill them. Don't underestimate their endurance and resilience. Compared to them, we humans are too weak." At this point, Midu was a bit worried. What should we do now? After saying that, Amelia turned her horse to go down below and told Midu, "You all follow Heinrich's orders. We will go down there and fight alongside the fourth night squad." Although Heinrich was also very worried about Amelia's safety, what could he do but say, "Good luck, that's what I want to say." But some people have already gone down below. Hearing that, he was a bit surprised. What? Midu was still confused at this moment. Rena then spoke up, saying if you're referring to them, they already went down earlier. Her words made Midu panic and ask back, "What did you just say?" At this moment, a blazing fire suddenly appeared. Seeing this scene, one of them became confused. What's happening? Right then, Erasure emerged from the smoke caused by the earlier fire. You could see him wearing a very excited smile. Erasure and several others went down to support the soldiers. The monsters, seeing this, smugly cursed, "You fool! Who do you think you are to dare come down here alone?" Then came the sound of an explosion. Erasure excitedly said, "I don't care if you're half demons or whatever." The next second, he threw a burst of fire that made the monsters fearfully retreat. Taking that opportunity, Erasure said, "I'll just erase your existence. Let go." Suddenly, rock fragments came falling down. The monsters had advanced inside the walls, to the guards' amazement. Then they continuously threw punches at the guards, sending them flying. On this side, a large pink one was using a club, lifting it high and about to bring it down on a guard's head. Slash, a loud cutting sound. It seemed the guard would die, but no, the one who died was the monster as it collapsed to the ground. The guard looked up, not believing he was still alive, then looked at Midu, who had saved him, and called out, "Hero candidate." Midu had luckily arrived just before this monster attacked. At this moment, all the monsters turned their attention to Midu. He quickly used magic, heavenly sword, extend. Immediately the sword in his hand became several times longer. Then his eyes lit up brightly. Wherever the sword swept, monsters bled. Not a single one remained intact before his blade. At this moment, Midu raised his sword and told himself, "I can do this. My power is getting stronger every day." Quickly, he looked at everyone and encouraged their spirits. "You see, we can win this battle. Fight and don't be afraid." Hearing this, everyone seemed to find the truth and said in unison, "Yes." For him in battle, the most important thing was morale. So Midu told himself, "I must not hesitate. This battle doesn't just involve me, but many others," so he was even more determined. "If I hesitate, they will feel uneasy. I am a commander." In this moment, Kai silently remembered. He had taught me the price of hesitation. Just then, Hashimoto, standing on the walls, used his extrasensory ability and called out to everyone, "Don't just stand there watching, we have to fight." As for Rena, she used blazing flames to fight and then shouted loudly, "Burn them all." The pink-haired girl used domination magic to stop a monster from approaching her, pointing at it and commanding, "Stop." The battle between humans and beasts erupted fiercely. Overall, the monsters greatly outnumbered them, so they had to be flexible in combat, or they would be in danger. But in the blink of an eye, hundreds of monsters were wounded, some even not intact. The guards standing watch on the walls continuously admired. "So this is the power of the hero candidates." One replied, "They're overwhelming the Demon Lord's army." At this moment, Heinrich shouted down orders, "Protect the hero candidates. We must repel the demons." They immediately replied, "Yes, sir," then charged down with Heinrich. After a long while, the monsters were completely defeated. Everyone was exhausted. Everyone had given their all for this battle. At this moment, Amelia held up her sword high and proudly said, "The Demon Lord's army has been defeated. This is our victory." Everyone cheered with joy. Yes. And so ended a long day. Victory had smiled upon them. On the hill at this moment lay the corpses of countless monsters. Midu at this moment looked far into the distance. Suddenly a female warrior appeared. She came up and asked, "This is your first battle, isn't it? How does it feel?" Midu didn't hide anything and shared, "It's really hard to fully absorb. A battle of this scale requires a certain skill. In battle, my vision was very limited, so I couldn't decide anything." Seeing that, The girl came forward and put her hand on his shoulder to comfort him. You did very well. Today we won thanks to your efforts. However, she didn't forget to remind him, but you must always be on guard. Our enemies today were only low to mid-level demons. The girl revealed, although limited in number, high-level demons have different power. Hearing these words, he paused a bit. Then Midu said seriously, I will remember. When night had fallen, in a place with countless buildings made of clay, rising like giant nests dozens of meters high. That was the location of the monsters. This battle they had lost, so their numbers were very few. Then one entered the palace to report to its leader about today's battle results, humbly admitting fault. That is my report. I cannot fulfill my mission. I apologize. Hearing that, the leader was extremely angry. Leader, Demon Lord's army, for heavenly kings of earth, Stone Gaia. In the holy kingdom Digaret, the western region has extremely beautiful scenery, surrounded by mountains, especially more so in the east. Below, there's even a stream, creating an incredibly beautiful landscape. This place is the Great Forest Ekoth. At this moment, Kai is alone walking deep into the forest, carrying a lot of gear on his back that looks very heavy. Kai told himself, soon I'll get out of this forest and also end this long journey searching for the sage. Just then something moved past him. Immediately, countless vine-like things with pink bodies came rushing toward Kai. They shot toward him like missiles, but Kai managed to dodge. He looked at them and thought to himself, so fast. When did they appear? You might think I was wondering, but what is that? Kai's eyes looked to the side. Suddenly, 3 large apes with extremely long tongues appeared. Kai's eyes lit up, then he used his appraisal ability. At this moment, the notification panel also displayed some basic information. Name, Tongue Monkey Monster Age, 33 Gender, Male Attack, B Defense, C Agility, B Strength, C Magic, F Status, Hungry, Agitated Skills, Tongue, Attack Level 3. He quickly threw his backpack to the ground. Then, I grabbed a knife in my hand as a weapon. At this moment, one approached. It slowly retracted its tongue and gradually came toward where he stood. Then it stuck its tongue out again. Kai quickly cut it. Then another one quickly approached, opening its mouth in front of him. Nothing. Not letting it attack him, Kai timely retreated backward. It approached trying to grab him, but couldn't. Kai had quickly jumped out of its range. They gathered together trying to catch him, but were one step behind. One also wouldn't give up and continued sticking out its tongue. He quickly used the knife he was holding and took advantage of an opening to slice its tongue into 2 pieces. It felt its tongue had been cut and cried out in pain. But Kai had quickly made a long cut on its tongue, causing it such pain, it wanted to retract its tongue, but couldn't. It also wouldn't give up and tried to use its hands to pull back. But he judged its speed as too slow. At this moment, he showed no mercy and chopped off the monkey's head with one strike. Then the monkey lost direction and fell down. One was down, but there were still 2 left standing there looking at him hesitantly, not daring to approach. Seeing this, he made a suggestion. What's wrong? If you won't come here, should I come catch you? The result was that not a single one survived, except one. He looked back at them lying there as he wiped his hands and thought, although not too fast, as stronger monsters keep appearing, could it be because I'm approaching the Demon Lord Army's territory? Then Kai thought again, or is it because this place is quite far from the city, without many knights and adventurers? After dealing with them, he quickly took his backpack and put on his shoulder, then continued his journey. As he walked, Kai was a bit worried. The deeper I go, the higher the chance of encountering unknown monster species. Anyway, I can still know these monsters' ages thanks to my appraisal ability. Currently, I need to be more vigilant. After walking for a while, he's now standing at a rocky cliff. He observed and assessed this place. This is the Urugano mountain range, a natural defensive barrier that slows the Demon Lord Army's invasion. His eyes became extremely serious. Focusing on the high George Fort mountain range before him, Kai thought. The highest point of that mountain range is called Langsun Death Mountain. There are rumors that the sage Albana is living on the mountain peak. Then he quickly continued walking. As he walked, Kai tried to remember. If I remember correctly, there should definitely be a small village at the foot of Langsun Death Mountain. And at this moment, when the sun had set behind the mountains, Kai stopped and looked ahead. Suddenly, he was a bit surprised and cried out, "Wait." In front of Kai was a village being burned in a sea of fire. At this moment, Kai panicked and ran toward it thinking, "Don't tell me they've been attacked by the Demon Lord's army." The houses were all surrounded by fire. Two demons appeared there acting fiercely, each holding a sword. They were taking the lives of the villagers there. Then Kai climbed up high and looked down, calculating in his mind. This place is quite far from the front lines. I must be careful in the future. He still stayed on the rooftop, observing below. During this time, the first demon said, "What will we do after this?" "Hector-sama," the other replied. "Even if we massacre them, it doesn't matter, right?" But then another one appeared and interrupted. "No, stop there. We'll capture them as slaves besides that." It was the third one that appeared and gave orders to the other two. "Have you gotten any information about Albania yet?" The blue-headed one quickly provided information. "Yes, we have. It seems that Sage is living on the peak of Langsun Death Mountain." Hearing that, the commanding one was satisfied and continued. "So it matches our intelligence. How annoying. But whatever." Its eyes looked up toward the high mountain range nearby. While looking, it said, "Right now, our top priority is Albania, also known as the Sage. After resting here one night, we will climb that mountain." But one had some objection and said, "But that mountain is known to be the den of death wolves, isn't it?" The rhinoceros-like monster replied, "But wolves are an untamable species. We won't be able to achieve our goal unless we exterminate them." The one beside naively asked why. Then the other quickly explained, when facing a monster with high intelligence, domination magic is almost useless. They continued discussing, "I heard the 4 heavenly kings once tamed a dragon, but that's impossible for us." At this moment, the leader interrupted and said, "I'm also not good at magic. Anyway, let's just see for ourselves. Talking about things we don't have is pointless. And our only choice now is to exterminate these untamable monsters. All right?" They seemed to have finished discussing. They raised their hands and replied in unison, "Yes." Everything was carefully observed by Kai. It seems they're very obedient. That one must be a high-level demon. Moreover, that demon named Hector. The system displayed some basic information. Name, Hector the Wise Age, 25 species, high-level demon gender, male attack, B defense, B agility, A strength, B magic, B status, normal skills, domination magic level 1, swordsmanship level 5. The last thing was the system. Knowing this information made Kai even more cautious about him. So he's one of the very few high-level demons in the Demon Lord's army. It would be very difficult to face him directly. With the sharp intuition of a leader, Hector Einswise quickly realized someone was watching. When he looked around, the observer had already hidden himself. But Hector Einswise immediately ordered the others to search around this area. "Hurry up! Someone is lurking and spying here." Kai stood behind the wall, thinking to himself, his senses are very sharp. They're searching extensively around the area. "Where are you? Human, come out here." But no one would be foolish enough to reveal themselves. Kai had successfully escaped from their sight, crouching as he walked while thinking. Too bad for them. I'm very professional at stealth missions. There was something that caught his attention. In one corner, there were many people being held captive by the demons. Kai carefully considered, climbing up the high wall. From above, he quickly dropped down silently and walked fast. Kai had decided not to get involved in this. "I'm sorry, but I have no reason to help you villagers. Just like those demons, my main goal is to meet the sage." After saying that, Kai quickly headed toward the mountain ahead. He had to be one step ahead of them. "I must climb the mountain before the Demon Lord's army." At the highest point of the Urugano mountain range, the dangerous area near the village, known by the name Blue Mountain Death God, a hand was desperately clinging to the mountain wall, trying to climb up. Kai threw his whole body upward with a huge backpack, as if carrying the entire world on his back. He glanced back to observe. Kai stood up seriously, looking straight ahead with a dignified demeanor. "They say there's an adventure path here. It seems I need to follow the traces of wild beasts. light. His face suddenly became tense, wary of the danger lurking around him as he walked step by step slowly through the dark night forest. I can't see everything around me clearly. Moreover, the ground is also unstable. Even though I'm in a hurry, I must be careful. Kai looked ahead, anxiety rising in his heart. I can sense another presence. Though not very clear, this might be the werewolf monster rumored to be on Blue Mountain Death God. He walked step by step slowly through the quiet night forest. How? As he walked, he was lost in anxious thoughts. Though it was a quiet night, his heart was like stormy waves rising. No, it's 3. They're rapidly increasing in number. Although they're currently hiding, I can feel quite heavy pressure. Suddenly, from somewhere, a wolf howled, the wild cry adding more savagery to the dark night. Soon a pack of wolves with white fangs emerged from nowhere, rushing to attack Kai. Now, when one wolf lunged at him, Kai quickly kicked off, luckily escaping from that fierce wolf. In less than 3 seconds, he had jumped onto a tree branch at will. From above, he looked down intently. In an instant, Kai realized they were the notorious monster beasts of Blue Mountain Death God. Many people have gone missing when coming to this mountain. It seems this is the cause. Suddenly his eyes changed, turning bright red. Assessment ability. The wolf pack still wouldn't let Kai go. They gathered in a group, continuously barking noisily under the tree. The system panel appeared showing race, werewolf, age, 20, gender, male, attack, D, defense, D, agility, D, strength, D, magic, D, status, normal, skills, coordination level 3B. One wolf jumped up from the ground. It could be a wolf. It rammed hard into the large tree trunk, causing it to break in an instant. The tree tried to maintain balance. Broken leaves scattered down to the ground. Kai caught a small leaf with 2 fingers, his face showing a cool expression like a movie star. Absolutely cinematic. He transferred energy through the small leaf, light shining bright throughout the dark night, enhancing the leaf with mana. Then Kai immediately threw the leaf, aiming straight at the wolf, showing its fangs like it was starving below. Oha slush. The power of that leaf was truly extraordinary. In less than 3 seconds, the leaf had severed the wolf's head, causing blood to spray everywhere. Right after defeating the wolf, Kai landed on the ground, his whole body emitting light with incredibly powerful strength. He hadn't taken 3 steps when 2 more wolves rushed to attack him. Kai swung his hand, punching straight into the wolf's mouth, making saliva spray out. Another one bared its fangs and continuously attacked. Kai just stood still in one place, using his controlling power to make the 2 wolves crash into each other and lie motionless. In the dark night, his whole body glowed. The 2 wolves lay still on the ground with blood flowing from their mouths. But just a moment later, 6 more wolves appeared in front of Kai. They looked very fierce, ready to rush up and fight him. He looked down at his glowing hand, thinking body enhancement with mana. If I do this consciously, the effect is really great. In a sudden moment, he remembered that Leonora had said, "You people always depend on guardians, so your ability to control mana energy is very weak." Every word Leonora spoke was deeply imprinted in his mind. You guys are people who always rely on guardians, not used to controlling your own mana. In a sense, you're nothing but weaklings. That's exactly why I could easily control you. Kai remembered the chaotic scene, so at that time, we couldn't resist Leonora's enslavement magic. The command was given, "You girls stop immediately, don't move." I must become stronger to overcome this weakness. Let's begin. Suddenly, while he wasn't paying attention, a wolf ran past quickly. If I can improve my mana control ability, I can use mana to freely enhance my body and also increase my resistance to enemy magic. Kai immediately drew his shining blade. Though not as strong as a guardian, I need to be stronger in this world. I must definitely learn this skill. He pointed the blade toward the large wolf and asked, "You're the pack leader, aren't you?" These wolves don't have enough power to be assessed. The wolves behind stood, waiting for orders. The leader. The pack leader opened its huge mouth and roared straight at Kai, its red eyes glaring menacingly, looking very scary. Kai used one knife strike aimed straight at the wolf's neck. Blood dripped down to the ground. His eyes glanced behind him. Seeing the area behind was empty, only the corpses of the dead ones remained. In Kai's heart, as soon as the pack leader died, they all fled. After all, the pack leader was the strongest. He gently used paper to wipe the blood from the blade. A useful lesson. Done. Suddenly, when Kai continued running, the wolves from behind also chased after him. Is that right? I hear strange sounds. Kai looked back confusedly, asking himself, what is it? From their movements, I noticed something very strange. It seemed he could sense a different wolf spirit emanating from the pack of wolves running. This is... Just as they were about to attack Kai, he quickly drew his knife in defense. He was predicting their movement trajectory. That spirit gradually gathered into the wolf's body, and soon they gradually merged into one. Later, that red spirit completely entered the wolf's body, even radiating a more powerful type of strength. When the wolf roared and was about to attack, Kai quickly pulled back. He stabbed hard into the middle of the wolf's mouth cavity. Stab! Slowly, the red wolf spirit gradually emerged from the ordinary wolf's body. Kai stabbed once more along the wolf's body, causing blood to spray everywhere. After stabbing, Kai's face stood serious, firmly gripping the blade. No problem. I can predict about 1 second of what will happen in the future. The other wolves, seeing this, looked dejected and sad like steamed buns in the evening. This way. He raised a shining blade threateningly. Don't you dare try to escape. I don't know. His body emitted a special white aura, his face red, walking closer looking very scary. Join me in a little more training. In a song. The quiet night had only the sound of a young man's footsteps and wolves lying scattered. The smell of fresh blood rising with an incredibly fishy smell. Suddenly Kai's face lit up, emitting red rays. He stared intently at his own hand. The system appeared. Ben Shizuokai, age 20, gender male, attack, A defense B agility, a strength B magic C, status, normal skills, guardian spirit, assessment ability, level 3 guardian spirit, weakness detection, level 1 guardian spirit, future sight, level 1 assassination technique, level 5 blade technique, level 5 throwing technique, level 5 stealth, level 5. In his heart, he thought, so this is the skill that allows me to see the future. Kai walked while thinking. When I received weakness detection, my assessment ability also increased. So basically, it's an upgraded version of normal assessment ability. This is a skill that allows me to see everything with vision. After walking for a while, he felt tired, breathing heavily with sweat flowing around his face, panting. 3 hours. He had to stop and rest for a moment. As expected, I'm quite exhausted. I'm probably about to reach the mountain peak. Maybe I should rest here a bit. But he hadn't rested long, when suddenly there was strange sound from afar that caught Kai's attention. Faintly, Kai had found a person he often encountered. Thank you for following along. Kai's face showed some worry yesterday. Don't tell me the Demon Lord's army is coming. He decided to pick up his backpack and continue. Anyway, this wasn't the right time to rest. At a place near the peak of Blue Mountain Death God, there were many people gathered here. A blue-haired guy with a tall, dark figure stood with arms crossed, interrogating. You're quite bold, this brat. As expected, she's the sage's disciple. May stood huddled, looking with angry, resentful eyes. Suddenly she looked straight ahead, a few drops of cold sweat trickling down, lips pressed tight when hearing him speak. But everything will end here, the blue-haired guy said. He raised his hand forward and shouted loudly. The command had just been given when a crowd rushed up together. Kill her. Chapter 35. A group of people stood surrounding May directly, but everything will end here. The blue-haired demon raised his hand forward and shouted loudly. The command had just been given when a crowd rushed up together. Kill her. May's face contorted in pain. She used one hand to hold the bleeding wound on her other arm. If I'm killed here, this mission is heaven. The blue-haired guy didn't let her finish speaking, suddenly burst out laughing, holding his sword ready to strike her. May was scared. She closed her eyes tightly. Blood sprayed everywhere, scattered all over the ground. But fortunately, Kai arrived just in time and carried her away, escaping the blade in an instant. May looked up at Kai and exclaimed, "Ah!" In her heart, she wondered, a human? The blue-haired guy was puzzled. Another enemy? The blue-haired demon angrily shouted, "Who are you?" Kai just stood silently, looking with a displeased, contemptuous expression. He looked around and counted roughly. There are 10 soldiers here, and the leader is a high-level demon. May asked confusedly, "Why did you help me?" Kai didn't answer, just waved his hand to stop her from going further. He asked another question. "You're the disciple of the sage Albana, aren't you?" May hesitantly replied, "Yes, that's right." He continued, "Then that's my reason. I have business with the sage." His eyes glanced to one side. Kai looked at May for a long time to assess what she was. "I use my assessment ability. She belongs to the half-demon race. Moreover, in her information panel, she also has spell-casting skills." The blue-haired demon said hastily and angrily, "I don't care who you are. You're definitely on the enemy's side." He raised his hand forward, ordering his men to rush up and attack. "But anyway, nothing will change. Kill both of them." So this was Kai's real purpose, to save her and make the sage owe him a favor. In his heart, he was determined, "I must defeat these demons." A foot kicked off from the ground. The demons attacked from 3 different directions. From above, then to both sides, they attacked simultaneously, surprising Kai somewhat. His eyes turned red as if activating some function. Future sight. The blue demon swung his weapon down in a strike, but luckily Kai dodged to the side in time. Another sharp weapon suddenly attacked him. He lightly dodged his head to the side. From behind, another one rushed in with a surprise attack. Just as the green-haired one was about to attack, Kai caught his hand, but couldn't counter. Seeing this, all 3 demons were very surprised, gaping in shock. In just a few seconds, Kai stood up and slashed countless times, even taunting, "Your weapon is really big. Using it to fight humans is a bit excessive, isn't it?" All 3 demons were cut in half by him, blood spraying everywhere. The purple demon couldn't believe his eyes and screamed out, "What?" Kai's eyes still emanated power. He stared intently ahead, thinking, as long as future sight is active during close combat, I can't lose. The problem is the skill usage time. How many more minutes do I have? The blue-haired guy was annoyed, his face furious to the point of madness, ordering, "Don't rush in recklessly like that. Use magic to eliminate him." The 2 demons immediately replied, "Yes, sir." They created a magic circle together under the shadow. They shot out countless black-purple light beams, magic bullets. At that time, I found a decent person. This was when Kai truly felt extremely panicked. "So this is magic." Suddenly from behind, May gently spoke up, "Blow away the enemy, O wind spirit." A large green wind current both protected the 2 of them and blew away those black-purple energy masses. That wind was like a powerful tornado, destroying all approaching magical energy. Kai still hadn't recovered, his eyes wide with shock. He asked, "Was that a spell just now?" In his heart, he thought, "So that's the power used by borrowing the strength of spirits, an ability only for spirits." May smiled brightly, her eyes lighting up as she replied, "That's right. Thanks to you, the spirits can rest a bit." The blue-haired demon leader smacked his lips once, then grabbed his weapon ready to charge. "Damn, at this rate we won't get anywhere. It's time for me to join in." In Kai's heart, the final boss is here. He called out, "Hey spirit, those guys." He asked back what? Kai said, "You hold back those soldiers, don't let them interfere with me." Then he coldly stated, "Before me is a brutal, cruel demon who treats human life like trash. I will kill the leader." May's face showed some displeasure. "I can do that. But at least don't call me like that, okay? My name is May." Kai put his backpack down, preparing for the fierce battle ahead. "I understand. I'm counting on you, disciple of the sage." As soon as the words left his mouth, he rushed forward without hesitation. May angrily shouted, "I said my name is May." "Oh, forget it." A white light suddenly flashed in the dark night. But just as he rushed up close, Kai hesitated slightly. This guy, his foot stepped hard on the demon's sword blade, then landed on the ground, firmly gripping his weapon, ready to fight. The demon lifted his sword blade up. Cut! Both launched direct attacks, continuously stabbing the demon with his knife, creating a tense and dramatic moment in the fierce battle. The blue-haired demon roared, while Kai gritted his teeth, enduring. The demon said, "I didn't expect you could predict my moves, but..." Hearing this, Kai noticed a wound on his body and paused for a few seconds. That wound is quite deep, too. Finally, he didn't care at all, swinging his blade up to stab the demon, his eyes becoming cold. The demon became stronger and more enraged. Kai cursed silently. Damn it. Sweat poured down Kai's face like rain. Only now did he realize, so this is the power of a high-level demon. If it weren't for future sight, I'd be dead already. The blue-haired demon raised his hand to block, speaking seriously with a contemptuous tone. Well done, good. But if you weren't human, you could have beaten me. Kai stood silent for a few seconds, his eyes still angrily glaring straight ahead. One stab caused blood to spray out. He retreated backward to avoid. When did the wound on his body start bleeding so much? The system panel appeared with information. Ben Hector Einswise, age 25, race high-level demon, gender male attack, B defense, B agility, A strength, B magic, B status, normal skills, domination, magic level 1, swordsmanship level 5. Kai thought, besides the physical abilities and sharp senses of a high-level demon, he also has level 5 swordsmanship. Even with future sight ability, I'm still at a disadvantage in this battle. He came up with an idea. If so, let me try this method. Chapter 36. Kai and the fierce blue-haired demon stood facing each other. His eyes became cold, more determined than ever. The system panel showed information. Ben Hector Einswise, age 25, race high-level demon, gender male attack, B defense, B agility, A endurance, B magic, B status, normal swordsmanship level 5. Besides the physical abilities and sharp senses of a high-level demon, he also has level 5 swordsmanship. I'm at a great disadvantage in this battle, even when using future sight. The blue-haired demon couldn't wait any longer and hastily kicked off to charge. If you won't come here, then let me come to you. He charged ferociously with his large body, swinging his sword, roaring loudly with the eyes of a bloodthirsty killer. Kai still stood, observing, using his eyes to observe the demon's next move. Then quickly dodged backward, avoiding his sword strike just in time. The demon became even more ferocious, persistently charging forward relentlessly, his teeth grinding tightly. Wherever he swung his sword, Kai dodged there. But unfortunately, this time the demon managed to slash across Kai's arm. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, smacking his lips. TCH, he thought, knowing the future doesn't help if my body isn't strong enough to defeat him. Currently, the physical gap is very large. The blue-haired demon smiled mockingly, asking with a contemptuous tone, "Are you always going to keep running like this?" Suddenly a gun pointed straight at him. 3 bullets shot simultaneously at the demon, making him extremely surprised as he watched. The demon quickly reflexively raised his armored hand to block. Kai observed, continuing to shoot while thinking, his reflexes match my bullet speed, but anyway. The demon was continuously shot in the limbs, but luckily for him, he had armor. The demon was so angry he gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. What kind of weapon is that? Bastard. He couldn't control himself anymore, angrily charging straight at Kai. But Kai still just stood still, pointing the gun at him. Just as the bullet approached, he immediately tilted to the side to dodge. He said, "Don't underestimate me. I can see your attack trajectory." Despite being in a difficult situation, Kai remained very calm, trying to keep a cool head. "I'm out of bullets." He had to throw 3 blades simultaneously at the demon. The demon raised his sword to block, the clash creating a loud sound. The demon looked puzzledly at Kai approaching him, his hand throwing something. The demon glared intensely at a strange object falling in front of him, suspicion rising in his heart. "What's this?" Kai, with his red eyes full of murderous intent, looked down. Meanwhile, the blue-haired demon tensed up, raising his sword to defend. The strange object dropped to the ground with a thud. Just 3 seconds later, an earth-shaking explosion occurred, engulfing the demon in a sea of flames. The demons behind worried and called out in unison, "Commander!" Just as they were about to raise their weapons to fight, someone said, "Don't move." May quietly turned to look. In that moment she wondered, this ability, who is he? May looked up at Kai's strong, handsome appearance, thinking, he's overwhelming a high-level demon, even though he's just an ordinary human. Kai raised his blade. He thought to himself, I have no bullets left for the handgun I'm keeping for emergencies, and that was also my last grenade. He looked at the demon, trying to recover from the big explosion. As expected, just with these things, I can't win. The demon gritted his teeth, breathing out smoke, his face bulging with veins, bloodshot eyes appearing. All this time you've only been using strange weapons. The demon's loud scream surprised both Kai and May. He jumped forward, then continuously attacked Kai with sharp blade strikes. Luckily, he could block those strikes. Sweat was now dripping all over his face. He thought, it seems I need to use that skill. Kai's pupils dilated slightly, his eyes emitting red, murderous aura. I must analyze his movements. Indeed, he could now see more clearly and precisely the demon's movements. Kai's eyes kept lighting up. This feeling weakness detection. He stared intently at a point in the middle of the demon's neck. There was something strange glowing in the middle of the demon's neck. He immediately rushed forward to strike right at that spot. Kai recognized and attacked directly, causing blood to spray everywhere. His weakness in the future. The blue-haired demon was still stunned, speechless. How? What way? He looked down at the demon lying motionless on the ground, continuously marveling in his heart. Future sight plus weakness detection. These skills are really powerful. However, a large amount of mana has also been consumed. Suddenly his face went pale. Kai collapsed to the ground. Out of mana. This is bad. Retry Claude can make mistakes. Please double-check responses. Those demons tell each other that the commander is dead. They see Kai no longer has the ability to fight and want to seize the opportunity, but he's currently holding his ground. That's right, kill him quickly. Mai sees this and can't help but worry. The spirits have also reached their limit. She wants to help him because he saved her before. The demons roar angrily while charging forward to attack. A light shines forth. Burn my enemies, O fire spirit. In an instant, fierce flames burst forth, burning all the demons. One screams violently, another trembles and begs for help. Save me. The tree gapes in disbelief, turning to look. Compared to Naga's flames, this firepower is on another level. Albana appears from behind, speaking softly. Sorry for being late, you. Mai's eyes light up, smiling beautifully like a flower. Master, everyone. And glances over. So who is she? Seeing Albana's gentle, graceful, and calm demeanor, he recognizes her as the sage Albana. Albana nods lightly, eyes looking down, mouth smiling gently, speaking softly. Thank you, young man. Looking at the situation, it seems you're helping my disciple, aren't you? Chapter 37. A voice speaks up before the corpse of the blue-haired demon. Thanks, kid. Albana calmly evaluates. Based on the current situation, it seems you're helping my disciple. Erishur Kai replies, it's just a coincidence. You're the sage Albana. Albana winks. That's right. But compared to before, now I'm just an old, worn-out body. Erishur Kai thinks to himself, just as expected, my energy is too low to use evaluation abilities, but I know for certain she's very strong. With my current self, I could never defeat her. I guess even hiding is meaningless. Albana stares at him intently. Albana speaks up. Do you have business with me? The guy admits, that's right. Albana frankly replies, of course. There's no reason for a young man to come here without purpose. I'm grateful to you for saving my disciple. I'll answer your questions as clearly as possible. My whispers, master, shouldn't we go back? The smell of blood here is too strong. The wolves will come now. Albana turns away. You're right, child. Mai, come with me. Human boy, you should also rest a bit, shouldn't you? Okay. Blunders. Yes, I understand. He looks at the two people ahead. Currently, the situation is quite favorable for him. Anyway, it's good that he accepted the danger to save her disciple. They arrive at a house on the mountain. This is our home. There's nothing special about it. Make yourself comfortable. My hurry's off. I'm going to take a bath. Erishur Kai looks around curiously. Why do you live in such a remote place? Albana sighs. There are many reasons, but mainly I want to live close to nature. I've retired, but humans sometimes still want to take advantage of me. I suddenly understand. I see. This place is indeed not easy to reach. Albana glances at him. True. However, a few people with skills like yours occasionally come by. Well then, I'm not a cruel person to the point of refusing them. Albana sits down holding a teacup. All right, let me ask once more, what business do you need with me? Kai confesses, to be honest, I'm looking for a way to return to my previous world. Albana wonders, your world, what do you mean? He replies, yes, I'm from another world. To be more specific, I'm one of the hero candidates given the mission to conquer the Demon Lord. Albana puts down her teacup. So you're the third generation of hero candidates. I've heard rumors, but I didn't expect they'd already attempt a third time. Erishur Kai, surprised third generation. He thinks to himself, Leonora did say something about them having summoned hero candidates several times before. The hero candidates were more or less eliminated by the Demon Lord's army. Perhaps a few survived, but they all went missing. Albana recounts. For years ago, they also summoned hero candidates. That was the second time. The first time was about 10 years ago. Albana ponders. Both generations came to conquer the Demon Lord and were both eliminated. Since then, the ritual to summon hero candidates has been sealed, never to be used again. Albana recalls, but Saint Leonora intended to break that taboo and summon the third generation. I oppose that idea. I don't care whether it's the god's wish or not, but entrusting the Empire's fate to someone from another world is a reckless act. Kai comments, if it were Leonora, I would have killed her already. There would be no more ritual to summon people from other worlds. Albana looks at him. How could you kill Leonora? He smiles. There are many ways to kill an ordinary person. Though for a divine being, the skill level must be quite high. You know that. Albana chuckles. It seems you're not lying. So that woman was killed by her own good child. Should I say she deserved it? Albana continues, I understand what you want. Everyone wants to go home. I don't like to talk much. Let me speak directly. Albana states bluntly, I cannot return you to your world through magic. Erishur Kai sighs disappointedly. He wonders, but do you have any suggestions? Albana explains, summoning through magic is possible. But returning them is not. That knowledge no longer exists. Anyway, there was no reason to research it. Kai speaks up. Leonora said something similar. In summary, we have no choice but to defeat the Demon Lord. Albana approaches the bookshelf. Perhaps so, or with the help of magic it might be feasible to some extent. Kai mutters, magic, huh? Maybe I'll investigate further. Albana, anyway, I'm sorry I can't help you. I still owe you for saving my disciple. I'll let you know if I discover anything. He replies, thank you. Albana sparkles with hope. But if it's you, you might be able to kill the Demon Lord. Kai sighs. I don't want to get involved in such a troublesome matter. He resolves, anyway, if there's no other way, then perhaps I'll have to kill the Demon Lord for real. Albana glances at him. This boy? Albana evaluates. He's truly different from other hero candidates. It's like he grew up in a dark and cold place. Erishur Kai stands up. Thank you for the information. Sage, if you find anything, please contact Siren from the Adventurers Guild. Albana thinks to herself, maybe I can trust this boy. The door creaks open. My wrapped in a towel smiles cheerfully. That was so refreshing. Ma wonders, why didn't you bathe? After climbing mountains and fighting, aren't you dirty? Kai replies, yes, you're right. If so, I'll go bathe. Albana speaks up. Hey boy, I have a proposal. Kai looks at Albana. What is it? Albana suggests to both their surprise. How about you take my disciple along? My surprise points to herself. Huh, you mean me? Albana smiles kindly. Who else but you? You're the only disciple I have. After thinking about your goals, I made this proposal. Meh. My awkwardly turns to Kai. He helplessly holds his head. I refuse. I don't need a noisy girl following me around. Goodbye. Chapter 38. In the eastern region of the Demon Kingdom Veldora, former territory of the Holy Kingdom Diggered. The clear blue sky envelopes a vast area. Arisher Kai comments, "Nice weather. I heard the weather in Demon Territory is quite harsh." Mai speaks up, "Just recently, this place was still territory of the Holy Kingdom. The weather in Veldora Kingdom will surely be much harsher." Kai mutters, "The invasion of the Demon Lord's army." Huh. Mai explains at length, around the western area of the Urugano mountain range, there's a large city called Nurtrat. There will be villages surrounding the city. Currently, the city has fallen into the hands of the Demon Lord's army and become their front line. Mai speaks up, "That will be our destination. It should take about 2 days on foot." Kai wonders, "I really don't want to ask, but what happened to the people who used to live there?" Mai recalls, "Half died. The other half were captured by the Demon Lord's army as slaves. A few managed to escape to the other side of the mountains." He glances at Mai. "I see. So you..." As expected, she knows quite a lot. Bringing her along on this journey is the right choice. Returning to the past, Kai speaks up, "I refuse. I don't need a noisy girl." Mai angrily retorts, "What? At least trust me a little." Albana smiles gently. "Boy, don't say that. You just recently came to this world. Mai will be quite useful. This girl has extensive knowledge, passed down from me." Kai doubts, if that's true, what does she gain from this? Albana gently pats Mai's head. Albana speaks up, "The girl doesn't know how this world works. Despite being grown and having extensive knowledge, she still lacks practical experience to some extent." Albana ponders, "I'm looking for an opportunity to let this young lady go exploring here and there, but I'm still very worried about letting my beloved disciple go out alone." Kai looks at Albana. "So you trust her to me? You could do it yourself." Albana sighs, "But I no longer have the ability to go exploring. From a human's perspective, I might look very young and healthy, but my limit is approaching." Albana speaks up. Then suddenly a boy appears and saves my disciple. My delight. "Thank you so much. But," Kai frankly states, "I plan to invade the Demon Lord's territory. This is a dangerous journey. If you slow me down, I'll leave you behind." Albana gently looks at Mai. "You heard that, Mai. You'll be the one to decide. This is your life after all." Mai looks longingly at Albana. "Life mine." Mai resolves, "I understand. Master, I will go with him." Back to the journey. Mai leans on her staff complaining, "So tired." Kai turns to scold, "We've only been walking for 1 day, you know." Mai sighs, "Please don't expect too much from a mage's body. I've been using this body to train hard all this time." Kai puts down his pack. "Let's stop here for today. We'll rest." Meh. Mai confused? "Didn't you say you'd leave me behind if I slowed you down?" Arisher Kai speaks up. "What are you babbling about? This is such a small thing. I won't leave you behind. Hurry up and set up camp." Mai hurriedly replies, "I got it." The two build a fire beside the tent under the night sky. Mai sits contentedly eating bread. Kai pensively looks at Mai. He calmly tells Mai, "Mai, you probably already know, but this journey will soon become dangerous." He ponders, "I won't stop no matter how dangerous it gets. I really want to return to my world, but you don't have enough reason to join me to that extent." He frankly looks at Mai. I don't think Albana was lying either. "You have some other reason, don't you?" Mai freezes. Mai looks at him confused. "I don't know how to explain. I guess you've seen through me." Mai recalls, "The place I used to live, the elf village, was destroyed by the Demon Lord's army." Kai wonders, this war should just be between humans and demons, right? Mai refutes, "That's just a rumor." Mai recounts, "Demons will invade any race. My parents, even my little brother, were all killed. The reason I survived is because Father pretended to be bait and drew their attention. At that time, I couldn't do anything." Mai reminisces, "After the Demon Lord's army left the village, I was left alone to die. And then Master saved me, so I became Master's disciple. That's basically it." Kai states frankly, "I don't care about your past. I want to know what your purpose is." After hearing my story, you know too, right? Mai clenches her fists. "The reason I became Master's disciple and the reason I became a mage is because I want the power to kill demons." My heart overflows with hatred. The knowledge I learned from Master, including the training I've practiced for 10 years. Everything, I did it all. All for revenge. The bastard who killed my family. I will definitely kill him with my own hands. Kai asks Mai, what's the name of that demon? Mai recalls, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Wimbledon. He's known as the Heavenly King of Wind and is also one of the highest leaders of the Demon Lord's army. Kai questions Mai. So the reason you agreed is to be able to easily approach him, right? But now, I have no reason to fight against demons. Mai strongly speaks up. Master has never allowed me to go exploring alone. But just with you, Master agreed. Mai looks at Kai bewildered. I don't know why Master did that after meeting you. We're talking about Master. I don't even know what Master is thinking. Mai looks at Kai, full of hope. That's why I'll do whatever you ask during this time. He nods. I understand your situation. Kai recalls Albana once said privately to him, Boy, I entrust this girl to you. I'm sure you can handle this child. He thinks to himself, if the sage lets her disciple go exploring alone, perhaps for revenge, this girl will die in vain. Mai apologetically, I'm sorry for bringing up such a heavy topic. Kai smiles. You don't need to worry. I don't want to drag you into my revenge. Thank you. So she wants to do it herself. He replies, I understand. Let's stop talking here. We need to sleep to prepare for tomorrow. Mai turns away. Understood. I'll have the spirits keep watch for us now. If monsters come, we'll know. Kai still sits silently in the darkness. It seems he really cares for someone. He thinks to himself, the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army. Huh. He glances at the small sound nearby. Mai is sleeping peacefully. Kai goes outside the tent, looking at the starry night sky. His former enemy was a high-level demon. Now it's another demon who's stronger. He resolves, if I want to win, I must become stronger. Kai dismisses it. No, that's not the problem I need to worry about now. Chapter 39, around the western border of the Holy Kingdom Diggoret, Fortress Battery. Flags flutter in the wind. The sound of military music echoes. A reproachful voice speaks up. I've said it so many times already. The bald man speaks up. Now that we have hero candidates, this is the right time to attack. The long-haired man wonders, I understand your point, but where shall we start the attack? Amelia points to a marking on the map. Amelia calmly analyzes. Attacking Fortress Arclis is a good start. It used to be our fortress. This is an opportunity to reclaim it. Currently, this place is the enemy's forward base. If we attack here, the enemy will surely retreat. Eirik evaluates. No matter how you look at it, this is still a reckless plan. Currently, we're still on defense, but suddenly attacking. The bald man mocks. What's wrong? Is the captain of the 8th Night Corps scared? We already have hero candidates as subordinates. Heinrich silently looks at the bald man. Amelia speaks up. Heinrich also has a point, but currently the enemy is still underestimating us. They certainly won't anticipate us suddenly attacking. Amelia asks Midu, has your body recovered? Midu, can you ask me a question? He replies, yes, ma'am. He resolutely speaks up, if you tell me to fight, I will use my sword. Everyone walks together in the hallway after the meeting ends. Heinrich sighs, the plan will be executed tomorrow, right? It's rare to see Amelia so aggressive. Hashimoto Murray wonders, do you think everything will be okay? Everyone seemed quite confident back then. Midu speaks up, anyway, this is a favorable time to attack while they're regrouping their forces. I don't think this is a wrong move. Heinrich looks at him. They're relying on your strength and abilities. That's why they're overconfident like that. Although we're just strengthening defense outside their command, we also can't disobey superior orders. Mireille wonders, is there no other choice? Heinrich agrees. Of course, we'll still support you guys the best we can. Like this time, you're still our key. Tell your teammates to rest in the evening. Mida gradually feels uneasy. What's this? Suddenly, I have a bad feeling. I have no other choice. The quiet space near Fortress Atlas. Everyone gradually silently advances forward. Rena wonders, it's getting bright. Why do this at this time? If it's a surprise attack, wouldn't nighttime be better? Heinrich replies, demons can still see us in the darkness. Attacking at night would be more disadvantageous. Mida looks ahead intently. I want to confirm once more, our goal is to defeat the commander while the main force will draw their attention. Understood. He continues. Most likely their commander is a high-level demon. When battle begins, I'll command everyone. In case I'm not nearby, at least buy time for me or run away. Everyone understands, right? Everyone is ready awaiting orders. Everyone is ready awaiting orders. A soldier runs over to report, Commander, message from the main force. They say we should start the plan now. Hyric replies, understood, let's go. Suddenly a loud noise occurs, causing everyone to be alert. Roaring echoes across the sky. Everyone bravely attack the castle. The monster angrily shouts, humans, how dare you? Narumi Ayoshida, while slashing demons, gives orders, eliminate all demon soldiers. The sound of battle resonates throughout the castle. Turn back. The creature deep inside the castle still remains silent, not appearing. Mida leads everyone running into the castle. Two demon guards fiercely. Who are you guys? Just a few sword strikes. Midu has eliminated those two demons. Everyone, those following behind exclaim, that's really Midu. We trust you. Hyric warns everyone not to lose vigilance. There's still a possibility the commander is in the main hall. The demons rush forward chaotically. Damn intruders. Kill them. The whole group panics looking at the remaining demons. Here they come. Both sides hurriedly speak up. Are we surrounded? Satoshi panics. What should we do? Mizu. Heinrich raises his sword. Leave the rear to us. 8th Night Corps, hero candidate. Advance to the target by force. Mida replies, Roger, I'll leave the flanks to you, Rena. Rena charges forward. No need to give me orders. Rena shouts, burn, fall back. The demons are scattered. Screams of agony. Someone falls ill. A decisive golden slash cuts through. Everyone charges forward en masse. Someone shouts, open that door. Everyone stands still looking at the scene before them. Mida stares in shock. The demon before them is massive and imposing. A single demon facing everyone. Mida wonders, what the hell is he? Arisi angrily, are you the commander? The demon replies, I am Stonegale, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the demon lord's army. Jin panics, for heavenly kings. Mirai replies, it's just a title. Midu stares at Stone Gaia. No, the pressure emanating from him is not normal. Stone Gale raises sword down hero candidates, huh? Stone Gale looks at them. Let me see how strong you guys are. Ming. When everyone charges up, ready everyone. He grits his teeth. Don't be afraid. If we're defeated here, the main force's sacrifice will become meaningless. Everyone is ready to fight Stalgier. Congratulations. Episode 40. Both sides are ready to face each other. Stone Gale slams his hand hard onto the ground. A tremendous surge of power radiates around him. Everyone is horrified by the scene before them. Each person reacts the same way. A loud explosion rings out, and strange objects simultaneously appear. Bizarre chunks of earth slowly emerge. They also have terrifying faces. Heike panics, what? Satoshi's mouth drops open. Mud monsters. The mud monsters, one by one, stand up and move toward them. Sun Guy grits his teeth. He commands the mud monsters, kill them. Midu orders to hold them back. Narumi immediately responds. They are attack. He secretly unleashes his technique, Wind Slash. Swift techniques attack the monsters. We'll call them. Sliced into many pieces. Their heads are also cut in half. Erishur throws a punch upward. Take this. He attacks decisively. The monster explodes and shatters. He provokes the mud monsters. No matter how many there are, these slow mud monsters are nothing. Sun Guy remains silent. Suddenly, the broken stone fragments from the mud monsters seem to come alive. They merge back into the original monsters. Midu is surprised, what? The mud monsters seem to completely recover. Erishur wonders, are they regenerating? Their punches are large, but have many cracks. Erishur quickly dodges that giant fist. Everyone shouts in unison, charge forward. The mud monsters are continuously attacked. Everyone fights with vigor. Heike powerfully cuts off their arms. Another fist advances toward Heike. Heike is frightened, no? Jin just finished using his technique, stand still. The mud monster is immediately immobilized. Satoshi is determined right now. Satoshi immediately stabs a staff into the mud monster. Satoshi is excited. How about that? The monster clenches its giant fist tightly. It angrily releases tremendous power, causing everyone to fly away. Mirai raises his hand to use his power, this thing. The monster begins to be continuously attacked by stones. The battle. The monster immediately falls down. Mirai stares intently at the monster. The pile of mud that was just beaten still looks at them disgustingly. Erasure is frustrated. There's never an end. Suddenly a voice rings out, catching everyone's attention. Previously, when reading comics, I've seen this situation. Narumi winks. In times like these, defeating the summoner is the best choice. Narumi decisively says, "Leave the mud monsters to us." Midu and everyone charge forward. Understood? Then we'll go deal with the summoner. He directly slashes the monsters. Sun Guy speaks up. "Are you people looking down on me?" Stone Guy slams his hand down on the ground. Strange stones continue to fly up. They fly into the battlefield Stone Guy has already set up. The stones fly straight toward Midu. He stares at that scene. He quickly runs to dodge. The swing is surprised. A tragic scream rings out. Narumi, Headland, Suji, Mirai turn around. Midakun. Midu stabs his sword into the ground. He denies, "No, I'm fine." Erasure charges to attack Stone Gale from behind. Erasure grins menacingly. "Well done, Mizu." A loud explosion rings out. Asushi wonders, did he kill him? Erasure is standing right next to Stone Gale's wing. Erasure is attacked, right in the stomach. Erasure painfully falls down. Songelug Mukingli. Is this all you people have, hero candidates? At the time when Midu and his group are fighting one of the four heavenly kings, Stone Gaia. Shinju also arrives at the fallen city of Neutrath. In a dark space, water drops fall from the ceiling above. A small flame is lit on a magic staff. Kai and Mara are moving inside the underground sewers beneath the city. A foul smell rises around them. Mai covers her nose, complaining, infiltrating through the underground sewage system. What a disgusting idea. It stinks here. Kai appears extremely calm. Stay calm. We'll soon reach the city's underground water system. He adds, their vision at night is very good. Besides, the city has many open areas. Moreover, this city is on the front line. Security is very tight. Can't enter through the front gate. The two stand before an iron ladder. Kai looks up, then grabs it, saying, "Let's go up from here." A moment later, in an alley inside the city. The two have climbed up from the underground sewer, while Kai carefully hides behind the wall observing. Mai carelessly stands there lifting her skirt, complaining, "Finally got out." His keen senses help him realize something is appearing. He quickly pulls Mai behind a barrel to hide. "Someone's coming. Let's hide here for now." Outside are two demon soldiers approaching. The purple demon stretches, saying, "I'm so tired." The blue demon turns annoyed. Mayfar Nancy being chosen as the witch's bodyguard is an honor. The purple demon replies, "The position serving the witch isn't based on personal achievements, right? I have no motivation at all." They continue chatting sarcastically. "You have that skill, but your personality is..." The purple one interrupts, "But it shouldn't look down on me like that." Then the two demon soldiers walk past the barrel where the two are hiding. A moment later, Mai sighs and turns, asking, "Are they gone?" Having heard the conversation just now, Kai thinks, she's the demon princess and ruler of this city, right? Minno, that's right. She's called the Space Witch. I think so. Currently, she's your target. Kai recalls the words of the sage Elbana, who once told him, a witch with the ability to control space lies on the front line in the city. That woman can help you fulfill your wish. Kai immediately asks, the problem is how to approach her? If we just go there without a plan, everything will turn into a battle. The two step outside. Mai following behind asks, what should we do? Kai immediately replies, first we must carefully gather information. Just do as I say. Don't act on your own. She quickly nods obediently. I understand. In the city center, demon soldiers are concentrated in large numbers. They're also like humans, gathering in small groups to chat. Others sit around drinking and carousing with beer. The two are in some room. looking out and observing the demon soldiers through the window. Mai speaks up, looking at it. It seems they also have a normal life. This disappoints me quite a bit. Kai replies, as long as they have the ability to converse and possess intelligence, living like humans is natural. He points down below. Mai momentarily looks stunned. Below are several people captured by the demons as slaves, serving to transport goods. They beat them savagely while shouting loudly. Don't be lazy anymore. Get to work. Witnessing this, Mai gasps in shock. Slaves. Kai wonders, why are you surprised? You already knew humans were captured by demons as slaves. Mai behind the door replies, you're right. I knew, but seeing it for real. The demons, after savagely beating humans, stand there and laugh loudly despite their victims' pain. Mai's expression changes slightly. It seems she's extremely angry. Kai looks over and notices this. Perhaps this is the first time he's seen that side of her. He's somewhat surprised. Suddenly, he senses the surrounding space changing. A voice rings out. You're not demons, are you? Behind the two appears a girl with sharp horns and a demonic aura. Kai glances back and wonders, when did she get there? He quickly takes out a dagger for defense. I didn't detect her earlier. The strange girl continues to reassure. No need to be defensive. I didn't come here to fight. Kai, hearing this, becomes even more worried, asking, what do you want? How did you know her location? Looking at her extremely calm attitude, Kai is utterly amazed. This is crazy. There's no way I couldn't detect someone behind us. She must be using magic. At this moment, the strange girl speaks up. I've been searching for you since you infiltrated through my detection barrier. Mai's confused. What barrier? I didn't detect any man at all. Her eyes have a strange red tint. She replies, there's nowhere I can't see with my space magic. Kai startles, remembering what he overheard this morning. Space magic. Don't tell me it's her. Then he immediately uses his assessment ability. The system displays information. Name Isabel Verdura, age 15, gender female, attack S, defense A, agility A, strength A, magic SS, condition normal, skills divine protection, evil god rank S, space magic rank S, all magic attributes rank S. Now she steps forward to officially introduce herself. My name is Isabel, 5th princess of the demon kingdom Veldora. Before her question, she issues a threat. If you don't answer, I'll call the guards, a human and an elf. What are you doing here? You don't look like spies. Kai carefully thinks, if war breaks out at the enemy base, I can't guarantee safety. I must negotiate peacefully, then speaks up. I don't mind explaining, but this will be a long story. Isabel jumps onto a nearby barrel and sits down, saying no problem. I'm bored anyway. After standing there and recounting some of what happened, she asks him, so you want to return to your world? Kai seriously looks at Isabel. I heard that's possible with space magic. Is that really true? She replies, that person spoke correctly. You can return to your world. Kai excitedly asks further, really? He looks at the girl before him with some relief in his heart. Thank goodness, finally can talk with the space witch. Looking at her, she doesn't seem like an ordinary demon. In her, I don't sense hatred toward humans. Isabel adds, but I need to know the coordinates of your old world. I don't even know where your world is or what type it belongs to. This statement of hers pulls down the joy he just felt. Isabel, seriously, although it's truly possible, if I don't know the coordinates, there's no way to send you back to your old world. After hearing those words from Isabel, the room suddenly becomes quiet. The two look at each other. One person wants to go home, while the other has the ability to send that person home. But the most important thing now is missing, which is the coordinates. Kai asks Isabel, is there a way to find the coordinates? She replies, there are many parallel worlds. It's very difficult to find your exact world. He's been observing with his ability all this time, even with the eye of truth. It seems she's not lying. His skill has improved and has some quite useful effects. Isabel adds, however, there are also limits with your body. You came to this world through divine protection ability. Basically, that's impossible. With my demon arts, I can't penetrate that divine protection ability of yours. Under her eyes, around Kai is being covered by a layer of white, smoky aura. Kai replies straightforwardly, perhaps that's gods of that we can't go home unless we kill the demon lord. Isabel appears calm. Perhaps so. I don't know beyond that. Kai sighs, silently thinking, as expected, there's no shortcut. All right, at least now I know I have no other choice. His eyes show determination. I must kill the demon lord. Isabel shrugs. Seems like you've decided. Kai replies, the most wonderful thing right now is I can go home, even if relying on demon magic, but that doesn't seem easy. Mai at this moment looks at Isabel puzzled. From the beginning I've been thinking, why are you cooperating with us? You're a princess of the demon kingdom. She creates a space portal in front, steps down, and replies, even the demon kingdom is divided into factions. There's something I've always desired. Kai, am I seeing this? Immediately draw weapons ready for defense. Isabel steps into the space door and reminds the two, be careful. Escaping from this city won't be easy. Just after saying this, she gradually disappears before the two. In a flash, Isabel completely vanishes and the space door also slowly fades away. Mai holds her chest, breathing heavily. I was so scared, thought it was over. Kai also puts the dagger away and says, she's a descendant of the demon lord, very strong. Currently we can't defeat her. Mai looks over relieved. Thank God, she didn't have a hostile attitude. Kai agrees. Usually in situations like this, bad luck follows good luck. Hearing him say that, Mai becomes even more panicked. Don't say things like that. Outside, the demon soldiers are making noise. Mai looks down below. Kai inside wonders what's happening. A demon soldier shouts an announcement. Hurry, find them. The spies have infiltrated this city. Mai hearing this asks, confused, are we exposed? Kai realizes this comes just as that which disappeared. Mai panically turns asking, you mean she informed them? Why would she do that after leaving? I really don't understand. He turns toward the door. We won't understand what she's thinking. Let's leave this place quickly. A moment later, outside, several buildings. Kai and Mai are moving at high speed on the rooftops. Below, the demon soldiers are still searching hard. One in the group shouts asking, still haven't found them. They must be here for sure. Kai thinks silently. They're deploying military force. Seems they're very certain there are intruders inside. They're completely alert. I can't stay here anymore. Their individual stats are quite high. While running together, Kai stops to observe, causing Mai to crash into his back by inertia. She complains, don't stop suddenly like that. Kai immediately grabs her head and presses down, making her startled, asking, what? Kai demands crouch down, don't move. He observes and senses this energy is similar to that which, or possibly stronger. Below on the street is a high-level demon standing among the demon soldiers. The one with a large horn in the middle of his forehead radiating green aura. This is one of the 4 heavenly kings. Mai is shocked recognizing this is the one who harmed her entire village and family, Windbox. Hearing this, Kai turns asking, what did you just say? Mai's expression shows some excitement, finally meeting at this place. As expected, following you is the right decision. He turns asking Mai, is he your revenge target? Mai replies, that's right, can't be mistaken. Wind Heavenly King, one of the demon lord's vassals, Windbox. Kai looks down using assessment ability. Information appears. Name Windbox. Age 40. Demon race. Skills Wind attribute. Demon arts rank 5. Hawk Eye rank 5. Swordsmanship rank 5. He realizes he's very strong. Then places his hand on Mai's shoulder to calm her. Stay calm. Fighting him here is a crazy decision. Mai restrains herself. Although she hates him very much, attacking now would be seeking death. Actually, she understands this too. Kai turns, sliding down, reminding. Wind Heavenly King. I heard wind attribute magic is very good for reconnaissance and tracking. We must move carefully. Mai still sits there stunned. Windbox's techniques blend into the wind. He walks through the street with numerous demon soldiers escorting him on both sides. Windbox immediately asks, all right, are there really intruders here? The soldier beside replies, certainly, my lord. He grunts, then says just a hunch, so I can't say much. Windbox appears serious, but if there really are intruders, we'll certainly crush them. He takes the opportunity to remind his subordinates. Humanity's trump cards are the hero candidates already discovered at the front line. In times like these, we must stabilize the situation. Simple, but very important strategy. The purple demon beside interrupts. I apologize for cutting in, but is anyone okay with retreating to the rear like this? I think Windbox would gain more achievements at the front line. He calmly replies, "This position suits me better. Leave the manual labor to other units." The aura he sends out for surveillance, blending into the wind, has responded. Windbox smiles, "They're really here." The purple demon hurriedly asks, "Have you discovered them?" He replies, "The wind current is telling me so." Winds swirl around his hands. They're moving carefully, but they won't escape my grasp. The purple soldier admires, "By controlling wind currents, you can detect anything, one of the most difficult skills of wind attribute. No matter how many times I witness it, I'm still impressed." Windbox immediately dismisses, "Enough with the flattery. Prepare pursuit units." The demon soldiers immediately obey. Windbox stands there laughing coldly. Didn't expect that which to let humans pass brazenly like that. How interesting. A good show to watch. In a small alley, Kai and Maya are running very fast, try to avoid demon soldier groups, as well as Windbox's detection. His eyes are sharp and determined. Can't let ourselves be caught in this situation. Suddenly, Kai stretches out his hand, saying, "My stop." Outside the alley, on the main road, demon soldiers are searching hard. One shouts loudly, "Find them, they're definitely nearby." Kai hides to one side, pokes his head out to observe, then says, "They've discovered our movements, although they still can't pinpoint the exact location." Ma looks up at the sky and notices something strange, reporting to Kai. "By the way, the wind currents have been moving very abnormally. The spirits are also restless." He looks in Mai's direction. Seems like this is a wind element search skill. This is very dangerous. She tells Kai, "I can somehow disrupt this abnormal wind current with magic, but it will reveal our location." Seeing the situation is still manageable, Kai continues moving, telling her not to do that. "We're not completely discovered yet. Let's keep going. If discovered at this position, we'll be defeated by their massive numbers." Time passes by. The demon soldiers under Windbox's orders continue searching relentlessly. As for the two people, they choose small alleys and move continuously to avoid detection. But suddenly, a demon soldier's voice rings out, "Found you." Kai turned around to look and saw them quite crowded behind, while Mai was still trying to run while breathing heavily from exhaustion. Kai looked at the little girl with pursed lips. The two continued to turn and run away. Mai spoke up to apologize. "It's my fault." Kai waved it off. "It's okay. We can use the location markers to our advantage." He added more instructions. "Moreover, you should act as bait to lure them to me." Hearing about being bait, Mai jerked with wide eyes, looking at him in shock. Without letting her react, Kai immediately stepped down on the ground for momentum. Then he jumped up onto the walls, following a zigzag path to get to the rooftop. Mai looked up with teary eyes. "Wait, I can't climb like that." Kai looked down and said, "You want revenge, don't you? Crying in this situation, what does that solve?" Leaving the girl standing there, Kai continued his movement and told her to hide. Seeing herself abandoned like that, Mai looked after him in bewilderment, but didn't dare to slack off and continued to crouch and run. The demon soldiers behind chased with weapons in hand, shouting loudly. They're separating now. At the three-way intersection, the demon soldiers split into two paths, one group following Kai's direction. The remaining group ran straight, chasing Mai. Suddenly, she stopped abruptly, then turned around. Then she raised her staff and exclaimed, "Oh my, I just need to do this, don't I?" Saying that, Mai faced the demon soldiers. The magic staff in her hand sparked with fire magic, flame lance. The demons quickly stopped with extremely shocked eyes. "What is this?" And boom, the small alley was engulfed in a sea of fire. The large explosion attracted the attention of other demon groups. They immediately followed the commander's order and rushed in that direction. "Over there, hurry up." A dark shadow just landed right behind their formation. A slash cut sweetly across the neck of a demon soldier. Blood spurted out before it could react. The body collapsed heavily to the ground, and the shadow glided away very quickly. Kai's next targets were the two demon soldiers in front of him. In the blink of an eye, besides the cutting sounds, no other sound was made. The leading demon commander jerked, realizing something strange. He turned back to ask, what was that sound? But surprisingly, in front of him were the corpses of his subordinates lying scattered. He stammered in shock, what the hell is this? In just an instant, the dagger was already at his throat in his bewilderment. The demon soldier was so terrified he didn't dare open his mouth, only Kai's scolding voice. Coward! Just as he finished speaking, blood spurted from his throat. On the other side of another alley, continuous heavy breathing sounds emerged. Mai was struggling to run away, while also using magic to attack the demon soldiers to slow them down. She used water spirit to create a great flood pouring into the alley, making it difficult for the demon soldiers to move. However, they still tried to step forward, wading against the water flow. Mai's face showed some worry, but she comforted herself by thinking that at least she was holding them back. But at this rate, there were too many of them. Suddenly, she looked towards them and noticed something unusual. At the very back of the soldier group, water columns would occasionally shoot up, and each time it appeared, a demon soldier would disappear. Mai thought to herself, it seems their numbers are decreasing, and the water was starting to turn blood red. The ones at the front only now realized and turned back to ask, what the hell are you? The demon hadn't even stabilized itself when the dagger was already stabbed straight into the middle of its forehead and blood spurted out. That throwing technique from Kai was called by the beautiful name Shinigami, Death God. Kai's eyes were sharp and cold. Demon blood splattered all over his face, truly the familiar style of an assassin. He gently pulled the dagger from the demon's head and said to Mai, you did well as bait. Thanks to you, my job became easier. The two continued walking in the small alley, Mai following behind complaining. I almost got killed back there. On this side, Windbox's hurried footsteps along with his questioning voice. Still haven't caught them? The demon soldier hurriedly stepped forward. I apologize. I will send more troops immediately. He raised his hand to stop him, then stepped quickly saying, no need, the more people the more deaths. Windbox smiled, showing extreme confidence. I will eliminate them myself. Regarding the two people, Kai and I noticed something in front of them. A strong wind swept down towards them. It blew their hair and blocked their advance. Mai thought to herself, this wind, I can sense a very strong source of energy. It seems they were in the crosshairs. Wind energy accumulated into magic streams directing downward. Sensing some danger, Mai shouted loudly, a wind spirit. She created a magic whirlwind that deflected those sharp wind energies. Those things gradually dissipated. The surrounding air also became calm again. Kai looked up and thought, finally they're here too. Above, it was Windbox, standing there controlling the flow of wind. He crossed his arms and smiled lightly. Looks like you're not just cowardly rats, these intruders. Suddenly, Mai's angry face and hateful eyes appeared. She screamed out his name, Windbox. Kai both reminded and provoked her. Finally, the chance for your revenge is here. Are you ready, Mai? She gripped her staff tightly in her hand, eyes full of determination looking at him. For 10 years now, I've always been ready. Kai whispered, reminding Mai. If this is a long battle, he's not an easy opponent. So from the beginning we must try our best and defeat him quickly. Okay? Mai nodded and shouted. Understood, then looked determinedly toward Windbox. She struck her staff to the ground, beginning to chant, O wind spirit. She created sharp wind energy streams shooting forward. They were like blade winds cutting straight at where Windbox was hovering. He appeared extremely calm, his face showing no change in expression. Then Windbox created an extremely large magic circle and shouted, using wind element to attack me, one of the 4 heavenly kings of wind. I don't know if you're brave or foolish anymore. Then from the magic circle, his wind energy seemed to be amplified and surrounded him. Mai's attacks met the white tornado barrier, immediately being neutralized. Along with the wind flow in the whirlwind, the wind blades were blown back upward and flew far away. Kai continuously used his speed to move very quickly on the ground. Looking up, he's obstructing his own vision. Suddenly, several wind blades fell from above. Fortunately, with his agility and reflexes, he lightly jumped to one side to dodge. Then Kai looked up in panic and showed shock. Windbox spoke up. You think you can close the distance when I can't see around me? He spun his fingers to control the wind flow, then smiled, saying, You understand now, don't you? My wind element magic. Wind scam will never lose track of you. Kai was somewhat worried, thinking, This is bad. Even if I fall into his blind spot, I'll still be detected by his magic. This is the strongest counter to my assassination skills. Mai stood there holding her staff confidently, saying, Don't worry, leave it to me. As she finished speaking, the tip of the magic staff lit up bright blue. Then winds were created. The extremely strong wind blew away the whirlwind around Windbox. He showed extreme shock, exclaiming, What? Mai said to Kai, His wind magic uses the ability to precisely control wind flow. If I can use magic to disrupt it, I can stop him. Windbox now looked worried, thinking, That little one, she broke my magic with incantations, so she knows my fighting style. Kai was always focused on the opponent, just as predicted. Throughout her remaining lifetime, she only thought about revenge. Then, he jumped onto the house walls to use as leverage to leap onto the rooftop, approaching Windbox above. He glanced down and observed this, laughing contemptuously, thinking just getting close will defeat me. Kai had rushed forward and unleashed a sharp slash. But with wind energy under his feet, Windbox lightly flew up to dodge. This surprised Kai somewhat. He hovered above, laughing coldly. Too bad, I can fly in the air like this. Kai clicked his tongue, an ability similar to Narumi's. Suddenly there was a voice from my below, calling up, Jump up. A gentle wind current affected Kai's feet, helping him to fly up. The magic wind stream below supported him as he approached closer to Windbox. Windbox panicked and shouted loudly. How is this possible? Kai used his appraisal, I along with the sharp dagger looking at him, thinking, I'll finish him while he's still confused. Farsight skill and weak point detection. Thanks to that skill, Kai could almost predict Windbox's evasion direction as well as his vital points. Everything was clear in his eyes. However, his weak point indicators were fading. Kai noticed this and was somewhat shocked by it. Windbox's hand was gripping the handle of his weapon and slowly drawing it out. A long and sharp wind sword appeared in his hand. Windbox looked down seriously, saying, Intruder, you dare make me draw my sword. Then, immediately he stabbed straight down below, right in front of Kai. The fast and strong attack continuously pushed him back, using 2 daggers trying to block. However, there were still sword points that got through and cut across his face. Blood flowed out. Kai was worried. Even using Farsight, it's still too fast. Taking this opportunity, Windbox rushed forward to continue pressing without giving him a chance to recover. He smiled. Let me tell you, the one who taught Hector to use a sword was me. Suddenly, the smile faded. He glanced to the side. A large rock appeared, striking towards him, making him hurriedly jump up to dodge. This also helped Kai resolve the crisis. He jumped down, standing in front of Mai. The large rock was embedded in the building beside them. Windbox was still hovering above. Both were still extremely focused with magic staff and assassin dagger. He looked down with some concern. Even with demon wind magic, deflecting a large rock like that wasn't easy. Windbox looked at Mai. That fairy can use earth element magic. Can't underestimate it. He focused on the girl on the ground, thinking, from the beginning, the fairy villages should have been destroyed. Suddenly thinking again and realizing, then shouted loudly, asking, So you're the one who killed Hector, aren't you? Before Kai could answer, Mai spoke up. That's right. At least you should know how it feels to lose someone. Windbox closed his eyes and smiled coldly. So you're the survivor from that village. The fire of hatred blazed within my, radiating outward. Since that day, I've practiced magic for 15 years, just to be able to kill you with my own hands. Hearing that, Windbox laughed loudly. How nostalgic. Thanks to you, I remember it all now. That day was truly very interesting. Looking at his expression made my bewildered. His horns protruded with veins, and his face was full of delight. Hearing the fairies cry and wail made me feel so comfortable. Why didn't they think of others when they brought suffering upon themselves? Only one stepped forward and begged me for mercy. He stuck out his tongue, radiating an evil, demonic aura. Such intense emotion moved me to tears of joy. The scene was beautiful, seeing its expression of despair. Mai was provoked by those words. She screamed and pointed her magic staff at him. Kai stepped forward at the right time, reminding, "Don't let yourself be provoked, Mai." Then he turned back, sincerely saying, "I'm relying on your magic." Hearing that, Mai regained her composure, calming her anger, and replied, "I understand." Kai refocused his mind. "I must calmly assess the situation. I'm someone who will do anything to win." His attacks have a very wide range, including close and long-range attacks, making me very vulnerable to being hit. Windbox above also remained vigilant, reminding himself, "Can't be provoked. Those two are really troublesome." That brat can still stand up even after I unleashed attacks, despite being just human. He pursed his lips, asking, "A hero candidate?" Kai replied with sharp eyes, "Seems like you understand us well." He raised his sword, answering, "I always remember the strongest enemies of the enemy nation. Yet you're not even on the list. The only explanation, you're an outsider." He looked down at the two, thinking, "But they're the ones at a disadvantage. No need to rush. All my stats are much higher than theirs." On this side, Kai was also calculating. The effect of Farsight would decline after 3 minutes. If not handled quickly, there would be no chance of victory left. Mai's voice rang out, "Lend me your ear for a moment. I have an idea." The little girl moved closer to Kai, then whispered something secretive in his ear. After listening, he spoke up, "I understand. Don't get in my way." Mai's eyes widened, hearing him say that, immediately reacting, I should be the one saying that. Windbox above looked down, seeming impatient, asking, "Are you two done talking?" Not bothering to answer, Kai used an assassin's eyes to focus on his target, then said to Mai, "Let's go." He laughed coldly, eyes full of confident challenge to both. "Come here." The two's tactics began to form, wind currents from Mai's magic power directed upward to approach Windbox. Then she planted her magic staff into the ground, then chanted, "O Earth Spirit." The earth and stones below were controlled by Mai to hover and fly up, this time small stones, not a large rock like before. Then she pointed her hand upward, shouting loudly, "Shoot him." The earth and stones, as if having eyes, immediately flew straight up to the sky. Windbox still used wind energy to hover there with the magic circle behind his back. The earth spirits shot close to him. Windbox waved his hand up and created a large wind current to block Mai's magic. That wind pushed the earth spirits far from where he was standing. Having just handled one problem, his eyes changed when he realized he was being targeted by something else. Kai, with the dagger in hand, carried by wind energy to Windbox's level, immediately slashed down. Very quickly, Windbox raised his sword to block. Not letting him react, Mai waved her hand, shouting, "Not finished yet." The earth spirits from before, suddenly under her control, turned back to attack, right behind him. Windbox glided away fast as wind and thought, "Those rocks are being controlled. Must dodge," but it seems he changed his mind. "Instead, I should create a wind wall." Just then, Mai continued her combo attack. "Now, Wind Spirit." As soon as she finished speaking, a tornado from the magic staff swirled straight up. It disrupted Windbox and destroyed the wind wall he had just created. He panicked, shouting, "What?" Thanks to that, the earth spirit struck and shattered the magic circle behind him. Kai seized the opportunity, sharp eyes looking over. Finally, there's an opening. Blood flowed from Windbox's hand, and his sword fell out. His face showed fear, thinking, "It wasn't aiming for the heart, but for my sword." Just then, Kai jumped up, using his other hand to grab Windbox's wind sword. Then he spun around to the back and stood on a large rock. Everything hadn't stopped yet. In front, he lost his sword. And behind, he turned back, looking with a face full of shock. Earth spirits struck straight at him. Without wind wall protection, Windbox took the full hit. He angrily stood there, shouting, "You're very good, destroying the defense of me as a high-level demon like me. You think you can drain my strength?" Windbox's eyes glared down, Anger was controlling him just because of two weaklings in his eyes. I looked up somewhat bewildered. He's not hurt at all. Kai still stood there, focused, observing, holding the wind sword in his hand, thinking. Everything went according to my plan. Remembering then, when Mai had whispered in his ear, his demon wind magic is very strong, but still has weaknesses. Her eyes at that time were extremely serious. This magic is quite weak against heavyweight attacks, especially earth element. Anyway, it's very difficult to use wind to move a heavy object. At that time, looking at him above, Mai had calculated, even though we still haven't broken his defense, I could still use my wind magic. As long as I can somehow disrupt his wind flow, its effect will decrease. Kai remembered those things and thought she had prepared for so long just for revenge to eliminate this demon. She must have a complete plan and necessary skills. But it seemed still not enough. At that time, he had said to Mai, I think your plan is quite good, but remember to leave a path for me to attack too. I will take his sword. So the intention to take the sword was Kai's suggestion. Back to reality. Everything they discussed with each other had happened, disrupting his wind flow and attacking him with earth spirits, taking away his sword, but he still wasn't hurt at all. I looked up at Kai wondering, what are you planning to do? His main skill is wind attribute magic, but you just took his sword? Windbox stood there sticking out his long tongue to lick his own blood, then asked, You're not even a swordsman, hero candidate? Or do you think you could defeat me by taking my sword? Kai sighed, answering, That's right, but something unusual is happening. It seems the sword is reacting to something. From above, Windbox once again used wind blades shooting down at him. He calmly used the dagger and sword in his hands to slash through those things. Suddenly, something approached him quickly. Windbox was using his bare hands to block the wind sword in Kai's hand. But he was worried and trembling. His eyes narrowed with sweat breaking out, thinking, Suddenly I can't keep up with its attacks. With the long sword in hand, close combat became much easier. A horizontal slash from him made Windbox dodge frantically. He both defended and was shocked. What the hell? Why am I being pushed back? Taking the opportunity, Mai raised her magic staff to support. Right now, wind spirit disturbed him. A large wind from below blew up, making him lose balance. He seemed to be falling backward, shouting loudly, Impossible, then looked at Kai thinking, this guy is following the exact flight movement. He appeared in front of him, raising the sword high, preparing to slash down, saying, It ends here. Windbox tensed up. The horn in the middle of his forehead, along with his face, showed many bulging veins. He shouted, Don't think you can mock me. You're just a human. As soon as he finished speaking, energy from the horn shot out, sharp and powerful, aimed straight at Kai. The collision created a bright blue flash. In the distance, Kai landed lightly, while over here was Windbox's head falling out. He stood there breathing heavily. I'm out of energy. The head there fell from the neck, but he could still communicate. I never thought I would lose. He tried to ask Kai, Why did you suddenly move in a different direction? Well, he still had the prediction skill, Kai said to him. With these eyes, I can copy opponent's skills precisely. He recounted, During the fight, I copied your swordsmanship thanks to this ability. At first, I wasn't good at swordsmanship. That's why I didn't want to use it. Blood flowed all around his head. Windbox lay there dying. Prediction, hero candidate. So you truly are humanity's trump card. He looked at him coldly, without hiding anything, saying, I gained this power when I killed your subordinate Hector. His personal status board appeared. Name, Shinkai. Age, 17. Gender, male. Prediction skill level 4. Prediction weak point detection level Z. Prediction farsight level 1. Prediction copy level 1. Assassination skill level 5. Dagger technique level 5. Throwing technique level 5. Stealth level 5. Understanding the reason for his defeat, Windbox slowly closed his eyes, not forgetting to curse Hector. I see, truly that foolish disciple, letting the enemy become stronger. After defeating Windbox, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Kai sat there looking at the severed head, taking the opportunity to rest and recover energy while assessing the situation. Although he had killed him with a bloody scattered head there, he had also used almost all his strength. Kai thought, So this is the power of one of the 4 heavenly kings. There's still 3 more demons as strong as him, and the demon lord will certainly be much stronger. Moreover, the demon lord also has children, like Isabel, for example, and with just one of the demon lord's children already this strong. Kai sighed, thinking, currently my strength is still not enough. While still immersed in confused thoughts, he was slightly startled. Mai was gently approaching. Her mood at this time was also quite chaotic. Anyway, this was the one she wanted revenge on and had prepared for 10 whole years. She looked at the corpse, then asked Kai, "He's dead, right?" He nodded. "Yes, definitely." Kai turned to ask back, "How do you feel after achieving your revenge goal?" Contrary to the agitation from before, now Mai appeared calm, answering, "It's strange that I don't feel anything. I risked my life to achieve revenge. Now everything is ended here." The morning sunlight shone. She continued, "Anyway, I feel more relieved, even though after killing him, my parents and all the villagers cannot return." Mai looked up at the sky, "But I also feel I've let go of the past." Tree looked at her sincerely. "I'm truly glad you're here. If you hadn't interfered with Windbox's wind current, I would have lost my way." Mai turned to look at him. I have to say it this way to be correct. The surroundings were in ruins, where large rock fragments embedded in the fortress walls were evidence of a fierce battle. Mai added, "I prepared myself for 10 years just to kill him, but I still couldn't do it alone without you." She smiled, relief clearly showing in her mood at this moment. Mai looked at Kai. "Thank you for helping me get revenge." He was a bit flustered and brushed it off. It was just a coincidence, nothing really big. But it doesn't matter anymore. They had traveled together for a period of time. She gently replied, "It's okay. I'm glad I decided to follow you." Mai smiled. "If I had stayed there, I wouldn't have been able to keep my composure. I might have fled and died meaninglessly. I'm sure Master knew about that." Kai turned to ask her, "What do you plan to do now?" Mai gazed into the distance thoughtfully, pondered for a moment, then answered, "I haven't figured it out yet. Right now I feel a bit lost." He stood up, walked towards Mai. "You can take your time finding your purpose in life. Demons live long, don't they?" Hearing that, Mai smiled mischievously. "Actually, I'm half human. I don't think I'll live as long as Master. But let's see." She stepped forward next to Kai and leaned over to say, "At this point, I'll go with you." He looked doubtful and asked again, "Are you sure?" "My goal is to kill the Demon Lord." Mai replied, "After you kill the Demon Lord, fewer people will face tragedies like mine in the future, so I think it's worth it." Not giving Kai a chance to respond, she just walked on with a smile on her lips. "Even if you say you don't need me, I'll selfishly do it anyway." Unable to do anything else, Kai turned back and scratched his head in confusion. The more clues, the better. Once their reinforcements arrive, there will be more trouble. Kai didn't answer directly, but also implicitly understood that he had agreed to let her accompany him. This made Mai very happy. She quickly ran after Kai with an excited mood. After avenging herself, she would contribute to preventing others from falling into the same situation as her. 2 small figures, an assassin from another world with the title of hero candidate, a half-human demon with very strong magical power, traveling together forward. Surprisingly, from above there was a figure with dark aura silently observing them. It was none other than Isabel. She stood there seeing everything but didn't intervene in the battle. She stood there talking to herself. "They're better than I thought. It will be useful to let them escape," but they were able to defeat Windbox. Isabel smiled cunningly. "I can easily carry out the next steps now." After that, they traveled together to return, crossing streams and valleys, struggling just like the way they entered the demon territory. Shinju and Mai returned to visit Albana. Both master and disciple were very happy to see each other again. With teacups on the table, Albana's voice rang out, "I'm glad both of you returned safely." Looking at the 2 sitting in chairs, she continued, "I never thought you would return this early." Mai looked confused, not knowing whether Master was praising or criticizing her. This made the girl stammer, "Master still?" Immediately the sage patted her disciple's head. "I know already." Albana snapped her fingers and winked. "You want to go with that boy, don't you? You're working hard for another goal too." Kai was also a bit embarrassed, quickly grabbed his cup to drink, and pretended not to hear. Mai glanced at him with a slight blush, gently replied, "Yes, master." The sage asked Kai, "Hey kid, do you know any information from the front lines recently?" He immediately turned with concern. "Is something wrong, elder?" She recounted, "It seems your friend, the hero candidates have been defeated." Kai thought to himself, Mida lost, then asked who was the opponent. Albana answered, "The highest commander of the Demon Lord's army, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the heavenly king of Earth, Stonegale." Mai immediately asked, "Basically, he's probably similar to Windbox, right? He must be very strong." Kai felt a bit worried hearing that his friend's opponent was one of the 4 heavenly kings. He had fought one and knew how strong they were. He turned to ask, "Were they killed?" The sage replied, "No, it seems they're still alive, but I heard that after the battle, their morale is extremely low." Kai set his teacup down on the table. "I understand." Then immediately stood up and continued, "Let's go see how the situation is." He thought to himself, "Now my plan is to kill the Demon Lord. I want to reduce their power bit by bit. The best way is to use them, so I could defeat the 4 heavenly kings." Mai curiously asked, "Are the hero candidates as strong as you?" Kai replied, "I don't know anymore. No matter how strong they are, if they can't utilize their power properly, then it's meaningless." Night at the Great Fortress, a long wall used for separation and defense. Inside, many seriously injured people were being treated. Among them were hero candidates. Continuous groaning sound from pain kept echoing. An arm full of wounds from one of them. Although bandaged, blood still seeped out. Sayori asked Midu, "Are you okay? Let me heal you." He smiled, "Don't worry about me, Hano-san. Don't overexert yourself. You can't use healing skills forever, right?" The girl with an innocent face replied, "I know, but this is the only thing I can do." So with her healing ability, Sayori transferred energy to recover Midu. He thought back, at that time, thanks to Heinrich's army protecting and arriving to help in time, I was able to retreat safely. Midu observed his friend around. Everyone's wounds were quite severe, not just physically, but mentally as well. Rina, who was usually hot-tempered and lively, now sat hugging her knees with a dejected face. The strong Erishur also lay there with his arm over his head, full of helplessness. He himself being treated also clenched his fist as if unable to accept reality. Midu blamed himself. "It's all because of me. If only I could have defeated him." Scene shifts to Arkley's fortress, where the demon army led by George Stonegale is stationed. He was sitting alone on a watchtower, eyes closed as if meditating, wind blowing gently, the surrounding space quiet. From far away in the nearby forest, the fortress built on a large rocky cliff, Kai's voice rang out, "So that's him." He could observe him with his special eyes. Seeing this, Mai was extremely surprised and asked, "From this distance you can see the enemy?" Kai replied, "Because my appraisal ability has leveled up, I continuously receive additional effects. Long-distance surveillance is also an additional effect of this skill." The innocent girl continued, "Your skills are always convenient, as usual." Kai said nothing. What concerned him now was gathering opponent information. Know yourself and your enemy. Win every battle. His basic information appeared. Name Stonegale, age 75, demon race, male, attack B, defense S, agility B, strength S, magic S, status normal, skills earth demon art level 5, swordsmanship level 3, solid defense level 5. His appraisal, I continued using advanced appraisal. Kai could see the details of the solid defense skill. Based on defense stat, defense will be multiplied. He seemed to understand the issue. Since my appraisal ability is at level 4, I can use advanced appraisal. Knowing details about enemy skills will give me a big advantage. Moreover, he also had the weak point detection skill. Some time passed. Stonegale still sat meditating there. He looked very calm after dealing with the intruders. After weak point detection showed no response, Kai thought, "Nothing at all? So I'm currently too weak to detect his weakness." Mai curiously asked, "Do you see anything?" He replied, "If he had a weakness, it would be easier." Kai continued, "What I know about him is he's an expert at using Earth attribute demon arts, and his swordsmanship isn't bad. He has a special ability that increases defense stats. That's all I can see. I realize something, just as expected from the Earth Heavenly King of the Four, Earth attribute is weaker than Water attribute. Hearing that, Kai immediately asked, "Are there compatible attributes between elements?" She replied, "It's not that simple. It also depends on what type of skill is used." My turn to add, even if he uses a large amount of Earth attribute demon arts, he certainly only masters a few skills. If I knew what those skills were, I could predict his weakness. At this point, Kai suggested, "I think at least we should visit them." "What do you predict?" The scene shifts back to the fortress walls, where Midou is standing on the ramparts looking into the distance. His unhealed wounds, along with his somewhat worried expression, are visible. Midou remembers Kai's silhouette and thinks about if Shinjukin were here, but immediately shakes his head, denying that thought. He tells himself, "Don't run away, Mitsuji. I will." Before he can finish speaking, his friends have already gathered behind him without him noticing. Rina asks, "You're thinking about what you need to do, right?" Then she waves her hand dismissively. "That's all I know. Do you always want to do everything alone?" Seeing his friends there, Midou is slightly surprised and exclaims, "Everyone!" Narumi winks and says, "Don't be so gloomy. It's not over yet." Mirai adds, "That's right, Mido-kun, you're not fighting alone." Hearing this, he asks everyone, "Do you all still trust me?" Reina steps forward and asks back, "So you don't trust us?" Then she walks past Midou and calls him an idiot. Narumi also steps forward, putting her shoulder around his. Then tells him, "You need to rely on us more, right, Rainer?" Midou watches her silhouette, while Rina stands there without saying anything. Then he smiles, "Rely on you all? I've never thought about that before." Narumi continues, "You know, everyone gets stronger each day. If you always carry heavy things alone, your shoulders will hurt." While everyone is cheerfully encouraging each other, a familiar person approaches asking, "So you're here, Midou?" That person is none other than Erishur with his group. They're also covered in wounds, looking equally battle-worn. He points at Midou's face, saying, "What's with that miserable expression? Aren't you planning to blow away that stone guy?" Midou's eyes widen as he looks over. "I'm so surprised. I didn't expect you to come here, too." Erishur clicks his tongue. How annoying, just our group alone isn't enough to defeat him. He steps forward and proactively suggests, "Give us orders, Midou. We'll crush that stone bastard." Narumi is delighted. Finally, Erishur is cooperating with Suji. Mirai smiles. It must be raining heavily today. Erishur gets embarrassed and turns to scold. "Shut up. I'll kill you right now." Midou regains his confidence and declares to everyone, "Let's join forces and defeat that demon." Erishur smiles. "Your expression looks much better now." Jean observes silently from the side, since she's currently Kai's inside person. She thinks to herself, "I'm glad everyone in class is working together, but we still don't have a plan to eliminate that stone guy." Suddenly a voice rings out, startling Jean. "Long time no see, Kanzaki." She quickly turns to look down, but Kai signals, "Don't make loud noises. I don't want to attract attention." Hearing this, Jean quickly covers her mouth, trying to appear calm. Kai asks, "You lost to the 4 heavenly kings of Earth, didn't you?" Stone Gale. "Yes." He immediately asks further, "What kind of demonic technique does he use?" Jean looks down and recounts everything that happened during that raid for Kai to understand the situation. He understands and asks, "So he creates mud monsters and controls them?" Jean nods. Yes, his techniques definitely revolve around that. Kai mutters, "Just as May predicted." Hearing this, she quickly turns to ask, "May? Who's that? A girl?" Kai doesn't want to go deep into that topic, so chooses to change the subject. "It's nothing. Thanks for giving me this information. By the way, aren't you planning to help us?" Looking at the united crowd, Kai answers, "I was planning to, but it seems everyone has already resolved things themselves. If I joined in, it would only create unnecessary conflicts." Kai uses his sincere eyes, as always, to tell Jean, "I'll be your shadow, as always." The scene shifts to the monsters standing high up, seriously guarding the fortress. The Atlas Fortress towers majestically in the sky. Below, Two monsters are patrolling strictly. In the dense forest, the hero candidates are gathering. They assemble there to prepare for a new attack. Kaori excitedly says, "Since Yumi is here, we're basically equivalent to an army of 100 soldiers." Yumi seems a bit embarrassed, touching her own cheek. "Thank you. I'll do my best." She's candidate number 9, Kinoshita Yumi. She transferred from a non-combat group to the combat group. Rina suddenly asks, "Is there any reason why you suddenly decided to join us?" Yumi hesitates. Then Yumi smiles brightly, giving a reason. "I heard everyone was having difficulties." Kaori immediately laughs and praises, "You're truly a hero." But Rina doesn't say anything. Yumi smiles for appearance's sake while thinking, "That's okay, right, Shinjuku?" 5 days ago, Yumi in maid clothes was leaning against the door. Her face showed traces of fatigue as she sighed. "I'm so tired today, too." Kai suddenly speaks up in greeting. "Long time no see, Kinoshita." Yumi, not noticing anything strange, replies, "Yeah, long time no see." Then she jumps back, pointing frantically. "Wait, what? What are you? How did you get into the house?" But then Yumi calms down and asks, "Are you really Shinjuku?" Kai straightforwardly answers, "Finally your brain is working again." She panics, her face turning red. "Why did you suddenly come into my room?" Kai doesn't beat around the bush and gets straight to the point. Right now, Midu and the others are in trouble at the front lines. To overcome the current situation, we need your ability as a water controller. That's why I came to you, Kinoshita. Yumi points at herself in confusion. "But I'm in the non-combat group." Kai calmly dismisses this. "Don't worry. You have enough potential to be in the combat group. Join Mida's group and help them." But Yumi's heart is full of doubt. "How can you be so sure?" Kai directly asks, "You want to fight too, don't you?" Then he informs Yumi, "Leonora, who deeply implanted fear in your mind, has been killed by me." Kai continues gently, "Now no one could stop you anymore. After all this time, the wound in your heart has healed, hasn't it?" Then an image of Yumi being clumsy appears in Kai's mind. "This isn't the time for you to work as a server and break people's dishes." Yumi blushes with shame. "You saw that? That was just an accident." Kai directly asks Yumi's true feelings. "In fact, you've always wanted to help Nagas and Shinami during this whole time, haven't you?" Yumi silently looks at him for a long while. Then Yumi smiles bitterly. "So you already know everything? I'm surprised that a classmate would care about me this much." Kai bluntly states his purpose. "I'm just looking for a useful chess piece." Suddenly Yumi has a question. "This Shinju, you're a wanted criminal, right? Are you really joining the combat group?" He calmly answers, "A wanted criminal can't join the Holy Nation's army." Yumi awkwardly replies, "VNA will be fine with you, though." Before leaving, Kai pulls up his hood and turns back to say, "I'll act as your shadow. I came here to activate a chess piece like you." Back to reality, Yumi clenches her fist, reminding herself with determination, "I'll do my best to show them my abilities are useful." D, hiding behind a tree, has heard the entire conversation and observes silently. A few minutes earlier at the fortress wall, Kai stands below asking Jean, "That's the plan. Do you have any questions?" She voices her concern. "I know we need Kinoshita-san to create gaps in the enemy's defense, but are you sure that's enough?" Kai calmly answers, "I'm not the only one fighting that demon. I'm sure you all have your own plans too. So just do your best, depending on the current situation." Then his eyes flash with a cold light. "I want to confirm how much you've all grown during the time I wasn't here. Tell Midu that's enough." Jean finally stops questioning and turns to leave, answering, "All right." Back in the forest outside Atlas Fortress, suddenly a voice calls out, "Kanzaki-san." The voice is extremely resolute as Midu steps forward saying, "Let's confirm the plan one last time." Then Midu gathers everyone and speaks with determination. "This time we cannot lose." Everyone immediately agrees, "Yeah." In the middle of the green forest, everyone gathers around to discuss countermeasures and arrange battle strategies. Suddenly a questioning voice rings out, "Is that okay?" In the nearby bushes, Mai holds bread in her hand asking, Don't you have a better and more detailed plan? Kai speaks up to answer. If everyone just follows what they're told, they won't develop. I think now we need to defeat the Demon Lord, so I must train my classmates too. Kai's eyes become sharp. They have abilities, but don't know how to utilize them. Looking at his friends there, he decides, I'll help them step by step, starting with giving them clues. Kai also quickly realizes, but you also know well. The most important thing in battle is that you must decide your own moves. In front of the iron gate leading into Atlas Fortress, the demon army guards densely with many sentries on the fortress walls. A mighty imperial army appears outside, preparing to advance and attack the fortress. Amelia rides her horse, leading an army corps. It's time. Then Amelia draws her sword, pointing forward and shouting loudly, All right, everyone advance. The soldiers follow the command and immediately charge forward. The monsters on the fortress walls begin to laugh mockingly. They're coming again. Fools, they haven't learned anything, doing this instead of retreating. Amelia, full of fighting spirit, shouts loudly, Don't falter, we must clear the way for the hero candidates. The monsters don't lag behind either, roaring, Eliminate all the invaders. A fierce battle breaks out as the hero candidate group, led by Midou, opens a straight path, powerfully advancing inside. He stares intently in one direction, his eyes full of determination after the previous defeat. In front of him is a tall tower, and inside the window is a familiar dark silhouette. None other than the old monster Stonegale. He bares his yellow teeth, grinning wickedly while looking at Midou with contempt. He furrows his brow, thinking, Is he waiting for us? Stonegale immediately calls out with interest, Come here, hero candidates, don't disappoint me. A magnificent golden door appears before their eyes, and a loud explosion destroys the door, scattering debris all around. Erasure and his friends rush in, their momentum today completely different from before. The atmosphere becomes increasingly suffocating. In front is an army of Earth soldiers created by Stonegale. He stands in the center with shield and sword in hand. Midou shouts loudly, Begin the plan. On the water tank on the rooftop, there's movement. It turns out Kai and Mei are hiding there. He calmly observes, then says, All right, show me what you can do. Below, the warriors take fighting stances after hearing the command from Midou with a pre-planned strategy. The earth monsters begin to move. Midou majestically points his sword forward. Then he shouts out, Begin the operation. As soon as he speaks, everyone simultaneously charges forward. Reina asks with concern, Are you okay, Yumi? She's still a bit tense, answering, Don't worry about me. This is her first time participating in battle. Immediately, Yumi uses her magical power to create water. The streams are controlled by Yumi's water manipulation to direct attacks against the monsters. Stonegale raises his eyebrow, witnessing this scene. The earth monsters motionless in Yumi's cool water streams. Erasure raises his fist to attack them. Another big explosion occurs, making them stagger and shatter. Midou doesn't lag behind either, immediately slicing the monster's body in half. Kantaten escapes by jumping up and stabbing his knife into one. Take this. Asushi uses his special move to punch straight into their stomachs. Akira uses his power to protect his teammates. Kao calmly faces off against them. On Satoshi and Heiki's side, they also work hard to destroy the enemy forces. In the next second, the earth and stone monsters all crumble and shatter. Suddenly, a magical flow envelopes the fragments of the earth monsters. Instantly, the monsters' entire bodies heal and return. But suddenly, strange signs appear on their bodies. Their entire bodies begin to melt gradually. Then they fall down, turning into piles of mud. Rena excitedly shouts, We did it! Stonegale comes to his senses. Using water, huh? Last time that little one wasn't there, so they added more people. In front of Stonegale is almost a battlefield of dirt and sand. However, he still carefully keeps some earth monsters by his side for defense. Kai, looking down from above, has to admit, just as Mei predicted, and Mei didn't expect this either. My idea was that if the connections between the rock fragments get wet, the opponent will have difficulty controlling the mud monsters, and it's even more effective than I thought. Midu seizes the opportunity and shouts loudly. Everyone saw that. The wet mud monsters can't regenerate. Hit them hard. Yumi agrees with this, continuing to use her water power to attack. A second later, a tidal wave is launched straight by Yumi. Straight toward the monsters, the large wave sweeps them away. Everyone unites and runs forward, and each person beats a monster to pieces. Stone Gale shows no wavering but grins sinisterly, planning to eliminate my subordinates? It seems this time they have an excellent strategy. Immediately Stone Gale slams his hand hard on the ground. Red magic circles appear. Mud rises from within them, but these mud monsters. I'm ready to let them sacrifice themselves. The fragments of the monsters' bodies float in mid-air. Stone Gale thinks smugly. From now on, I'll show these hero candidates the true power of the Earth Ancestor. Instantly, a series of mud projectiles shoot straight toward the ground. The hero candidates. Mireille quickly raises her hand to control the earth and stone, successfully blocking the counterattack. Mireille's power is psychokinesis, so she begins the process of taking control of the earth and stone, keeping them all under her control. Stone Gale looks on in amazement. What? My control over those rocks is being overridden. Diane seizes the opportunity to use his domination power. Stone Gale is immobilized on the spot, bound by binding light rays on his limbs and body. Stone Gale's face contorts to the point of deformation. Stone Gale's hands freeze in mid-air. What kind of restraining skill is this? Arisher quickly jumps up to launch an attack. Stone Gale panics, thinking, no way. Earth and stone rise from below. Another large explosion occurs over a wide area from Arashi's punch, combined with the explosion. Stone Gale manages to erect a wall in time to block the attack. He laughs smugly. That much isn't enough to destroy my defense. Arashi's fist still sticks to the wall. Another power is used, instant teleportation. Midu immediately appears behind Stone Gale with his sword in hand. He delivers a sharp slash. Stone Gale tenses up, gripping his painful weapon tightly in his hand. Easily catching Midu's sword blade, Stone Gale scoffs. Even though I'm being restrained, is this the best you can do? Mireille continues using her psychokinetic ability. Then she counterattacks Stone Gale. I'm returning these rocks to you. Narumi begins using wind control magic. A wind spear technique is launched. Stone Gale is startled by this scene. Around him now are continuous attacks. He growls angrily, thinking they're attacking me from multiple angles, then shouts, "But even so, you can't destroy my defensive line." Immediately, wall expansion and enlargement is executed. Large drills knock Midu and Arisher to other locations. Yumi on this side worries a bit. Spraying water, this one's yours. Streams of water appear abundantly, hitting his earth and stone drills. Stone Gale is startled when he notices the wall showing signs of water seepage. He worries this is bad. If it gets wet, it won't be hard anymore. Then the earth and stone controlled by Mirai all charge forward. Midu shouts with all his might, "End this." At the same time, Arisher angrily punches, "Die." Just a few seconds later, the once solid wall is completely shattered by the warriors. Stone Gale now makes several chilling sounds. He moves frantically while still thinking he can hold on. Stone Gale, being attacked, is immediately knocked back. He thinks, but if this continues, my defense will be destroyed. Suddenly, Stone Gale's eyes flash with a fierce look. I'm betting everything on converting all defensive mana. A series of magic circles appear, transforming into offensive mana. But before he can execute this, Kai's eyes spot the weakness and flash. And in the blink of an eye, his dagger stabs straight into the center of his chest. Blood splatters, and Stone Gale, one of the 4 heavenly kings, falls with little resistance. Stone Gale roars once, then his whole body trembles. Then his eyes turn white and gradually lose vitality. Then his large body slowly collapses to the ground before everyone. Everyone is amazed, but also very happy. Then they share their joy. We did it. The two people standing before the corpse, the crowd calls their names. Midhu and Erishur have defeated Stone Gale. But Midhu knows the real situation. He thinks they're wrong. Erishur also knows this. His eyes intently stare at the corpse. It wasn't us. In those final moments, something. Then Erishur notices the weapon that brought down this high-level demon. He held up the knife to take aim, then said, "This dagger shouldn't be underestimated." Seeing Erishur hesitate, Midhu also turned his gaze toward where the dagger was thrown. He saw water stains on the ceiling above. Midhu blurted out, "So was Shinjuku." Erishur frowned angrily. "Damn that bastard." Narumi stepped forward with a smile. "Our plan was successful." Midhu smiled brightly. "Yes, we did it." He thought to himself that everything went according to plan. Midhu looked toward the girls' group. Like with Kindashita-san, we were able to go that far. But at the last moment, Stone Gale released an enormous amount of energy from his body. He realized their plan was just child's play. That's why Shinjuku had been following them to intervene at the right time. Mirai walked over, looked at Midhu and smiled. "I don't know why you have that expression, but shouldn't we celebrate now?" He hesitated. The truth is, she immediately stepped over and interrupted. "If you want to say something, I'll listen later." Looking at the corpse lying there, Mirai continued, "We just defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings. Today was good enough." After saying that, she pushed Midhu's back toward everyone to celebrate together, leaving him no time to react. Standing in the crowd, there were continuous compliments for him. "Midhu did great. Excellent. We're really united." For a moment, Midhu was a bit dazed. But immediately after, he broke into a friendly smile and joined everyone's celebration. Erishur also noticed this and was dealing with his own thoughts. His teammates also stepped forward. Asashi praised, "Well done, Arashi-san." Kenta excitedly said, "I was so nervous earlier. I'll follow and learn from you for the rest of my life." Erishur sighed, "Be quiet. I'm not the one who defeated him." The two friends immediately lowered their voices. "I'm sorry." Kao crossed his arms and looked over, saying, "Erishur, I know why you're so bitter." Gripping the dagger tightly in his hand, he asked Kao back, "You saw it too, didn't you?" Kao replied, "Yes, because I was standing very close, but don't worry." He was only worried about the ending. Erishur gripped the dagger even tighter. Kao's voice continued, "The one who really pushed the 4 heavenly kings to the wall was you and Midhu. That's enough." After hearing this, Erishur felt somewhat relieved and said nothing more. A while later, Midhu was standing there catching his breath. He stood from above the castle wall and shouted down, "We have killed Earth's 4 heavenly kings, Stone Gale." He held up the head high and demanded, "You all surrender right now." Seeing this, the demon soldiers looked soulless, dropped their weapons to the ground, and trembled in fear. "Stone Gale-sama lost?" Amelia raised her sword high and shouted loudly, "This is our victory." The soldiers also cheered in response. Heinrich smiled. They finally did it. In the stone castle, there were now cheers of celebration from the soldiers. Looking through the window down below from inside, Kai nodded slightly. "Finally, it's over." Ma was a bit puzzled, but the number of soldiers on both sides is still about the same. Kai turned around and explained, "The Demon Lord's army is led by someone with high prestige. When their leader is defeated, they don't have enough ability to resist anymore." I realized, "You reminded me to notice the same thing happened when we defeated Windbox. Not a single demon chased after us." Kai poured a cup of hot tea and added, "That's one of the weaknesses of the Demon Lord's army." She turned and asked in confusion, But is it really okay?" I continued, "The one who killed Stone Gale was you. I thought your purpose was to train your friends." Kai replied, "I sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Stone Gale when he transformed. I didn't want my friends to be killed before they could mature." He sipped his tea and added, "Anyway, that's the main job of an assassin. I hope they at least understand." I smiled. "You're protecting your friends excessively, you know." Putting down his teacup, Kai gently replied, "I've been thinking these past few days, Don't you plan to call me by name? My name is Shinji-kai. Hearing that, Mai blushed in embarrassment. No, because I don't know what to call you. She whispered softly. Then can I call you Kai? While holding his drink, he answered casually, sure. Then he turned to question her. Why are you blushing? Her face turned bright red, but she still denied it completely. No, nothing. At this time, he turned back, thinking about what had passed. They had killed 2 out of the 4 heavenly kings. Isabel's image appeared. He assessed, but there are those under the demon lord who are truly very strong like Isabel. There are definitely still stronger creatures hiding out there. He told himself, it seems the journey to kill the demon lord is still very long. A voice from above rang out. You're making things more difficult. He saw a tall girl lying face down. She clearly showed a hostile attitude. But that guy just smiled calmly and said, It's great that your heart is still intact, but you can't move anymore, can you? Then he ordered the soldier behind him. You there, convey my words to the support units. I have captured the princess. Now, finally, the Beast Alliance has ended. 1 week after defeating the Earth Heavenly King. The atmosphere in the kingdom was becoming brighter thanks to the recent successes of the army. People read the news and were happy about it. This victory boosted the knights' morale. They were given rest and had joyful parties, eating, drinking, and singing, and increased the reputation of the hero candidates. They became hope for humanity. They were welcomed and praised when returning to the streets. In the great hall, His Majesty declared, with success in subduing one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army, I send you my most respectful greetings. Below was Midu kneeling in ceremony. Then that day he announced further, Midu Suji, you will be granted the noble title of Lord as a knight. He bowed his head in acknowledgement, but seemed quite uncomfortable. After going through the royal ceremonial procedures, as well as the reward time for the matter in the great hall, returning to his room now brought only sighs. Everyone was sitting around the tea table. Midu frowned, so tired. Mireille smiled and looked over asking, Are you also tired, Mido-kun? He replied, Who do you think I am? Amelia held her teacup and said, Already tired from just this. Is that a sign of old age? He is the captain of the 4th Night Corps. Heinrich defended Midu. He wasn't taught noble etiquette like us, Amelia. We taught him a bit about basic etiquette and simple ceremonies before he was ennobled. Stayed up all night. You did very well, even though this was your first time. Midu smiled. The pressure at that time. If I had been rude to His Majesty, what if we were blamed later and our position became worse? Heinrich winked. Being blamed like that would be better than unnecessary pressure when having to solve the kingdom's problems. Amelia turned and said, You were also just knighted, so you'll have to do such things too. Midu asked curiously, Being a noble is also tiring, isn't it? Heinrich enjoyed his hot tea and replied, Not to brag, but you don't need to worry about me. Amelia leaned back in her chair and continued, Anyway, the church also holds a certain power in the kingdom. We knights of the kingdom must also be managed by the church. The title you received this time was also designated for His Majesty by the Pope's order. Heinrich added, So now you officially become part of the Knight Corps in the Empire. You will be captain of the 11th Knight Corps. Also known as the Hero Corps, you will command the strongest assault force, including the hero candidates. Mido wondered, if the knights are under church control, what's the point of giving the knight title to our organization? Heinrich asked back, there are many complex issues related to the involvement of state institutions and government. Do you want to know? Hearing that, Midu immediately lost interest in listening further. Heinrich reminded, regardless, you're now in the same position as us. Power comes with responsibility. Remember that. Morning, blue sky, and white clouds at the forest outside the castle. Kai stood there asking Jean, Midu became captain first, huh? She nodded and replied, Yes, Midu was the one who requested a position of authority in the state structure. Mai smiled. I don't understand much, but it's good, isn't it? Kai argued. The kingdom wants to turn Midu into a symbol. Giving him power means they want to show everyone that the hero candidates are under the kingdom's control. Mai looked confused and puzzled. In short, that's not good news, is it? He continued explaining, after defeating the demon lord, we'll be able to return to our world. This kingdom is exploiting us based on that reason, but don't get too immersed in it. Kai remembered Leonora. Ultimately, the way this kingdom treats us is just like Leonora's method. We're just chess pieces they can sacrifice at any time. Jin agreed. Yes, we should be more careful. She blushed slightly and asked, there's one more thing. Who is that person standing next to you? Kai was startled and looked over to introduce. She's my half-demon and a mage. Mai smiled brightly and waved hello. Nice to meet you. Jin also politely replied. Nice to meet you too. Then she pointed and wondered, hey wait, what's this girl's relationship with you, Shinjuku? Mai calmly answered, I'm just his travel companion on this journey. What about you? What's your relationship with Kai? Jin was startled hearing her call Kai's intimate name, then awkwardly replied, I'm his friend. Kai interrupted saying, Jin, you're terrible. Whose friend? Then he introduced to Mai. This is Kanzaki Jin. She's my partner. Jin blushed hearing the word partner. Mai winked and asked mischievously, were you two also close like this in the old world? His answer was, I never talked to her. Jin also nodded, that's right. Kai brushed it off, asking, anyway, you once said your mission was to defeat the demon lord, right? Jin nodded slightly. He continued, like in the battle with Stone Gale, I'll move like your shadow. Kanzaki, become my liaison with everyone. Jin quickly interrupted. Wait, can you let me come along? Kai asked back, you want to go with me? He looked at the two girls in front of him as if realizing something and pursed his lips. I see. Jin was very excited and expectant, while Mai remained very innocent. Kai shook his head. No, I have to refuse. Without you, I have no way to communicate with everyone. He looked straight into Jin's eyes and said seriously, they don't like me. For me, your position is very important. Truly a smooth confession. Hearing that, Jin blushed slightly, pretended to cough lightly and replied, then I guess I can't do anything else. She remembered Narumi and Midu and added, but there are still many people who value you, especially Midokun. Kai closed his eyes and said softly, Midu is probably thinking of ways to fight without depending on me. That's fine too. He needs to develop his thinking to be able to defeat the demon lord. Jin asked Kai, do you really want to make everyone stronger, Shinjuku? He answered honestly, I can't defeat the demon lord's army alone. Mai and I killed one of the 4 heavenly kings. But we also barely won. The situation at that time was quite difficult. Jin was shocked hearing this. You defeated another 4 heavenly king? Just the 2 of you. Mai smiled. It was also very dangerous then. We defeated Windbox, the wind heavenly king. Jin looked at Kai thoughtfully. With everyone's full presence, we were almost evenly matched fighting Stone Gale. But the 2 of them. She turned to look at Mai. Moreover, this girl whom Shinjuku trusts is not like an ordinary girl. Jin clenched her fists. Compared to her, I was completely useless in the battle against Stone Gale. Kai recalled Cena's words. In the demon lord's army, there are creatures even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. Then he said to Jin, currently, with our strength, we can't complete this mission. He stepped past her and reminded gently, Kanzaki, please carefully observe everyone's movements in class and the kingdoms as well. I'll contact you regularly. Jin turned and replied, I understand. Kai walked away and asked her to pass on a message. I'm working in my own way to defeat the demon lord. Tell Midu that. Then Kai called out, let's go, Mai. The girl hurried to follow, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Jin. After defeating Stone Gale, one of the demon lord's 4 heavenly kings, the Holy Kingdom's army began a large-scale invasion. Thanks to the cooperation of the 11th Night Corps Hero Unit, the army's morale continued to rise. They took advantage of this momentum to push back the front lines. As a result, the Holy Kingdom's army successfully captured many fortresses around the Urugano mountain range, and the city of Nutras was liberated. Midu was the spearhead in this battle. This result was achieved not only by defeating Stone Gale, who commanded the demon army around the territory. However, the Holy Kingdom's army didn't know about the final detail. Kai was always secretly acting in the shadows. After the end, victory celebration parties were held with many nobles as well as ministers in the kingdom. Narumi, with a large beer mug in hand, raised it up, gulping. He laughed loudly. Celebrating victory like this is so fun, right? Mireille held her head, asking, "Why do you drink beer like drinking water?" Narumi winked. "In this world, 15 years old is already an adult. In short, I'm allowed to drink beer." Immediately, Mireille gave him a knock on the head and scolded, "We'll return to the old world soon." Then she grabbed a beer glass and walked away. Narumi lay there regretting. "Why did you do that? My beer." Everyone witnessing the two showed amusement. Rina turned to tell Midu, "You're tense again. Just for today, let's relax." Mireille saw her holding a wine glass and immediately pointed sternly. "You too. That's alcohol, isn't it?" Rina lifted the glass to drink and replied, "Fruit juice, ma'am." Midu, standing nearby, wondered, "Really? But anyway, I didn't expect everything to be this thorough." A voice from behind caught Midu's attention. Heike said to Satoshi, "It seems their chain of command is in chaos. They became so weak just from losing one heavenly king." Hearing that, Midu was a bit startled. "They reminded me to notice. I also had doubts about that. Thinking about it, they really seemed too weak." He turned back to tell the two, "I once thought it was a trap. Amelia-san and others also thought so, but in the end there was no trap." Rina looked over, asking, "Don't you think you're being overly cautious, Susie? The Demon Lord's army is just a bunch of fools, isn't it?" Midu replied, "Maybe Shinju is moving like our shadow." Rina frowned and brushed it off. How could he defeat them? Jean heard the conversation, put down her wine glass, and spoke up. "Just as Midu-kun said." She seriously told everyone, "While we were fighting, Shinju-kun eliminated their defensive forces." Everyone showed extreme surprise hearing this. "What are you saying? Really?" Jean smiled. "Yes, he even said he defeated another heavenly king stationed around this area. The reason the defensive lines around here were so weak was because of his efforts." Heike was surprised. Shinjuku single-handedly defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings? Midu also admired, "That's definitely Shinju-kun." Narumi, with a drunken face, chimed in, "He might be moving like our shadow." "Maybe no, he's a monster." Rina immediately objected. "Why would you believe those words? It's definitely a lie." Then she called to Erishur in the distance. "You think so too, right, Erishur?" He was chewing on roasted chicken leg and turned back, asking, "What?" Remembering that dagger then, he didn't know what else to say. Then he turned away and continued eating chicken, replying, "I don't care." Rina frowned. "What's wrong with you again?" Mireille slammed her beer glass down on the table loudly. "Even so, I won't forgive him." Rina asked her, "You understand me, right?" And Midu quietly asked Jean, "Where is Shinjuku now?" She hesitated a bit. "I don't know that much, but he said he's moving in his own way to eliminate the Demon Lord." Western territory of Nutras City. In the territory of the Demon Kingdom. In the forest, Kai was surrounded by several blue demon soldiers. With fierce faces and large axes in hand, they roared and struck down. He lightly jumped to one side to dodge. Immediately, another demon soldier jumped in to attack. Before it could strike down, Kai used dirt he had prepared and threw it at its face. The dirt flew straight into its face, making the demon soldier lose sight. Right then, Kai raised his hand and chanted, "Oh lightning, strike down my enemy." As he finished speaking, electricity sparked in his palm. Suddenly, a demon soldier's hand shot forward. Kai was startled and exclaimed, "What?" Somehow, it had moved to his side and was ready to strike his body. A voice rang out, "Fire lance." Immediately, a large flame appeared, burning the demon soldiers standing there. They were burned black and lay dead scattered around him. Kai said, "Don't do unnecessary things, Mai." She jumped down from above and replied, "If your magic wasn't ineffective, why would I interfere?" He looked at his palm and said, "Difficult. I thought I could control my energy, but I can't even use basic magic." Mai began explaining, "Your magic element is really very rare. The lightning element, fast and powerful, but very wild and unpredictable, so extremely difficult to control. She added, "You can use it to some extent for a short period. That alone is already abnormal. Understand? If you had the same divine element as your classmates, you'd be able to use magic easily." Kai looked at the lightning in his hand and asked, "Lightning is just basic magic. During training, I was able to use it. Why do you think it wasn't activated in the previous battle?" I answered, "Because you were distracted by the enemy in front of you. You need a clear image when using magic. Magic and incantations are almost the same. You must create a clear image of the phenomenon you desire." She added, "That's why magic isn't prioritized in close combat." Kai quickly interrupted, "However, I must use it in close combat like this. Otherwise, I have no reason to use it." He still listened attentively to Mai's explanation. "I know it's like that, but it's also very difficult. You know, right? But why do you want to learn to use magic now?" Kai replied, "I just need a new skill. Currently, I'm not strong enough to eliminate the Demon Lord. Honestly, I don't like this type of ability much either. But with your extensive magical knowledge, I gained this new ability. Truly a sage's disciple." Hearing his praise, Mai blushed slightly. She smiled shyly and brightly. "Well, that's what I'm best at." Something caught Kai's attention. Demon soldiers appeared again and suddenly surrounded the two. They all had fierce faces, holding weapons and glaring at him. The two stood back to back. Kai excitedly said, "Perfect, I was just needing some test subjects for experiments." Mai smiled, asking, "No way. Can you defeat this bunch alone?" The number of demon soldiers seemed more than before, and their level was also higher. Regardless of the numbers, thinking, "All of you have been surrounded by me alone," Kai rushed toward them with lightning in his hand. He aimed at the demon soldiers and used lightning strike. Lightning bolts appeared, making the demons scream in pain and go numb. The remaining ones looked fierce. Some were only lightly burned, but not much affected. Kai took out his dagger, thinking, finally able to use it in real combat, but the firepower is still lacking. A demon soldier took the opportunity to rush in, swinging his club down. He stepped back and successfully dodged. Then Kai jumped onto a nearby tree branch. Then, using his familiar speed and swift attack method, he struck down below. The demon soldiers below looked up bewildered, unable to keep up with his movements. Sharp daggers were thrown toward the demon soldiers. All of them were stabbed in vital spots, spurting blood and falling dead. The remaining small demons just stood there waiting to die. Looking at them, Kai thought, in the current situation, it's better for me to channel mana into the dagger and throw it. Its accuracy and firepower are more reliable. I need time to create clear images and chant spells, but once I master it, it will be an excellent skill. The demons showed no signs of retreating. Another one jumped in to attack with sharp claws. A horizontal slash, and its head separated from its neck. Then he climbed up the tall tree, hanging there looking down. Kai suddenly realized. More demon soldiers were arriving, another squad. Kai jumped down ready with his dagger in hand. He shot forward quickly with his weapon, taking care of them beautifully. Then Kai jumped back up to a high branch, continuing to observe the surroundings. Suddenly the tree shook violently. Below, a red demon soldier holding a large club was hitting the tree trunk where he was standing. Kai looked down and clicked his tongue, thinking, as expected, there are too many of them. The large tree was broken. He jumped down below, then looked at the demons in front of him. Behind them was one much larger than the rest. It had 2 long horns and seemed quite calm compared to the others, with a body twice as large. He used his divine sight to assess it. Seems the boss is here. Very good. You'll become my test subject. 2 hands, 2 blades, his entire body radiating intense fighting spirit. What perfect test conditions. My shows signs of fatigue. There are just too many of them. We've been fighting endlessly. She continuously uses fire attacks to burn the demon soldiers alive. After a while, Mai calls to him, "Hey, we should get out of here. This isn't sustainable." He nods in agreement, understood. That's enough for today. They leave behind piles of demon corpses in their wake. The two then run out of the forest area, with Mai sighing from exhaustion. He assesses, Besides the large numbers of monsters, their levels are quite high too. This isn't a place where humans can survive. My response, since demons can control monsters with low intelligence, this probably isn't an issue for them. He agrees. That's exactly why this land is only suitable for demons. The two stop before a somewhat ominous cliff face. Looking down below, they see countless demon soldiers. This is the true territory of the demon kingdom. This looks troublesome. 1 week after Shinju conducted reconnaissance, the kingdom is advancing and begins invading the demon kingdom right after liberating several territories. The army moves along the forest path. A group of people get surrounded as monsters appear again. Get ready. But the number and level of monsters in this area are completely different from those in the kingdom's territory, even though they're not a threat to hero candidates and knights. For ordinary soldiers, they're becoming food for the monsters. Amelia shouts loudly, "Don't retreat. Hold formation and fight them back." Heinrich looks worried. There are too many of them. We're completely overwhelmed. We're being attacked by all the monsters at once. That means, Midu continues the thought, a high-level demon, right? Before them now is indeed a demon with a goblet of blood in hand. It has wings on both sides. It opens its mouth, swallowing every drop of blood. Looking down at the forest from the city walls, it says, "I won't allow any mistakes to happen." Ada is a high-level demon. Elsa, no matter how many monsters we have to use, weaken their military strength, and once they're exhausted, we'll begin our counterattack. The soldiers panic when they see the demon soldiers, the Devil Lord's army. Midu turns back and shouts, "Amelia, we need to retreat. If we keep this up, we'll be annihilated." She responds, "All right, I understand. Everyone retreat to the path where we started." Many soldiers fall that year, and 2 large demon soldiers step forward. They look at the corpses and laugh loudly. Such an easy victory? We underestimated them too much, even using monsters to hold them back. Another one turns and says, "Well, these are Elsa-sama's orders after all. She's very cautious." The remaining one agrees. "Thanks to her, we won so easily." This is how enemies should learn the difference between them and our army. The red demon soldier grins. "By the way, we've already conquered the Beastman Alliance, haven't we?" If that's true, the higher-ups are getting serious about the war against humans. The dark demon soldier responds, "Probably so. Our victory is inevitable. However, I do respect their strength. They did defeat 2 of the 4 heavenly kings. That's an undeniable fact." Hidden in the bushes, Kai and Mai are still quietly observing the situation. Mai looks shocked and asks, "They've conquered the Beastman Alliance? What does that mean? I've never heard of this." Kai ponders, "We've got some interesting information here. Mai, help me gather some more intel." Back in the kingdom's capital, the atmosphere is somewhat gloomy after days of consecutive victories. In the medical ward, many wounded soldiers are being treated, lying everywhere with strange groaning sounds. An emergency meeting is immediately organized, with leaders sitting around a long table. Amelia speaks up. "All human territories have been reclaimed. Unfortunately, the moment we dared to step into the demon world, we were defeated." She looks at everyone and asks, "That's our current situation. Does anyone have any suggestions?" 2 old generals. One can't think of anything. The other ponders. "The problem is how we can fight against the endless waves of monsters, right? If we don't find a solution, we won't be able to properly fight the demons." Another general speaks up. "From the beginning, I didn't know demons would have such schemes to use monsters like this. I know it's the effect of some kind of magic." Hurek analyzes, "Until recently, the Demon Lord's army fought us without any proper tactics. Only after a series of defeats did they start taking us seriously." Midu judges, "There's definitely some cunning one commanding them. It's possible that the monster waves we encountered were caused by a high-level demon." The general with crossed arms reports, "Based on the reports I received from scouts, there are many monsters inside that forest. If we can just get out of that forest, we can fight them properly." Amalia states, "That forest is quite large, but doesn't have many paths. Advancing through that forest with the entire army is impossible. Do you think the enemy commander will let us do that freely? The gray-haired general suggests, I think we should regroup our forces right now. The one with high eyebrows continues, although we achieved positive results in liberating many territories, we also suffered great losses. Moreover, in the final battle, we lost even more. Another agrees and says, first, we completed our goal of reclaiming our lost territories. It's true we used the soldiers' high fighting spirit to push back the demons, but right now, that's impossible. Mida listens attentively. Mireille raises her hand with an opinion. May I say something? Our mission is to defeat the demon lord, right? The generals respond, that's right. If it were that easy, we wouldn't be having difficulties right now. Amelia asks, Hashimoto, do you have any suggestions? She scratches and smiles, suggesting, how about we increase our army? Amelia responds, it's difficult. There's no point in increasing troop numbers. We'll just be slowed down in the process. Mida thinks, everyone has their own abilities in this world. No matter how many soldiers we gather to face monsters, fighting them will only increase casualties. That's when he speaks up. Since we need to strengthen our army, we should focus on our elite forces. Amelia agrees. Exactly. Even if we search the entire kingdom, you won't find anyone stronger than those here. On the front lines, they're also experienced warriors. She continues, if we want to increase our strength, we should focus on training our army further rather than increasing numbers. It will take time, but that approach is much more practical. The old generals seem to feel better about this plan. Midou realizes, I finally understand why I feel so restless. He looks at the comfortable, unconcerned expressions of the old generals. That's why they have no problem maintaining the status quo. Erich seems to observe his anxiety. He turns to look at him and asks, Midou, what do you think? Midou speaks frankly. Based on the current discussion, it will take us many years to defeat the Demon Lord. I want to defeat the Demon Lord as soon as possible. Amelia gets the point. Anyway, we need time to train elite troops. It will take about 2 years for us to recover our strength. Midou is slightly disappointed. 2 years seems too long for them. One of the generals says, defeating the Demon Lord as soon as possible would be best for us. But the reality is we were defeated on enemy territory. It will be very difficult for us to invade their territory again. Another turns and smiles brightly. Considering the results, this has been a great success, hasn't it? We finally liberated the territories we lost. All thanks to you hero candidates. Mida thanks him but feels heavy-hearted. So it's decided then. He thinks of his friends. We really want to go home as soon as possible. I'm quite sure many others think the same way. I wonder if they'll accept this decision. Erich and Amelia notice Meadow's uncomfortable mood. A while later, everyone leaves the meeting room and heads out. Erich tells Meadow, I understand your feelings, but Amelia's judgment is based on our kingdom situation. To overcome this situation, we need stronger power. It's sad that this isn't something we can easily decide. He agrees. You're right. I understand. Heinrich adds, but I don't want you to think hastily. He turns and asks, do you think the same as me? Heinrich pauses. He responds, you don't want your friends to die, right? Impatience only brings disaster. That's why I'm telling you to take it slow. Hearing those words really makes Mida think more. Heinrich looks through the window down at the training yard below. Below, everyone is training. He continues, moreover, although hero candidates are very strong, you still have much room to develop your power. It's best if you spend time preparing to defeat the Demon Lord. Mireille says, now that I think about it, everyone wants to go home, but currently this way is probably better than death. She remembers before, if Hyrixian hadn't come to save us when we were defeated by Stoneguile, we would all be dead by now. Hurich adds, the nature of the demon world is survival of the fittest. There might be entities even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. He explains, I'm sorry for having to put it this way, but we're counting on you all. It will be very difficult for you to defeat the Demon Lord with your current strength. Midou understands the situation and replies, I know. I'll gather everyone and summarize this for them. He has thought very carefully, just like what Heinrich said. We can't rush. I won't let my friends die. After returning, Midu summarizes the meeting content for everyone. Erasure sits with his feet on the table and says loudly, "Hey, don't joke around." He explains, "Of course I also want to defeat that demon lord as soon as possible, but our goals and the holy kingdoms are different." Midu asks him, "Are you saying we should attack the demon lord's army alone?" Erasy stands up and responds, "Of course. The people in this kingdom aren't our allies. We'll use them when necessary. I have no reason to listen to them." Midu argues firmly, "If you do that, it'll only cause trouble for us. We can't fight on our own. We need help from the Holy Kingdom." Erasy asks back, "Directly fighting the Demon Lord's army isn't your only plan, is it? There's also guerrilla tactics." The others listen attentively as he continues. "Our goal isn't to defeat the Demon Lord's army, but the Demon Lord himself." Midu interrupts, "I understand what you mean, but I still think it's very risky. If we do that, someone might lose their life, even if we win." Erasy raises his eyebrows sharply. "I said we just need to kill the Demon Lord. I know it's dangerous, so whoever's scared can just sit here and wait for the rest of their lives." Midu shouts, "I don't want anyone to die here. That's why I'm telling you this is our best choice." Erasure loses his temper, stomps his foot, and rushes forward. "Stop being a coward." Then he prepares to throw a punch at Midu to open your eyes. He immediately draws his sword, then uses shield mode to create a defensive layer in front. The punch is blocked, but still creates the large explosion and causes significant damage around. Smoke fills the air, the others can't react in time. From within the dust, a voice echoes, "You think you'll beat me with just this much?" Midu continues, "We have to defeat the Demon Lord together. With just one of the 4 heavenly kings, we already had considerable difficulty. It's best during this time that we train ourselves and improve our skills." Erasure still raises his fist challengingly. "You think you've won already?" Chains appear restraining both of them along with Jin's voice. Unable to move, both look over in surprise. Jin shouts, "Both of you calm down. Are you planning to destroy this castle? That'll just cause us more trouble." Midu raises both hands. "My fault, Kanzaki." Erasure struggles to break free, then jerks hard, causing the chains to snap. "Annoying." Jin mutters, "I had to use a lot of energy to create that binding spell, yet he could destroy it so easily." Erasy relaxes his hand and says, "We should develop more strength from battles. The more challenges we overcome, the faster we develop." Then he asks Mido, "I'm sure you understand, right?" Mirai steps up. "I agree with Mido-kun." Rina also speaks up. "Instead of being destroyed in our haste, isn't safety better?" Haiki says, "Actually, this world isn't that bad." Satoshi turns, "I don't want to be killed because of our impatience." Kaori raises her hand slightly, agreeing with Arashi-kun. Rina wonders, "Kaori, why suddenly do you?" She responds, "I understand Mido-kun's point, but I want to go home as soon as possible." Yumi turns to look at Kaori, but everyone else feels the same way. She tears up honestly. "At home, I only have my mother, and she's very weak." Kaori remembers her mother lying sick in bed. "I'm very worried about Mom. Usually I'd be by her side, but now she's all alone." Chow also joins Arashi's side. "I agree. I also only live with my little sister." He tells his story. "Our parents abandoned us, and I don't have any relatives. I want to return as soon as possible to help my sister." Sayori lowers her head, a bit sad. "My reason isn't as convincing as you two, but my family must be very worried about me. I can't make them wait another 2 years." Hearing those words makes the remaining friends feel a bit down too. Midu also sees his friends' expressions and understands to some extent. Narumi boasts, "I also have several girlfriends, about 3 people, so I want to return really soon too." Mireille turns, "You're really something, daring to declare that in this situation." Asashi smiles and says, "As for us, of course we'll always be Arashi-san's allies, right?" Kina replies, "Following Arashi-san is the right decision." It's Akira's turn. He seems hesitant, at least. Then he looks at the 2 leaders. "Compared to Midu, who's always hesitant, I think I should trust Erasure, who's decisive." Erasure turns back to look. "They've said so, Midu." He finally bites his lip wordlessly, wondering what he should do. Arasi walks over confidently. No need to discuss this anymore. He heads toward the door, waving his hand. Now I'll act on my own. Whoever's ready to die, come with me. Those who supported Arashur earlier immediately follow. The number is relatively large, too. Kaori also turns around, preparing to step out. Rina and Yumi try to hold her back, calling after Kaori. She closes her eyes tightly, not knowing what to say, having to choose with her heart. Kaori follows Arasi's group with an apology. I'm sorry, Reina. Those remaining watch with regretful eyes, the atmosphere becoming somewhat heavy. Mariko asks Narumi, aren't you going with them? He responds, well, we also need someone as a liaison. Jean thinks, in this situation, what should I do? I still have grandfather. I want to go home as soon as possible, too. She's struggling internally. My emotions are telling me to follow Arashi-kun, but based on the guidance I received from Shinji-kun, it's better for me to stay here, right? Outside, Kai and I return and stand before everyone. There's a curse heard. What do you want, you bastard? The crowd preparing to leave sees Kai and immediately stirs. Shinju, how dare you come here? Akira says harshly, don't cause trouble here. This will draw unwanted attention. Chao looks over and reminds when he sees the fist appear. Arasi, you too. He looks down and says, we don't have time for you. If you don't have an important reason for appearing here, you'll pay the price. More seriously, you're right. I think I should be honest. I want to borrow your strength. Hearing him say that, Arashur is somewhat surprised and asks back, what? Before Kai appeared, Division appeared in the room, with his friends split into two groups. At that time, he and Mei were outside listening and observing the situation. She turns and asks, your classmates are arguing. Are they really okay? Kai responds, I don't know. However, their thinking sounds reasonable. Like Midu said, they can't do this on their own. On the other hand, the Holy Kingdom's approach is too passive. Meanwhile, what Arasi said about having to wait 2 years is also right, but it's certainly more dangerous. Mei asks Kai, if it were you, what would you do? He raises his hand and answers, there are 3 ways to break the current situation. First is to change the thinking of the Holy Kingdom's leaders, forcing them to change. Once we complete that goal, they'll mobilize their army, even if condemned or exiled by the Holy Kingdom. As long as I can return to my world, other things don't matter. But I don't think Meadow would agree with this plan. Mei asks immediately, what's the second option? Kai responds, we'll do what Arasi said, use guerrilla tactics instead of fighting them directly. Based on the information we gathered and what Isabel said, the Demon Kingdom isn't united. If we can sabotage their rear, we can incite a civil war. Although I don't think Arashur can do that. Mei has seen his hot temper, so agrees too. For him, it's really impossible. What about the third option? Kai smiles. We act based on the information we have. In that forest he mentioned to Mei, we'll gather some more information. He continues, if everything goes well, we might get help from other parties. Eventually, it will force the kingdom's army to act. Amidst a large fire in the darkness, Kai along with Arasi's group are sitting around the warmth. Arashur raises his eyebrows, wondering, what the hell is a cat tribe princess? Kai responds, she's the daughter of the cat tribe's leader. It seems she was captured by the demon lord's army. She's one of the most important people among the beast tribes, definitely. He adds, that's information I got after torturing many demons, so this information might be correct. The girls, hearing the word torture, immediately feel somewhat frightened, thinking to themselves, he's really scary. Akira wonders, I don't know who he really is. I don't understand why he has a pistol. Ineo notices Mei, that girl is too cute. Who is she? Arashur takes a bite of meat and asks further. That's why I'm asking what the hell this princess thing is. What do we have to do with beast people? Asushi asks. They're animals with ears or tails, right? Kenna gets excited. I really want to see them myself. They must be cute. Arashur sits in the middle, annoyed, and shouts, shut up, you guys. Kai continues, now let's talk about our plan. First, you know there's a beast nation in the Southern Territory, right? Akira asks, The Beastman Federation Grandan asks, right? Kai responds, exactly. A neutral country with no stance on the conflict between humans and demons. Heresy shows doubt. Are you telling us to seek their help? They're just a group afraid of demons. May interjects. Their soldiers are stronger than you think. She adds, their physical abilities and senses are honed to perfection. They've repeatedly prevented invasion attempts by the Demon Lord's army. He turns and wonders. Then why are they so passive about the situation? They just need to invade the demon kingdom and destroy it. May smiles. They're really strong, but not to the extent of being able to annihilate the Demon Lord's army. Besides, from the beginning, the Demon Lord's army only focused on humans. Kai now reveals the key point. But if the Holy Kingdom and Beast people join forces, that's completely possible. Akira speaks up. I understand now. So that's why we need the princess. Kaori asks, we just need to rescue the princess and use her as a bargaining chip against the Beastman Alliance, right? Kai responds, basically yes. I already have information about their supply routes. I want you all to act as bait. His eyes are extremely serious. Just devastate that place with your explosion while I hide myself. Akira interrupts. I understand what you mean, but I still have one question. Why doesn't the Holy Kingdom try to force cooperation with the Federation? Kai sighs, good question, Nanomiya. They have reasons for doing so. My response, the Federation also hates demons because of their invasions. From the beginning, demons have always looked down on other races. But humans have always called beastmen inferior beings and oppressed them. That's why beastmen turned their country into the grandinous Beastman Federation. Of course they hate humans. Kaori worries. Then asking them to cooperate will be very difficult, right? By the fire. That's why we need a bargaining chip against them. Kai adds, the Cat Tribe Princess has been captured by the Demon Lord's army. The situation is very favorable for us. May smiles. Beastmen are famous for keeping their promises. Once we rescue her, we can negotiate with them. After the plan was presented, everyone fell silent for a moment to think. Kai asked everyone, isn't this also worth trying? I'm sure you don't have any plans right now. Erishur stood up and stepped forward. You suddenly appeared before us and made such a request. You always act like you know everything. Gao's voice rang out calling Arashi's name, making him stop. He reminded him, don't forget that at this moment, your decision will affect everyone's lives. Erishur was still struggling, gritting his teeth because he was still uncomfortable with Kai. Everyone in the group was still sitting there waiting for his decision. Erishur sat there, his face not very happy, struggling between public and private matters. Finally, he made his decision. All right, let's do as he says. At dawn, Kai along with Arashi's group began to move. Kaori spoke up, we've been heading south all this time. Is this really okay? Kai replied, that's right. The Grandinaf Federation of the Beast Tribe is located in the southern region. And as for the demons, they're transporting prisoners to the north. Our destination is the road through the southern forest of the Demon Kingdom's territory. Neither country has any trade agreements. Since there are only a few roads there, we'll know exactly where they're going. Akira added, so we're actually infiltrating the Demon Kingdom? Could we be discovered before we even launch our raid? Kai glanced over slightly, then replied to reassure everyone, don't worry, I've gathered information about routes suitable for our group size. Although the road we're taking might be rough and has many monsters, Akira wondered, can our horse carriage get through? Kai added, this is also very important. If we encounter danger, can we rely on Sorero's ability? Tomoko enthusiastically replied, of course. Her divine protection is multidimensional space, allowing her to create multidimensional spaces to store equipment and items. The number of spaces depends on mastery ability, requiring a certain amount of mana to maintain the spaces. She turned to ask Kai, it's been a while since we met, but you still remember my divine protection? He replied, because your ability is very special, quite advantageous in this situation. Tomoko looked pleased. It feels good to be praised like that. Gao turned to ask Kai, Xi and Zhu, have you been infiltrating and hiding in the Demon Kingdom all this time since that incident happened? He replied, not exactly. I've always been searching for clues so we can return home. Sayori asked directly, so what's the result? Kai's answer was, we only have one choice, and that's to eliminate the Demon Lord. So I've gathered all the necessary information to be able to defeat the Demon Lord. Akira wondered about the result of his reconnaissance. The Beast Tribe Princess was kidnapped. That's definitely Shinju. Erasure showed impatience. By the way, is it okay for us to walk leisurely like this? Shouldn't we be planning to raid them? Kai agreed. You're right. We need to speed up. Let Sorero store the luggage and horse carriage. The girl was extremely excited. That evening, the group switched to walking on the cross trail. Erasure immediately noticed and called out to everyone, monsters are here. Everyone get ready. At this moment, they were being surrounded by extremely fierce night wolves. Behind Sayuri, a wolf with sharp fangs lunged forward. Gao immediately stepped up to block and protect her. The wolf bit his hand, but in return got its teeth broken. Gao smiled. Sorry, but your attack can't get through my steel. Then he gave a reminder punch. Akari reminded everyone, we're surrounded. Support members concentrate in the center of the formation. The vanguard will push them back. Then he used support buff commands on his teammates. Those with combat ability immediately followed orders and stepped to the outer ring. With increased strength, they quickly defeated the pack of wolves. Kaori, with his restraining ability, immediately shot out climbing ropes and shouted stop. The wolf was tied up and couldn't attack. Then it lost momentum and fell to the ground. Inout rushed forward and gave it a sword strike to defeat the wolf. Take this. Over here, another wolf was jumping toward Erasure. He gently raised his hand and grabbed its neck. Then scolded, you punk, you're nothing in front of me. Then he gave an explosive punch that blew it apart. The wolf was burned black. Erasure threw it aside. He turned back to ask everyone, no one got hurt, right? Kai observed and thought to himself, everyone did very well. I don't need to worry about them. It's good that Erasure realized his leadership abilities. He continued to remind everyone, if anyone is injured, please ask Hano to heal them. But unfortunately, Kai noticed something approaching and called out to Mei. A sharp-fanged wolf remained. It appeared behind Erasure, quite close, startling him. What? There's still one more? Mei shouted, Fire Dragon. A large flame swept through, burning the wolf to ashes. In an instant, the wolf was neutralized. Asashi marveled. Such powerful firepower, Kenna exclaimed. Look at that. It's completely charred. Isn't she much stronger than Nagaseo? Erasure pursed his lips. Really unnecessary. Shinju's girlfriend. Hearing this made Mei startle and blush. She reacted strongly, pointing at Kai. Who is this guy's girlfriend? He remained calm. Be a little grateful. She just took a hit for you. Erasure glanced with suspicion. Mei looked at Kai expectantly. At least say something. He walked away saying, I don't care about such trivial things. The girl got angry. Is this a trivial thing? Asashi showed jealousy. How annoying. Shinju has such a cute girlfriend. Kenta admired. I also want to find a beautiful girlfriend here and bring her back to my world. After the battle, the girls came forward to get acquainted. Kaori waved and called. Hey, your name is Mai, right? Do you want to talk with us? Are you lovers? Mei looked confused toward Kai for help, but he acted cold. Why are you looking at me? Do whatever you want. Just waiting for that. She smiled brightly and replied. Okay. So the four girls chatted happily. Kai was also relieved to see Mei could blend in with everyone. Sometime later at a nearby cliff, it was still before dawn. Kai, after standing there observing the surroundings, felt this place seemed fine. Erasure sat there asking, they'll definitely pass through here, right? I don't want to sit waiting for days. Kai used his evaluating eyes to look down below. He saw small shadows from afar moving closer. Seeing the demon soldier convoy below, Kai turned to tell Erasure, don't worry, I can see them now. Kai used his divine protection power to evaluate and observe the entire demon army. Through this, he realized there were 3 low-level demons, 15 common-level demons. And certainly in those horse carriages, there were several more. Among them was one unique level 36 demon. His name was Zaganda, age 57, high-level demon race. His stats were all at A and B levels, Level 4 Spear Art Skill, Level 2 Demon Fire Arts, Level 2 Demon Slave Destruction Magic. Erishur spoke up asking, a high-level demon is their leader, right? Kai replied back and forth, probably so, don't underestimate him. Although not as strong as Stone Gale, a high-level demon is still very formidable. Hearing this, he frowned, his face full of determination. Just leave him to me. If you get in my way, I'll kill you. Kai glanced over and said, from the beginning, I intended to leave him to you. Our strategy is very simple. First, Erishur will distract them with his explosion skill. Once their formation is broken, we'll surround them. The others will move as a 3-person team. Kai continued assigning, Ineo and Ayanaji, you must protect Hano. The two immediately acknowledged orders. Next, Ozaki, your mission is to detect and escort the wounded. Gao crossed his arms and replied, leave it to me. Mei, you support everyone from behind. Erishur, your mission is to face the high-level demon. Don't get distracted by other opponents. While you're fighting, I'll sneak in and rescue the princess. After the rescue, I'll signal you. Finally, Kai instructed, others act according to the situation. If things get disadvantageous, you can retreat. Erishur appeared quite confident. Don't worry, once I blow away their leader's head, the rest will scatter and run. Kai looked over and replied, all right, I'll let you command the battle. Someone in the crowd spoke up. From the beginning, you should know we're here because you need our help. Kenneth shouted in support. That's right. Why are you acting so high and mighty? Asashi pointed angrily. Don't you dare order Erishur around. From behind, Erishur angrily shouted, shut up, you idiots, then gave both of them a headbutt. He stepped forward and ordered everyone, hurry up and get ready. We'll follow his plan. On the demon army's side, high-level demon Zaganda was looking around, observing the surroundings. A demon in the group complained, I'm so tired, boss. We've been walking all this time, ever since leaving the Beast People's territory. He turned back and shouted, we're almost there, you guys can't be careless. Then thought to himself, I also anticipated this. It's really tiring. Zaganda squinted his eyes. Riding the horse has been giving me back pain, but I can't let the soldiers see me like this. An idea came to his head. That's right. Let me try checking on the prisoner's condition. So he turned to tell the demon soldiers, I'm going to see what that little one is doing. Guard carefully. Don't lose vigilance. The demon soldiers outside said, yes, sir, while thinking inside. This old man wants to sneak away to rest, doesn't he? Inside one of the horse carriages, a beast girl was tied up and confined there. She was the princess of the Beast People Alliance, Cena. Zaganda entered and sat right at the door, his face somewhat tired, saying, finally, we've arrived here. Then, looking at her, he said, Princess, how do you feel? We're about to reach the city where you'll be imprisoned. We've already sneaked inside the Demon Kingdom's territory. Your Federation's soldiers can't reach this far. She immediately complained, what kind of horse carriage is this? The shaking is so awful. Hearing this, he was stunned. This answer was too fresh. Then Zaganda laughed mockingly. But don't worry, if the Federation obediently follows our orders, you'll be released anytime. Cena shook her head. It's useless. Once you've captured me, the Federation won't bow down in submission. He smiled. It seems you still don't understand your position. You're the daughter of the Beast People's leader. She still showed defiance against him. If you think capturing me can persuade them, then you're a fool. Zaganda exploded in anger, his eyes raised looking at her. Watch your mouth, you little wretch. Then he reached out and grabbed the princess's collar, then yanked it hard to Cena's surprise, exposing her skin. He stuck out his long, perverted tongue and said, let me taste your flavor a bit. I'll show you where your position is. The princess's eyes didn't change, staring at him without blinking. Zaganda reached out, preparing to do perverted things. Suddenly from outside, a large explosion occurred, lighting up the entire night sky. He panicked and temporarily stopped what he was doing halfway, pulled the curtain, and stuck his face out asking, what's happening? The demon soldier reported we're being attacked by humans. Zaganda was worried. Humans? I believe it if you said beast people. Consecutive explosions with extreme destructive power followed, blasting the demon's soldiers into the sky. He jumped on his horse, gripping the reins tightly, then spurred the horse pointing, "Counterattack, don't be afraid of those humans." So both sides charged into battle. The remaining members of the hero candidate team officially joined the fight. Asashi and Kenta continuously attacked and defeated many demon soldiers. On this side, Gao and the others also supported each other and followed the initial plan exactly. Zaganda looked at the battlefield worriedly. Are we losing? Even though my army is considered the most elite unit. Erasure rolled his shoulders and stepped forward in front of them, asking, "You're the high-level demon, right?" Zaganda drew his weapon and asked back, "Who the hell are you?" Erasure clenched both hands and smiled, looking at him. "I don't need to tell my name to trash like you. I'll tell you if you put on a show for me a bit." As a high-level demon, being insulted made him furious. Zaganda roared, attacking, "Shut your mouth. A human like you is nothing to me." Then he launched an extremely powerful attack toward Erasure. He jumped up, throwing a punch towards Zaganda. He used the spear in his hand to block it. Then he shouted loudly, "You think you could defeat me? A high-level demon with firepower like this?" Arashi's face showed some worry. He thrust the spear toward him. Immediately, he had to jump up to dodge, then jump backward, maintaining a safe distance. Erasure thought to himself, "He's too strong, but still not as much as that guy." Then clenched his fist. "I just need a bit more energy and firepower. Doing so I can handle some injuries. My explosion requires a lot of energy to activate. With my current ability, I can only fire 7 more shots." Erasure crouched down slightly and placed his hand on the ground to plant mines. "When I run out of energy, my physical abilities will decrease. If that happens, I won't be able to keep up with the enemy. I just need to create an opening and aim for this guy's head or heart. Then I'll have to use maximum power." On this side, Zaganda was also thinking, these warriors are humans. Moreover, they have divine protection abilities. I've never seen these faces before. But they're surprisingly strong. Could they be the legendary hero candidates? He spun the spear in his hand. If they're the ones who defeated Windbox and Stonegale, then I need to be more careful. Then he spurred his horse, charging forward, wondering, I don't know how they could discover our exact location. He suspected they were intending to rescue the Beast Tribe princess. Fortunately, I've assigned soldiers to guard the princess. They should be able to hold out for a while. The army here is focusing on defense. Zaganda's eyes showed determination. If so, I need to make a decisive move, need to defeat the one who seems to be their leader. After thinking for a while, he decided to charge forward and target Erasure, who was standing there. He thrust his spear forward and smiled. I'll decide this battle with one strike. Piercing thrust. The sudden attack, but fortunately Erasure managed to dodge in time. Seeing his coat destroyed made him somewhat surprised. Rolling to the left to dodge the strike, he was also somewhat confused because his speed was too fast. Arashi's eyes focused, looking at the high-level demon before him. He was spurring his horse forward, and he was standing right there. He smiled, right in his mind explosion range. Erasure used his divine protection skill mine explosion, creating a large destructive blast, making him panic and shout, "What is this?" The explosion made the horse rear up in fear. Zaganda was burned and singed by fire, looking extremely disheveled, thinking, this is a trap skill. He was somewhat worried, cursing, damn it, my vision is blocked. Erasure was charging forward while thinking, mine explosion is just a trap skill. It lacks firepower compared to my explosion. But finally I've created an opening in his defense. He can't determine my position through this dust. He appeared behind him with his hand red, with fire, preparing to punch down. Now I just need to ambush him with explosion. But before he could unleash his move, Zaganda's eyes flashed, looking over. There you are. Then from his body, a large gust of wind burst out. Wind force push. Erasure frowned, pursing his lips. Damn, can't dodge completely. The push just now made him fall backward to the ground. On this side, teammates seeing this worriedly called Arashi's name. He stood up, holding his stomach. It hurts so much. Everyone focus on the situation. Don't worry about me. Zaganda roared. You can't even use energy to protect yourself anymore. However, he was still somewhat worried. Can't believe this guy can defend like that. His instincts are as sharp as a beast's. He recalled how Erasure set traps, but I've discovered its fighting style. It can set explosive traps by placing its hand there. Moreover, it can make anything it touches explode. Zaganda stepped down confidently. As long as I hold this spear firmly, I can win the battle and maintain distance. Just need to focus and I can avoid its traps. Erasure looked at him with determination, thinking, I guess you're thinking that, right? Zaganda raised his hand, continuing to use wind push force, launching thin but sharp wind blades, making Erasure have to focus on dodging. He smiled. This distance is perfect. From this distance, it won't be able to touch me. The spear tip continuously stabbed toward Erasure. He then asked him, so you discover my fighting style? Zaganda smiled. Obviously, you always change your position. Erasure then raised his hand, preparing to attack. That's right, the one losing guard is you. He used his skill, Cannon Blast, firing a flame shot straight at Zaganda. He widened his eyes. Light flashed. Erasure added more energy to the shot with absolute power. A large explosion occurred. Terrifying destructive power. Right there it left a large crater, proving Arashi's attack carried enormous energy. Zaganda lay there motionless, mouth agape with blood flowing out. Then Erasure flicked his coat, standing there looking cool. Information appeared. Name Erasure Shunsuke. Age 17, gender male, attack B, defense B, agility B, strength A, magic C, normal status, divine protection skills explosion level 3, divine protection mine explosion level 2, divine protection cannon blast level 2, physical strength level 4. May on this side showed amazement. Wow, he single-handedly eliminated a high-level demon. The demon soldiers panicked in fear. Lord Zaganda is dead. We lost? Akira, while unleashing moves, shouted, encouraging everyone. Erasure has defeated a high-level demon. Their defense is being broken. Let's maintain this pace, then use support buff, damage enhancement. Everyone was buffed. Weapons gained additional damage, immediately charging in for full assault. A moment later, the demon soldiers without a commander immediately scattered and were easily defeated. Kai stood there with 2 daggers in hand, walking forward. Standing before a horse carriage, he looked in wondering, this must be the one. Then stepped forward, gently pulling the curtain aside. Before his eyes was Cena with her collar torn by Zaganda. The princess spoke up, asking, Human, did you come here to help me? Kai looked at her and replied, I'm wondering if that's the case. He took out the dagger from his chest pocket and stepped forward. Then cut the ropes binding Cena. The ropes fell down. She raised her hand to wipe her face, then turned to ask Kai, what are you aiming for? He replied coldly, something that demons also want. I've decided to use you to achieve my purpose. Cena rubbed her wrists, calmly looking at him. Quite honest, aren't you? Kai replied straightforwardly. There's no reason to lie. Would you rather hear that we're here to save you without any bad intentions? Cena relaxed her hands, feeling the life force. I cannot. But, if so, you also think it's reasonable for me to resist you, don't you? Instantly, that hand of the beast-human demigod was covered with a layer of thick fur along with sharp claws. And then Cena's eyes became cold and fierce like a ferocious god, unleashing claws pressing close to the thorns. Done! A wisp of white smoke billowed out from the sewer mouth. He reacted quickly and jumped back as Cena bared her fangs and claws to attack Kai. Those sharp claws were unleashed by Cena in a slashing move, but he reacted in time to dodge. Kai, holding his weapon, had to admit, she's really fast. Then the two began fighting fiercely. This was the power of the beast human, and Cena's continuous claw attacks were all easily blocked by Kai. After fighting for a while, he felt tired and called out, pulling hard. Before his words were even finished for a second, lightning bolts shot straight at Cena. Cena's eyes widened in shock. What? Cena bit her lip in frustration, recognizing the magic spell. Kai casually stepped aside to dodge the attack. Cena's body plunged headfirst into the ground with a thud. Right when the opponent was still dazed, Kai had already locked the opponent tightly under his body. He thought to himself, a basic paralysis spell, not very powerful, but really convenient when neutralizing enemies. It would be great if it increased the chances of victory in close combat. Cena gritted her teeth and glared at him angrily. Damn, how can a human be so strong? Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Finally, you've realized the difference in our strength, haven't you? You have two choices. Either restrain yourself and come with me, or obey me. Knowing she was no match for Kai, Cena reluctantly accepted her fate. Fine, going with a human is still better than going with demons anyway. On Arashi's group side, they seemed to have the upper hand, with monsters lying scattered on the ground and only one remaining. It roared wildly, but with a hint of fear. The monster sweated nervously, unable to believe what was before its eyes. Who are they? There's no way I can win. They're the real monsters. Erasure called out coldly to Chinami, and Kaori immediately understood, drawing a magic circle. All right. The vines on the trees suddenly glowed and extended very quickly. They followed Kaori's direction to wrap around the monster's feet, preparing for an assault. With just one pull, that monster fell flat on its back, making some unintelligible sounds. Erasure slowly approached, making it so scared it nearly wet itself. He grabbed and lifted it up for easier conversation. Erasure squeezed hard and said to the demon lord. He growled, We don't particularly hate him, but I'll chop off his head. Not long after, everyone gathered in a circle around a small campfire. Asashi held a piece of meat in his hand and said happily, Their cart still has lots of food, doesn't it? Ken bit into a delicious piece and cheerfully joined in. Today we're having a grand feast. Carrie felt guilty, like she was about to cry. It feels like we're robbing people. The friend beside her laughed heartily. Ah, isn't that exactly what we are? At this moment, Cena hesitated, just sitting there watching without daring to move. Kai spoke up questioningly. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you eating? Although Cena was drooling with hunger, she forced herself to suppress the hunger. Is it really okay for you people to feed me properly like this? Erasure tore off a big piece of meat and said readily, It's been a long time since we had a decent meal here, and this stuff is nothing compared to food from our world. Kai took a sip of soup and glanced at Cena. We still need something from you. So if you die, we'll be in trouble. So eat up. Hearing that, Cena stopped being polite and picked up the bowl to eat heartily, not forgetting to say thanks. After just swallowing one spoonful of soup, Cena's face looked like she was enjoying heaven. So delicious. Seeing this cute reaction made her friend proud. Tasty, right? Everything Horno cooks is delicious. Being unexpectedly praised made Horno a bit embarrassed. I'm glad you like it. I suddenly asked, Your name is Cena, right? How did the demons manage to capture you? Cena remained silent without answering. After staring at the flickering flame for a while, Cena finally recounted the entire incident. I happened to encounter the Demon Lord's army while hunting in the forest. Cena recalled the scene of encountering those monsters. I was going deep into the Federation's territory. Normally demons wouldn't be there. Cena hesitated. That means they already knew where I was beforehand. Kai calmly deduced. Perhaps they were already planning to invade the Federation. Capturing you was also one of their objectives. Kaori wondered about the reason why demons would want to control the beast-human tribe. Her friend beside her explained, Since they're invading the Holy Nation, maybe they want to dominate the world, right? Cena quickly agreed. That's exactly what the demons are planning. But what do you humans want from me? Kai stated frankly, I need you to become our bargaining chip. We want to cooperate with the Federation to eliminate the Demon Lord. Cena asked in confusion, Eliminate the Demon Lord. Are you serious about that? Erasure spoke up. We have our reasons. He explained while eating meat, we can't return to the real world until we defeat the Demon Lord. Finally, Cena understood the situation. I see. So you're the hero candidates. I heard humans summoned you to be their trump cards. Kai suddenly asked, So what do you think? If you sincerely help us, it would help us a lot. Cena nodded in agreement. I understand. I owe you for saving me. Kai bluntly poured cold water on that, but we had no intention of rescuing you. Cena was a bit surprised, but since they were her benefactors, she didn't take offense. Either way, you still saved me in the end, and gave me warm food too. Cena expressed her viewpoint clearly. Moreover, to cleanse the demons inside the Federation, I need support from a third party. This is just my intuition, Cena stated bluntly, but I think there's a spy in the team, a high-ranking member of the Federation. The next morning, everyone quickly descended the mountain and left the forest. The cat-beast-human princess Cena was rescued and escaped from the Demon Kingdom territory with the group. They returned to their path and headed back to Nutras City, with the group approaching the city gates. In a room, light sounds echoed as sharp sword streaks flashed through the air. Midhu was currently practicing swordsmanship alone with dedication. Suddenly, there was a call, Susie, making him immediately stop his movements and look toward where the sound came from. Seeing the person before him hurrying over, Midhu asked curiously, Rina, what's wrong? Rina announced loudly, Arashi's group is back. Moreover, they're boldly walking through the main gate. Midhu was startled with wide eyes. What? At this moment at the city gate, Arashi's group had entered through the gate but were stopped by the soldiers in front. A soldier shouted loudly, Deserters! How dare you come here with such calm faces? You're violating military law. Then that shout successfully made Arashi's blood boil as he roared back. I don't care. Did the law protect us? You bastards! The officer who was cursed to his face still stood there arrogantly wondering, Bastards what? Erishur lost patience and turned away. I have no business dealing with people like you. Where's Amelia? The officer didn't take him seriously, giving instructions to the soldiers while speaking. You think she'll come out to meet a bastard like you? Restrain them. Throw these deserters in prison. At this point, the situation was getting out of control. Erishur scratched his head in annoyance. What a headache. Even if you all gang up, you can't beat me. Kai, standing beside him, explained blandly. They're like this because of your attitude. If we were Midhu's group, even if your group was considered deserters, they could still be warmly welcomed. Suddenly chains appeared, binding all the soldiers tightly as a cold voice rang out, Don't move. Jean stepped forward and asked, You're back early, aren't you? Seeing her strange action made the officer shout angrily. Kanzaki Jean, are you betraying us? Quickly release this binding skill. Narumi placed his hand on the soldier's shoulder and winked lovingly. Now, calm down. Arashi's group has no intention of fighting. Let's talk to them first. Soon after, the chain binding was removed. The officer also had to yield, if Narumi Dano says so. Erishur looked at this scene and his hot blood started boiling again, his eyes looking like he wanted to devour his opponent. Why listen to him instead of me? Akira laughed and said, Well, that's how it usually is. Narumi calmly approached him and probed. So how is it now? Did you come back with any important information? Erishur was still fuming and demanded, Let's talk about that later. Right now, please take us somewhere to talk properly. Not long after, in a magnificent room, everyone was sitting properly in chairs, except Erishur, who had his legs up on the table. He still maintained that stubborn, difficult attitude. Heinrich and Amelia shook their heads helplessly in exasperation. The officers grumbled, but didn't dare make sound. This strange behavior of his made Mireille unable to stand it and had to speak up. Come on, Erishur, you're making the atmosphere too tense. Erishur, hot-tempered as fire, retorted sharply. What? You mean this is the culture of another world? You're always like this. Mireille spoke in a stern voice, questioning, Is it necessary to make everything so tense? Moreover, we've already gathered the people you want to talk to. Though annoyed, he still had to put his leg down. Fine. Erishur regained his composure and called out, Chinami, come in. Right after, Kori led Cena by the hand, pushing the door open and entering with an apology. And Cena's appearance made Heinrich stare in amazement, while Amelia exclaimed in surprise, A cat beast human. Akira clearly introduced. Her name is Cena. She's the daughter of the Beast Human Federation leader Gandanus. Everyone there was shocked upon hearing this news. The Federation leader's daughter? Why is she here with you? Cena admitted without hesitation. That's right, I'm the biological daughter of the Beast Human Federation leader. They rescued me from the demons. Midu couldn't believe it and asked again, You were kidnapped by demons? Cena glanced at him and answered honestly, That's right. The demons are hiding in the Federation's territory. I was rescued when they were taking me to the Demon Kingdom's territory. Erishur chimed in. We can use her as a bargaining chip to get cooperation from the Federation. After all, we can't wait another 2 years. Amelia felt enlightened. I see. I understand the situation now. Amelia seriously proposed a solution. We're also in the stage of considering establishing an alliance with the Federation. Let me report back to my superiors. Now that we have the princess, they surely won't miss this opportunity. Erishur said bluntly, You're being honest. Amelia didn't hide her purpose and answered straightforwardly. After all, we don't want half of the hero candidates to leave us. We're actually planning to accept some of your demands if you return to us. Heinrich also calmly added a few words. You are the army's trump card, and that would naturally affect the soldiers' morale. I'm responsible for your actions. Thanks to this, I can avoid the possibility of being dismissed. Hearing that, Amelia's voice became much more subdued. I understand your request. Done. Amelia looked up determinedly, her voice still somewhat serious. If we can cooperate with the Federation, we can continue the campaign to defeat the Demon Kingdom. This is also what you want, isn't it? At this point, Arashi's mood relaxed a bit. Now you understand what I mean. Amelia looked seriously at the opposite side and said, After all, it's not a disadvantageous deal for us. Killing the Demon Lord is also the people's wish. Of course, we'll do everything to make that happen. Cena was also determined to repay the favor. I was saved by them and fed as well. In return for their help, I want you to help me eliminate the demons in the Federation. Midu immediately supported the cause. Of course, I'll do my best. Heinrich suddenly spoke up to interrupt. May I ask this? How did you get information about the princess being kidnapped? Receiving the question, Erishur looked away and answered. About that, we interrogated the demons we captured. Heinrich observed him carefully and replied, I see. A week later, everyone was tensely waiting. Heinrich held a paper in his hand and entered the room with Amelia to announce news that the Holy Nation sent an envoy to the Federation to negotiate their alliance. The suffocating atmosphere was broken just like that. Everyone was happily cheering. In a small house next to the city wall, Kai asked directly about the main point. Who's going? Akira sat across from him and answered honestly. Midu, Nagase, Kanzaki, and Narumi for people. Getting the intelligence. Kai immediately took a sip of tea. I also guessed they would choose Kanzaki because of her domination ability. Akira immediately agreed with this deduction, because Midu and Narumi have sharp eyes when looking at people. Nagase is a bit strict, but he has his own way of talking. In another room, Heinrich was working nonstop and didn't know Akira was mentioning him. The leader of the envoys is probably Heinrich. Of course, some soldiers and a few administrative staff will also go. In total, 30 people. I stood silently in a corner listening to their information exchange, when Kai suddenly asked, How about Erishur? At this moment, Erishur was enjoying the warm sun on the rooftop. Akira also answered without hesitation. He wants to stay at the front lines because he's not very good at negotiations. That's right. At the training ground, Mireille was directing Asashi and Kenta in something, and she also didn't know Akira was mentioning her. While Midu is away, Hashimoto will serve as the substitute team leader. Akira boldly speculated. It'll probably be very difficult because they need to constantly control Erishur and his friends. Then Akira asked Kai somewhat hesitantly, So what's your plan, Shinju? He answered straightforwardly without any concealment. I'll go to the Federation, though I have no intention of following the envoy group. Outside the city wall, Heinrich turned back to order everyone. Let's go. The army, along with the hero candidates, were moving toward the Federation. Rina kept stroking her hair on the way, complaining about being tired. Midu smiled and turned to tell her, We'll be traveling for quite a while. Narumi interestedly joined in. Surprising, I didn't think Rena would join us. She turned around indignantly and asked, "What? You mean I can't come along?" He quickly waved his hand. "That's not what I meant. I'm very happy you're here." Rena pointed toward Midu and said, "If I left you guys alone, you'd act recklessly again, especially this idiot." He looked hurt and asked back, "Am I that bad?" Seeing them joking around, Narumi laughed loudly. Rena was a bit unhappy. "I mean, you as his traveling companion are completely untrustworthy. Even if you go together, nothing will change." Narumi cried out, "Hey Rena, why are you so mean to me?" Behind them, Jean seemed quite subdued. She thought to herself, "They're so noisy. Wouldn't it be better to be quiet?" She wondered. Shinju said he's also on his way to the Federation. Could he be nearby too? Heinrich glanced over and briefly saw Jin's expression. The group continued moving silently through vast fields and grasslands. Silently observing them from behind some bushes, Kai said to Mai, "All right, let's go." The two started walking. Mai asked, "We're just following them?" He answered, "Following them seems easier. Cena is there too. By the way, can I ask you something?" Back to the group, they were moving through forests. Jean was still keeping quiet, looking around and quite enjoying the fresh air of the journey. Heinrich noticed and asked, "Why are you always looking around, Kanzaki?" She was startled and answered somewhat flustered, "I'm just being alert for monsters." Narumi winked, "That's not necessary. After all, Suji and Haruk are here too." Jean smiled slightly and replied, "You're right." Heinrich turned to ask, "Midu, let me ask you this. It only took a few days for Erishur to return to us, right?" He nodded. "Yes, that's right." Heinrich wondered, "I'm wondering how they got information about Cena being kidnapped." Jean chimed in, "Didn't he already say he captured some demons and interrogated them?" But he still wasn't satisfied with that. "I just think it was too fast. They received information, processed it, and returned. It's hard to believe he did everything by himself. Usually Erishur discusses such matters with us first." Mida turned and asked back, "What exactly are you getting at?" Heinrich's voice echoed in the forest, "I'm just speculating." He continued, "Someone is moving in the shadows and gathering information on their own. As always, you're a terrible liar, Midu. Your expression has already told me everything." Indeed, his face changed slightly when Heinrich mentioned that. Narumi thought to himself, "This is bad. It's true that Shinju has helped us a lot in the shadows, but to the Holy Nation, he's still a criminal." Even Jean was somewhat worried. If Heinrich discovered their cooperation with him, who knows what punishment they'd face. Just then, Rena moved up and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Heinrich quickly raised his hand and replied, "Seems like some people know, and some people still don't know anything. Your circle of relationships in this world is still quite small since you're foreigners. Moreover, you'll need people like us to have connections. There's only one answer. Shinzukai is your shadow, the one who killed the saint." Midu raised his eyebrows slightly, looking a bit worried. "And if so, what then?" Suddenly, Heinrich laughed loudly. "Just as I predicted, I was just joking." Narumi spoke up, "Your reasoning is good, but even if we contact each other, he still helps even when we don't agree." Heinrich smiled. "Don't worry, I won't punish you. I'm just curious," he added. "Moreover, based on Kanzaki's behavior in the past few hours, I guess he's nearby and watching us closely, right?" Hearing that, Midu quickly turned and asked, "Really? Kanzaki-san?" The sudden question made her flustered, wondering what she should do. Jean worried, "Am I dragging Shinju down? I'm the one who passed information to him." Kai's voice rang out as he stepped forward. "Since you've already discovered it, I have nothing left to hide." The soldiers saw him and exclaimed, "The one who killed the saint." Cena spoke up, "He's the one who saved me." Heinrich turned his horse around, soldiers pointing spears at Kai. He said, "I'm just going by my own conclusions." Kai looked at him and replied, "You drew conclusions with just a few pieces of rather limited information." Heinrich continued and asked, "Not as good as you, but we also have some information networks. The one who killed Windbox, one of the 4 heavenly kings, was the Black Death god. That's you, isn't it?" Kai answered, "I've never heard that nickname, and I didn't kill him alone either." He looked toward a demon who knows magic. Seems like you have quite a powerful traveling companion. In the crowd, a female voice called Kai's name, making my pay attention. Rina spurred her horse forward and shouted loudly. After everything that just happened, how dare you show your face? Midu hurriedly intervened. Calm down, Rina. But she pushed his hand away and continued. I can't calm down. Rina pointed at Kai and continued angrily. Because you're kind-hearted, you forgave him, Suji. But he's a traitor. She asked, do you have anything else to say? Kai appeared calm. I have no intention of denying it. Narumi winked and smiled. Calm down, Rina. Shinjuku has always been helping us. Rina angrily shouted, shut up. I'll end everything here. Lord, please bless the flame in my palm. A fireball appeared in her hand. I marveled, such strong firepower. I don't know if we can resist it. Kai glanced at Mai, calling her name as if giving a subtle signal. Kanzaki raised her hand, about to cast a spell to stop it, when Kai called out. He asked her not to do anything as the large flame shot toward him. A tremendous explosion occurred. Narumi worried. Hey, are you planning to turn him into dust? Rina immediately replied. What? If he dies from just this, that would really disappoint me. Indeed, Kai's voice along with his arm appeared. Then he grabbed Rina's clothes and pulled her down, making her gasp in surprise. What? By the time she realized it, Rina had fallen to the ground. She quickly jumped back to maintain distance, then continued summoning fireballs, burn him to death. Kai immediately retaliated. Paralysis pierced through my enemy. Immediately, the paralysis struck directly at Rina, making her scream in pain. Rina fainted before everyone's eyes. Kai stopped, while Rina lay there motionless. She opened her eyes weakly. What's this? Even though you don't have that much power. Kai looked at the paralysis in his hand and replied, It's true, I don't have talent in divine magic, but even without that talent, as long as I continue practicing, it can still be used. Then looking at Rina mockingly, and you? Look how you're being corrupted by the power you call divine force. Are you sure you're practicing properly? Narumi exclaimed in amazement. Ah, you neutralized Rina right away. Excellent. Congratulations to you. Mida thought to himself, he's not only fast, but also caught his opponent off guard. He's also gained some new powers compared to before. Now he's... Rina stood up, still very stubborn. I still won't accept you. Kai appeared calm. From the beginning, I never needed your recognition. And one more thing, no matter how many times we fight, the result will be the same. Seemingly unwilling to give up, Rina shouted, Shut up. Jin's voice rang out. That's enough, Nagasan. Calm down already. Sigma threads appeared to restrain Rina. That evening, everyone sat around the campfire. After hearing the account of what had happened, Heinrich said, I understand. Basically, you were backed into a corner. He then pondered. Now I can understand why you decided to kill Leonora in that situation. First of all, from your perspective, you were being forced to do increasingly impossible missions. Mida spoke up. At that time, we were quite confused. That's why Shinjuku decided to take all the blame upon himself. Narumi continued. And some people in the class are still misunderstanding Shinjuku's intentions. Rina's voice was still cold. I still think the reason he did that wasn't simply because we're his classmates. Kai said while eating jerky, Nagas is right. Simply put, if we let her live, it would be troublesome. So I killed her. Narumi smiled wryly. You're stubborn, really. Rina turned her face away, acting tough. No matter how you explain it, I'm the one who decides whether to believe your words or not. Rina continued asking, First, is it true that you're looking for a way home for us? She looked at May. Moreover, who is that cute girl behind you? Kai continued eating while answering, I haven't found anything yet, and she volunteered to follow me. May panicked. You're so mean. Midu spoke up. Anyway, for us to capture those territories within the Federation, we need your cooperation, Shinjuku. That's why I suggest you join us on this journey. Heinrich seemed quite pleased to agree. I don't mind either. Although I can't report back to the Empire, well, I'll just forge some documents. Then everyone turned to look at Rina, who still seemed very uncomfortable with Kai. She closed her eyes tightly. Whatever, it doesn't change the fact that I hate him. Kai looked at everyone. Anyway, our destination is the same. If you have no problems with it, I'd be happy to travel with you. Everyone's campfire was still burning bright. Everyone sat there, but it was somewhat quiet. There was a call from Midou from behind that caught his attention. Kai asked, "Is it okay to tell him like that?" Midou said, "You mean about Leonora's death? It's fine. Heinrich is a trustworthy person." Kai gave a warning. No matter how much you trust someone, there are some things you shouldn't trust people with like that. But it doesn't change anything since you've already told him. Midou understood Kai's meaning. "I know. I'll take responsibility." Moreover, Heinrich already knew what was happening from the beginning. Kai asked, so hiding it further wouldn't be useful anyway, right? He thought to himself, he can share information and show trust like that. That's truly Midou's way. After that, the delegation continued walking for several more days. Heinrich told everyone, "Now we've reached the border of the Federation." Cena poked her head out from the carriage. "Let's go to the nearest border town." Kai noticed something unusual. "Looks like some people came here to greet us." An arrow shot out and landed right in front of Midou, startling his horse. He gripped the reins tightly and looked around. The group had been surrounded by beastmen. They were pointing bows and weapons at them. Heinrich was somewhat worried. Border guards outside the defense perimeter. A beast girl stepped forward with authority. "Humans, what are you doing in our territory?" The difference in military strength between the two sides was extremely large. Midou dismounted and stepped forward, raising both hands to present. "We're not here to fight. We want to come and establish an alliance with the Federation." The beast girl was somewhat suspicious. "Alliance? With the beastmen? After everything you humans have done, you still dare to say such things? You humans." The beast pointed a finger. "The reason we're treated badly is because of you people." Rina frowned. "We don't know and don't care. That's probably what they mean." Narumi laughed bitterly. "Please don't say things like that, okay?" Cena poked her head out and spoke up. "Rune, it's me." The beast princess jumped down from the carriage. A voice from the crowd, "Cena-sama." The princess said, "These people rescued me." Rune seemed not to hear anything, signaling to everyone, then shouted loudly, "Return Cena-sama to us." Heinrich was confused. "We want to do that too. At least please listen to us." She brushed it off. "I don't need to," then rushed straight forward to attack. Seeing things weren't going well, Heinrich gave orders, "No good, counterattack, but don't kill them." The two groups clashed. The sound of swords clashing rang out. Kai turned and asked, "Can we clear up this misunderstanding? Please." The princess answered, "Once Rune gets like this, she won't listen to anyone." She added, "Incapacitate her, but don't kill her. Her troops are all young and inexperienced. If it's you, you can do it." Getting the green light, Kai spoke up, "You said so. Midou, it's time for you to shine." Though defending, hearing his teammate's voice, he immediately responded, "I understand." Then he swung a horizontal sword strike. Just one blow sent the beast flying. Midou was surrounded, beasts attacking, but he lightly dodged. Then he raised his hand and struck the neck of the red beast. Seeing teammates continuously being defeated and knocked unconscious, the red beast could only exclaim, "What?" Midou's eyes flashed with electricity. In a flash, he had moved behind and knocked out the red beast. He fell like a log, water still in the air, but his head had already hit the ground. The remaining beasts were somewhat frightened and cursed. "That bastard." Kai turned and called, "Kanzaki." She startled and turned back. "Huh? What?" "Your targets are the archers in the back. Leave the front line to Midou." "Got it." Then she immediately unleashed Sigma threads, shooting toward the archers. They were all restrained. They wondered, "What's happening? I can't move." Other beasts on both sides rushed and shouting, "Cena-sama, we're here to rescue you." Kai called May. The little girl raised her staff and responded, "Okay, okay." Then she began casting. "Oh, spirits, stop them without hurting them." As soon as she finished speaking, the beasts were immediately blown away by wind. Narumi was amazed. "Oh my, turns out she's an elemental magic user like me." The observers called, "Hey, Gat, She had prepared a fire staff in her hand, but received orders not to interfere. Hearing that, she raised her eyebrows, angrily shouting, "What? Everyone's fighting. Why am I the only one who can't?" Kai fought while explaining, "If they get attacked by your flames, they'll definitely die? Or do you have confidence in controlling your magic and not killing them?" Hearing the logic, Rena lowered her hands. "Fine then." Rune witnessed the battle in amazement. "Impossible. Humans are this strong." Heinrich kept trying to explain. "We just want to come here and talk." Midu stepped forward. "We didn't kill your soldiers, so can you sheathe your sword?" Without saying a word, she continued rushing forward to attack. Midu raised his hand and caught the sword blade, restraining her. The beast girl's eyes widened in shock. The sword was held tight between two of his fingers. Her arm trembled. There was a call from afar. "Rune," Cena stepped forward and asked, "Have you calmed down?" The princess tried to calm her down. "Please listen to these people." A moment later, deep in the forest, the beast's voice, "We truly apologize." Rune and her beasts all knelt down before the group of people. Midu was confused and hurriedly said, "No, please raise your heads." Despite continuously bowing, "I didn't know all of you were the benefactors who saved her life. I truly apologize. I'll take this life to atone for my mistakes." Heinrich smiled, thinking about the relationship between both peoples. "I understand your actions." Rune bowed until bleeding, her eyes somewhat confused. Kai stood by the carriage and spoke up. "If you want to make changes, can you become our guide?" He looked at her and continued, "I'm talking about establishing a federation between both peoples, so I want to meet the high-level leaders of the federation, and this is also what Cena wants." The princess nodded. "Yes, I owe them. Please treat them courteously." Rune agreed. "Understand. I will definitely lead them to the capital." She shed tears, and Cena-sama, "I'm glad you're safe." The princess smiled. "Yes, I'm home now." After that, Midu and the other liaisons were treated more respectfully. To establish the alliance, we need to negotiate with the federal parliament. Parliament has all the leaders of each Beastmen tribe, an organization that leads this country, and Parliament is located in the Federation's capital, Minslera. Midu marveled. "So this is the Federation's capital." Narumi's eyes widened. "It's so big." Rune turned back and said, "I'm sorry, but I can only guide you this far. Of course, I still want to express my deep gratitude to you for saving Cena-sama. But the people who decide this country's policies are the members of the Parliamentary Council." Midu replied, "It's fine from now on. This will be our job." The capital of the Beastmen tribe, Grandanath Beastmen Alliance, Minslea. Inside the city, Beastmen bustled about. Seeing the group of people, they continuously discussed their appearance. "Look, humans. Were they plotting?" Despite this, with Rune and the princess's guidance, the group still quietly proceeded inside. The crowd of beasts continued to murmur, standing by the roadside and silently observing with suspicious, scrutinizing eyes. Midu also faintly sensed the somewhat heavy atmosphere, not saying a word. Kai spoke up. "Seems like they don't hate us as much as we thought. It feels more like they're afraid of us." Narumi laughed loudly. "Right, regardless of race, a normal person would feel fear seeing another country's army, right? I think that's a normal reaction." Heinrich whispered, "After all, everyone around here is just normal citizens. I think we'll be more hated by the tribal leaders, the ones we're about to meet." While everyone was talking, a loud call of the princess's name rang out. "Cena." A beast man in a red robe rushed out. His face worried. He asked, "Are you all right, Cena?" The princess replied, "I'm fine, father. I'm not even injured." "Father, look." Rune immediately knelt down in respect. He embraced his daughter tightly, sighing emotionally. "I'm so glad you're safe." Cena smiled painfully. "Father, it hurts. You're using too much force." Quickly releasing his daughter, he waved his hands. "Oh, I'm sorry, I got a bit emotional." Then, he used scrutinizing eyes to look at the crowd of humans before him and asked, "So those humans are the ones who saved you?" Cena turned and answered, "Yes, so please treat them well, father." He laughed loudly. I understand. Today, I'll allow these people to stay in my mansion. Then he cheerfully introduced himself. I am the leader of the cat tribe, Anton, and Cena's father. He continued, thank you for saving my daughter. I swear I'll repay this life-saving debt to you. Heinrich also stepped forward to introduce himself. I am the captain of the 8th Night Corps of the Holy Kingdom Digit. Heinrich. Anton Sama. May I make a request? Anton raised his hand in gesture. Of course, please go ahead. A moment later, everyone sat at a long table. One side was humans, one side was cat people. Cena stood beside her father. After presenting the basic content, Heinrich said, that is our proposal as envoys of the Holy Kingdom Digit regarding an alliance between our two countries. Can you consider our proposal? Anton spoke powerfully. I must repay you for saving my daughter, so of course I'll agree. Indeed, the threat from the Demon Kingdom is increasing. The leader of the Wolf Tribe, EGA, spoke up. We've fought demons in small skirmishes, but recently they've been attacking more frequently. The chief of the Bird Tribe, Camilla, interrupted. You mean we should ally with humans just for that reason? Ridiculous. Have you forgotten what humans have done to us? Mac, the leader of the Fish Tribe, slammed his hand on the table. Camilla is right. My father was captured by humans as a slave and died. That's not something easily forgotten. We're still grateful to you for rescuing and escorting Cena back here, and we'll give you a worthy reward. The leader of the Dog Tribe, Niels, added, but we still won't forget what happened in the past. His eyes showed some displeasure. Anton turned to look and called, Niels. He continued, didn't humans discriminate against and expel us? That's not something we can easily overlook, right? Now you want us to help them. Mac and Camilla supported Niels. They agreed with not accepting to help. While the beasts were in uproar, Heinrich's voice rang out. We shouldn't forget the past. He continued, but don't we have the same goal of wanting to eliminate the demons? Mac heard this and shouted angrily. How dare you? When it comes to fighting demons, I won't join hands with you people either. EGA looked toward the humans and spoke to intervene. Wait, Mac. He raised his hand and continued. Indeed, we've received information that you've reversed the situation in the war against demons. Can you tell us what kind of cooperation you're seeking from us? Hearing the question, Heinrich pondered a bit. Middu immediately spoke up to answer. We want to completely sweep away the entire demon kingdom and behead the demon lord. That answer made the beast side freeze up a bit. They momentarily had no reaction. EGA laughed loudly, breaking the silent atmosphere. He looked at Middu appraisingly. Your eyes don't know how to lie. Interesting. Camilla wondered, what's that, EGA? He continued. You see, at first I thought it was strange. If my information is correct, humans currently have a very big advantage. EGA smiled. They don't seem forced or pressured into establishing an alliance with us at all. Middu appeared serious. We want to defeat the Demon Lord. And to achieve that goal, we need your help. Anton's voice cut in, getting Middu's attention, like what EGA said earlier. He continued, I want to help them completely exterminate the demons. At first I was very doubtful, but I don't think this boy could be this honest. Another hand was raised. EGA spoke up. I also agree. If demons are making serious moves, the Federation won't be able to resist them. His eyes were sharp. In case the Holy Kingdom is defeated by demons in the future, we'll definitely be next. So we need to take advantage of this opportunity to fight alongside humans. The members of the delegation were all extremely delighted to hear this. However, Camilla had some reaction. I understand what you mean, but I still won't accept. She looked at them with suspicious eyes. You don't know when humans will stab you in the back. Mac also spoke up. No matter what the situation is, I won't cooperate with people I can't trust. Similarly was Neil's opinion. Same here. This alliance is probably a conspiracy to make us sacrificial pawns or bait, right? At this point, Cena, standing beside her father, looked over and said, Neil Sama, somehow, you've changed. She added, in the past, you used to support humans very much. Niels replied, my thinking has changed after living to this age. Anton raised his hand thoughtfully. So now, we have many people opposing this proposal? EGA added. Deciding right now wouldn't be wise. It's best we take some time to think. I also want to hear more about their proposal. Let's have them stay in our territory for a while. Anton laughed loudly and agreed with that. Leave their food and lodging to us. They're the benefactors who saved my daughter's life. Camilla said disdainfully, whatever, I won't change my mind. Mac had to add, she's right, I don't accept either. Kai sat there, not saying anything, using his red eyes to observe. His eyes opened wide, showing a bright red color with a somewhat deadly quality. He was trying to see through and evaluate Niels, who had once supported humans. That day, at the federal capital Grand Ask of the Beastmen, Menslia, the mansion of the cat tribe chief. A long, lavish banquet table was set out to welcome the human guests. Anton cheerfully raised his cup. Thank you for saving my daughter. Please eat and drink your fill. Midhu also cheerfully thanked him. Rena looked at the food with some discomfort. What kind of food is this? Insects. Jean laughed mockingly in response. I don't know either. Kai picked up a bug, broke it in half. Inside the hard shell was fatty meat. Then he put it in his mouth and ate it with relish. On this side, May happily ate fruit, her face full of enjoyment. Narumi was outgoing, raising cups with the beasts, making them stand up and praise. Drink more. Your capacity is so good, brother. He replied, Me? Then let's drink more. Cena was also eating and drinking, but didn't forget her mission, turning to remind her father, Father, get to the main point. Anton raised his hand for attention, then spoke up. The thing is, we must make decisions about future policies. Those sitting below immediately kept silent to listen. Anton continued. According to what my daughter said, demons have infiltrated the Federation. Moreover, they're in the capital, meaning they have a considerable amount of internal information. Cena continued. If not for that, how could they know my location at that time? I was completely ambushed. The scarred cat said, If it's at the border, I can understand, but security forces in the capital are quite strict. The blue one agreed. He's right. If demons have infiltrated the capital, then we should have detected them by now. Hearing those words, Cena was a bit unhappy, slightly raising her eyebrows. Seeing this, Scar quickly explained, I don't mean it that way, princess. I'm not doubting your words. Anton added to dispel the tension. Like what you said, we beasts have very strong senses of smell. It's hard for demons to infiltrate the city without us noticing their distinctive scent. That means a voice rang out, there's a spy. The cat leader's statement and that sound made the banquet suddenly quiet. Everyone was looking in one direction. Kai said while drinking, there's someone protecting the demons. If that person is providing them with important information while simultaneously hiding their traces, then that's the only explanation for the current situation. The cat side reacted, Impossible! What kind of absurd thinking is that? One of them stood up angrily. Don't talk nonsense, are you suspecting us? Anton immediately shouted loudly. Calm down, we're just speculating possibilities. Then he apologized. His face fell. Anton continued. I also don't want to suspect my own people, but even though I tried very hard when searching for Cena, I couldn't find a single trace of my daughter. At that time, he had searched with his people through the night. Honestly, I had a very bad feeling then. Someone was definitely controlling the information flow. Heinrich warned, if the information network is being manipulated, it will be very dangerous because the spy could be someone from the high-ranking class. Cena worried. What if what we discussed in that meeting gets leaked? Narumi added. So, is it possible one of the tribal chiefs is the traitor? Anton immediately denied. I don't think so. The tribal chiefs are people who will discuss and advise on the Federation's future. I don't want to create mutual suspicion just with the limited information we currently have. The pink-haired cat agreed. Right, you're correct. You're making me worry too much. Anto turns to remind his daughter, Exent, during this time, don't leave the mansion. The little girl seems unhappy, so sad, I just came back. He worriedly replies, if you get captured again, we'll lose everything. Midhu interrupts asking, by the way, how's everyone's discussion about the alliance going? The dining table falls silent for a moment. Anto scratches his head in confusion. About that, I apologize. I thought they would accept the proposal positively. Cena says, those who agreed are EGA and Papa. If we can't change the minds of the other three, we'll lose our advantage in the vote. Signs that things aren't looking good. Mido worries. That's not good. Anto decides. We must continue persuading them. I'll ask you guys to come with us to convince them in the next meeting. Please help us. Hyrik cheerfully agrees. Yes, of course. That night at the Cat Clan chief's mansion, Kai is standing there looking down with many thoughts in his head. Cena approaches asking, what's wrong, can't you sleep? Kai turns and replies, I have some thoughts. I want to gather more information, but I can't move freely in a foreign country. Cena understands this, right? With your body scent, you be discovered immediately. He nods. As expected, the beastman's sense of smell is really sharp. Kai continues, Cena, there's something I want to ask you. Recalling the meeting, Kai had used his eyes to investigate information about Niels. Age 55, canine species, male gender, brainwash status, martial arts skill level 2, beast transformation level 1. He particularly noticed the brainwash status line. Cena is shocked hearing this. Brainwash status? Kai nods. Yes, my eyes allow me to see the status of anyone with appraisal ability. Only that man named Niels has such a status. He adds, normally, beastmen excel in physical abilities and their keen senses. They can't use magic like humans, or demon arts like demons, or even spells like spirits. Kai's eyes show certainty. This is definitely the work of demons. Cena recalls, now that you mention it, what Uncle said today was very strange. My thoughts have changed after living through this period. Niels always wanted to maintain good relations with humans. She shrugs, asking, should I tell Father? Kai immediately replies, with just my ability, we don't have enough evidence. I know he suspects there are spies, but do you think that man is trustworthy? Cena steps forward carefully. If that's true, then it's fine. She sits right there, continuing, Father always prioritizes humans. Moreover, you guys saved me, so Father will definitely trust you. Kai nods slightly. I understand. Then we'll talk to him later. Suddenly something from behind catches his attention. Anto's voice. You underestimate Beastman's hearing too much. Kai turns, asking, so you heard everything? Now I can get straight to the point, right? He smiles. I don't mind. After all, you are a benefactor. Anto affirms further. Moreover, I also feel Niels is acting very strangely. He raises his hand, clenching it. I place my trust in you. I will fully support you to establish an alliance between both empires. In return, I want you to help us completely eliminate the demons existing in the Federation. Kai agrees. All right, starting tomorrow, I'll begin gathering information related to the Canine Clan. Please help me and Midu persuade the remaining tribal leaders. Anto smiles, looking at him. I understand. Late night silence in the Beastmen capital. Quiet space, scattered lights in the large mansions. At a villa, the large gate with guards is quite strict. Niels is suddenly kneeling there respectfully. Before him is the high-ranking demon Bright, sitting on a chair, enjoying wine. He looks down, saying, the situation is getting more troublesome. His eyes think of Camilla. Just when I thought more than half the tribal chiefs had been tamed and control of the Federation was in our hands. Our plan should have been perfect, kidnapping the princess to blackmail the Cat Clan leader. Bright slams his hand down angrily, but I didn't expect those humans to rescue Anto's daughter. He scolds quietly. Giganda, that bastard, failing such an easy mission is also a disgrace to the high-ranking demon lineage. Niels below speaks up, but those humans are really shameless. He raises an eyebrow. They're the ones who proposed the alliance. That means I can't agree to such a proposal. Bright smiles. You're right, Niels. They seem very desperate. We must stop them before they influence others in the Federation. Niels stands up, replying, but everyone knows humans are also our mortal enemies. The next morning, at the Fish Clan leader's mansion, a large pool for their tribesmen. The entire mansion is blue, representing water. A meeting takes place between Alliance supporters and Mac, the Fish Clan chief. Mac appears quite stubborn. No matter what you say, my answer won't change. Mida tries. Even so, won't you listen to us? His eyes show determination for the Alliance. Seeing this, Mac is also persuaded and agrees to listen. Fine, I don't mind. Speak. Everyone shows relief and thanks. Hyrik represents speaking up. Then, let me explain the current situation of the Holy Nation. On this side, the remaining group moves to the Bird Clan leader's mansion, but is being stopped by guards at the gate. The guard says harshly, "Don't you understand? Let me relay the clan chief's request again." She said there's no need to listen to your words. Narumi tries to persuade, but we're already here. The accompanying cat person wonders, what? There should be a request from Anto-sama for today's audience. But the guard still shows displeasure. Even if there's a request from the cat clan chief, the answer is still the same. The clan chief doesn't want to meet you humans. Jean, standing nearby, thinks, I could control this person with domination magic, but when the effect ends, he might realize he was controlled, and they won't trust us anymore. Narumi turns to leave. All right then, let's go back. He turns saying, but he continues, in the worst case, we might fight the entire Federation. We don't want that to happen. This isn't like when we faced Leonora. Xin, hearing this, follows along. I understand. Kai in the room is examining a sharp knife. Outside, there's a knock on the door. He immediately invites them in. Xin opens the door and enters. Kai, just as you said. He turns asking, what did you find out? The girl replies, today I went to the Dog Clan border, but the atmosphere was very strange. Kai listens as Cena continues. Clearly they're showing hostile attitude toward humans, like someone poured oil on the fire. She reflects. Moreover, the soldiers are also in an unstable state. They might be planning to kill you and the others. Hearing this, Kai's eyes change slightly. If that's true, we can't sit still. We need to gather all important evidence to turn the situation around. Another night in the Beastmen capital. On the rooftop, Kai and Cena are secretly observing. He turns saying, let's investigate thoroughly. The princess reminds, be careful, you can't underestimate the Beastmen's senses. Kai jumps down replying, I know, below guards are strict. They move lightly on the rooftops. With an assassin's feet, Kai walks silently without making noise. Soon, the two are inside the mansion. Cena moves quickly, whispering, the clan chief's room must be around here. A door is slightly open. Looking inside, she reports, no one's here. Neil-sama must be in the bedroom. Then Cena enters. But it's good if we can find evidence. She uses her keen nose to sniff around, and recognizes on the chair the scent of those who kidnapped her. Suddenly, a voice from outside echoes in. Who's there? Cena startles, looking out as a big question mark appears. It's Niels. He shouts loudly, Cena, you brat. Even if you're Anto's daughter, do you think you won't be punished for daring to intrude here? The princess worriedly backs away, saying, Neil-sama, please come to your senses. Hearing this, he questions, come to my senses? Cena looks straight at him, try to persuade. Uncle is being brainwashed by demons. Don't you notice anything strange? Niels angrily scolds. What nonsense are you talking about? We'll talk later. Now I won't spare you. Then he shouts loudly. There's an intruder. Not just that girl. The soldiers outside hear this and ask, what's happening? Neil-sama. Cena quickly moves back, then steps on a window ledge, then breaks through the glass, jumping outside, looking extremely dangerous. The soldiers look after her. She's running away. Niels orders, don't let her escape. Chase after her quickly. A moment later, a familiar hand with a wine glass. Bright is thinking, an intruder, but why? He swirls the wine glass in his hand, wondering, have they discovered me? Then brings it up to drink. All this time I've moved very cautiously. That's why I'm the only one who infiltrated the capital. He drinks it all in one gulp, thinking, I'm sure the others will suspect that demons have infiltrated the Federation after Cena's incident. But I don't think they can deduce and suspect the Dog Clan. But if someone discovers the brainwashing technique, that's another story. Bright smiles confidently. However, That's impossible. He hasn't been happy for long when Kai appears behind him with his sharp knife raised. By the time Bright realizes, the sharp knife has already sliced through in a sweet arc. Blood has flowed and the head has fallen off. Late night with moon and cool breeze. Outside the Dog Clan mansion, Neil stands there harshly ordering, "Capture those intruders." Cena had escaped through the window and is running quickly on the rooftops. She looks back with some worry, only seeing the guard soldiers searching. She wonders, where did Kai go? Did he find the demon? Beside her, a voice calls, "Cena-sama." Run is standing there with soldiers, shining a light up at the princess. Run's eyes show some surprise. Cena jumps down asking, "Run, why are you here?" Run replies, "I was waiting nearby on Anto-sama's orders. He said to prevent anything bad from happening to you, Cena-sama." While talking, soldiers from the Dog Clan also chase over. They say harshly, "Cat Clan? She's the intruder. We'll capture her on Neil-sama's orders." Cena replies, "They're right." Run looks at her asking, "What should we do?" "Cena-sama." The cat princess raises her hand saying, "If they come, don't kill but just fight them. Maybe they're also very confused. They don't really want to fight us." On this side, blood has flowed from Bright's neck. But luckily for him, he managed to jump back in time. He looks at him, then wonders, who is this guy? He immediately throws the knife toward Bright, not giving him a chance to turn around. The situation is too urgent, unavoidable. He can only raise his hand to block, taking a stab to the hand. Bright slides down to the floor, trying to regain balance. He grabs a stick nearby, thinking, "Now, I don't have time to think. I must regain composure." Then he throws the stick hard toward Kai. He brings out his knife to cut the stick in half, dirt scattering everywhere. Then Bright quickly jumps out the window to escape. Kai also quickly chases after saying, "I won't let you escape." Both jump onto the rooftop, preparing for a dramatic chase scene. Bright looks back thinking, "I don't want to be discovered. This will attract a lot of attention." He squints, trying to contact his puppet. He mentally connects, trying to contact Niels. "Answer me, Niels. Humans are attacking me. Help me." The reply is hesitation from the dog leader. "I'm sorry, Bright-sama. I really want to help you, but..." Despite his demands, "Come here quickly." Niels is facing something that makes him change color. He replies, "It would be very difficult for me to come to you." The one stopping him is Anto. He puts both hands together, making cracking sounds. "It's been a while since we fought, right, Niels?" Niels points at Anto. "Do you understand the power in your words? I cannot forgive your daughter. This will be a war between two clans." Anto smiles. "I won't let that happen. I'll open your eyes, Niels." He continues attacking, focusing on the princess. "Don't you understand what Cena did?" Anto turns his hand, replying, "Really? I can see an unpleasant aura emanating from you." Niels clenches his fist, lunging forward. "Nonsense, it's sad that I have other things to deal with. I'll crush you if you keep meddling in my affairs." Anto also doesn't avoid collision, immediately lunging forward to resist. The fists of both clan chiefs are incredibly powerful. The hero candidate group is secretly observing. In the distance, a light appears, exactly where the battle between the two clan chiefs is taking place. Narumi's eyes widen. "It started?" Rina immediately asks, "Is it okay if we don't intervene?" Narumi waves it off. "It's fine. The deeper we get involved, the more difficulties we create in the negotiation process. I don't want people in the Federation to see us causing disturbances." XIN hesitantly asks, "Could Shinju-kun be?" Narumi answers, "He's probably sneaking around and searching for demons. That's why they seem rushed, causing all this commotion." Rina still naively asks, "Wouldn't it be better if we help them?" He shakes his head. "If we intervene, we'll only drag them down. Moreover, we're not familiar with this place." So the three decide to continue staying put, silently observing. Narumi looks down, realizing, anyway, there's still a possibility someone will rush in hastily, not knowing what's happening. That person is Midu. Kai's footsteps haven't stopped yet. The chase with the demon continues. He observes and realizes he's running toward a more secret location. That's good too. Bright on this side keeps bleeding. The wound is too deep. I can't freely move my arm. Don't know if I can defeat this kid in this situation. Two Beast Girl women are walking. Seeing Bright, they exclaim in panic. What's that? He shouts loudly. Those who have seen me must go to the other world, then immediately kills both of them. Kai is still relentlessly following him. He's not stopping. I must speed up. He looks thinking of enhancing his physical abilities with magic. Focusing only on his legs, white mana begins appearing under his feet. In an instant, his speed increases dramatically and he dashes forward, then runs past Bright. Looking at him with deadly eyes, he startles, turning around. What? Kai hides the knife in his left hand, trying to stab him. Bright smiles, but what he receives is an extremely powerful kick to the chest, sending him flying into the wall. He looks at his leg and says, blood spurts from his mouth in pain, thinking that knife was a feint. The blow just now made him unable to get up, and he sits collapsed on the ground. In his head appears streams of thought. No, I've lost. Even though I'm not a combat-oriented demon, I'm still at the top among high-ranking demons. Bright looks at Kai's current appearance, realizing, so this is a hero candidate. He coughs up blood, trying to ask, how did you know my location? Kai doesn't hide his answer. My eyes possess the ability to analyze the status of any target. Bright laughs loudly, truly troublesome. I encountered the strongest opponent at this time. He's still thinking, I can still restore my plan as long as I eliminate this kid. Even if I lose, I still have a few cards to use. Kai realizes in his laughter, he's plotting something. On this side, soldiers from both clans are still clashing quite intensely. A dog soldier wonders, Captain, why are we fighting? The answer is, this is the clan chief's order. There's no room for unnecessary thoughts. Run calls out, if you're also wondering, then stop. We also don't intend to fight. Cena asks, you're Neil-sama soldiers, right? You're close to Neil-sama like this. Don't you think he's been acting very strangely lately? This makes the dog soldiers hesitate. The dog captain stops, his eyes showing some worry. Cena points, asking, it seems you know something. The captain replies, it's true that lately I can't understand what Neil-sama is thinking, but our duty remains the same. The princess poses the question, even if Neil-sama is brainwashed by demons? The dog soldiers react harshly. Impossible. Such a thing. The captain turns back, reminding, don't be deceived, we'll still follow the clan chief's orders. Cena realizes, I see. Convincing them is impossible. They truly are excellent warriors. Run steps forward, raising his hand to stop the princess. Stay back, Cena-sama, I'll suppress them. A blue mana cuts through, separating the two forces. A powerful sword strike splits the ground in half. The dog captain wonders what's happening. Then he turns back to look. Everyone looks up and realizes it's a human, none other than Midu. He, along with another person, jumps down from above. EJ steps forward shouting, enough, both sides, sheath your swords. The one stopping both sides from continuing to fight is EGA, the Wolf Clan leader. On this side, Kai is analyzing Bright, a high-ranking demon, age 48. His skills are level 4 brainwashing demon art, level 4 water elemental demon art. Kai has used his detailed appraisal eye ability to see through him. Detailed brainwashing demon art display. Brainwash a targeted living being, activated by wrapping both hands around the target's head. Knowing this, Kai carefully guards against it. As long as I'm careful of his brainwashing skill, there won't be any threat, and it's not hard to kill him. While concentrating, something appears. An axe whizzed straight down towards where Kai was standing, forcing him to quickly dodge. A group of demons appeared before him. Bright stood up, laughing loudly. Thanks for coming. Now my disciples can join the battle. Kai replied, I see. The reason you ran to a sparsely populated area was to gather your comrades. The demons looked smug. It seems you can't escape now. The Demon Kingdom's special forces aren't just me alone. Kai sighed. Are you stupid? Hearing that, he angrily retorted, what did you say? Kai looked at them and said, of course, I knew you were waiting for reinforcements. Finding all of you would be a hassle. So, It's best if I just finish you all off at once." Hearing him say that, the demons looked a bit stunned and confused. Bright roared, "You bastard! What can you do by yourself?" Then they activated their skills and drew their weapons. "Soon, you won't be speaking so confidently. We'll beat you black and blue for daring to injure Lord Bright." Bright stared intently at Kai and thought, "What a fool. Even if my subordinates are just common demons, they are still elite warriors. Their combat abilities are only slightly inferior to mine." They charged forward, telling each other, "Go on, kill that human." Kai stood there, beginning to murmur, "Oh, angels, blow them away." A blue vortex appeared, infused with the wind element. The whirlwind swept and tossed the demons into the air. The remaining demons on the ground looked up in panic. Reinforcements. Along with Kai's voice, "I never said I was alone." Above them was May, using magic. Kai calmly continued, "Since I still don't know the activation conditions for your brainwashing, I've prepared a pawn just in case." Bright remained confident. "Even if it's just the two of you, it won't change anything." May looked at them and said, "Create a large quantity of small stones." As soon as she finished speaking, floating stones immediately appeared. Then they shot straight down at the demons. Some leading demons, before they could defend, were hit by the stones and vomited blood. One of them yelled, "You idiots! We can just use demon magic to defend ourselves." But Kai quickly approached. He stabbed it straight through the heart, surprising it. "While you were gathering mana in your hands to defend yourselves, you'll be very vulnerable to attacks from other directions." Kai pulled out his knife, and fresh blood spurted. Bright worriedly shouted at his soldiers, "You fools! Don't let your guard down. Think of both of them as strong enemies, like high-ranking demons." The remaining ones, hearing this, raised their weapons and attacked seriously. It used cloning demon magic, then asked, "Do you know which one is real?" No sooner had it spoken than it took a knife straight to the forehead. The demon collapsed, only managing to gasp. "What? How did you know?" Kai calmly said, "It seems you can't even share accurate information between different demon factions, despite being an elite army." To the side, another demon created a magic circle and yelled, "You dog." Then he launched a wind lance, shouting, "Die." But the lance was nullified by the wind, deflected back. Above them, May always intervened at crucial moments. She immediately summoned her weapon. "Oh, angels, finish him off." The demon's mouth hung open in fear, unable to react in time. Sharp arrows, created from wind, pierced straight through his body. May turned away, yawning, showing disdain, not taking them seriously. At this moment, Kai faced the demon soldiers with May's support from above. Bright stood back, pushing his subordinates forward as a shield. He gnashed his teeth, thinking, "They dare push me to this extent." At the same time, a sound echoed from afar. "What's wrong? You seem to be in trouble, huh?" May started, turning to ask, "Huh? Who's that?" Kai also directed his gaze upwards to see who the newcomer was. It was Camilla, with her tribe members, who had just flown in. Kai looked at her, puzzled. "Bird tribe chief, I didn't expect you to cooperate with these demons." She yelled, "That's right, because I absolutely detest you humans." May leaned down and asked Kai, "Was she also brainwashed?" He replied, "Based on my appraisal ability, no. She's cooperating with the demons voluntarily." After connecting the information, Kai realized some issues. So they brainwashed the Dog People tribe chief. And currently the Bird tribe is cooperating with them. A bit troublesome. The Dog People tribe chief is brainwashed. The Bird People tribe chief is cooperating. The Cat People tribe chief's daughter was kidnapped but rescued. The Werewolf tribe chief is unrelated. The Merman tribe chief is an idiot. They can make the Cat tribe obey by taking Cena hostage. Ultimately, they'll have the majority vote in the Federal Assembly. He recalled hearing the demons say earlier that it seems the Federation will soon be under our control. Our superiors will also focus more on the war against humans. So that's what they meant. Bright spat out a mouthful of blood and said with heavy reproach, "You're a bit late, aren't you?" Camilla showed toughness. "Even as a demon, you cannot defeat these humans without us." Hearing that, he gave a cold laugh, knowing he was indeed in a difficult situation. Now I'm not complaining. Help me. Finish them off. Camilla pointed her sharp claws downwards and smiled. You, having to make such an offer? That's rare. So, they're really strong, huh? All right, I'll help you. Kai clicked his tongue and thought, there are about 30 elite bird people. So the entire tribe is cooperating with the demons? May had now jumped down to the ground, standing next to him, and asked, what now, Kai? He replied, we have to defeat them. Camilla ordered her tribesmen, capture them. Don't let the other tribes find out. Don't waste any more time. As soon as she finished speaking, the bird tribe members swooped down, ready to attack the two. The scene shifted to another location, where the 5 furry fists of the cat people tribe chief appeared. He attacked the dog people tribe chief, but the latter raised his hand to block. Both sides constantly exchanged moves, one attacking, the other defending, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to shatter. The battle between the two tribe chiefs was indeed extraordinary. The energy they emitted shattered the glass panels along the road. Their spiritual power created gentle winds that bent the trees. Anto attacked while laughing loudly. Well done, Niels. The dog people tribe chief continuously defended, yelling, what are you talking about? Niels managed to land an extremely powerful punch on Anto. But he didn't feel any pain and even offered a calm smile. This utterly astonished Niels. Anto continued to laugh and delivered a hook punch straight to Niels' jaw. You're weak. Struck backward by the painful blow, Niels wondered, what is this feeling? Raising a hand to his mouth, he silently thought, my mind is wavering. Anto cracked his knuckles. It seems he's doubting himself. Did I misunderstand something? Anto wondered, is this the end? As expected, when I buy them time, the only way to solve this problem is to defeat that brainwashing tactician. Under the crescent moon, it will be problematic to leave Niels alone and allow the demons to unleash the power of the dog tribe. On another side, Middu stood behind Edgar, the werewolf tribe chief. He asked, is Niels being brainwashed by the demons? Cena replied, yes, that's why we infiltrated Niels' mansion to find that demon. Middu immediately asked, so, do we find him? The answer he received was a shake of the cat princess's head. She added, I don't know, but Kai suddenly disappeared. Mid mused, so that's it. He's not here, meaning he's still fighting somewhere. Edgar shook his head in resignation. I can't keep up with all this. Everything is happening too fast, but we need to help your friend who's fighting the demons. Rune called down from above. Even so, Cena interrupted, asking urgently, Rune, what's wrong? She raised her hand to her ear, looking into the distance, and announced, I see a group of bird people flying north. Edgar seemed quite surprised. Bird people flying so late at night like this? Noticing the abnormality, Middu immediately charged in that direction and yelled, let's go check it out. We might find some clues. The scene shifted to a rooftop, high up, where 3 people were quietly observing. Jean wondered, is it really okay for us to just stand by and watch? Narumi thought, that's not wrong. There's a high probability we'll cause conflict with the residents here if we act like that. Thinking this, she immediately spoke up. Hey Narumi-kun, let me ask you something. Jean continued. Is your reasoning based on Shinju defeating the demons? He nodded. You're right. Jean worriedly asked further. What if he loses? Narumi pondered. I haven't thought that far ahead, but will definitely be convicted if that happens. Jean glanced over and suggested, so shouldn't we do something? Wouldn't that be better? No matter how trustworthy Shinju-kun is, he's not undefeatable. Reina spoke up, flustered. I understand what you mean, but we don't know his exact location. Jean saw the logic. Her eyes lowered. You're right. Then Jean clasped her hands before her chest, as if praying, thinking, I know, but I can't help being selfish. I want me Shinju's strength. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Kanzaki, is that you? Jean started, looking around in alarm. Narumi, seeing this, asked, what's wrong, Kanzaki-san? Jean spoke up, asking, where are you, Shinju-kun? Kai's voice echoed again. I should be asking you that. Now I understand. So this is your new power. Hearing Kai say that made Jean rethink. She wondered, is this a new divine protection? I can clearly hear Shinju's voice in my head, as if this is Jin's soul body. Still using her mind, she asked Kai, "Where are you?" On this side, Kai didn't look so good covered in blood. He replied, "I'm in the northern part of the city, fighting demons and bird people." Kai asked, "You want to be my strength, don't you?" Jean looked embarrassed and blushed. "You heard that? I didn't say it that loud." On this side, Kai was continuously taking down bird people and said to Jean, "Hurry here. Kanzaki, I need your strength." Hearing Kai's words, Jin's eyes brightened slightly and pulsed with excitement. Narumi worriedly asked, "Who are you talking to?" Reina scowled. "Are you going crazy?" Jean replied, "I'm talking to Shinju through my new ability." Hearing this, her two friends were a bit surprised. Jean immediately stood up and said, "Anyway, I already know his location. Let's hurry. Let's go help Shinju." The scene shifted back to the battle on this side. Mei was facing a large number of extremely aggressive bird people. They immediately received the order to attack, simultaneously swooping down at very high speed. At the same time, Mei raised her magic staff, a hint of worry in her shout. "Spirits, don't let them get close to us." As soon as she finished speaking, a gust of wind blew upwards, blocking their advance. Without stopping, Mei plunged her magic staff into the ground. Light emanated and rocks floated up. She summoned earth spirits. Then she shouted loudly, "Shoot them down." A barrage of earth spirits flew straight towards the crowd of bird people, hitting them and making them squawk. Some behind cursed irritably, "Damn it. At this rate, we can't get close." Another turned and yelled, "What are the archers doing?" "The bird people archer squad flying there received the order. I know. Shoot them down again." As soon as they released their hands, a volley of sharp arrows aimed straight at Mei. She raised her magic staff to the sky. This time it emitted a blue mana. Mei called upon the wind spirits to form a whirlwind to blow away the arrows. The bird people were utterly frustrated seeing this. "Damn it, what do we do now? At this rate, we can't do anything." Another waved it off. "It's fine like this." He added, "The elves' magic uses the power of spirits. In the future, she won't be able to use these powers anymore." Mei thought with a hint of worry, "They've figured out my weakness. The spirits are almost at their limit. I need to deal with them using an element other than wind." The bird person frowned, looking down thoughtfully. "This girl is just stalling now. I need to finish everything before the other tribes notice." The scene shifted to the close quarters combat on the ground. A demon soldier was stabbed mortally through the heart, unable to make a sound. The demon below saw this and looked up, calling Gustav. He saw Kai there, just pulling his knife out of his comrade's chest. Then, in a flash, he was on the ground, delivering the next blow in true assassin style. Suddenly, from behind, two other demon soldiers jumped up, ready to attack. They yelled, "You dog, this is the end for you." At the same time, the demon soldier created a magic circle in front of him, blocking an attack that came from somewhere. Kai's side was similar, but he quickly jumped up to dodge the attack. The demon soldiers below looked up, somewhat confused. The bird tribe chief, Camilla, shouted a warning to the demon soldiers, "Don't move anymore." At the same time, she unleashed sharp feathers from her wings. Kai calmly drew his knife to block the damage and deflect the feathers. However, the sheer number was too great, and one feather struck his wrist, causing blood to flow and soak his sleeve. Kai quickly jumped to another side. From afar, the sounds of battle and shouts continuously echoed. He thought to himself, "I'm worried about Mei, because now we're separated." While he was distracted, Bryce appeared behind him, placing his dark hand on Kai's head. He immediately sensed something unusual, and instantly used his lightning shock. Before he could do anything to his opponent, he was stunned by Kai's lightning, making him a bit confused. He frowned and wondered, lightning elemental magic? A demon soldier stepped in front of him, swung his sword down, and yelled, "Die." Kai dodged to the side, then made a horizontal cut across his abdomen. The sword in the demon soldier's hand, carried by its momentum, slashed directly into Bryce, who was paralyzed behind Kai. He had just dodged a deadly blow, taken down a demon soldier, and made the demon soldier unintentionally strike their own leader. Truly, hitting two birds with one stone. Kai cast a deadly glance behind him and thought he intended to use brainwashing magic. I have no countermeasure, so I must be extremely careful. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from afar. Narumi-kun. It was none other than Jean. She was running, panting from exhaustion. Kai turned to look at her, calling, Kanzaki, you came at just the right time. Reina stood there, stunned. They're demons. Narumi also exclaimed in surprise. The situation is bad. Saying that, the two immediately yelled, We'll support you. Then they immediately activated their skills. The demon soldiers used magic circles to defend and warned each other. Reinforcements. Be careful. They're hero candidates. Kai turned to everyone and said, I'll handle the bird tribe chief and the high-ranking demons. As for the low-ranking ones, I'm counting on you all. Narumi clenched his fist in agreement. Reina asked further, so that means we can consider those bird people as enemies? Kai nodded and said Reina could use fire to incinerate them. Jean asked with a hint of worry, Narumi-kun, are you still fighting alone? He looked at Jean with a determined gaze, recalling past events, and said, a similar scenario to the battle against Leonora at that time. If so, use your domination magic on me. They're brainwashing their enemies with magic. She immediately raised her hand and replied, I understand. Her entire body glowed with pink mana, and she used her domination magic skill. The energy transferred to Kai, and he was also enveloped in a faint pink aura. He confidently said, with this, I've eliminated my fatal weakness. Camilla, somewhat stunned, asked, Are you looking down on us? Bright, standing below, called up to remind her, Camilla, don't let your guard down, or you'll lose your life. Kai's deadly gaze looked at them and said, My mistake, but I'll end this quickly. His entire body now radiated heavy, killing intent, both hands tightly gripping his knives. This gaze and aura made Camilla and Bright all somewhat surprised, showing a hint of fear. The scene shifted to May's side. She stood facing the bird people above. Some of the bird people had already been taken down. The bird people looked dazed as they heard a voice echo. Bird people, what are you doing? May also heard it and quickly turned to look behind her. It was Midu, leading Edgar, the werewolf tribe chief, along with Cena and Rune. Edgar raised his hand and questioned. They're guests of the cat tribe, aren't they? I demand an explanation. The bird people nervously murmured. The werewolf tribe chief? How did they get here so fast? What do we do now? Their leader glanced over and reminded them, Calm down. We will still follow Camilla's orders. The bird people soldiers said nothing more. Then they immediately obeyed, raising their bows towards the newcomers. They yelled, Kill all witnesses, even the werewolf tribe chief. Edgar was stunned. What are they talking about? Midu added, It seems they don't want to talk. May called out to them, Listen, the bird people are cooperating with the demons. Everyone was utterly surprised by this information. She pointed towards the alley ahead and said, The demons are fighting Kai over there. Cena leaned on her hand, looking over. So, even the bird people? Edgar turned and said, If that's the situation, it's terrible. Midu, you go over there. But he refused. Midu told the werewolf tribe chief, My friends are already heading to Narumi-kun's location. I'll stay here to help Mei-san. Edgar gripped the sword hanging at his side, preparing to draw it, and replied, I understand. I didn't realize the demons had such great influence. He looked up at the bird people. These soldiers are only following orders from their chief. If possible, I don't want to kill them. Edgar was startled when he heard Midu's voice. He smiled and said, I understand. That's my specialty. A fierce red light flared in Kai's eyes, like two blood-colored stars. Streaks of crimson, spiritual energy seeped from his pupils, swirling out as he faced the enemy. A weary sigh escaped Kai's lips. He spoke to them in a low voice. My mistake. I intended to end this quickly. The spiritual power from his eyes was like thin blood and bone, his hands firmly gripping the small, sharp mace, ready to charge at any moment. Astonishment was clearly etched on Bright and Cunningham's faces. Camilla witnessed his terrifying demeanor. Camilla, with her large wings and fiery red feathers, hovered high above. Bright stood below, fresh blood streaming down his chest. He gnashed his teeth in frustration, muttering softly in confusion. He didn't know what was happening. In Camilla's eyes, a fierce tremor ran through them. She realized her own vision had warped. Camilla angrily muttered, "Its form is being distorted." Through Camilla's eyes at this moment, Kai's image had become distorted. His face was covered by a twisted light. Kai's eyes stared directly at her with terrifying calmness. Kai, quick as lightning, took advantage of Bright's disorientation. He lunged forward and pressed the sharp blade against his arm. A deep gash caused fresh red blood to spurt. After attacking, Kai immediately leaped back like a phantom, appearing and disappearing. Bright stared dazedly at the bleeding wound Kai inflicted on his arm, wondering I couldn't react to its movements. Damn it, what's wrong with my eyes? Camilla flew high above, quickly noticing Kai's distraction technique. She yelled, warning Bright, "Don't look into its eyes, Bright. It's probably using an illusion spell." Kai heard her words and thought to himself. She caught on quickly. Kai took a moment to review his status information. Name, Shinju Kai. Age, 17. Gender, male. Attack, B. Defense, agility, S. Strength, B. Magic, C. Status, normal. Skills, divine protection, appraisal, level 4. Divine protection, weakness detection, level 2. Divine protection, farsight, level 2. Divine protection, mimicry, level 2. Divine protection, illusion, level 1. Assassination skill, level 5. Dagger skill, level 5. Throwing skill, level 5. Stealth, level 5. Kai's eyes once again turned a blood-red color. This was the sign that he had activated a new skill. Divine protection. Illusion is a new skill I gained after defeating Grimbach. This is a skill that creates illusions for targeted living beings. The activation condition is direct eye contact. Previously, when fighting monsters, Kai had the opportunity to practice his illusion divine protection. I've been practicing using it against monsters. This is an incredibly powerful weapon at close range. Camilla flapped her wings powerfully overhead, expressing her disgust and cursing. What a troublesome ability. The deep blue pupils in Bright's abyss-like black eyes slowly observed Kai. In his mind, he began to calculate his next attack. I must confront him directly, but I cannot look at anything from his neck upwards. He immediately followed that tactic, and a triumphant smile appeared on Bright's lips. He thought, gloatingly, good, I no longer see illusions. Kai, standing below the forest, also realized that Bright had found a way to break free from this hallucinatory curse, so Kai didn't hesitate to grab his dagger and rush forward. He no longer looked into my eyes. This was precisely the simplest solution. Bright on the other side didn't just stand still waiting to die, but suddenly launch himself forward to attack. Approaching directly toward Kai, he moved closer, then whispered right into Kai's ear with a voice full of contempt. What do you think you're doing? But he couldn't stay smug for long, as Kai had already slipped past him. Bright was shocked by this unexpected movement. He turned his head back to look. But just as he turned his head, Kai's sharp dagger slashed a long line across his face, fresh blood spreading throughout the space. Bright's face was now soaked in dark red blood, suffering a fatal wound that made him stumble, head tilted back, in indescribable pain, impossible. A few drops of his blood splattered onto Kai's face, but Kai didn't even glance at Bright writhing in pain, coldly saying, "You fool, the opponent's eyes give you a lot of information in battle. You're not someone who can keep up with my speed. If you lose that information, you can't even fight." After that, Kai remained silent for a long time, hearing no response from Bright, then smirked and continued, "Well, seems like you can't hear me anymore." Kai had already figured out what happened to Bright after that fatal slash. He was now collapsed on the ground, lying in a pool of blood with his breathing stopped. Camilla in the air saw this scene and rolled her eyes, gnashing her teeth in curse. This guy is utterly useless. Kai, standing below, slowly lifted his head. He had his next target after Bright. Now, it's your turn. Camilla shrieked loudly, trying to hide her fear with harsh words. I've experienced many human tricks. Don't underestimate me. Saying that, her wings flapped powerfully, creating a violent whirlwind. Camilla swooped down with large claws, aiming straight for Kai. But she was one step slower than Kai. He had already jumped to the side in time, avoiding her sharp claws. The miss made Camilla furious. Hundreds of sharp feathers shot out from her tough plumage, tearing through the air and flying straight toward Kai. Kai's body swayed back slightly but gracefully, both hands holding weapons blocking each feather Camilla shot out. Camilla was bewildered watching Kai easily dodge her attacks, surrounded by corpses scattered like a battlefield. Kai once again activated his illusion. His spiritual power to reclaim the flow from his eyes made Kai's heart flutter. Her fighting without looking into his eyes while floating in the air was very difficult, but she adapted precisely. Camilla hovered smugly, then smiled wickedly, telling him, I'm not human. I can fight without needing vision. After all, we beasts have extremely sensitive 5 senses. Kai wasn't provoked by her words. He calmly tilted his head and asked back, but what does she plan to do now? She can't just keep flying around to attack me, right? He glanced at the chaotic scene behind while continuing. By the way, the longer the battle drags on, the worse her situation becomes. At that moment, behind them, Camilla's allies were all being controlled by Kai's team. The situation looked quite disadvantageous for her. Narumi, Jean, and Rina were both using their spiritual power, trying their best to control and suppress Camilla's allies. Hearing Kai say that she observed the situation there, Camilla's whole body trembled with rage. Her face twisted as she gnashed her teeth, saying, humans. Not just once, but you've interfered with my business twice now. Kai didn't respond. He just stared challengingly with cold eyes. Camilla lost control. Her whole body now exploded with power, her angry expression like a volcanic eruption. Roaring at the top of her lungs, I'll kill you all. Then Camilla rushed forward with a new attack, complete beast transformation. Kai carefully observed her, quickly analyzing in his mind, beast transformation. This was a special ability that only beasts could use, allowing them to release the beast within their body. He watched as Camilla had now completely transformed into a large bird with wide wings and sharp claws. His mind kept analyzing. Complete beast transformation would bring explosive power to the beast. In return, they lose their reasoning ability. Camilla, with the appearance of a fierce bird with ruffled feathers, her sharp beak wide open, neck stretched to the sky, letting out an ear-splitting shriek, as if wanting to tear apart the entire space. Immediately, it shot up into the air, its shadow moving fast as lightning, appearing and disappearing, constantly changing direction unpredictably. In a blink, it had completely vanished from sight, leaving only the echo of wind and a chilling sensation down the spine. Kai still held his weapon ready, watching her movements in the sky and feeling impressed. She's really fast. Kai paused, activating his illusion ability, and instead activated another skill, nullifying optical illusions. Activating far sight, his eyes widened. Capturing all the large bird's movements, its lightning-fast speed slowed down in his enhanced vision, making it appear slower to him. This helped Kai calculate the path and steps to avoid its attacks. Like this, Kai and Camilla engaged in a chase, appearing and disappearing in the air. Camilla gradually lost patience with this pursuit, her beak constantly snapping at the air, making harsh, violent sounds full of threat. She spread her large wings, releasing countless sharp feathers filled with spiritual power toward Kai. He rushed through the rain of projectiles, calmly using his daggers to block each of Camilla's feathers. In his mind, he had noticed her weakness. The time for complete transformation wasn't long. He looked at Camilla in her fierce bird form and knew clearly, if she used this in a prolonged battle, she would be dominated by beast instincts and lose herself. The fierce bird's powerful movements made the entire space tremble violently. Kai glanced with slight concern, but in case she's ready to sacrifice everything, he might run out of energy and not be able to use Farsight anymore. Kai didn't hesitate, but quickly decided on action. In that case, I need to end this quickly. His eyes lit up coldly, activating weakness detection. Kai's gaze swept across the entire body of the fierce beast. The beast's originally fast movement became slower in his sight. Kai knew exactly what he needed to do now. Just as predicted, this was the best way to remember. There was a risk it wouldn't activate correctly. Kai closed his eyes slightly, as if calculating beforehand, thinking if he couldn't use this ability at the last moment, everything would become meaningless. Then he raised his head, shouted loudly, breathed heavily. "Pierce through my enemy, judgment spears." Immediately, fierce spears from somewhere shot straight into the giant bird's massive body, making it convulse. Its eyes widened, shocked by this attack. Kai carefully observed its reaction. Under the pain from the spears, the beast's red body writhed in the air, its blood splashing everywhere. Then, as if drained of strength, the bird weakened, falling straight to the ground. Its large body hit the ground, creating a resounding crash. The fierce bird lay motionless with cries of pain. It struggled to lift its head, but couldn't. Only weak sounds remained. Finally, it opened its mouth wide, then spat out a mouthful of blood. After that, it breathed its final breath. Camilla was thus defeated, lying right next to Bright's cold corpse. Kai calmly turned around, his eyes flashing coldly as he asked slowly, "Now, what's left for us are just ordinary soldiers, right?" A fierce battle had finally ended, after Shinju and the others eliminated the demon army led by the high-ranking demon Bright, along with Camilla, the Beast Tribe commander. The remaining birdmen who had initially surrounded them now also changed their minds. The battle between Midu's group and the birdman soldiers also ended. They all surrendered, dropping all weapons in their hands. That was the result after they received news of their tribal commander's death. Everything returned to normal when the high-ranking demon Bradshed's brainwashing effect on the dog tribe commander Niels had disappeared. The chaotic scene from the previous battle was now a thing of the past. The incident at the Grand Danas Federation capital had come to an end along with Dawn's concerns. A meeting had been arranged a few days later at the Wolf Tribe commander's mansion. EGA, Heinrich interrupted, asking, "What about the Bird Tribe?" EGA slowly explained what was investigated after the battle. Only those close to Camilla knew about her cooperation with the demons. Truthfully, only the army that fought us. The remaining Bird Tribe members don't know about this. There's no reason to punish them. Midu from the opposite side asked further, "What about the army that fought us?" EGA replied, "They only followed their tribal leader's orders. But we can't let traitors to the nation escape punishment. Perhaps punishing them with heavy labor would be enough." In another magnificent, luxurious hall at the Cat Tribe leader's mansion, Kai leaned back against the wall, his eyes cold as he asked, "What about the Dog Tribe?" The four people sitting at the table all focused their attention on him after this question. Anto replied, "Naturally, their leader will be punished, though he didn't want it. The fact that he betrayed the nation is true." Cena waved her hand, adding matter-of-factly, "From the beginning, being brainwashed by demons was Neil-sama's fault. If he must receive heavy punishment, then we can't do anything." Mai smiled wryly, saying jokingly, "Anyway, that's still not as bad as letting the princess be kidnapped by demons." Beneath thousands of blue waves, a magnificent palace stood out with shimmering light at the Sea Tribe leader's mansion. Graceful mere people glided through the clear waters of their great hall. A loud sound broke the peaceful silence. What? All the chaos outside seemed to become invisible to the sea people, evidenced by Mark's shocked and completely clueless expression about the outside war. He rolled his eyes in reverse with the information he just received. The Dog Tribe leader was brainwashed while we were sleeping. Moreover, the Bird Tribe allied with demons and humans defeated them. Rune, who came with Narumi, both told him, "Sorry, Mark-sama, I know you don't believe it, but this is the truth." Somehow, he suddenly gnashed his teeth, then lowered his voice calling, "Hey, humans!" Narumi panicked at his sudden attitude change, so he shouted out, "What? We're not lying." Mark said nothing but moved toward Narumi. He looked at this person's intimidating appearance and was greatly frightened. "Wait!" Surprisingly, he gently hugged him, then said with an emotional voice, "You really are good people." Narumi, being hugged, stiffened completely. Hearing him say that made him even more confused to the point of only being able to shout, "Huh?" He was moved, tears streaming down as he continued, "Thank you for protecting the Federation." Before leaving, with a serious expression, each word came out clearly and decisively. "We will not forget this debt. I promise you, the Sea Tribe will cooperate with humans." Mark's sudden love made Narumi's heart uneasy. He nervously said, "I'm glad you said that, but is it okay? You decided too easily." Mark didn't answer him, but just clenched his fist. His threatening appearance promised, "We will not forgive the demons. We will eliminate every one of them." Narumi watched Mark's departing figure after leaving such a statement and sighed, telling June, "He really doesn't listen to others." Time passed leisurely. No significant events occurred. A few days later, the tribal leaders heading the various tribes along with some people present in the previous battle gathered again in a magnificent room. At the Grand Dan-Ass Federation Congress Hall, Anto stood firm like an experienced commander. He slowly stood up with dignified bearing, opening with a slow, deeply emotional voice. "Thank you all for protecting the Federation in the recent incident. This is a debt we can hardly repay." Everyone nodded, slightly showing agreement with him. At this time, a tall man with dog ears, salt and pepper fur, but alert eyes like he was observing. His human hair split into two distinct sections, one side silver-white, the other dark, creating an appearance both mysterious and wild, the dog tribe leader. As expected, sharp fangs showed when he spoke. "Besides, now we've personally experienced a new threat from the demons. We were nearly manipulated into fighting each other, even though we beasts are strong in direct confrontation, but weak against such tactics. I think we should cooperate with humans to compensate for each other's weaknesses." Midou and his companions' faces all showed surprise at Neil's suggestion. He continued with basic confusion. Suddenly Anto stood up like a furnace, raising both hands high in excitement when enthusiastically announcing with a voice echoing throughout the room, "We agree to establish an alliance. We, the Grandinous Beast Alliance, declare full cooperation with the Holy Kingdom of Digaret." Led by Anto, the others also began standing up in response, raising their hands in agreement with establishing the alliance. Mida's group also happily stood up, joining everyone's celebration. Rena smiled brightly while gently grabbing Midou, making him blush. Hyric still sat calmly in place. A gentle smile crossed his lips. His calm eyes swept over Kai's unmoved expression. His face showed no emotion, as if completely detached from the lively atmosphere in the room. The formal meeting ended. After that, the crowd of horses poured out from the great gates of the magnificent castle. Midou turned his head and shouted, "Don't forget anything." Rena replied, "I won't." Narumi sighed, saying, "Yeah, having to leave is quite sad too." The tribal leaders standing at the main gate bid farewell to Mida's group. Anto smiled, saying, "You can come here anytime you want. From now on, we'll stay in regular contact." I stood next to Kai, leaning against the castle wall, watching Midou's group's departing figures, then said to Kai, "Everything's settled now." She looked at him with wide eyes, asking Kai, "What do we do now? Seems like everyone's returning to the Holy Kingdom." Kai leaned back, relaxing. He closed his eyes briefly, then answered, "We've achieved our goal now. Let's just wait and see." Cena appeared from nowhere, asking Kai, "Hey Kai, do you plan to stay in the Federation?" Kai considered for a moment, then tilted his head, answering, "I plan to stay here a bit longer. Now, even if I return to the Holy Kingdom, I'll be labeled a criminal. It's easier to breathe here." Hearing that, Cena smiled gently, sincerely saying, "I see. I'm very happy." I glanced at her, eyes showing a teasing smile, thinking, "Happy?" Cena still innocently asked Kai, Do you plan to continue your journey? Kai slightly opened his eyes, then answered, My goal is to kill the Demon Lord and return to my world. When the time comes, I'll go to the Demon Lord's place. Please let me join you in this journey. Mai also shouted out, Hey, but Kai was surprised by her. What's your purpose? Cena clearly stated her intentions when making the suggestion. I'm the only daughter of the cat tribe leader. Later, I'll also take the position of tribal leader. I want to hone my strength and achieve more before replacing my father's position. Kai made it clear to her, from now on, battles will become increasingly fierce. I'm sure you can achieve some accomplishments. I'll be like a shadow, so you won't get public recognition. Cena confidently responded, But you said you'll defeat the Demon Lord. If I'm one of those who contributed to conquering the Demon Lord, that's already an achievement. Suddenly a voice from behind rang out, someone pleading, Please take the child along too, Shinju. That was Anto's voice. He approached patting Cena's head, then jokingly said, You're worried the child will slow you down because she's my daughter. Kai tried to make him understand how dangerous this was. This will be a dangerous journey. What if she gets captured again? Cena firmly answered, If war escalates, I'll face danger wherever I go. First, I can't become mature if I always stay in a safe place. Anto crossed his arms, standing behind her, helping his daughter persuade Kai. If Cena has decided, then we support our child's choice. In other words, even if the child gets treated like a hostage, as in the recent incident, we won't worry. Cena firmly told Kai, Me too, I want to go with you. Kai. He saw her determination and didn't stop her anymore, declaring, Then you've decided, I'll train you before we begin our journey. If I find you capable, I'll take you along. All right. Only Mai stood beside them, worried about his decision. Cena nodded in agreement. At the same time, in another distant place, a towering castle stood amidst rolling seas of molten lava. In the cloudy sky, massive lightning bolts continuously struck down, illuminating the desolate scene, the demon kingdom Veldora. A demon bowed respectfully to the person before him, head lowered, asking, What do you need? Your Highness. The person the demon addressed was the fifth princess of the demon kingdom, the supreme leader of the revolutionary army, Isabel. She calmly gave orders, Pass word to our brothers. The time for our revolution is near. Meanwhile, Midu's group had ridden back and returned home. Midu and other envoys had successfully convinced the Federation to accept the alliance. The path leading to the fortress was shrouded in thick fog, creating an almost unbelievable illusion, making the distant fortress appear as just a massive shadow. Half real, half fantasy, the group slowly advanced and returned to the active frontier fortress. They went with Federation representatives right at the great gate carved with ancient patterns. EGA had been standing there waiting with the dignified appearance of a veteran warrior. My name is EGA, squad leader of the Beast Federation Warriors. Very pleased to meet everyone. The Federation representative leader was a young woman with short blonde hair framing her face, confident bearing and a smile radiating self-assurance when introducing herself. I'm Amelia, Grand Commander of Holy Kingdom Knight Order No. 4, responsible for the frontier. Very pleased to meet you. Witnessed by many members from both sides, the two commanders, EGA and Amelia, solemnly shook hands firmly, a handshake giving birth to the epic-making alliance. Immediately, cheerful roars erupted, echoing throughout the space, though the hero candidates had an extremely important role in the negotiation. They still hadn't realized how much impact the alliance between Holy Kingdom Diggoret and Grandinous Beast Alliance would have. Midu sighed softly in relief, feeling his breath easily return after days of tension, slowly blending into the crowd applauding, feeling like all burdens had disappeared. Mida lay down on the large bed, falling into deep sleep. But then an indescribable feeling suddenly pressed down, making him jolt awake, his blue eyes slowly opening. Midu sat up, one hand unconsciously rubbing his temples, muttering, Why did I wake up at such a strange time? Mireille had been sitting silently like a ghost from earlier until now, suddenly speaking up with a gentle voice. Anyway, you've been sleeping since afternoon until now like you had a long journey and were too tired. Middle looked over and saw her right in front of his bed and jumped in shock, panicking and shouting. Mireille, why are you still in my room? Mireille naturally explained to him. You fell asleep in the break room. I used my power to bring you back to your room. Mida was confused, looking embarrassed, then answered. I see. Sorry for causing you trouble. Mireille smiled and shook her head, saying, It's fine, since you returned safely. So everything went smoothly, right? He didn't answer, but asked her, How's the situation at the front lines? Mireille straightforwardly answered, The demon army has launched many attacks, but they haven't caused much damage. Pausing briefly, then continuing with a slightly complex expression, thinking of Arashi's crazy performance on the battlefield. I really don't want to admit it, but it's all thanks to Erashur. He's really strong. Midu smiled slightly, satisfied, saying, I see. I'm glad we can rely on him. Then he asked about someone else. What about Iji-san? Mireille immediately replied, He's resting today after a long journey. Outside, the night curtain enveloped the entire space like a massive black veil. Only moonlight from high above cast weak silver rays in Midu's room through the window. He heard Mirai's small voice. Apparently tomorrow they'll organize a meeting to discuss strategy. She hesitantly asked, How strong are the Federation warriors? His expression became serious. He thought of the wolf tribe commander with the sword he always carried and answered. They're strong, especially their squad leader, Iji-san. He's even stronger than me. Mireille was shocked by his words, asking again to confirm. Stronger than you? He nodded, answering. Yes, all the remaining soldiers are elite troops. We could trust them. He told Mireille his plans. With such forces, we can cross the forest, then infiltrate the demon kingdom territory and kill the demon lord in no time. Mireille worriedly asked him, I know this question might be late, but aren't you scared? Her hands placed on her knees, constantly fidgeting with worry. Mireille continued softly, From now on there will be many battles. It'll be much more dangerous than now. One of us might die. Deep thought filled his eyes as he honestly answered, I'm scared. Midu thought of his precious friends. He knew there was no other way. If he stopped here, their class would be split apart once more. Once that happens, there will surely be casualties, and Shinjuku always encourages me. Mirai seemed puzzled, so she asked again, eyes searching as if looking for truth. Is Shinjuku really like that? Mida thought of Kai's always cold face like an ice sheet, speaking his true thoughts. Shinjukuan considers us allies. Though he doesn't act on emotion, it doesn't change the fact that he always helps us. Mireille still maintained her hateful attitude toward Kai, turning away stubbornly like a child, answering, Whatever the outcome, I hate people who act selfishly. Mida couldn't help but laugh, sighing and saying, That's so like you, Mirai. I'm jealous of them, Shinjuku-kun and Erashur. Hearing that, Mireille glanced over, confused, asking, You're jealous of them? You're stronger than them, Midu. He thought of the times those two acted with bold, decisive attitudes, then slowly answered. They're not easily influenced by their surroundings, and always move forward without hesitation. That's a quality I've always envied. He quietly looked out the window, his face clearly showing inferiority and hatred for his weak character. Continuing with a heavy voice, Meanwhile, I always want to keep everything as it is. Mireille hesitated, moving closer to the bed, asking him, Can I ask you something? She paused, as if trying to find an explanation for this illogical behavior, asking him why he didn't want to go home. At that moment, an evenly matched battle was taking place in the large courtyard. Erashur exclaimed in surprise at his opponent's elusive movements, making him think in shock. So fast. Before he could react, he saw EGA once again rushing toward him like a storm, with his sharp sword toward him. Golden spiritual energy flowed like sacred fire from EGA's eyes when facing Erashur, his voice slow and authoritative, saying, This is the final strike. Erashur raised his gloved hand high, seeming to concentrate his spiritual power to resist, while shouting, You underestimate me too much, dog. But he was one step slower than EGA. The sharp blade had already reached his hand, interrupting his spiritual power concentration process. But the sword hit like striking a shadow, not causing any injury. EGA shouted in shock. What? EGA clearly saw Erasure using his own arm like a shield when blocking his sword strike. His mind spun with surprise. He's using magic to strengthen his arm. No matter how much you strengthen your arm, you can't block a sword barehanded. Continuing with Mirai's question, Midu still sat quietly on the large bed, confusion clear on his face when confronting that question. He fell into prolonged silence, eyes deliberately avoiding Mirai's attentive gaze, who was patiently waiting for an answer. Midu uneasily pulled up the blanket, then smiled, awkwardly answering evasively. Because everyone wants to go home. Mirai saw right through that he was just making excuses. She pointed accusingly, raising her voice. Hey, Midu-kun. At that moment, suddenly his room door opened. Rina burst in like wind calling, Suji, wake up. Her words weren't finished as Rina was shocked by the scene before Mirai's presence. The girl's face went pale, asking in panic, what are you two doing? Both Midu and Mirai were flustered. Mirai waved frantically. We weren't doing anything. Just talking. Right, Midu? Midu immediately nodded, vigorously answering. Oh, that's right. Rin immediately shouted loudly. Lies. Coming into a boy's room in the middle of the night and still saying that. On the other side, Erasure and EGA's battle continued. Erasure boldly swung the arm, blocking the sword, pushing the blade away forcefully. That powerful force made EGA get pushed back, leaving a long mark on the ground from the slide. He slightly moved his wrist, then clicked his tongue irritably. That hurts! Suddenly, someone's voice rang out telling both to stop. Hey, you two stop training. Amelia stepped in announcing it was time to start the strategy meeting. Erasure sighed with slight regret. What? Just when it was getting good. EGA said nothing, just quietly sheathed his sword. He smiled slightly, agreeing with Erasure. I agree, but we can fight again another time. I'm glad you're my ally. Back in Midu's room, Mirai embarrassedly tried to explain to Rina, I just brought Midokun back to his room when he was sleeping. Rina was furious to the point of turning red, raising her voice. You always talk about laws and morals, yet you break rules yourself. Seeing her harsh words, Mirai also got angry. She pointed back defensively. Stop saying those unfounded things. You're violating moral standards. Rina smiled mockingly. You speak so well. Midu could only watch silently as the two girls argued loudly without being able to do anything. Then somehow he smiled slightly at this scene. Outside, another battle on the training ground continued between Erasure and EGA, still with familiar swords and strength. From their own inner determination, both faced each other ready to battle any time. This time, Erasure took the initiative. He rushed forward fast, powerfully swinging a straight strike toward EGA. His eyes became sharp and cold. Erasure smoothly spun around for momentum. Then he kicked high. EGA quickly ducked low to avoid, at the same time drawing his sword to attack. The sword strike had already pierced straight through Erase's leg, causing the boy to stiffen up. As soon as he regained consciousness, Erase jumped up and retreated backward. Contrary to his hot-tempered nature, now the boy smiled leisurely, feeling satisfied to have encountered a worthy opponent. So I should also fight with corresponding intensity. In another place, the majestic tall castle in the distance served as a backdrop for the bustling scene of the square. At the capital of the Beast Alliance Grandinath, the city of Slee. As mentioned before, Cena would have to undergo Kai's training. Now the boy held a small dagger in his hand, standing in a defensive stance facing her. May stood to one side like a referee. She extended one hand forward with a decisive gesture, as if preparing to start the duel onto the cold wind. She observed both of them with a serious gaze, then swung her hand down with a loud shout that echoed throughout the field. Begin. Cena's arms suddenly swelled up, becoming mysteriously large. They were covered with glossy brown fur and revealed sharp claws like a wildcat's daggers. She roared with a fierce growl, transforming into a half-beast, then lunged toward Kai like a gust of wind. The boy's eyes instantly became sharp as sword blades, raising his weapon skillfully to defend with practiced movements. Cena gathered strength and slashed powerfully in a straight line, but Kai managed to dodge just in time. She didn't hesitate and quickly pursued with light but powerful steps. Her claws once again swung powerfully, creating a whooshing sound, but Kai could still dodge easily by ducking low with superhuman reflexes. Both maintained their stances for a long time in the wide, green field, one attacking, one defending amid the metallic clashing sounds. Kai glanced at her and said, "Is that all? I've told you many times, you must attack me with the intent to kill." Cena panted with rough breathing due to exhaustion. "I know." Then she leaped up toward him. Somehow, Cena had approached Kai from behind like a dark, deadly shadow. She swung her claws, preparing to strike powerfully with intent to end the battle. But Kai suddenly raised a hand in front of her face, as if he already knew her movement from behind but was pretending otherwise. The boy opened his hands, and a handful of sand was thrown at her face with lightning-fast movement. The stinging sensation hit immediately as tiny sand grains pelted her eyes and skin, while she instinctively raised her hands to cover her face in shock. "What? Sand?" Taking advantage of her distraction, he didn't hesitate to lift his leg and kick straight into Cena's stomach. She immediately flew backward from the powerful impact of Kai's kick. May saw her lying on the green grass, grimacing in pain, and quickly ran over asking worriedly if she was all right. Cena quickly sat up, rubbing the spot where she was kicked in the stomach, answering in a calm tone, "My stomach hurts so much, but you're still as cunning as always." Kai gave a gentle glance with a slight smile. "You're still easily deceived as usual. You should prepare to counter every attack from your enemy." Cena raised her eyes, somewhat worried. "So I still haven't succeeded?" The boy sighed while putting the dagger back in his coat, saying, "Let's see. Currently, you're still quite useless." At that moment, someone approached, asking worriedly, "Cena, do you always have to train so harshly?" This voice immediately caught the attention of all three. Cena called out softly, "Run." She sighed, feeling slightly annoyed, telling the person, "This is what I want, don't interfere with me." Run smiled gently, helplessly replying, "I was going to tell that boy to treat you more gently, but since you said that, I guess I'll have to give up." Kai looked at her inquiringly, "What do you need?" Run also stopped joking, speaking seriously about how the main forces of the Federation are preparing to depart to join the Holy Nation's army. "I came to tell you this." Kai heard this, and a slight smile crossed his lips, saying with satisfaction, "Finally, it's about to begin, though later than expected." Run glanced over, his attitude becoming helpless as he explained, "We have no choice. Both countries want to discuss with the Alliance first. It seems the treaty has been signed without any strange disputes." Cena then interrupted asking, "Are you going too?" "Yes, as the captain of the Cat Tribe Warrior Squad. I'll also participate with them." May turned around and asked Kai, "Kai, what should we do?" Kai crossed his arms and replied slowly, "Wait and see how the situation develops. Moreover, Cena hasn't reached the level where I can take her along." From then on, a considerable amount of time passed. A month later, in a forest clearing with lush green trees filtering the sunlight, the wind made the fresh green leaves gently sway and fall. The tense atmosphere enveloped this place with the confrontation between two people. Kai standing far away, facing a huge monster wielding a large club. Now the boy raised his rifle, aiming straight at it with the professional movements of a marksman. The boy's eyes glowed purple, activating his ability through thought, creating energy bullets with the help of imagination. A direct thought appeared immediately after. Loading the gun, his finger touched and placed right on the trigger. As soon as the monster roared like thunder and charged forward at terrifying speed, the boy quickly pulled the trigger. The energy bullet shone brightly like starlight from the gun barrel. It slowly shot through the air. 3 to 4 bullets fired straight at the monster with deadly precision. The bullets hit the monster, causing its large body full of wounds to bleed profusely. It roared in agony, like the sound echoing through the forest. Mei sat observing from high up in the tall tree. Seeing this situation, she applauded in admiration. After being shot, the monster only trembled as if drunk, losing clarity but not completely defeated. Kai raised the gun again, firing several more shots with frightening composure. These bullets were aimed at its vital spots, filling the air with the heavy scent of fresh blood. The large monster fell backward, completely defeated. Kai looked at the still smoking gun in his hand, slowly commenting that his firepower still wasn't strong enough against these monsters. Mei asked curiously, "You defeated one with just 6 shots. Isn't that good enough?" Shaking the gun in his hand with the skilled movements of a seasoned warrior, he explained calmly, "A type of magic that allows me to create energy bullets. Actually, my idea was to use it like magic projectiles. I never thought your strange equipment would make those bullets accelerate so fast." The boy continued explaining clearly with the voice of someone deeply knowledgeable about magic. The foundation of magic is imagination. If I can't imagine accurately, it's useless. In our world, there's electricity. That's why I can imagine the appearance of electric magic. The boy's eyes, deep purple like the night ocean, fell into contemplation as he spoke with composure. But even for someone from another world like me, imagining bullets is quite difficult. Then he observed the large corpse full of bullet wounds, thinking further. In that case, I can only visualize knowledge based on techniques I understand clearly. This method seems quite effective. Mei heard this and replied admiringly, "So that's how your world is?" Suddenly, her expression froze like ice when she sensed danger. As if detecting some threatening movement nearby, she called out with a trembling voice, "Kai." He also noticed immediately, responding with unwavering confidence, "Don't worry, I can see it." Mei looked up and saw a large tiger with vicious fangs preparing to attack from the dense foliage. Its eyes narrowed like 2 slits, full of the thirst and cruelty of a bloodthirsty predator. It bit down on its prey from the corner of its mouth. A stream of thick, transparent saliva like hot glass began dripping down from its lips. Mei could only freeze, calling out to Kai, but bullets won't be effective against it. Kai leaped toward the tiger at lightning speed, then roared loudly, signaling to Mei, "Jump down." She obeyed immediately, jumping down from the tall tree like a free bird. The boy focused his eyes with a cold gaze. Pure energy began gathering in his palms, each wave of spiritual power rippling and converging to form a sphere. It emitted dazzling light that made the surrounding air vibrate and burn hot, the sphere's surface sparkling with thousands of tiny rays. They danced and swirled like electric serpents, creating crackling sounds. With a powerful and decisive movement, the boy threw the energy sphere at the tiger, shouting with authority, "Pierce through my enemy, lightning spear." Accordingly, the tiger couldn't withstand this powerful attack. Its body was pierced by pure energy like a ray of light. It raised its head to the sky and roared loudly, the sound full of pain and anger echoing throughout the dark forest. The tiger's corpse was now just a dry black mass, lying on a high tree branch like a burnt log, its golden fur now turned pitch black. Its distinctive black stripes remained only as faint scorch marks. Meanwhile, Kai, with lightning reflexes and agility, had managed to catch Mei before she hit the ground. The boy glanced at the tiger and said somewhat boredly, "I have no problem using mid-level elemental magic, but I still can't use high-level magic properly." Mei, being held in his arms, felt embarrassed, trying to hide this feeling while answering Kai, "Aren't you demanding too much? No one has reached this level so quickly." The boy didn't answer but turned his head to look around, then called out asking, "By the way, where's Cena?" Mei replied, "Oh, Cena is..." At that moment, Cena was on another side of the forest, standing on the corpse of a large monster like a female warrior victorious on the battlefield. Her arms were still in half-beast transformation state with blood-stained claws. She heard footsteps and looked over, calling out with obvious joy, "Kai." Her clothes still stained with the monster's blood like fresh paint, but she still ran happily to Shokai like a child who had just accomplished something big. Finally, I also defeated the monster you mentioned. How was it? Did I pass? The boy carefully observed the defeated monster. It still had its mouth wide open, showing razor-sharp teeth. But its lifeless eyes like dull glass, and the blood covering its body showed it had been killed. Cena stood to one side, waiting expectantly for praise from him. Kai nodded and said, "Good, you passed, Cena." At that moment, a smile bloomed on her face like a flower. The boy looked toward the distance with determined eyes, saying slowly, "Now we should start heading to the Demon Kingdom's territory." Under the clear blue sky, from the impregnable fortresses standing like stone mountains, where colorful banners fluttered in the wind, a mighty army marched out to battle with the sound of metal chains scraping the ground, sunlight shining brilliantly on their gleaming armor like silver mirrors. The Allied army, consisting of Holy Nation warriors and Federation soldiers, had begun their invasion into the Demon Kingdom's territory. The elite army with battle-hardened warriors like thunder gods and the most advanced weapons. However, the number and strength of monsters in the Demon Kingdom's territory had caused heavy damage to the Holy Nation's army, especially at the Demon Kingdom's first gate, known as the Demon Forest. Penetrating through the ominous demon forest like the mouth of hell, each step of the warriors and horses became cautious like cats stalking prey in the dark night. Expressions of worry and anxiety were clearly visible on each warrior's face like dark clouds casting shadows. Someone's nose suddenly twitched as if catching a strange scent drifting in the heavy air. EGA, as the commander of the wolf tribe, immediately informed his survival instinct companion, "It's the smell of monsters. There are many of them on the right side." Narumi squinted, searching around, quietly confirming again, "Really? Is that true?" Mirai also said, "I don't detect anything either." Ahead, only quiet stillness remained along with the darkness lurking behind the dense thickets as if hiding danger. But Midu sensed it with the keen senses of a seasoned warrior. No. Heinrich also spotted the monsters with eyes sharp as knives. He said, "They're coming." Indeed, moments later, a horde of monsters of various strange types rushed forward. They all roared and lunged forward like torrents, trying to tear apart the army with ear-splitting howls. EJ swung his sword, issuing commands with the authority of a victorious general. "Attack them!" The warriors roared back, echoing through the forest, "Yes, sir." Then they immediately charged in a battle with weapons in hand. Each warrior with different weapons and abilities, but all sharing the same determination to defeat the monsters like an unquenchable flame burning in their hearts. The fishy smell of blood from the monsters filled the air like a thick fog. Each vicious monster was defeated by the skilled warriors. Their sharp claws seemed like nothing compared to the skill of the Federation warriors. Those standing in the formation, not engaged in combat, when seeing this, all murmured in admiration, "Excellent! Everyone must agree, right?" When seeing how they fought, everyone felt truly amazed in their hearts. So this is the strength of the Federation warriors. Midu was also surprised at the good progress of this battle. He said softly to Heinrich beside him, "The monsters were eliminated so easily. It's really beyond my expectations." Heinrich pondered then, as if realizing the benefit of the alliance. Our kind has used all 5 senses, but still couldn't detect the monsters. Having beast people join the army is really good for us. EGA sheathed his sword with the practiced movements of an experienced swordsman. Then he turned and told everyone, "Leave detecting the monsters to us. As long as we're here, they won't dare ambush us." He spoke with absolute assurance. And just as Egan said, the beast people had done very well in detecting and defeating the monster horde. A cat tribe warrior quickly spotted the monster's movement with sharp ears. The woman immediately called out, "They're on the left side." The warriors following this guidance immediately took up arms. The Allied army had sufficient conditions to retreat from every skirmish with monsters. The demon horde gradually went into hiding, not daring to confront the army directly. The result was that the high-level demon strategist Elsa's strategy had been significantly reduced in effectiveness. From here, one can also realize that with guerrilla warfare and low visibility within the forest, the reason the Empire had to suffer heavy losses in previous campaigns was because they couldn't predict where the monsters would attack. It seemed hopeless to cross the demon forest, but with help from Federation warriors, their excellent ability to search and destroy monsters. Not long after, the defeated monsters lay scattered across the ground, their corpses everywhere, the fishy smell of blood rising like toxic fumes from hell. From afar, someone observing this scene angrily punched the wall, then cursed softly with a resentful voice. Damn it. A group of Demon Kingdom members hid behind a large grove observing the allied army. They whispered among themselves. The plan was to attack the enemy with a large army of monsters and defeat them while they were in chaos. But now they're still not weakened at all. A demon with large horns asked, "How long do we have to keep watching?" His teammate replied they still hadn't received orders from Elsa-sama. "What should we do now?" The team leader seemed to feel helpless. He sighed deeply, then said there was no other choice but to retreat. Suddenly, EGA appeared behind them. It seemed he had heard the entire conversation. He smiled coldly. "I can't let you do that." The demon leader turned around in surprise, his hair standing up. "Damn, you bastard." Without waiting for an explanation, blood had already spilled on the ground during that confusion. No one knew which side struck first. Hidden deep in the dark forest, where night seemed to never end, a castle stood tall, reaching toward the sky. The air around it was oppressively still with a terrifying silence. The demon forest castle where Elsa resided. Elsa held a wine glass in her hand. Ada stood on the observation deck, having seen all the chaos in the demon forest. Elsa said softly, "How troublesome." At that moment, a demon ran up in panic, calling out urgently, "Elsa-sama." Attalus looked over, hearing the subordinate worriedly report that the soldiers sent to the forest had been ambushed and eliminated. It seemed the beast warriors were causing more trouble than expected. Elsa said not a word, but her eyes held a hint of cold calculation. Her teeth clenched powerfully, crushing the wine glass floating in front of her, causing it to shatter into tiny pieces like soap bubbles. The red wine stained the corner of her mouth, like the gruesome mark of a demon who had just devoured prey. Her cold eyes swept over the subordinate who had brought the bad news. Elsa Meermeyer spoke. "I know. I can't believe I have to clean up the mess caused by that bright." The demon on the side bowed his head, asking quietly, "I understand your feelings, Elsa-sama, but what should we do with the current situation?" He recalled the forest layout, then continued hoarsely. "They will have no choice but to come attack this castle. Anyway, they don't want to be ambushed from behind. They'll definitely attack us." Anxiety enveloped the demon. He hesitantly took a deep breath, then, as if pushing himself against the wall, he asked the question he knew should never be mentioned. "Do we have a chance of winning?" Elsa smiled slightly, her voice still slow and gentle, but the pressure and threat from Ada was clearer than ever, making her opponent feel like standing before a volcano ready to erupt when she replied, "We're indeed cornered now, but don't misunderstand me. It's not because I'm weak or rely on my strategies." Ada violently shook the coconut, deliberately letting the dark liquid spill out like a bit of brutality. Elsa gritted her teeth, continuing with a sarcastic voice, "But anyway, eliminating enemies is still easier if we know how to use our brains. In the end, I just need to eliminate them, right?" The demon only knew to obey, bowing respectfully in response. "Yes, Elsa-sama." At this time, the Federation army had reached the castle. They stood majestically outside, looking up at the castle looming in darkness with its demonic aura, a gloomy fortress like a plug blocking the light. EGA, who had previously fought the demon army, called out a warning, his voice echoing through the silent space. "I already know their numbers. There are many monsters here." Amelia, with a cautious expression, emphasized, "We can't bypass this castle. We need to capture it so we won't be attacked from behind when advancing deeper. Moreover, if we capture the castle, we can use it as a forward operating base, and it will be easier to receive reinforcements." Someone urged their horse forward, bringing a look of annoyance, saying, "Damn nuisance." Erasure frowned, sitting on horseback, continuing, "Then let's just attack again." Heinrich turned his head, agreeing with Erase's opinion. "I approve. I don't want to give the enemy time to think. Let's start attacking the castle immediately." Erase smiled wickedly, then said, "Now you're starting to understand better." The Federation army slowly approached the castle, completely unaware that behind the solid stone walls, countless demons were hiding, ready to ambush. A formation of energy-wielding warriors combined their power to assault the castle's massive gate. From atop the walls, the demon horde suddenly threw down large stones, creating a deadly rain aimed straight at the allied army. They had to endure the fierce attack while persistently trying to break through the sturdy barrier until it finally collapsed. When the gate collapsed with an earth-shaking roar, the Federation warriors cheered loudly. "The main gate has been broken. Advance!" Erase, in his battle excitement, released his fire spirit energy. Burning the demons, he laughed wildly, taunting, "Come here, you trash." At that moment, someone stepped up and patted Midou on the shoulder, saying, "Let's go, Midou." He turned and immediately saw it was EGA. He smiled, gently telling Midou, "Let's eliminate the high-level demons together, all right?" Midou nodded slightly, then looked solemnly toward the demon castle, firmly replying, "I understand." Inside the castle, the silent space was completely opposite to the chaotic madness outside. Io sat leisurely sipping wine. Ada calmly showed a satisfied smile, as if the battle outside had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, his eyes became cold and calculating. The intricately carved door was kicked open from outside. Midou and EGA stepped into the room where he sat. Elsa seemed to anticipate this. Artis smiled gently, speaking slowly but with hidden meaning, "Finally, you've arrived." Elsa slowly stood up, her long shadow on the cold stone floor. Artis' voice was slow and measured, each word spoken with a greeting but containing chilling coldness. "Finally, people have come." Elsa stood on the high staircase, facing EGA and Midou, the large room immersed in terrifying silence. The atmosphere becoming so tense it was suffocating, as if the air had thickened from invisible pressure. Midou gripped tightly the glowing sword in his hand, his eyes staring straight at her, filled with extreme wariness. He muttered quietly, "This terrifying energy." EGA, as if understanding his thoughts, immediately replied with a slow voice, "That's right, no mistake. Ada is a high-level monster." Elsa slowly extended her slender hand. From her palm, a long, winding black whip, dark as octopus ink, slid out, covered with sharp thorns. Her eyes swept over both of them. Then a cold, mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth when she said, "The commander of beast warriors and a hero candidate, you seem overly cautious." Ada suddenly cracked the long whip. It created a sharp whistling sound, along with her threatening voice echoing. "But I have no intention of losing." Before finishing her words, Elsa swung the whip powerfully, shooting straight toward EGA and Midou like a giant serpent. Midou leaped up to dodge just in time. The whip struck down hard on the floor with tremendous force, creating a deafening crash and causing stone fragments to shatter and fly everywhere. As soon as the bricklayer fell, Midou was shocked to discover a deadly trap behind it. He cried out, falling backward in panic, "Pit trap!" Under the broken bricks were thousands of sharp spikes, black and pointing straight up, packed so tightly together there wasn't a single gap, creating a terrifying landscape, each spike sharp as demon claws, ready to tear apart anything that fell in. Elsa said triumphantly, "I don't dare underestimate you. I'm always prepared with traps when enemies come." The floor continued to crumble open, revealing a deep, bottomless pit lined with spikes. Midou tried to jump higher, desperately avoiding being swallowed by the pit. He heard Elsa's voice carrying cruel satisfaction, ringing in his ears, "Be pierced through and die." Midou quickly raised his glowing sword to the sky, muttering the incantation to activate his power. First stage of the sword. Release, transform. The sword blade accordingly extended mysteriously, bending and coiling around a massive chandelier on the ceiling. Elsa watched his clever move. Thanks to the chandelier, Midu escaped the dangerous trap. He landed roughly on the ground, safe but still somewhat shaken. Ada narrowed her dark eyes. Her lips curved slightly, speaking softly but full of surprise. A sword that can freely change shape. But in her heart, Ada thought cunningly, but the person with it had fallen into those spikes. Only now did Midu realize his companion was nowhere to be seen. He ran to the edge of the pit, calling out desperately, "Hey, Gazin!" Right after his call, from deep in the pit, EGA, carrying his familiar sword, immediately shot up, completely unscathed. He stood next to Midu, then frowned, saying, "That was dangerous. I almost got pierced through." Elsa looked at both of them, neither injured by her deliberate trap, confused. He wasn't hurt, but how? EGA smiled, gently replying, "Simple, a double jump." Elsa heard this and muttered in annoyance. Indeed, such ridiculous physical ability. All beast people are like this. Egan pondered, then replied, "Well, I'm a bit special. Now it's our turn." Saying this, he and Midu raised their swords, preparing to charge forward. Just finished speaking, EGA shot forward like a bullet toward x10, his familiar sword gleaming in the air. Elsa also didn't stand still and take it. Ada swung the long whip in her hand powerfully, creating an angry, whistling sound, then shouted with a cold voice, "Don't underestimate me." Suddenly, a demonic energy flared up around Elsa. Arda, using her hidden ability, instant teleportation. Immediately, Elsa's figure completely vanished from EGA's sight. Instead, Arda appeared close to Midu from nowhere, catching him off guard. But Midu was one step faster. He raised his sword and said gently to her, "Got you." Elsa quickly retreated, her dark eyes flashing with amazement. She clicked her tongue in frustration, seeing this scene, quickly pressing a hidden button in her palm. Accordingly, the ceiling right above Midu suddenly opened, revealing a dark void. He exclaimed in shock, "What?" Midu immediately raised high alert, turning his glowing sword toward the ceiling, ready to counter any threat from above. Realizing he had lost focus, EOXA's eyes gleamed coldly. Ada quickly swung the long whip straight at Midu's stomach. The surprise and vicious attack caused him to fall to the floor, his body curled up holding his stomach, writhing and crying in pain. EGA called out in shock, "Midu!" Elsa laughed satisfiedly, turning back with mocking eyes looking at the struggling Midu. "I almost lost. Boy, it seems that power is too much for you now." Midu clutched his stomach, slowly sitting up, tried to endure the pain. Elsa's dark eyes now glowed with a strange purple demonic light. Looking straight at him, she asked slowly. Her voice carried strange curiosity. "Hero candidate, you people come from another world, don't you? What are you fighting for?" Midu heard this strange question from Athai and frowned, asking back, "What?" EGA, as if realizing what Ada was trying to do, he shouted a warning, "Don't listen to that demon. Midu." Elsa became furious, her anger flaring when her psychological trick was disrupted. Ada turned sharply toward EGA, swinging the whip in her hand powerfully. EGA saw this as the best moment to counterattack, shouting loudly, "This is our chance. Rise up." Midu understood, firmly replying, "Yes," then joined him. He saw himself approaching Elsa from behind, while all of Adele's attention was focused on EGA in front. Midu knew this was a golden opportunity. Just as he raised his sword high, preparing to deliver the decisive blow, Elsa suddenly turned back. She looked straight into his eyes, then spoke with a seductive and pleading voice, "Stop! Please forgive me. Please save me." Midu's sword in his hand immediately hesitated, confusion clearly visible in his eyes. Elsa smiled inwardly, a sly smile hidden at her lips. The person lost their reason. Then her hands quickly moved, preparing to use the whip to attack Midu. The long whip lashed out, not giving him time to react. wrapping tightly around one of his legs. Elsa laughed wickedly, her voice sweet but full of venom, telling him, "Don't be careless during battle." As soon as she jerked the whip powerfully with a decisive and malicious movement, the rope binding Midu suddenly tightened like a giant snake strangling its prey. The unexpected and powerful pulling force caused him to fall helplessly to the floor. He was completely under Elsa's control, his body being swung around endlessly in the large room, with high stone walls creating continuous crashing sounds echoing throughout the space. EJ called out desperately, "Midu!" Elsa found his reaction quite amusing, her lips curling into a mocking smile. "Oh, worried about a human, are you? It seems your alliance runs deeper than I thought." EGA widened his eyes, facing Ada, his gaze filled with suppressed rage. Elsa scoffed, then her expression turned colder as she lowered her voice and said, "If that's the case." Without a moment's hesitation, she decisively yanked the whip tightly wrapped around Midu and hurled him toward EGA like a toy. She continued, "I'll return him to you." But this throw carried her full strength. The strike was so forceful that both EGA and Midu were sent flying, smashing through the solid wall and landing, and created a massive hole. Elsa stood there. Before her eyes was a straight path through 3 or 4 connected rooms, all completely destroyed, with broken bricks and rubble scattered throughout the space. But there was no sign of either of them anywhere. She was satisfied, slightly pursed her lips, thinking to herself that their spirits were weakened. She could fight that beast human alone. Suddenly, Elsa heard a strange sound from the large hole in the collapsed walls. From that dark void, a large, mighty wolf appeared, its eyes blazing bright in the darkness. But it also carried a wild, insane appearance that made people fear. She watched it slowly approaching, a cautious expression clearly showing on her face as she wondered, "What is that?" Elsa frowned, lowered her eyes, closely observing its every movement. When the wolf came closer, Elsa realized its large body with pure white fur was glowing. Aline knew this wasn't an ordinary wild wolf. She recognized it, her voice showing some surprise. "A wolf?" "No, a shape-shifting beast human." Elsa gripped the whip tightly in her hand. She swung the weapon forcefully into the air. The wind whistled sharply like an alarm. The sharp sound cut through the suffocating atmosphere in the dark room. The wolf's eyes stared directly at her, as if they could penetrate to the depths of her soul. Initially cold as ice, but then slowly transforming, gradually blazing up with a wild and primitive light. Reflecting the hidden ferocity within the beast, a roar erupted from the wolf's throat like thunder in the dark night. Elsa suddenly froze for a moment, her body stiffening like a stone statue. That mighty and powerful roar had pierced through all layers of mental protection, completely shocking her. The wolf roared again. It echoed throughout the space, shaking every stone wall, making the hanging lamps tremble and creating terrifying echoes that spread throughout the room. Right after that, the massive beast leaped toward her, its sharp teeth like daggers bared threateningly, ready to tear apart anything in its path. The surrounding space was immediately filled with the thick, pungent smell of fresh blood. A gloomy, savage, ancient castle appeared, the territory of the third prince of the western region of the demon kingdom Veldora, the city of Florelis. At this moment, Aqualia rarely showed such sadness, clenching her hands tightly. It seems Elsa has been killed, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Aqualia. She reached out her hand, intending to touch the glass surface. Then the thin glass layer shattered, causing Aqualia's body to bleed red. Even EGAR couldn't react in time. Just as predicted, the Alliance warriors are truly troublesome. That's why I want to control them. The deaths of close subordinates gradually invaded her mind. Jagged upright. "Elsa, my high-ranking subordinates have been eliminated. It seems I'm being cornered." Suddenly a low sound rang out. She contained her aqua power. Leonhart Sama is covered by a layer of glass, making it difficult to move. Leonhart Sama. Aqualia curiously approached and asked, Are you worried about me? Of course, you're my fiancé. Hearing his feelings, she bloomed like a flower, shyly replying, Fiancé, yes, thank you, I'm fine. Then Leon Hasama, seriously reminded about important matters. I heard Elsa is dead. The alliance will arrive at the city of Follies in a few days. Aqualia frowned, sighing to express the worry in her heart. Do you think I can win? Honestly speaking, I mainly work in the shadows. My combat ability isn't very good. It will be a difficult battle since I'm facing those who defeated Wimbledon and Stonagaya. Next, Leon Hasama revealed important information that startled her. Yes, currently, the assassins of the Demon Kingdom are on their way to Follis. Assassins. Through Leon Hachama's explanation, they are elite shadows doing dirty work, the assassins of the Demon Kingdom. As you know, they are one of our trump cards. Just as he finished the next sentence, Aqualia's eyes widened with excitement. I will give you command of these elites. Really? Leon Hartsama's affection for her was clearly evident. Of course, I want you to hold your position until I return, my dear Aqualia. Aqualia was moved to tears, firmly establishing trust. Yes, Leon Hartsama, leave everything to me, your fiancé. She continuously faced the glass statue from beginning to end. I trust you, Aqualia. After that, Leon Hasama released himself, expressing his emotions at length. I failed to control the alliance. And for someone who is being cornered like me, you're still showing your love. Leon Hasama is truly a gentle person. Aqualia's tears flowed freely, emotions surging with happiness as she hugged the statue tightly. I will definitely return your love. In a territory full of dangers. Conflict at the Demon Kingdom capital, Eisenhart. In the trading district, robbery and seizure occurred. Those minions always bullied and oppressed others. In the most luxurious place in this land, noble feet were hurriedly moving across the red carpet. The servant hurriedly followed. Isabel Sama, where are you going? Isabelta calmly said, to visit Alice. The massive iron door opened. Isabel and Nodi advanced to the carpet area where Alice played daily. Alice looked up, joyfully calling out loudly, Sister, the fifth princess of the Demon Kingdom. Alice. Isabel looked at Alice for a long time, until Alice jumped into her arms for a tight hug. Then Isabel snapped back to reality. Sister has arrived. Isabel avoided, hiding behind a cold facade. It's not that I came here to visit you. I had some free time, so I stopped by. The servant stood there, smiling knowingly, about to speak truthfully, but was silenced by Isabel. Anyway, you're here now. Being so stubborn isn't good. Be quiet. Alice, innocent and carefree, always lived purely. I'm really happy. Isabel asked with concern, What did you do today? Alice. Then Alice excitedly showed off her fresh flower crown. I'm making a hair accessory from flowers. Look at this. Isn't it beautiful? Alice put on her head, asking for Isabel's opinion while secretly admiring. What do you think? Does it suit me? Isabel lovingly praised. Yes, it suits you, Alice. But Alice acted coquettishly, pouting and making a whining request. Hey, sister, speak properly, please. Suddenly Alice intended to get something, going to where she was just sitting. Oh, that's right. Alice held up another flower crown identical to the one on her head. I made this for you, sister. Isabel slowly examined it, suspicion appearing in her mind. For me? Did you have a premonition that I would visit you? Suddenly Alice's face fell. She pursed her lips reproachfully. You never do anything anyway, sister. I also want to go out into the world, but I'm told I can't. Isabel coldly called Alice's name. Alice asked confusedly what's wrong, but the conversation ended with just one phrase. Nothing. Surprisingly, Isabel took the flower crown and placed it on her head, even asking, What do you think? Seeing Isabel's rare appearance, Alice and the maid burst out laughing. So funny. On the contrary, Isabel stood frozen, not understanding everyone's meaning. Since you gave it to me, I put it on. All right, sister. Next, Alice continued to change the topic. When will we begin the evil god summoning ceremony? This very thing made Isabel's mood drop completely. Alice's voice rang out sweetly like honey in the ears, but behind it was a tragic ending. I heard I will be offered to the god. I'm really looking forward to it. The dialogue proceeded briefly. Yes, me too. I don't know the details, but it probably won't be long. After hearing this, Alice didn't think deeply, excitedly almost jumping with joy. I understand. On that day, I'll be able to go outside, right? Isabel's eyes became darker. Even the servant was worried and called out cautiously. Isabel-sama, I know. After that, Isabel turned and left without saying a word. Disappointment filled Alice's heart. Huh, are you leaving already? As she approached the door, Isabel finally advised, I'll visit you again later. Sleep well. Alice bowed politely, yes. On the other hand, Isabel left hesitantly, her mind extremely confused. A familiar voice came from somewhere. Hey, Isabel. Even so, Isabel didn't care to pay attention. Leon Hart waved friendly. The third prince of the Demon Kingdom. Leon Hart-sama. Oh, you're distant again. You can call me brother like before, right? Leon Hart was met with a cold response. No, I don't have the right to do that. Leon Hart laughed mockingly. You're too rigid. Then Leon Hart mentioned Alice. Have you met Alice yet? Yes. Both of them fixed their eyes on the door. That child staying inside all day isn't good at all. Sooner or later, she will become a sacrifice to the evil god anyway. Leon Hart added, his tone somewhat arrogant. During this time, she might lose her sanity. Anyway, becoming a sacrifice to the evil god is an honor. I'm truly envious. Leon Hart persistently asked Isabel, don't you think so? Isabel answered with only one word, right. After that, Isabel coldly passed by, leaving Leon Hart standing alone. Sorry, I have to go. The maid saw this and chased after her master. Isabel-sama, wait for me. Immediately, Leon Hart's expression completely changed. In the desolate and dangerous land, the Demon Kingdom Veldora, territory of the Third Prince. This is one of the most valuable locations, the City of Follies. Therefore, the distant roads were very crowded with inhabitants. The man's footsteps became increasingly hurried. He quickly weaved through the crowd. Then he stopped in front of an inn. At first glance, the sign looked somewhat peculiar. The door seemed to have been open, waiting for a long time. The owner sitting there reading a newspaper, welcome back. He folded the newspaper neatly and asked, So, what do you think about the City of Follies? Kai slowly commented, It's okay here, although the atmosphere is a bit suffocating. The owner agreed, complaining disappointedly. Yes, because we can't stop the human invasion. This place has become the front line. Many people are feeling uneasy. Suddenly Kai mentioned an influential figure. I think you don't need to worry. One of the 4 heavenly kings, Aqualia, is in this city. The owner hesitantly mentioned Aqualia's fallen close subordinates. You're right, but Stonagaya-sama and Wimbledon-sama have been killed. He seriously thought for a while. Those terrifying hero candidates killed 2 of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army. Then the owner reported the urgent situation they were facing. That's right, it's hard to believe. After all that, we're suddenly being invaded. Moreover, it seems the number of slaves has been decreasing recently, right? Even though we're very short on manpower here. A slave with a collar was working hard when scolded. Hey, work properly. Yes. He worried about things getting out of control. If the slaves disappear, it would be quite troublesome. Since you also have slaves following you, I'm glad you understand me. Next, he pushed the room key across the table. We make slaves do all the physical work. Once the supply of slaves stops, we won't be able to continue business. He picked it up, indifferently replying, I have some experience with that. Your slaves are so cute. They've reached marriageable age, haven't they? I don't know either. Well, I shouldn't dig into customers' privacy. He let the conversation end. Both greeted each other and went about their business. Rest well. Yeah, thanks. In Kai's room, May and Cena were already sitting and waiting. May stood in a corner and spoke, hello, while Cena observed curiously. As expected, you look strange. He removed the fake horns, showing a reluctant expression. Yeah, if I didn't look strange, I couldn't do anything. I need to disguise myself to move freely in the demon kingdom. Cena rushed over, sensing the scent emanating from Kai's body. Your smell is different. Beast humans notice that difference. But demons don't. Once we disguise ourselves, there's no difference between us and demons. After hearing this, May understood somewhat, but next, May touched the collar and spoke reproachfully. Fine, but I still can't accept you treating us like slaves. Kai. He relaxed and leaned back, sighing. Since you two stand out too much, I had to disguise you two as demon slaves. That's the easiest way. It's not uncommon for demons to have slaves of other races. May was stunned, repeating the question. Are we really that conspicuous? Can't you disguise us with your disguise skills? Then May paid attention to every explanation without missing any reason. Because you're too beautiful. Once you attract demons, they'll easily recognize your disguise. Much later, May suddenly realized something strange and shyly shouted. Beautiful. Kai calmly confirmed. Didn't you realize? Yeah, probably. He looked confused at her panicked and flustered appearance. May's mouth was stammering. Why are you so scared? I didn't think you would say that word. I'm just telling the truth. Cena interjected with a question, while May still hadn't recovered. Hey Kai, what about me? Kai slowly pointed out she had features similar to May, but finally stopping at the top of Cena's head. Those cat ears are hard to hide. May pondered while looking at Cena, trying to cover her cat ears with her hands. Yeah, that's right. If they discover we captured Cena as a slave, the Alliance would be very angry, wouldn't they? Kai explained the pre-planned strategy. We're just disguising to easily infiltrate demon territory. We're just pretending to be a group consisting of demons and their slaves. Suddenly, May's cheeks turned red when talking about rest. That makes sense. But since we're your slaves, we don't have separate rooms. He replied, that's why I rented such a large room. Is there a problem? May found a flaw, pointing to the opposite side, but there's only one bed. Kai turned around and touched the mattress, slowly dividing it clearly. You two sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. Anyway, I've been trained for this. May still spoke hesitantly and softly. It's a bit awkward, isn't it? What did you say? Instead, Cena spoke up to help. Kai, please understand us. Before the words could be spoken, May quickly covered Cena's mouth with her hand. May means it's nothing. On the other hand, where Isabel lived, the demon kingdom Veldora, territory of the fifth princess, the city of Siltbrook. A two-dimensional space, gate, slightly opened. Isabel stepped out from there with a gloomy face, extremely sad. The butler had been waiting early. Seeing Isabel, immediately spoke respectfully. Welcome back. Isabel-sama, thank you. Next, he asked about Alice. How is Alice-sama's condition? Isabel replied gently. The child is still well. She even gave me a hair accessory made from flowers. Both master and servant walked while chatting. Perhaps Isabel's concern for Alice in her heart was truly great. I'm happy to hear that, but the reason the child is treated so well is because she will be the vessel of the evil god, nothing more. The image of innocent Alice playing appeared, locked in that room. She must be very lonely. The butler's voice rang out again, helping Isabel return to reality. Isabel-sama. It seemed Isabel was thinking about something. Our comrades have gathered underground. Time passed. Isabel stopped at a certain location. Countless demons knelt under torchlight to show their respect. Isabel surveyed them one by one. Her lips parted, about to move. Then the subordinates took turns reporting, thanks to Wimbledon's death, who was monitoring us. Now we can move more easily. Currently, the remaining ones are busy fighting humans. That's why they have time to think about internal issues. A demon secretly asked, Isabel-sama, does that mean? Isabel clearly declared, showing her power. The time of revolution is near. I will defeat the demon lord and reclaim the crown. After speaking, the demons responded enthusiastically in unison. They were extremely excited, hands clenched in a fist wanting to crush everything. I've been looking forward to this revolution. The preparations have been very meticulous and long-term, so we won't be discovered. No one will give up. All the demons wholeheartedly supported Isabel. I'm certain that once Isabel Sama becomes the new demon lord, this kingdom will become better. Yes, we will do our best. Isabel Sama. No matter how happy she was, Isabel remained immersed in her own thoughts. Isabel bore the burden that weighed her down. I must protect Isabel by any means. I want to end this war with a revolution. That's not a lie. Among them was Alice's innocent smile, but above all, I want to protect that child so I can do that. The more she thought about Alice, the more determined Isabel became, her eyes full of resolve. I will betray this kingdom. The busy street with people coming and going, territory of Demon Kingdom Veldora, managed by the third prince, the city of Forlies. Passers-by stopped and pointed. Hey, look there, it's the Count. A middle-aged man and his stern-faced subordinates approached. Count Cacho of Demon Kingdom Vedora. As Count Cacho arrived, the citizens outside knelt down on both sides of the road. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. I'm really fed up. Aqualia. Count Pestro complained irritably, repeatedly saying she dared to mobilize the army without my permission. Even though her rank is higher than mine, I'm still the governor of this city. Perhaps she's worried about the threat from humans. Pestro judged that since 2 of the 4 heavenly kings died, she must be very anxious. The subordinate beside Pestro, Gertrude, agreed. That's right. Aqualia is known for being cautious. Moreover, her combat ability isn't as outstanding as the other heavenly kings. He glanced to one side, looking around. He acted out that the townspeople were also worried because of her restless behavior. Kai in the crowd, listening to everything. His eyes suddenly changed expression. So he's the noble ruling Forlets. It seems he's managing the city very strictly under the third prince's orders. Kai witnessed from behind Count Petro. I heard the demon world is a place where the weak are devoured by the strong. The nobles of the demon world are all high-level demons. But it seems they overestimated the abilities of high-level demons, leading to training not meeting expectations. The sound of chains clanking. He glanced at the 2 slaves behind. Those slaves must be soldiers of the Holy Kingdom. The sky gradually turned dark. Petro was stabbed with a knife on the left side of his chest. Wiping the blood from the knife, the person casually passed by. He slowly sneaked out of the mansion. At the same time, Cena had just finished eliminating several with her claws. She completely clawed their faces. I killed all the demons in the mansion. Cena waited for Kai's praise. No one discovered us. I did well, didn't I? Kai gently patted her head. Yeah, very good, but there were some strange sounds. It will be troublesome if we woke up that Count. Cena happily followed behind. Even if he woke up, you could still kill him right away. Kai sighed wearily. That's not the issue. All right, we still have other objectives. Suddenly, someone from the prison glanced over. Both of them were startled in amazement. Someone? Humans. Kai acknowledged. He went straight to the point. Yes, let's talk a bit. His hand pointed to Cena and a beast human girl. After finishing this, I'll take you 2 back to the Holy Kingdom's army. Changing scenes, he had gone elsewhere, reading through documents. I see. Kai still held those documents, saying as expected, bringing you 2 was the right decision. He expressed his viewpoint. I thought the Count's slaves would have useful information about the Demon Kingdom, but I didn't expect it to be this valuable. The male slave they just rescued spoke directly. We didn't want to do manual labor as their slaves. I intended to gather as much intelligence as possible. In case we got rescued, it would be useful. Gina listened and curiously asked a question. Didn't you 2 plan to escape? He spoke. The collar also glowed with purple light. This collar has special magic. I heard it will burn me to death if I run away or resist the master. He revealed the terrifying function of this object. These collars are widely used in Demon Kingdom territory. They're used to force slaves to work. Cena glanced at Kai a bit. She guessed correctly. So the reason Kai put this on our necks is that I'll remove it. Kai immediately explained. That's just a replica. It has no magic at all. He focused on recounting the past period. Anyway, instead of being burned to death and never returning, we became his slaves for 2 years. That time was like hell. When Cacho's mood was bad, he didn't hesitate to torture slaves. Suddenly Kai's eyes lit up, asking who captured them. Through Kai's sharp eyes, he assessed them both. Based on your condition, I can see you're both capable personnel. The female slave revealed she was a special unit of 3rd Prince Leonhard, also known as Assassins of the Demon Kingdom. The male slave continued revealing it was a regular unit gathering the most outstanding individuals of the Demon Kingdom. It seems this unit operates separately from the main army. We were ambushed while escorting supply convoys. Although we were confident in our strength, we were completely overwhelmed. Kai crossed his arms. He asked them a question to make them think. Do you know why that unit isn't officially recognized? He immediately answered. I heard that in the army, there are many notorious individuals. Although skilled, their existence has been officially dissolved due to violating military law. Kai's face became more serious. So they gathered those individuals into the same unit, right? The male slave gritted his teeth, concluding it must be thanks to the 3rd Prince's attraction. His voice increasingly showed hatred. We once saw a meeting between Cacho and Leonhard before, and when we saw the prince, we knew we didn't have the strength to defeat him. I know Heavenly King Aqualia is very impressive, but she's nothing compared to him. The purple-haired girl speculated perhaps you already realized this, but this area is under the 3rd Prince's direct control. With her question, Kai didn't answer immediately, but raised another issue. Is the 3rd Prince currently in this city? That male slave denied. He pointed out the most accurate current location. No, based on what the guard said. It seems he's at the palace. This city's army is currently commanded by Heavenly King Aqualia. Kai wanted even more information about the relationship between the 3rd Prince and the Heavenly King. The purple-haired girl honestly answered she is his fiancée and also the center of the faction supporting the 3rd Prince. This raised Kai's suspicion. Supporting faction? I heard the Demon Kingdom isn't really united. The princes and princesses factions fight each other to compete for the throne. It seems even the Demon Princess approves of this method to create the strongest Demon Lord. Kai then wanted to ask further, what is the chain of command like in the Demon Kingdom? He meticulously analyzed each faction. The strongest faction used to be the First Princes, but since their core, Wimbledon, had died, their influence had waned. The First Prince's faction's core was the military. He had a firm grasp of each individual within every faction. The same applied to the Second Princess's faction after Stalgaea's death. The Second Princess's faction's core comprised high-ranking officials. And now, Kai was confronting Aqualia, who had seized the opportunity to expand her influence. The Third Prince's faction's core was composed of merchants and low-ranking nobles, and their strength lay in the Demon Kingdom's assassin squad. There were many other factions as well. The Fourth Prince's faction, the Fifth Princess's faction, and the Sixth Princess's faction. He finally looked down, deep in thought. The influence of the four heavenly kings is immense, the enslaved man added. The reason is that they're the highest-ranking officials in the Demon Lord's army. It's truly unbelievable that the hero candidates managed to defeat two of the four heavenly kings. That event plunged the internal situation into chaos. Kai's gaze sharpened unusually. I see. It seems the Demon Kingdom could be destroyed by internal conflict. What about the last heavenly king? He seemed a bit worried about the different powers. The Fire Heavenly King, Flamorous, has declared neutrality and will pledge allegiance to whoever becomes the next Demon Lord. This is partly due to the close relationship between the current Demon Lord and the Fire Heavenly King. The purple-haired girl added, I understand, but recently there's been a growing sentiment that this is not the time for civil war. Kai continued his analysis. They want to unite against an external enemy. It seems the demons are finally sensing the danger. Afterward, Kai stood up and instructed Cena to thank them for the information. Cena then escorted them to the Allied forces. Before leaving, the purple-haired girl provided one more piece of information. I hear Aqualia is renowned for her cunning tactics. She specializes in disruptive warfare and dirty tricks. Perhaps that's why the Third Prince's faction has such a bad reputation. Kai stepped past the two of them, revealing his intentions. You too, relay this information to the Allied forces. I have no intention of fighting the Water Heavenly King. The enslaved man suddenly felt confused. So what are you going to do? You killed Cacho so easily? Are you, by any chance, one of the hero candidates? Kai replied, I will continue to infiltrate deeper into the demon kingdom. He glanced at them once more. It seems I need to stir up a conflict. I will find a way to destroy them from within. The scene shifted to the next day as the group journeyed deeper into the forest. Midu, leading the entire team, had brought the army to their destination. There it is, he exclaimed. Before them lay a somewhat gloomy and desolate place, Folly City. Amelia's resolute expression conveyed, it guards the trade route between the eastern and western regions of the Demon Kingdom. Once we capture that city, our burden will lessen. Edgar speculated, I'm sure the enemy is defending very strictly. It wouldn't be surprising if one of the 4 heavenly kings appeared during this crisis. Midu nodded gravely, strongly agreeing with that sentiment. Indeed, the Demon Kingdom of Veldora, the territory of the third prince. The battle had begun around Folly City. A fierce battle erupted between the army and the demons. Initially, the Alliance army had the advantage. Everyone was busy fighting without a moment's rest. However, since Folly City was one of the demon army's strategic bases, things weren't as easy as they thought. The demon side had mobilized an army of 80,000 soldiers. Furthermore, their morale was very high, with one demon shouting loudly, "Let's crush those pathetic bugs." Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom's army comprised 40,000 people, along with 20,000 federal warriors, totaling only 60,000 allied forces. Seeing the demons charging, Midu exclaimed with a hint of worry, "There are too many demons." Moreover, apart from the hero candidates and knights, the remaining warriors were much weaker than the demons. At the same time, the Alliance army was being pushed back against the wall. As Midu swung his sword, striking down a demon, he muttered, if they split up, they'd be easier to defeat. At this moment, Midu felt a pang of self-reproach, wishing he possessed the ability to lead a powerful army. Realizing Midu was worried, Edgar immediately spoke loudly to reassure him. "Don't worry, Midu, leave it to us." But then Edgar suddenly froze for a moment, his mouth agape. Then he screamed out in agony. At this moment, everyone was fighting while simultaneously worrying about Edgar, whose face was now veined. A moment later, Edgar's outburst was visible as his blue hair turned red. His body was larger than ever, and his hands were covered in sharp claws. The demons, somewhat confused, asked, "What's going on?" But before they could finish their sentence, Edgar dealt with them cleanly in a matter of seconds, leaving no trace. They couldn't react in time to his speed. Midu also paused for a moment, bewildered. "This is—" Edgar returned to his original form and replied, "The effect of my roar is to intimidate the enemy's mind while boosting the morale and combat ability of my allies. This is nothing difficult." Then, he loudly commanded, "Engage them directly. Do not cower before the enemy." All the soldiers, filled with renewed fervor, charged forward. At this moment, Edgar stood still and called Midu's name. Edgar turned his head to Midu and calmly said, "You are not allowed to be afraid. Otherwise, it will affect those around you." Upon hearing this, Midu immediately adopted a serious expression, nodded, and replied, "Thank you, Edgar-san." A moment later, Edgar spoke loudly once more, his face filled with determination. "We just need to raise our fighting spirit. If we confront them directly, we won't lose." Just as Edgar said, the tide of the battle once again turned in favor of the Allied forces. Initially, the Allied forces were losing due to the overwhelming numbers of the Demon Lord's army, but the hero candidates showcased their power. At this moment, a pair of clenched fists radiated heat as their owner declared, "These demons are all weaklings." Then the red-haired young man, a bit impatient, demanded, "Where are the high-ranking demons?" The demons, upon hearing this, became somewhat flustered. At this very moment, Amelia ordered, "Finish them off." A contingent of demons, not faltering at all, charged forward to fight. The outcome of the battle had been decided. Midu was busy, his hands and feet moving without rest. With every swing of his sword, A demon fell. A thought then echoed, or so they thought. Suddenly, Midu sensed something. He glanced behind him, to where he felt an incredibly mysterious power. Then Midu used his sword to block the incoming attack aimed at him. At this moment, a figure appeared. He was clad entirely in black, with his face concealed behind a white mask. Midu raised his sword, wary, and thought, he's too strong. Is he a high-ranking demon? Meanwhile, the red-haired young man also sensed killing intent behind him. He quickly spun around, intending to kick the demon. But then his attack was easily blocked by the figure in black. However, this time it was a different assailant, as his mask differed from the previous one. Seeing this, the red-haired young man remarked, "Finally, someone worthy." On another front, there was no idle moment as swords clashed continuously. Edgar was also fighting another figure in black. As Edgar fought, he asked, "Who are you? Where are you from?" The figure in black did not reply, only offering a slight smile. The somewhat strange scene then prompted a question. Has something happened? Sanko mused, "It seems our progress is being delayed." Just as she wasn't paying attention, another black-clad figure had appeared behind her. Amelia also sensed something behind her. The soldier standing behind her gasped in alarm. He pointed his spear at the figure and demanded, "Who are you?" In the blink of an eye, he was brutally killed, his head severed from his body. In just a fleeting moment, he darted forward, killing the guard before he could even blink. At this moment, Amelia warily asked, "You bastard, how did you get here?" At this point, the soldiers, seeing someone approach Amelia, shouted, "Commander! Protect Commander Amelia!" The figure in black remained silent from beginning to end, charging forward like a tiger. At this precise moment, their eyes met, and the two were almost on top of each other. Amelia thought worriedly, "They're aiming for my neck. I've been too careless." A slash descended. When she looked again, Amelia had a long gash across her abdomen, blood splattering, staining her clothes red. Amelia then fell from her horse, lying motionless, as the black-clad figure coldly walked away. The guards, seeing this, cried out in alarm, "Commander!" Upon hearing the cry, Midu anxiously turned to look, calling out loudly, "Amelia-san!" Heinrich, standing nearby, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Damn it," he then urgently announced. "I will take command from here. Get Amelia to the medical area. Don't let that one escape." At this very moment, a black-clad figure flew over the soldiers. Wherever he passed, life ceased to exist. On this side, Shirori was pouring all her effort into using healing magic to save Amelia. The Holy Kingdom's army was in shock, having lost their commander. Ultimately, they were forced to retreat. Seeing the situation worsen, Heinrich immediately ordered a full retreat. Everyone retreat immediately. Since the Demon Lord's army had exhausted their strength, they decided not to pursue the alliance. The demons, seeing the soldiers retreat, asked in confusion, "Why are they withdrawing?" One demon replied, "It seems their rear area has a problem." Then, Sanko quickly instructed, "Let's gather and reorganize the remaining survivors immediately." As night fell, two demon soldiers were patrolling. Inside one of the tents, heavily guarded by demon soldiers. Inside, a pale blue-haired girl sat on a chair and asked, "You didn't kill their commander?" "She is Aqualia, the water heavenly king." The mysterious black-clad figure from before respectfully replied, "Yes, however, we inflicted quite severe injuries on her." Hearing this, she said, "That's acceptable. After all, it's an undeniable fact that you saved us." But at this moment, the black-clad figure asked, "It will surely take some time for their commander to recover. This will delay the Alliance's actions. What should we do now?" She simply stated calmly, "This is our moment to act." She flashed a triumphant smile and instructed, "At this moment, the situation is a stalemate for both sides. Therefore, let's cut off their supply lines in the shadows." Upon receiving the command, the black-clad figure immediately replied, "Understood." The map displayed the regions of the Demon Kingdom of Veldora. At the top was the fourth prince's territory, and below it was the Demon Lord's territory, which was also the capital of the Demon Kingdom, featuring a colossal castle. Adjacent were the second princess's territory and the third princess's territory, while at the very bottom was the fifth princess's territory. At this moment, Eisenhart presented a grim and desolate scene, with the entire city below seemingly engulfed in flames. Orange liquids spilled throughout the alleys, and at the center stood a tall, pointed castle glowing from within. At this time, in front of the main castle gate, 2 cargo carriages were parked, and demons were busily carrying goods inside. In a small corner, a demon stood, talking to 2 burly demons. Along the castle walls, the entrance was also strictly guarded by 2 powerful demons holding long staffs. At the same time, Kai, Mei, and Cena stood afar, looking towards the castle. Kai stood with his arms crossed and stated seriously, "As expected, the security is very tight." All 3 carried large backpacks. Cena looked at the distant castle, utterly surprised, and exclaimed, "You can see that far? I can't even see anything. I can't even see anything." At this point, Mei finally spoke up, asking, "What do we do now?" Kai furrowed his brows, clearly stressed, and replied, "I think it will be difficult to blend in with just a disguise. Furthermore, just like when we were in Natras, a barrier is set up to detect intruders." Hearing Kai mention this, Mei also frowned deeply and said, "That's the 5th princess, Isabel." Mei recalled that time and Isabel's words, "No one can escape my spatial magic." Cena, still unaware of Isabel, asked in confusion, "Who is she?" Kai immediately replied, "She's a descendant of the Demon Lord. She set up a barrier in a city where we were instantly detected." Upon hearing this, Cena sighed and said, "She truly is a troublesome opponent." Mei now stood with her arms crossed, pouting and glancing to the side with annoyance, frustration, and pique. She irritably stated, "If it were normal demon magic, I could sense the residue, but back then I didn't detect anything at all." Mei continued, "She not only let us escape, but also provided us with some information. She's definitely plotting something." At this moment, Isabel's cold and terrifying face appeared, along with her words, "Even the Demon Kingdom is divided into many factions. There is something I desire." The image of the castle appeared, and Mei continued, "Even without Isabel, this place is still a base of the Demon Kingdom. It wouldn't be strange to have a barrier of the same level here." Then Mei glanced at Kai with a tense expression and said, "Give me some time to ask the spirits to investigate this barrier further." Kai looked straight ahead with a serious and highly focused gaze, then said, "When the sun sets, we will approach the capital. I'm counting on you, Mei." The scene returned to the illuminated castle. At this moment, the patrolling demon guard raised a hand to his mouth and let out a long yawn. Then the demon turned and walked inside. And now, outside, at the foot of the wall, Kai, Mei, and Cena slowly and stealthily approached the castle. Suddenly, Mei sensed something and immediately ordered Kai and Cena, "Stop." The 3 of them stopped and knelt on one knee. Mei led the way, resting one hand on the ground. She spread her other hand out horizontally and said, "Although it's very faint, I can feel a residual amount of miasma in my head." Upon hearing this, Kai said, "I don't see anything." Kai furrowed his brow in frustration and clenched his teeth, thinking, as expected, "I can't use my appraisal ability on something that isn't a tangible object." Then Mei continued, "The plant residue is very faint, so I don't know whose miasma signature this is." Now, before the 3 of them, the entire city was enveloped in a shimmering, ethereal, and brightly glowing purple-white barrier. Mei then continued, "But it seems to be deployed to cover the entire city. This is a type of barrier like demon magic." Mei reached out and touched the white barrier, adding, "It's just a hypothesis, but they might be detecting intruders through the absence of miasma. After all, only demons possess miasma." Kai looked at Mei and said, "That method is indeed effective. They must have placed this type of barrier in every city to prevent any spies or intruders." Then Mei said, Let me try to see if we can get through. They looked at the formidable white magical barrier and remarked, only a select few demons can use spatial demon magic like this. Next, Kai looked at Mei with a strained gaze and asked, is there any way to trick this barrier? Upon hearing this, Mei put a hand to her chin in thought. She closed one eye and said, I think we could trick them if we have miasma in our bodies. Hearing Mei say this, Kai took off the backpack from his shoulder and rummaged inside. As he took out an item, he said, I took some items from Cacho's mansion in case I needed emergency funds. Seeing this, Mei was as delighted as if she had found gold. She eagerly snatched Kai's backpack. She rummaged through it with bright eyes and said, oh, if it's a miasma device then. Cena then spoke up, asking, what is a miasma device? Kai explained to Cena, simply put, it's a device that possesses mana, functioning like the magic tools humans use. The only difference is that the source of this device's power is miasma instead of human mana. Then suddenly, Kai's eyes widened in surprise. Kai continued his explanation to Cena. However, occasionally we need to infuse some magic into this device. At this moment, Kai took out a Cacho flute and said, I salvaged this device for some money, but I haven't used it, so it should still have miasma inside. Mei joyfully took the flute and said, this device is fine. Wait a moment, I'll transfer some mana into it. Mei quickly turned away. Hearing her say that, Kai was surprised and asked, you can do that too? Hearing Kai's question, Mei turned her head to look at him. She smiled subtly and said, I haven't just been sitting around while you two were training together. Afterward, Mei began her work. She extended her right hand, her brow furrowed in concentration. From her palm, a shimmering cluster of light radiated, with rays spreading outwards. At the same time, she chanted, from the very beginning, this knowledge was passed down by my master. I only need to imagine the rest. O spirits, please lend me your strength. Then, Mei closed her eyes and focused. Mei pointed her hand forward. At this moment, Mei slowly and carefully stepped towards the white magical barrier. Her body could now pass through it. Kai and Cena silently watched Mei, their faces tense but filled with immense anticipation and hope. At this point, Mei had completely passed through the white magical barrier and entered the interior. She joyfully turned to look at Kai and Cena and said, it worked. You two can come in now. Upon hearing this, Kai and Cena quickly moved inside. Kai said, good. From now on, everything will be as usual. We'll climb the wall and avoid the guards. Now inside the city, the streets were incredibly bustling and lively with the markets, trading activities. Additionally, many demons appeared on the roads. Kai, Mei, and Cena had now disguised themselves to safely infiltrate the area. Kai transformed into a demon soldier, holding iron chains in both hands, leading Mei and Cena. The two girls, forced to disguise themselves as slaves with chains around their necks, were far from pleased. Kai glanced at the demons nearby, thinking to himself, somehow we managed to blend in here. Kai paused, watching the demons pass by. The three of them stood still, nervously watching the demons pass by without realizing their disguise. Then, Kai turned back to Mei and Cena, saying, this place is too vast, and there are so many demons. Cena groaned unhappily, complaining, it's so annoying having to pretend to be a slave all the time. Kai continued, the closer we get to the city center, the more guards there will be. It's better if we don't go too close to the city's heart. At this moment, Mei also observed the surroundings. The three of them continued their disguise and walked along the road. Cena spoke up, asking, aren't we supposed to infiltrate the castle and assassinate the demon lord? Kai replied, of course, that's our goal, but first we need to gather information within the capital. Then, Kai looked at the two girls with a serious and tense expression and said, it will be very dangerous for us if our identities are revealed. Gather information carefully. 1 week later, at the castle, a slender, pale hand held a quill, signing a document. At this moment, inside the castle, in Isabel's office, she sat seriously and silently working. Suddenly, she spoke, surprising. Isabel continued. I didn't expect you to overcome my barrier. Appearing before the fifth princess at this moment was Kai. Kai looked at Isabel and said, Not me. It was all thanks to May. Isabel calmly placed her pen back into its holder and said, I see. Compared to last time, you become much stronger. At this moment, Kai made an offer to Isabel. We need to talk, Isabel. May I? Isabel quickly replied, Fine. Seeing this, Kai had to remark, You're quite straightforward. Then, Isabel looked at Kai and said, In any case, I am grateful to you for defeating Wimbledon. Thanks to his death, I'm no longer under surveillance and can move more freely. Hearing this, Kai immediately asked Isabel, So, that was your scheme, wasn't it? Isabel continued, It seems I underestimated you. I didn't think you could defeat him. I merely thought I could use you as a pawn if you managed to escape. But you are more than I expected. Then Isabel coldly added, Now you're no longer a pawn, but a valuable partner. You came here to see me because you want more information, don't you? Hearing Isabel's question, Kai's brow furrowed in tension as he hesitantly spoke, Your revolution. At this moment, Isabel revealed a chilling smile. She stood up and said with satisfaction, You've passed my test. Shall we move somewhere else to talk? The powerful Isabel hovered in the air, surrounded by mystical energies. Inside the serene space of the magnificent castle, warm sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows. A quiet and peaceful city appeared through the window. Isabel and Kai looked at a silver map of their route. They would travel from Eisenhart through Silkbrook. At this moment, Kai looked at Isabel and said, We will teleport instantly from the capital, Eisenhart, to your city in the blink of an eye. As always, your demon magic is truly impressive. Hearing this, Isabel also turned her head to look at Kai and said, It consumes a lot of energy. I cannot use it frequently in one day. Follow me. Afterward, Kai and Isabel moved to another room. They sat facing each other to talk. Behind Isabel, another demon stood solemnly, accompanying her. Isabel calmly and slowly savored her cup of tea. As Isabel set down her teacup, she simultaneously said, By the way. Then, immediately after, she asked Kai, How did you obtain information about the revolution? I need to act on this immediately. Hearing this, Kai looked up at Isabel and said, We infiltrated the capital a week ago. I gathered information from slums. I wanted to ask about information that could become the spark leading to the demise of the Demon Kingdom. I thought my assassination targets would be the first, second, and third princes who were at the center of the succession war. But what truly concerned me was the lack of information about you, the fifth princess. When we first met, you said you had another objective in mind, making me think you might be plotting something. I tracked 3 of your soldiers to investigate further. As a result, one of them helped me find the necessary information. He led me to the warehouse where you're storing weapons for the revolution. After Kai finished his explanation, Isabel immediately understood. She simply replied softly, I see. Immediately after, Isabel called the name of the demon standing behind her. Smith. Hearing the call, the demon instantly understood Isabel's meaning. He replied, I will warn our comrades to be more careful. At this moment, Kai seriously looked up at Isabel and proposed, Let's get straight to the point. Kai frowned, looking at Isabel with an incredibly capable and decisive gaze. He bluntly, without hesitation, got straight to the point. Let me be frank with you. Do you want to cooperate with us, the hero candidates? Hearing Kai's proposition, Isabel also looked at him with a cold gaze and asked, Not with the Holy Kingdom's army, but with the hero candidates? Hearing Isabel's question, Kai raised his hand and continued speaking to persuade Isabel to cooperate with him. I cannot persuade and control the entire army of the Holy Kingdom, but I can do that with the hero candidates. As I said before, we, the hero candidates, want to return home. To do that, we must kill the Demon Lord. Then Kai frowned, his eyes sharp, serious, and determined as he said, We don't care what happens to this world once we return home. After Kai spoke, Isabel coldly asked, Do you mean I can do whatever I want after we defeat the Demon Lord? At this moment, Kai raised both hands, shrugging with uncertainty, and calmly said, "It's not certain that we can return home. We won't know until we try." Hearing this, Isabel immediately said, "Hero summoning is a ritual of covenant with the god Digaret. After fulfilling the covenant by killing the demon lord, you will be returned to your world." Hearing Isabel say this, Kai was utterly surprised. He immediately asked her, "How do you know that? You said you didn't know that much." In Kai's mind, he recalled Isabel saying during their last meeting, "Perhaps I don't know that much." Hearing Kai's question, Isabel recalled reading a book and replied, "I discovered it after reading an ancient document. Incidentally, it piqued my interest after speaking with you." Kai further asked, "Is that document reliable?" Isabel replied, "It's merely an ancient record." At this moment, Kai glanced to the side, his eyes showing tension and skepticism. Kai thought to himself, well, it does align with what Leonora said. In other words, the goddess herself summoned you. Once the mission is complete, she will return you to your world, where you belong. So, the accuracy of the information I have so far has increased, hasn't it? Then, Kai looked at Isabel seriously and stated clearly, "In that case, the fate of this world has nothing to do with us. I don't care if you destroy the Holy Kingdom or seek peace after this is over." Isabel, upon hearing this, immediately said, "Indeed, our interests have aligned." Isabel looked Kai directly in the eye and spoke her thoughts. "The Revolutionary Army's goal is to defeat the Demon Lord and enthrone me as the next Demon Lord. After that, I wish to create a world where humans, beast folk, and even demons can live in peace." Hearing Isabel say this, Kai's eyes widened with tension and seriousness, saying, "That sounds like a fairy tale. Do you think you can instantly stop the war?" Isabel looked back at Kai with a similar gaze, full of courage and conviction, and replied, "As long as I can defeat the current demon lord and maintain the power of this kingdom, then yes, it's possible." Kai and Isabel continued their tense discussion. Kai added, "Don't you think it would be better if you joined the succession struggle for the throne instead of rebelling against the kingdom with your revolutionary movement?" Isabel said, "The current demon lord, my father, is known as the strongest demon lord in history. Even if he were to yield the throne to the next demon lord, he would still wield immense influence." Isabel's eyes at this moment clearly showed sadness, loneliness, and disappointment. She said, "Father hates humans. He would never accept me because I desire peace with humans. Furthermore, the other princes and princesses do not seek peace. I am the only one." Then, Isabel looked up at Kai and said with a determined and hopeful mindset, "It's true that I don't have enough power with just the Revolutionary Army. But as long as we seize this opportunity when the Demon Kingdom is attacked by the Allied forces, I believe we have a chance to win." Isabel added, "Even if we defeat the current Demon Lord with the help of the Allied forces, we would be at a disadvantage when this war ends. That's why I haven't sought external help." Then suddenly, Isabel raised her hand and slowly said, "But..." She pointed directly at Kai and continued, "If the hero candidates help me, then things will be different." Isabel slightly bowed her head and agreed to cooperate with Kai. "I accept. We, the Revolutionary Army, wish to form an alliance with the hero candidates." Kai and Isabel shook hands, confirming their alliance to fight together. Kai looked at Isabel and said, "We are counting on you too." At this moment, Isabel added, "There's one more thing I want to tell you." She said, "The plan to kill the Demon Lord will be carried out this year. If we miss this deadline, the chance of victory will be 0. At this moment, in the demonic forest, the entire area was plunged into darkness and desolation. An army of cargo carriages and many other soldiers surrounding them were passing through this forest. As they crossed this forest, Henry, the captain of the Holy Kingdom's 7th Night Order, spoke up, warning his soldiers to be vigilant of dangers with a tense expression. "Even when we're fighting monsters, don't let your guard down. I know the Vanguard has cleared the path, but that doesn't mean this place is completely safe." On the map displaying the supply route, a faint voice appeared. "Logistical support is being sent from Natras City to the battlefield." Even if supplies aren't sent directly to the front lines, the Holy Kingdom needs a team that can provide provisions, warriors who can fight against monsters. And so, the Seventh Night Order, comprising elite soldiers, was chosen to undertake this mission. The soldiers in the army held their weapons ready, all highly vigilant and extremely tense as they observed their surroundings. The monsters within the demonic forest were very strong. The soldiers lined up horizontally, facing the large green monsters, one of them shouting, "Monsters here!" At this moment, the soldiers and the monsters fought fiercely and violently, blood spurting everywhere from the monsters. But with the disappearance of the high-ranking demons, Elsa, the logistics team's mission became easier. Or so they thought. The voice hesitated, because at this moment, a group of mysterious black-clad figures with masks covering their faces appeared before the soldiers. A soldier in the army, seeing this, screamed in shock and terror, "Who are you?" The mysterious black-clad figures said nothing, but immediately charged towards the soldiers. The purple-haired soldier, seeing this, immediately raised his sword and declared loudly, "Captain, fall back." The blue-haired soldier beside him also said, "Leave this to us." But before the two soldiers could do anything, streaks of light flashed, crisscrossing as fast as lightning, severing the heads of both men. The two soldiers were killed instantly. They lay on the ground, bodies in one place, heads in another, blood splattering horrifically. The black-robed figure, after killing them, turned away. He crossed his blood-stained hands, adorned with sharp claws. The other soldiers witnessing this scene were utterly terrified and panicked. The green-haired soldier stammered. Ben and Jack were killed instantly. The brown-haired soldier beside him nervously held his sword, saying, "Be careful, they are high-ranking demons." At this moment, Captain Henry charged forward, his eyes wide as he ran towards the black-robed figures, shouting, "The Demon Lord's army's assassins." But Henry was immediately intercepted by the black-robed figures. Henry was terrified. His eyes widened in shock and fear. Sweat streamed down his cheeks. Henry yelled, "Don't underestimate us. I am one of the captains of the Night Order." But still, before Henry could do anything, a streak of light pierced through his forehead. Henry's eyes widened in horror, and blood began to gush out. An arrow had pierced straight through Henry's forehead. His entire body trembled violently, and blood began to pour down his face. Now, the troops regrouped at the castle next to the demonic forest in the territory of the Demon Kingdom, the demonic forest. Inside Elsa's old castle, after losing the battle at Follies, the Allied forces decided to retreat and regroup at the castle they had occupied. Many soldiers were severely wounded, including the Allied commander. At this moment, in a room, wounded soldiers lay sprawled on the floor, being tended to and bandaged by medical personnel. Amelia was being revived at this moment. She breathed heavily, exhausted and weary. Amelia was receiving special care. She lay still on the bed, her body bandaged. The girl beside her was in charge of Amelia's care. From her hands, sparkling lights emanated, rising upwards as if healing Amelia. At the foot of the bed, Middu, Heinrich, and two other soldiers also stood waiting. At this moment, Middu, with a bewildered and worried expression, asked, "How is her condition now?" The girl, tending to Amelia, looked up at Middu and replied, "Her life is no longer in danger." That girl was student ID number 34, Hanjo Shirori, with healing divine skill. Shirori gently continued, "If I continue to use my recovery skill regularly, she should be able to walk again in about 2 weeks." Hearing this, Middu felt relieved and at ease. He placed his hand on his chest, his face joyful, and said, "I understand." Heinrich also added, "You truly are a savior, Hanjo." The other healers had given up. Seeing Heinrich say that, Shirori simply smiled kindly and said, "This is all I can do." Heinrich said, "I'm counting on you." At this moment, Amelia struggled to speak, which caused her pain and made sweat stream down her face. She tried to utter faint words. Amelia hesitantly said, "It was my fault." Seeing this, Heinrich looked at her, smiled, and comforted Amelia. "You'd best rest. Don't worry about us. I will temporarily assume command. Heinrich widened his eyes and continued. Although we have temporarily retreated, the enemy has also suffered heavy losses. They haven't made any moves yet. It seems they are trying to reorganize their forces. Hearing this, Amelia felt somewhat reassured. She slowly said, I understand. Then it will be fine. While Shirori was still helping Amelia recover, Midu and Heinrich turned to look at each other, and both seemed to understand each other's intentions. Then, Heinrich spoke up. All right, I'm counting on you, Hanjo-san. Shirori smiled in return. Yes, I will take care of her. Then, Midu and Heinrich walked out together. As soon as they exited the door, something surprised Midu. It was Edgar, waiting there. Seeing him, Midu called out, Edgar-san. Then the three of them left together. At this moment, Edgar began to explain, I apologize, but I overheard your conversation earlier. I'm glad she's alive, but it seems she'll need at least 2 weeks of rest. Then Midu, with a tense and serious expression, turned to Heinrich and asked, Heinrich, the reason you said there was no problem was because... Heinrich looked at Midu and said, I didn't want to worry Amelia further. She should focus on recovering. Then Heinrich continued, with a tense but resolute gaze. We will deal with the blocked supply lines ourselves. Edgar also frowned deeply, looking at Midu and Heinrich, and said, If we limit rations daily, we can hold out for another week, but after that, it's uncertain. We have to resolve this soon. At this moment, Heinrich glanced to the side and brought up Team 7. The 7th Night Order was annihilated along with the logistics unit. According to the survivors' accounts, the attackers were the same group that took down Amelia. Henry, the captain of Team 7, died in battle. He was a righteous man, respected by everyone. Hearing Heinrich mention this, Midu also recalled the mysterious masked figures in black robes and said, Those masked assassins. They're probably high-ranking demons. At least 5 or 6 of them appeared at once. Perhaps they're even more troublesome than the 4 heavenly kings. Immediately after, Edgar also added his comment about the masked figures. Yes, I fought one of them. You can't let your guard down for even a minute. Then Edgar looked at the sky and the city outside through the window, continuing, the high-ranking specialized bird people unit I had to work with as an envoy has also returned. It seems Nurtrat is preparing a new logistics unit. Hearing this, Midu asked in surprise, Really? Edgar replied, Yes, but the problem is those assassins are still lurking in the forest and might attack to cut off the supply lines. At this moment, an idea struck Heinrich. He turned abruptly to Midu and Edgar and began to clearly explain his plan. I want you two to escort the logistics unit through the demonic forest. Officially, the mission is to protect the convoy. But in reality, this problem will only be solved when we eliminate those masked assassins. If they flee, I want you two to pursue and eradicate them completely. Is that clear? Midu and Edgar were both very tense and serious about this mission. Midu nodded and replied, Understood. Edgar also said, I understand. At this moment, deep within the demonic forest, a gloomy and chilling atmosphere still enveloped it, with faint mist obscuring the view. At this moment, Midu was also present in this forest to safely protect the logistics convoy transporting supplies. He sat on horseback, observing his surroundings, followed by cargo carriages and several other people. Next to them was another cargo carriage. Walking beside it were Edgar and members of the cat tribe. After a long journey, the blonde-haired person in charge of driving the carriage spoke up. The horses are exhausted. We should stop and rest for the night. But immediately after, a sword was abruptly drawn. Edgar held the sword in his hand and shouted, They're here! Before the army could react, an iron scythe struck down on the head of the blonde-haired man on horseback. Blood spurted everywhere, his eyes wide in horror, pale and veined. The mysterious masked assassins, previously hidden, now appeared, blocking the supply route. They emerged and attacked by surprise. Everyone scattered, fleeing in chaos. The situation was extremely dangerous. Edgar charged forward and shouted, Stay away from them. I'll confront him. The masked assassins darted forward with lightning speed. Among them, One assassin charged forward, kicking the red-haired young man, but he managed to cross his arms like a shield to block the blow. The red-haired young man glared at the assassin, his face twisted in anger and indignation. He said, "You bastard! It's you, the one who appeared last time." Then the red-haired young man clenched his fist and threw a punch at the assassin, simultaneously saying, "You came here to settle this, right?" Instantly, a violent and blazing explosion erupted, with blinding flashes of light and debris scattering everywhere. Following that, a large streak of light quickly flashed by. Midu and another masked assassin had also clashed. Their two swords struck each other, sparking intensely and fiercely. Midu and the assassin were equally matched, streaks of light from their sword slashes crisscrossing in the air. Midu looked straight ahead with a focused and very tense gaze. He worriedly sweated and muttered to himself, "Now is not the time to just watch. I must eliminate them quickly to protect everyone." At this moment, a fierce blaze erupted. The supply wagons were being consumed by the flames. The guarding soldier shouted in panic, "The food supplies are burning." Because at this moment, another mysterious masked assassin stood on a tree branch not far away, creating a magic circle with strange symbols from his hand. From these circles, scorching streams of fire shot downwards. Following that, a hand creating a mass of water appeared, and a voice spoke simultaneously, "I won't let you cause chaos." Yumi thought to herself, water creation, water control. Then she swung her hand upwards, and the masses of water separated and rushed towards the attacker. The masses of water launched by Yumi quickly extinguished the fierce flames erupting on the supply wagons. Seeing this, Yumi was greatly pleased and satisfied. She clenched her fist, chuckled with delight, and said, "Excellent." But at this moment, Kaori, frantic, ran from far to Yumi and shouted a warning, "Be careful, Yumi." Yumi, unaware of what was happening, turned her head to look at Kaori with a confused expression. But at this moment, an arrow struck Yumi's waist, and blood slowly spread around it. In an instant, Yumi was poisoned and collapsed to the ground in pain. Kaori, seeing this, rushed over, breathless, and immediately asked, "Are you okay?" At this moment, more arrows whizzed towards Kaori. Kaori turned her face, which was pale, her eyes wide with panic and fear. But just then, a large explosion occurred right behind Kaori, with fierce flames erupting. Kaori panicked, crouched low, and covered her face with her hands. The two poison arrows that were mistakenly aimed at Kaori were also engulfed by the flames from the recent explosion and fell to the ground. And the one who created that explosion to prevent Kaori from being hit was Reina. Reina appeared, her brow furrowed in tension, her hand extended forward with bright flames emanating from her palm. Reina's eyes widened, looking ahead with indignation and anger. Reina aimed at a masked assassin standing on a tree branch on the opposite side. The assassin also stood, drawing his bow towards Reina. In another corner of this demonic forest, the sounds of fierce and bloody battle continued to echo. Satoshi had been thrown back, sliding along the base of a tree. Heike also sat painfully leaning against a tree trunk. Heike was so utterly exhausted that he didn't notice an assassin holding a weapon directly in front of him. A voice suddenly echoed, "How about this?" The masked assassin, upon hearing this, immediately looked up. At this moment, Mireille, dignified and capable, stood opposite the assassin. She used her magic, raising her hand to control many sharpened wooden stakes, launching them towards him. The brightly glowing wooden stakes whizzed rapidly towards the assassin, but he easily deflected those stakes with the weapon in his hand. This utterly astonished Mireille. She stared in confusion and shock, saying, "What?" Immediately after, someone else took action, and intertwined streaks of blue light appeared in the air. The assassin also used magic to fly up, hovering opposite Narumi. Narumi, seeing this, was greatly surprised and fearful. "He's also a wind mage? Damn it, I can't let him block our path any longer. Then, Narumi glanced downwards. The scene below utterly stunned and panicked Narumi. He screamed in terror, "Mirai!" Because at this moment, the assassin carried his weapon on his shoulder and was slowly advancing towards Mirai. Mirai couldn't resist him and could only say in fear, "Everyone, I'm sorry." Having said that, the assassin immediately raised his gleaming, spiky staff. Mirai faced him in terror, raising her hand to shield herself and squeezing her eyes shut, waiting for death. Mirai faced the assassin in terror, raising one hand to shield her face and tightly shutting her eyes, waiting to die. But at this moment, a powerful voice resounded, "I command you to stop." The assassin attacking Mirai was now blocked by glowing, intertwining chains. This sight greatly surprised Mirai. Kanzaki had appeared and stopped the assassin from attacking Mirai. From her palm, four glowing chains shot out, wrapping around the assassin. Kanzaki, with a tense expression, looked straight ahead and silently communicated with Mirai in her mind. She asked, "What are you doing?" "Hurry and run." Mirai, exhausted, braced her hands on the ground, her entire body trembling violently. Mirai replied to Kanzaki helplessly, "My legs won't move." Then, a flash of blue light zipped past like lightning. Narumi rushed forward, lifted Mirai into his arms, and glided into the air. Their eyes met, full of affection. Mirai was greatly surprised and touched. She dazedly and slowly called out, "Narumi-kun." Narumi, overjoyed, looked at Mirai and said, "I'm glad you're alive." Then, Narumi continued to look ahead with a tense and worried expression. He frowned, thinking if Kanzaki-sen hadn't used her domination skill, Mirai would be dead. I have to hold out a little longer. The one I want to protect is... Suddenly, strange black obstacles unexpectedly appeared in the air. They glowed with a mysterious blue light and appeared continuously. Seeing this, Narumi immediately used his Cyclone Guard skill. Immediately after, a powerful whirlwind surrounded Narumi and Mirai. The whirlwind protected them safely and simultaneously threw the strange objects attempting to attack them far away. And that sudden attack was caused by an assassin standing on the ground. He raised his arm upwards and created a magic circle containing sources of power to attack. Seeing that Narumi's whirlwind had destroyed his attack, he froze in surprise. After the recent attack, Narumi was utterly furious. He widened his eyes, furrowed his brow, and clenched his teeth, saying, "These bastards, they weren't aiming for me, but for you." Mirai, seeing this, was terrified and scared. She nervously and hesitantly said, "Hey, Narumi-kun." At that very moment, Kanzaki's words were transmitted into Narumi's mind. Her words seemed to awaken and calm the anger within Narumi. Kanzaki reminded him, "Calm down, everyone." Narumi, receiving the signal, was very surprised and wide-eyed. Kanzaki continued, "The enemy is trying to distract us." At this moment, the red-haired young man also heard Kanzaki's words. He immediately glanced to one side. Midu also heard and immediately turned his face backward. Kanzaki added, "If we stay calm and cooperate well, we won't lose." At this moment, Satoshi and Heike felt as if they had gained renewed confidence and strength. The two of them began to pick up their weapons and stand up, continuing to fight. Narumi also understood. He hesitantly said, "Kanzaki-san is right. I must stay calm." Then, Narumi calmed down and closed his eyes. He thought to himself, "Feel the wind. I can detect every attack." Narumi thought, "If I can sense the flow of the wind." Then Narumi opened his eyes, and immediately after, he sensed the direction of the wind and successfully dodged the assassin's attack. The assassin, seeing this, was utterly astonished. He stared blankly at Narumi, thinking worriedly, "What?" That guy suddenly calmed down, because at that very moment, Narumi had awakened another potential within himself. Then, Narumi glanced backward, silently calling and communicating with Kanzaki through empathy. "Kanzaki-san, can you hear me?" This skill is very similar to the Wind Heavenly King's skill, Wind Heart. At this moment, in some undefined space, Windbox looked with cold, terrifying eyes and said, "This seems interesting." Hearing Narumi call her, Kanzaki immediately replied, "What is it?" Narumi, without delay, said, "Can you convey my words to everyone?" Upon hearing this, Kanzaki, though somewhat confused and concerned, still replied, "All right, I can relay your words to everyone, just like talking to you right now." Narumi delightedly said, "Good." In another part of the demonic forest, fierce red flames continued to erupt violently and surge intensely. The flames surged towards the archer assassin, attacking him. He was engulfed in a sea of fire. The assassin furiously cursed, "Damn it." Then, the archer quickly bent his legs and fled, escaping into the forest. He ran headlong, thinking in confusion, "I'm using demon magic to erase my traces. How do they know my location?" At this moment, Kanzaki relayed Narumi's words and communicated with Reina in silence. She pointed out the assassin's path to Reina. According to Narumi's words, she said, "The enemy is moving through the trees, heading south." Reina, upon hearing this, said, Then I'll burn him and the forest down." Kanzaki also didn't forget to remind Reina, "Keep it moderate, all right? You could start a forest fire." At this moment, everyone had rallied their spirits and regained their strength. They united their efforts and charged forward, attacking in a relentless barrage. Satoshi, Heiki, and Kaori charged with surging momentum. Following that, Kenta and Atsushi also advanced fiercely and shouted in unison. Akira also attacked with both hands glowing with power. The assassins were now wounded, a cut on one's hand instantly spurting blood, then another to the head. The entire army now regrouped and launched a continuous assault on the masked assassins. The assassins, seeing this, were very worried. Danger! They've regained their teamwork. Mirai, standing on the outskirts, now loudly reminded everyone, "Don't be careless. Their attacks are quite strong, but there are large gaps between their blows." A replacement assassin immediately noticed Mirai. The assassin thought to himself, "Just as I suspected, I must kill their commander first." Immediately after, he raised the sharp knife in his hand and stealthily aimed at Mirai from behind. But at this moment, a loud sound erupted, accompanied by a bright flash. Ko quickly arrived just in time, using his iron gauntlet to block the knife from Mirai. The assassin was startled and stunned. Ko, on the other hand, smirked triumphantly and said, "Such a cheap weapon won't pierce my armored gauntlet." Then Ko raised his hand and punched the assassin, sending him flying straight into the air. The assassin fell nearby. The scene just now made him shudder. The assassin was utterly bewildered and confused. He panicked, thinking, "How did they know about my sneak attack? They weren't even communicating with each other." Mido had now also defeated an assassin. He held his glowing sword in his hand, watching him fall. The red-haired young man was also fighting fiercely and intensely with an assassin, with fire and smoke billowing around them. Edgar also quickly swung his sword, severing the head of another assassin. At this moment, the aerial battle between Narumi and the assassin had not yet ended. In the sky, countless streaks of blue light glowed, fiercely clashing with each other. After a while, the assassin was also struck multiple times on his body by Narumi's attacks. His body spurted blood. He was stunned and disbelieving, thinking in panic, "Am I being overwhelmed?" Narumi observed the air currents and realized something special. "I see it. The flow of the wind is showing me his next move." Narumi shouted, "Got you!" At the same time, Narumi extended his hand, and from his palm, a large, blinding stream of power shot out. Narumi swung his hand backward and yelled, "Wind Lance!" At this moment, Narumi's energy blast shot like lightning towards the assassin. He was startled and couldn't react in time. Narumi's powerful blast surged forward, piercing through the assassin, who spurted blood in unbelievable shock. The remaining assassins quickly retreated. They passed through a magic circle, one of them saying, "Retreat. Send the retreat signal now, despite heavy losses." The other one continued. But we completed our main objective. These assassins had achieved their goal of incinerating all the supply wagons meant for the army in a sea of fire. In the dark and cold space of the forest at night, a small bonfire was lit and flickering. After a fierce battle, everyone gathered around the small fire. At this moment, Edgar spoke up. About 80% of our food supplies were incinerated. What's left is only enough to feed the logistics team on their way back. Then Midhu, sadly and disappointedly, hesitantly said, "We failed, didn't we?" Edgar then continued, encouragingly, "Even so, we killed 4 of those demons." According to the reports, there were about 10 masked figures. Upon hearing this, Midhu turned to Edgar and asked, "So there are 6 more?" Edgar replied, "Yes, and 2 of them, the archer and the one who used earth magic, were severely wounded." Then Edgar picked up a cup of water, smiled at Midhu, and comforted him. "It's all right, Midhu. We'll definitely succeed next time." But at this moment, Kanzaki was heavy-hearted and extremely sad. Her eyes clearly showed worry, and she thought to herself, even if Edgar Sands said so, the soldiers' morale is severely plummeting due to lack of supplies. Kanzaki thought to herself, and she looked at the tired and dispirited soldiers. The soldiers sat silently, eating the meager remaining rations to survive the day. They complained, "This isn't enough." Kanzaki squinted her eyes, worried and feeling for them. She thought, if we fail again next time, we won't have the ability to fight. Just one demon can cause such terrible damage. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice was transmitted to her. "Kanzaki, can you hear me?" Upon hearing this, Kanzaki's cheeks flushed, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Narumi-kun." At this moment, in the castle, Kai and Isabel continued to discuss their strategy. Isabel squinted her eyes, seriously and tensely saying, "The plan to kill the demon lord will proceed this year. If we miss this time frame, the chances of winning will be 0. Kai's eyes immediately blazed red upon hearing this. He instantly asked why. Isabel immediately replied, "The evil god Alvaresta will be resurrected. Even so, I don't think someone from another world would understand the gravity of the danger." Hearing this, Kai recalled reading a book and hearing the name Alvaresta. He said, "I've heard that name mentioned before. If I recall correctly, that's one of the 2 ancient pillar gods in the Book of Genesis. I found some documents inside the temple city, Anvil." Then, Kai began to elaborate. The Book of Genesis is a record of the battle among the gods, passed down from ancient times. It is said that this world was created and protected by the god of creation, Digaret. In ancient times, humans, elves, and beast folk cooperated and lived in peace. But the evil god Alvaresta tried to seize control of the world. The demons were created by the evil god to be pawns brought into this world. As a result, the world erupted into war. To fight against the evil god who was using demons to dominate the world, the god of creation bestowed powerful divine protection upon some individuals to help them fight against the demons. Ultimately, they defeated the demon lord at that time, and were subsequently granted the title of hero. In ancient times, the god of creation won the war, and the evil god was sealed. This is the Genesis I know. Upon hearing Kai, Isabel lowered her gaze and said, "Since you already know the story, it will be easier for me to explain. That Genesis story is largely true, but it has been exaggerated a bit." Isabel casually looked at her hand and continued, "With the evil god sealed, we demons became weaker. Even so, demons have still grown stronger over time." Kai then hesitantly asked, "So that means the seal is weakening?" Isabel slightly nodded at Kai's question and said, "Yes, we can release that evil god, the demon lord. My father is preparing a large-scale ritual ceremony, such as building a colossal temple." Isabel continued, "It's taking quite some time, but it will be ready this year." At this moment, an image of a colossal and magnificent temple being constructed by demons appeared. Afterward, Kai looked at Isabel and asked, "What if they break the seal?" Isabel immediately replied, "Demons will become much stronger. Once that happens, humans will have no chance of winning. Upon hearing this, Kai's eyes glowed fiercely with determination. He said tensely, I understand the situation. From my truth appraisal ability, I don't see her lying. But at this moment, Kai looked at Isabel with suspicion and a hint of worry, thinking, but my assassin's intuition tells me this girl is hiding something. Even so, I don't care much, because we're just using each other, Kai thought to himself, and then seriously said to Isabel, So, what are the Revolutionary Army's next plans? Isabel replied, We are planning to secretly assist the Allied forces. We desperately need them to weaken the Demon Lord's army. We cannot do that alone. Hearing this, Kai glanced aside and said, Convenient. Then let me borrow your power. Let's pass through Folly City first. 3 days later, from the Fifth Princess's territory, by using Isabel's spatial demon magic, Kai and his team moved to the demonic forest. They slowly began to enter the forest. Kai, extremely capable, confident, and strong, led the group, followed by Isabel and his 2 teammates, along with Isabel's demon soldiers. But at this moment, after a long journey that required a large amount of power, Isabel felt dizzy. She was utterly exhausted and weary, leaning on her staff to support herself. Her face was pale and sweat poured down, and she said, Just as I thought, using too much teleportation magic makes me incredibly tired. Then, May spoke up, praising Isabel. Your teleportation ability is amazing. It can cover distances that would normally take half a year to traverse in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Kai also turned his head to look at Isabel, who was slumped from exhaustion, and thought, the strategic value in her skill is that it bypasses the fundamental concept of distance. As expected, to teleport a large number of people over such a long distance, the amount of demonic energy she uses is immense. Kai looked at Isabel and the 6 tall, powerful demons behind her and thought, along with May and Cena, there are a total of 7 high-ranking demons from the Revolutionary Army. Isabel's demonic energy has been depleted due to her skill, so she might not be useful from this point on, but with this number of members, it should be enough. At this moment, Cena suddenly turned to Kai and seriously asked, Kai, can we trust them? Then, Kai looked straight ahead with a tense and determined gaze and said, Don't rush anything. We can still use them. Cena understood and agreed. All right. At this moment, Kai hesitantly said, Now. At the same time, he closed his eyes, pointed a hand to his head, and fell silent. At this moment, within his mind, Kai used telepathy to connect with Kanzaki. He immediately called out, Kanzaki, can you hear me? Kanzaki, who was in a different location within the forest, quickly received the signal and heard Kai's words. She blushed, startled, and stammered, Narumi-kun. Hearing Kanzaki's reply, Kai continued, I was just trying out, but it seems we can communicate this way. Kanzaki then said, Yeah, you can also communicate with me through the shared subconscious divine protection. It only applies to our classmates and is also limited by distance. At this moment, Kanzaki suddenly realized. She immediately shrieked in panic. Does that mean you're nearby, Narumi-kun? Kai felt a throbbing in his head and thought helplessly, he's always so dramatic. Then Kai answered Kanzaki's question, Yes, I want to see you. Hearing Kai say this, Kanzaki was overjoyed and excited. She added, Understood. Just follow the magical traces connecting us through this telepathy. A moment later, a voice called out. Kanzaki heard it. Kanzaki immediately turned to look. She happily smiled and called Kai's name, Narumi-kun. But the sight before her astonished Kanzaki, leaving her frozen and utterly bewildered. Because before her at this moment, standing next to Kai, was Isabel, a demon. Kanzaki was so terrified that her face turned pale and her entire body trembled in panic. Kanzaki hesitantly pointed forward and stammered, It's a demon. Seeing this, Kai immediately spoke up. Allow me to introduce her. She is Isabel, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. Isabel coldly looked at Kanzaki and spoke. Hello. Kanzaki was still reeling from shock. She dazedly asked, Princess? May then smiled and said, Yes. Kanzaki was sweating with worry. She suspiciously asked, "What's going on? Did you betray us?" Hearing the question, Kai crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and replied, "I didn't betray anyone. I wasn't on anyone's side to begin with." Kai's answer left Kanzaki both shocked and angry. Instead, Mei glanced at Kai and said, "You're teasing her too much." Immediately after, Kai became serious again and began to discuss the main matter. "We have something to discuss with you." Kai, with a tense and stern expression, said, "Tonight, gather Midu, Erishur, Hashunto, Narumi, and Anomiya. But don't tell anyone from the Holy Kingdom." And then, in the dark and gloomy night of the demonic forest, beneath the large trees, 6 people sat together in a circle around a small, flickering bonfire. Kai looked down, his face somber, and spoke of his plan. "Here's the story. We all share a common goal. This is a collaboration to defeat the Demon Lord. There's no reason to refuse them, right?" Upon hearing this, the red-haired young man became enraged. He glared at Kai and asked, "Why would you want to cooperate with such suspicious people?" Kai stood with his arms crossed, silently leaning against a tree trunk, with Isabel beside him. Mei and Cena. Kai then glanced and answered the red-haired young man's question. "At our current pace, we cannot defeat the Demon Lord. I've heard about your situation." Kai looked at everyone, silently contemplating around the fire, and added, "It seems you've had trouble dealing with the Demon Kingdom's assassins." Akira spoke up, "Satoshi, if you're talking about those masked high-ranking demons, then yes." Narumi, sitting nearby, ate and said, "Our supply unit has been decimated multiple times. Now we're struggling to hold the front lines." Despite saying that, the red-haired young man was still very angry and couldn't accept it. He said, "They're even willing to sacrifice themselves to complete their mission. They risked their lives to hold me and Mida back while trying to burn our food supplies. We killed 4 of them, but I heard there are still 6 more." At this moment, Isabel also glanced to one side and coldly spoke. "Then I will do something to deal with these assassins. We, the Revolutionary Army, are better at guerrilla warfare." Hearing Isabel say that, Narumi was very surprised. He asked, "Can you do it? They're all high-ranking demons." Isabel simply replied, but with immense capability and strength, "I am the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom." Isabel added, "Through this, I want to show you my worth. In return, you must prove yourselves strong enough to be my partners." Hearing this, everyone fell silent and turned to look at Isabel. Midu at this moment frowned, his face wary, and cautiously asked, "May I ask what you want?" Isabel replied, "After receiving supplies, I want you to eliminate Aqualia, the Water Heavenly King. If we delay any longer, the 3rd Prince's army in the capital will join the war." She continued, "If that happens, we will be in trouble. We must eliminate them one by one." The reason those assassins are trying to buy time was to allow their main forces to regroup with the 3rd Prince. Hearing this, the red-haired young man frowned, turned to look at her, and asked, "Is that prince strong?" Isabel seriously replied, "Very strong. Currently, you don't have enough power to defeat him." Upon hearing this, the red-haired young man was utterly delighted and excited. He laughed and eagerly said, "Then let's go for it." Mireille, however, was still quite worried and hesitant, turning to ask Midu, "Midu-kun, what do you think?" Mida thought for a moment, then decided to nod in agreement to cooperate. He said seriously, "I'm very happy that we have such strong allies by our side. Let's follow Shinju's decision." After everyone had agreed, Kai spoke up, "Then let's end our discussion here." Then he turned and walked away, adding, "I'll be working with the Revolutionary Army. I'll contact you later through Kanzaki, all right?" In the dark night of the demonic forest, a small bonfire flickered brightly. The white masks of the assassins were placed on the ground. The red-skinned assassin, with a scowling, angry face, sat biting his food. He was a high-ranking assassin of the Demon Kingdom, a fire demon, with many charges of arson and murder, sentenced to death. The assassins had now removed their masks. They sat together discussing in an open space around the fire. One of them said, I can't believe they killed 4 of us, including the leader. Then a green-skinned assassin with a large diagonal scar across his face continued, using his glowing red eyes to look at his stiff arm, saying, "Those kids are pretty strong. I apologize, but I can't move my right arm right now." He was a high-ranking assassin of the Demon Kingdom, a perpetrator of many serious crimes and murders, sentenced to death. Next, another blue-eyed assassin glanced to one side and asked, "Who will take command now?" He was also a high-ranking assassin of the Demon Kingdom, a high-level demon spear user, Fanko, a traitor to the country, mastermind of the Great Autumn Civil War, sentenced to death. The fire demon, upon hearing this, raised his hand and pointed to himself, replying, "Indeed, we cannot let others take command. So I will be your leader. Without my firepower, our operation will fail." Having said that, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Does anyone object?" The bald demon, who was gobbling down food, nodded upon hearing the question and said, "No, I trust you, sir." He was a Demon Kingdom assassin, a high-ranking demon, an earth magic artist, Roki, a serial rapist and murderer, sentenced to death. Following that, the four-horned demon raised the weapon in his hand and also agreed. "I concur." He was a Demon Kingdom assassin, a high-ranking demon, a dagger specialist, Frent, a mass murderer, sentenced to death. After receiving support and agreement from the other high-ranking demons, the fire demon rested his hands on his knees and said, "Excellent. All we need to do is hit their next supply line, and they'll starve." Then, the fire demon began to talk about their planned actions, incinerating the army's supply wagons. The plan remains the same. We will not only disrupt those hero candidates, but also cut off their supply lines. Then he began to put his mask back on and carefully warned the other demons about Midu. "Be extremely careful with that swordsman kid who killed our leader. We'll start in another hour." Understood. The remaining demons also put their masks back on. They stood up and all shouted in unison, "Understood." The dark demonic forest was shrouded in a gloomy and tense atmosphere. Inside the forest at this moment, an assassin was still lurking among the trees. He thought to himself, "I'm still on guard, just in case something happens." The assassin sat guarding on a tree branch, holding a bow, an arrow. He thought, "But this is a small camp with only a few people deep in the forest. They won't know." He was a Demon Kingdom assassin, a high-ranking demon archer, Marius, a mass murderer sentenced to death. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror, or so I thought. The assassin silently sensed the surrounding space. Someone was coming, and not just one person. The way they concealed their presence was quite professional. Then, he immediately sat up, drew his bow, and pulled the string taut, ready for battle. He thought in panic, "It can't be the hero candidates, can it? They're strong but lack skill. Who is it? How'd they find this place?" He vaguely thought, "Well, I guess." The assassin focused his gaze on a small path between the trees ahead. Suddenly, from that path, a fleeting shadow darted past rapidly. The assassin thought, "Just kill them all, and everything will be fine." Immediately after, he fired an arrow towards it. The sharp arrow he shot flew as fast as the wind along the small path and glowed. At this moment, the assassin waited extremely tense. He vaguely asked, "Did I kill it?" Immediately after, a girl appeared, holding the assassin's arrow in her mouth. It was Cena. She held the arrow in her mouth and dashed forward. Seeing this, the assassin was utterly stunned and shocked. He couldn't believe it and said in panic, "No way. That little girl caught it without getting hurt." Then suddenly, Kai unexpectedly appeared right behind the assassin and said with disdain, "You move too slowly." He turned his head sharply backward in extreme confusion and fear. Then a large streak of light flashed. Just one move. The assassin was defeated. He fell and plunged headfirst into the ground. He vomited blood, and blood splattered from him. The stunned assassin struggled to say, "I was attacked from behind by a kid." Kai coldly and sternly watched the assassin fall. In his hand was the blood-stained knife that had just struck him. He said, "Always make sure to move after you shoot. That's the golden rule of a sniper." In another location in the demonic forest, another assassin sensed and realized something. He immediately said, "Someone's here." Then he thought suspiciously, "Marius is on guard. What's he doing?" Immediately after, the assassin ordered the remaining demons, "Everyone, get ready." They received the order, and all shouted in unison, "Understood." The other assassins all held their weapons, ready for battle. Then suddenly, from the bushes, a frantic demon rushed towards the assassins and urgently said, "Wait." The assassins, hearing this, turned to look at the demon. One of the assassins immediately asked, "You're a demon. What do you need? Are you Asama's messenger?" Hearing the question, the demon stopped. He placed his hand on his chest and solemnly introduced himself. "No, I am a member of the Revolutionary Army." Upon hearing this, the assassin was startled and surprised. He asked what? Then, the purple-skinned demon continued, "Our goal is to kill the demon lord and turn this place into a peaceful empire." The assassin was still astonished. He frantically, confusedly, and repeatedly said, "You? What are you talking about? If you're not Asama's messenger, how did you know about this place?" The purple-skinned demon looked around the forest and said, "Our allies are everywhere. It seems your mission is to block the supply route for the Allied forces." The words of the purple-skinned demon utterly shocked and astonished the assassin. He worriedly thought to himself, "Has the information been leaked?" Then the purple-skinned demon repeated Isabel's words. "Isabel Sama said this. Abandon your mission and follow me." Hearing Isabel, the assassin was very surprised. He was extremely anxious and confused. He thought to himself, "Isabel, the fifth princess, they're targeting me. That means the princess is cooperating with the Allied forces. I never thought they'd plan something this serious." Seeing the situation, the other assassins were very scared and immediately turned to ask their fire demon leader, "Leader, what do we do now? If we oppose the demon lord, we'll be sentenced to death. Furthermore, there's no way the fifth princess could have assembled a revolutionary army." "Understood." Hearing the assassin's words, the purple-skinned demon raised his hand and said, "I am very sorry to hear that. In that case," immediately after, more gigantic, grotesque demons appeared powerfully and terrifyingly from behind the purple-skinned demon. The purple-skinned demon said, "I am forced to kill everyone here." But that wasn't all. From the surrounding bushes, other high-ranking demons gradually revealed themselves. The assassin, seeing this, gasped in fright. The high-ranking demons began to advance towards the assassins. The assassins, seeing this, were very scared and retreated backward. The assassin with the bludgeon said, "Damn it, they're high-ranking demons." The one next to him added, "We're surrounded." Realizing the critical situation, the lead assassin immediately created a magic circle and urgently shouted, "Counterattack and retreat. We must bring this information back." Seeing the assassins intending to escape, the high-ranking demons immediately charged towards them, angrily saying, "You act like we'd let you. You criminals, I never liked any of you to begin with." At this moment, the high-ranking demons and the assassins clashed, fighting an intense and fierce battle. Kai leaned against a nearby tree, observing everything and thinking to himself to drive back the troublesome assassins of Mida's group. They're quite well trained. So this is the strength of the Revolutionary Army. The assassin was now struggling hard, wrestling and fending off two high-ranking demons who were attacking him simultaneously. Suddenly, a person unexpectedly appeared behind the assassin Fanko, and their voice spoke, "You're the mastermind of the Great Autumn Civil War, aren't you, Fanko?" The assassin turned his face, and seeing Isabel, he was utterly terrified and panicked. He called out, "Isabel Sama." Seeing Isabel, he immediately asked, "Are you truly planning a coup?" Isabel looked at Fanko with a cold expression and said, "Here, you are the only one I wish to recruit. The rest are merely trash and criminals. Do you still wish to fight for peace?" Hearing Isabel say that, Fanko immediately dropped the weapon in his hand to the ground. Then, He stepped forward and knelt, prostrating himself before Isabel, respectfully saying, "Yes." Seeing Fanko follow Isabel like that, the lead assassin was furious. He swung his weapon and shouted, "What are you doing, Fanko?" Fanko, startled and flustered, raised both hands. The two remaining assassins were very worried seeing this situation. One of them hesitantly said, "At this rate, we will." At this moment, Kai looked forward seriously and spoke up. "Now, it seems Isabel is done with her business. Let's finish this." Cena, May. Hearing Kai, the two girls stepped forward. May said, "All right." Cena also replied, "Understood."